Like, subscribe and share light fanfiction audiobook for more fun. Chapter 72. Listen to what Bullet has to say. Luffy finally figured it out. Emotions. Bullet sees himself as Roger's son. Please. Ace is Roger's son, okay? But think about it too. With this straw hat, and a similar age. It's okay to be misunderstood. You're mistaken, I'm not Roger's orphan. Luffy shook her head, correcting Bullet. You are not. Bullet, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of doubts. That's right, you've got the wrong person. Luffy replied. Then where did your straw hat come from? Seeing that he had identified the wrong person, Bullet was even more anxious at the moment. He is not the orphan of Captain Roger, so where did he get his straw hat? First, the straw hat was given to me by your people, it's true. Secondly, I came to your Impel Down, and it is precisely for your so-called young master. This moment, Luffy starts to explain to Bullet why he's here. Now, Marine is already using Ace as a bait to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates in Marine Ford. This time I came to Impel Down. Just want to rescue the prisoners in this Impel Down. Take them to Marine Ford. Do something amazing. It turns out that Ace is the captain's orphan, but what does he have to do with the Whitebeard pirates? Why did the Whitebeard pirates go to rescue Ace? I have been locked up in Impel Down for many years, and the Bullet information is jammed. Not only have I just learned of Ace's identity, but I am also very puzzled about Ace and the Whitebeard pirates. It's too late to explain, you just need to know that now Marine has captured Ace and is going to execute Ace at noon today, our time is running out. Luffy said it was too late to explain. Quickly, let me out quickly, the captain's orphan, I have to keep it. Bullet's eyes suddenly turned red. Roger was executed by Marine. 230. He did not prevent success. Nowadays, Marine wants to execute the captain's son again in Marine Ford. Repeat the old trick. If you succeed in making Marine Bullet dare not meet Roger even in the underworld. You really want to go with me? Bullet's strength is just a glimpse of himself. Luffy can sense the clues. That's right. Bullet clenched his fists and said. Okay, since that's the case, let me see the methods of you, the heir of the devil. Luffy said nothing. Also opened Bullet's prison. Since then, another prehistoric beast. Released by Luffy. He only opened 3 cages. Bullet, Crocodile, and Jinbei. As for the rest, almost all the people on the 6th floor are rebellious. Luffy doesn't expect them to be able to help at critical times. Besides, time is ticking. The prisoners above must be released as soon as possible. Bullet has a bad temper and a very irritable temperament. Originally intended to head straight for Marine Ford. Go straight to Huanglong. Luffy stopped him. And knowing the truth, it is useless to go alone, you must take all the prisoners with you. Bullet also suddenly realized. He remembered the scene when he singled out Marine Buster Call back then. Although it sounds shocking. In fact, a failure is inevitable in the end. And in this level of Impel Down, there are more than 20 years. With the Straw Hat Pirates and Bullet, everyone returned to the 5th floor of Impel Down. From now on, free all prisoners above the 5th floor. This matter. Luffy to Zoro, Sanji, Usopp to do it. These prisoners are all rebellious people. Wanting them to help themselves. It is not an easy task. Luffy gave everyone an order. If the released prisoners are willing to participate in this Marine Ford war against Marine. After the end, Sky High let the birds fly. But if they are released, they are unwilling to participate in the war. Kill. Luffy is only one word. I have been practicing on Thousand Sunny for a long time. Both Zoro and Sanji's strength has been greatly improved. Dealing with the prisoners on the 6th floor may be a bit difficult. But this is the 5th floor. The two of them could almost push each other across. Moreover, the recent battles have been too frequent, and the City of Water has killed all the way to Sabayati Archipelago. Everyone was also affected by Luffy's decisiveness. The wicked temperament has been fully formed. Zoro Sanji gets ready straight away. As long as someone disagrees. Meeting is a knife. No haggling with these prisoners at all. When releasing prisoners here, Luffy is going to the 5.5th floor of Hell. It's here. There is a mysterious entrance called SE Paradise. Luffy looked around. I searched around. No entrance was found either. This 5.5-story prison. It must be too secretive. Because the entrance is too hidden. So he smashed all the walls around the 5.5th floor. And among the ruins, Luffy found her way to SE Paradise. Where is Ivankov? Luffy grabbed a ladyboy and said coldly. This ladyboy was picked up by Luffy with one hand, like a little jay, her legs kept bouncing. Its face turned purple, apparently about to suffocate. In SE Paradise. The SE yelled out of breath. Luffy casually tossed the ladyboy aside. He strode into the SE Paradise with great strides. Who? Along the way, Luffy also met a lot of ladyboys. They stared at Luffy warily one by one. There was a lot of unkindness on his face. Announce, let Ivankov come out, and say, the noble son of the Revolutionary Army is here. Luffy waved his hand and let the ladyboys report. What are you? How dare you order us? Hearing Luffy's words, the ladyboys looked unhappy. When you come up and use them, who do you think they are? They didn't even think about sending a message. Forget it, it looks like I should go see him in person. Luffy thought for a while that time waits for no one, and it is best to find Ivankov as soon as possible. What an arrogant boy, let's go together and subdue this ignorant guy. The ladyboys rushed up, covered in rouge powder, and rushed up with an indignant look on their faces. Luffy frowned slightly. He didn't want to do it. But now it seems that it can't be fixed. To be honest. Deal with SE. He's a little dirty. This group of ladyboys dress up to the nines. It's like a eunuch wearing a coquettish costume and shouting, little brother, let's play with you. Look, Luffy has a chill. Goosebumps all over my body. Consider quick fixes. Luffy took a direct step forward. Conqueror's Haki was released by him. Boom. Luffy now has perfected Haki's control. Just a little play. The transvestites in front of them had white eyes, their faces froze, and they all lay on the ground. The look of shouting before was gone. Certainly. Among these SE, it is not without masters. 3 or 5 more held off the impact of Luffy's slightly unleashed Haki. But they are also shaky. One is about to fall to the ground. Luffy walked between them. Then walk into the SE Paradise. But it hasn't waited for Luffy to step into the SE Paradise. A sour voice came from inside, who dares to break into my fairy paradise? Don't you want to live? The person who came had purple hair, painted purple lips, and obviously had a fat waist, yet he was still wearing tights. His thick thighs were covered with stockings, and even a few hairs protruded from the inside of the stockings. No doubt. This eunuch-like guy is the SE King Ivankov. The behind-the-scenes master of SE Paradise. One of the leaders of the Revolutionary Army. I saw it on TV before, but I didn't have a sense of substitution at that time. Now when we actually meet, Luffy just realized. What is a SE? Everyone else is pure man. They are pure SE. Luffy felt sick. Oh shit. How did Ivankov get into the position of leader of the Revolutionary Army? Besides, those revolutionary troops, like Sabo, Dragon, etc., how could they not vomit against Ivankov every day? Luffy regretted it a little. If I had known, I would not have come to this 5.5-story prison. It's so disgusting. What about you? Are you the one who overthrew my people? Seeing Luffy staring at him, Ivankov quickly averted his eyes and said nothing, thinking that he was blinded by the charm he unleashed. I overturned it. Luffy waved his hand, not looking at Ivankov at all. Humph, you are honest, but this is not a place to play wild. Turn me into a SE. Worthy of being the king of SE. I just want to turn others into a SE. Ivankov is ready to do it without saying a word. Wait a minute. Luffy stopped the Monster King's attack. What? Admit defeat? Ivankov sneered. I thought how powerful it was, but it turned out that it was just a person who was afraid of death. No, if you really turned me into a monster, I'm afraid you'll return to the Revolutionary Army, and it won't be easy to explain to your master. Luffy said with a kind smile. Revolutionary Army? I don't know what you're talking about. When he heard the word Revolutionary Army, Ivankov panicked and quickly denied it. This identity. He has been hiding it all the time. If it is really known by Marine, I'm afraid this big submarine prison can't hold him. Notice. Ivankov couldn't be more clear about the current status of the Revolutionary Army. This Impel Down is Marine's domain. A little careless. I am afraid that I will fall into the abyss of eternal doom. It seems that you dare not admit your identity. Luffy noticed the flicker of panic on Ivankov's face. Stinky boy, don't be arrogant, I wanted to. Turning you into a SE, it seems that it is impossible to keep you now. Knowing that he is the identity of the Revolutionary Army, no matter what he said today, Luffy can't let Luffy leave the SE paradise. Ivankov has already become murderous. But just when Ivankov was about to kill him, Luffy's wide eyes raised silently. He said, don't you want to know why I know your identity? I don't need. Ivankov denied. Kill this guy. There will be no worries. Oh, so you need it. Luffy corrected him. I said I don't need it. Ivankov then denied it. No, you do. Luffy continued. This person. Why don't you play your cards according to the routine? I need you, sir, I don't need it. Ivankov was furious. Couldn't you just follow my instructions? Luffy became furious, and slapped Ivankov on the face. This slap goes down. A slap print was printed on Ivankov's face. He rolled a few times on the ground before he stabilized his body. Ivankov's jaw was pulled crookedly, and he insisted on ninja pain to correct his jaw. You, what is your identity? Really? After the slap, Ivankov was much more honest. Let me tell you, my last name is Monkey. Luffy gave him a hint. Monkey? What the hell? Ivankov didn't react for a while, but soon, he raised his head abruptly, staring at Luffy in front of him. To know. The surname prefix of the head dragon of their Revolutionary Army is Monkey. You. Ivankov pointed at Luffy, speechless for a while. Yes. He realized it. The Luffy in front of him was named Monkey, and he knew that he was a revolutionary soldier. Is he the son of a dragon? May I have your name? Ivankov asked anxiously. Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy gave his full name. Are you really the son of the dragon? Ivankov opened his mouth wide. Although I don't want to admit it, it's really what you think. Luffy said. Long, he actually has a son. Ivankov really didn't know anything about it. This is Impel Down, have you been imprisoned in Impel Down too? Also, what are you doing in my ladyboy paradise? How did you find it? To this place? Why are there so many problems? Take your people and escape. Luffy picked his ears and answered. Confirmed Luffy's identity. Ivankov was ecstatic. Dragon has a son. This guy is really not kind. Actually hiding so many things from them. All the time. Ivankov is worried about being the future leader of their revolutionary army. Now, those worries simply don't exist anymore. Immediately, Ivankov asked all the people in the demon paradise to pack their bags and prepared to follow Luffy without hesitation. Seeing that Ivankov trusts himself so much with just a surname, Luffy also changed his previous chill. He looked at Ivankov in surprise and asked, "Are you so relieved?" "I'm very relieved. You are my young master now. From now on, whatever you say will be what you say. I, Ivankov, will follow your example." Ivankov immediately expressed his attitude to Luffy. It was the second time Luffy was called the young master. "I was wrong before. This time, really not mistaken." In addition to Luffy's status as the fifth emperor soon, he is also the noble son of the revolutionary army. 2.8. This is an indisputable fact. Let me introduce you to a few people. Luffy brought the troop from SE Paradise to the front of the Straw Hat Pirates, and introduced the identities of his crew to everyone. And at the same time when Luffy incorporated this troop from the SE Paradise, Zoro and Sanji, Usopp and Frankie et.al. They also opened all the prisons on the 5th floor. Prisoners thought they were imprisoned in this dark impel down, and since then they have no connection with the outside world. But they really didn't expect it. There is still a chance to escape from prison today. Able to get out of here. The prisoners are naturally happy. And for Zoro and Sanji their request. All the prisoners are also very good. If you want others to help you, you must at least help others. And this time the enemy. It was the Marine who imprisoned them in the first place. Think of Marine. Many prisoners clenched their fists, full of resentment. I can't wait to tear Marine's hands away. Most of the prisoners are willing to help them fight the Marine. Certainly. There were a few little hiccups along the way. Some prisoners made trouble on purpose. They are completely dissatisfied with Zoro. Pity. Before Luffy had given orders, Zoro almost killed the prisoner in one hit. Seeing this, the other prisoners who want to rebel will put an example here. Immediately became honest. Freed the prisoners on the 5th floor. Everyone continued to release the prisoners on the 4th floor. It stands to reason that there is nothing to say about releasing prisoners. But it's on the 4th floor. Luffy met a man with a red nose, wearing a prison uniform, long blue hair, and dressed as Oda. Buggy. See each other. Luffy's eyes lit up. According to the legend, when the lucky color Haki points to the full level, he will have a man who will compete with him for the throne of One Piece. He is also in Impel Down. Chapter 73. Buggy. A man who rose to fame after Summit War. Why do you say he became famous after the war? First, after clamoring for Whitebeard, Whitebeard ignored the past and even took the initiative to win over. Second, insulting Shanks, who would dare not give Shanks face. He happened to meet a buggy god tier, not only refused to give it, he even threw it on the ground and stomped on it twice, which caused an uproar from countless people. Third, even in the face of the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye, the two sides fought back and forth. Even Mihawk was pointed at the nose by Zongji and scolded, "Your swordsmanship can't help me." Fourth, there are countless little brothers, and the combined rewards of all the little brothers are almost more than 2 billion. Can ordinary pirates do it? This is the man who wants to compete with Luffy for the throne of One Piece, the coveted king of the world. If it were an ordinary person, would he have such courage? Buggy was originally a supporting role, a nobody in East Blue, and the captain of the Clown Pirates. But there are no absolutes. Every dog has his day. Even if you can't think of flying, it's hard. And Summit War. That was the turning point for Buggy. The aura of Buggy God tier in Summit War is even brighter than Luffy as the protagonist. Slashed by Hawkeye, flashed by Kizaru, hammered by Akainu, frozen by Aokiji in Summit War. Suffering many setbacks and not dying. In the end, he helped Luffy rescue Ace. After intercepting a camera phone bug in front of people all over the world, put on Marine's robe, draw a huge X on the Big Justice. Such a move that shocked the world. It's hard to make Buggy famous. As expected. Because of his extraordinary performance in Summit War. The title of Shishibukai falls to Buggy. From then on, Buggy reached the pinnacle of his life and became a new generation of 7 warlords of the sea who exist to check and balance the 4 emperors on the sea. The strength is not enough, and the weakness is too weak. But he was still able to serve as Shishibukai, and he accepted countless little fans, and was even named by Marine as an intern on the evil pirate ship. This is Buggy's legendary life. Certainly. This is something. Luffy looked at the red nose in front of him, and the red nose also looked at Luffy. You are. Buggy pointed at Luffy, and was stunned for a long time before saying his name. You are Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid. In East Blue. Of course Buggy has seen Luffy. Even his 08 Straw Hat pirates fought against Buggy's clown pirates. Certainly. At that time, the strength of both sides was generally not strong. Luffy just came out. Still a stunned young man. Buggy is just a little pirate with a bounty of 15 million Baileys. The weak cannot be the weak ones. Follow the storyline in the original book. Now Luffy is supposed to stir up the bloodbath of Impel Down with Buggy. Finally arrived at Marineford with the prisoners. But now the situation is different. Luffy has already been offered a reward of 2 billion by Marine, vaguely becoming the existence of the 5 emperors in the first half of the Grand Line. Such strength. Such a bounty. Luffy's fame. It has already caused a sensation in the whole world. Buggy naturally also got news and newspapers about Luffy. When seeing Luffy grow step by step, Buggy that's very jealous. But jealousy is jealousy. He could only watch helplessly. Did not think of Luffy, who played back and forth with himself in East Blue at the beginning, has become a person who makes the New World boss pay attention to him. 5 emperors. This is the absolute title for a group of pirates. That is the goal that countless people spend their whole lives chasing. And how old is Luffy? 17 or 18 years old. His future prospects? Unlimited. We meet again. Buggy has mixed flavors. There is no longer the appearance of clamoring before. Instead, he behaved himself and stood in front of Luffy honestly. Meet Buggy. Zoro grinned, aren't you the captain of the clown pirates? Why is this Impel Down? At that time, you seem to have caused us a lot of trouble. Nami rubbed his hands. The clown was myself. Buggy was silent, and now Luffy could crush himself to death with one hand. He didn't dare to touch his brows. After all, life is precious. This thing is still no joke. Luffy didn't make it difficult for Buggy, after all, he is a living creature. Buggy, how did you get in here? Asked Luffy. This. Buggy thought for a while, and told the news that he accidentally dug into the secret passage of Marine when he was digging for treasure, and thus got caught. Ha ha ha. His words immediately made Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and others laugh from ear to ear. Buggy also turned red. This is really embarrassing. Okay, stop laughing. Luffy stopped everyone's laughter. We are planning to escape from prison and leave this Impel Down. Would you like to come with us? Call him. Zoro and Nami were taken aback. They remembered Buggy's current strength. Say it bluntly. Been on Thousand Sunny for a while. The speed of practice is multiplied and improved. Nami's combat power is higher than Buggy's. Is it suitable, Luffy? Sanji asked worriedly. Why is it inappropriate? Maybe Buggy will bring us a different kind of surprise, or unexpected luck. Luffy giggled and smiled. Okay, then take him with you. Luffy said so, and Nami, Zoro and others did not object. Luffy agreed upon hearing it. Buggy is happy on the branch. If only there were thighs like Luffy. If I want to escape from this impel down, it is simply a piece of cake. Then, Buggy hugged Luffy's leg without hesitation. 10 strokes fixed his appearance. The prisoners on the 5th, 4th, and 3rd floors were all released by Luffy. This moment, the number of people has reached 2,000. Do not misunderstand. The 1st floor has the most prisoners, but their strength is the weakest. Then came the 2nd floor, the 3rd floor, and the 4th floor. And so on. Further down, the fewer the number of people. But on the contrary, no matter whether it is reward or strength, these aspects will be higher. How many people are imprisoned in the eternal hell on the 6th floor? But they just pop out. They are all sensationalists. When Luffy freed the prisoners on the 3rd floor. Finally, over there in the control room all over Impel Down, their people sensed it. It's not good, Warden, these prisoners have escaped. Deputy Warden Han Yabao was on duty in the control room. But because he was so bored, he dozed off and fell asleep. But it happened to be because of the time of napping. The entire Impel Down was in turmoil. See this scene. Deputy Warden Han Yabao was dumbfounded. Quickly reported the news to the Warden Magellan, who was squatting in the toilet. What? Did the prisoner escape? The moment I heard the news. The Warden Magellan quickly tidied himself up, then ran out of the toilet, grabbed Han Yabao by the collar and said, "How long have the prisoners escaped?" As the warden, he is naturally responsible for suppressing these prisoners. But he didn't think of it. Just today. Just when Marshal Sengoku transferred their Impel Down soldiers to Marineford, the prisoners escaped collectively. How can this be good? Anyway, the turmoil on the Impel Down side cannot affect the Marineford side either. Once impressed, take the blame yourself. This. I just dozed off. Han Yabao spoke the truth. Such a big thing happened, do you still have the mind to take a nap? Magellan slapped Han Yabao across the face. Although no effort, it also made a slap mark on Han Yabao's face. Han Yabao looked down. He also knows. This is what I did wrong. Forget it, the top priority is to suppress these prisoners. It has already happened, and Magellan doesn't care about it anymore. Han Yabao, gather all the troops in the entire Impel Down, and go with me to suppress the prisoners. Magellan's side hastily moved. All of a sudden, a full 3,000 soldiers were mobilized for the entire Impel Down. The usual Impel Down is guarded by 30,000 soldiers, and there are 70 or 80 warships guarding the periphery. Otherwise, how can it be called an undersea prison that no one can break? Nowadays, almost all of the 80 warships were transferred. Only 10% of the 30,000 soldiers remained. Suddenly it was infiltrated by some people who plotted against the law. Magellan was also caught off guard. Simply as the warden for many years, Magellan still has a good hand. Immediately close all intersections. He even led 3,000 soldiers to suppress them in the direction of the prisoners. How many of us are there? After liberating the 3rd prison, Luffy asked Buggy behind him. Have to say, Luffy did a great job bringing Buggy over. Now Buggy, to please Luffy. He is the author. Maintain relationships among prisoners. Because of his existence, prisoners start following Buggy lead. And Buggy. It is Luffy who leads the way. Almost 2,000 people. Buggy hurried back to report. Are there only 2,000 people? I estimate that the 2nd and 1st floors should have the most people. Luffy thought for a moment. That's right. Buggy answered with a nod. The troop continues to move forward. Suddenly, a suspension bridge appeared in front of everyone. This suspension bridge is very high, with a length of 500 meters. It will take a few minutes to walk across it. Not only that, the bridge is only wide enough for 2 adults to walk side by side. If 2,000 people want to pass, the time needs to be improved a lot. Under this bridge, it is hot and thick magma. Once it falls into it, the consequences will be disastrous. Have thousands of troops crossed the single plank bridge? Luffy narrowed his eyes. Just Luffy. When preparing for the prisoners to step on the single plank bridge. Clang! The huge single plank bridge suddenly broke. Followed by a cold voice, "Humph, if you want to leave the big undersea prison, you have asked me if Magellan agrees." At this time, Magellan as warden. Just across from Luffy et.al. And this single plank bridge collapsed. And that's exactly what Magellan did. Luffy and the 2,000 prisoners behind him looked up. Notice that the person on the other side is actually with the warden Magellan. Many prisoners gasped. To know. He was imprisoned in Impel Down for a long time. To say they are most afraid of people. Nothing beats Magellan in front of me. When they were prisoners before, these pirates were often suppressed by Magellan. And Magellan stood in the position of the enemy. It is said, Magellan's strength is not weaker than anyone in Marine's top management. Otherwise, Sengoku won't feel comfortable putting him in this very important Impel Down. 2,000 prisoners were terrified. I couldn't help but take a step or two back. Magellan. Warden of Impel Down. Poison fruit ability user. Just a few names, give the prisoners a fatal blow. Let them not be able to raise the mind of fighting at all. Hehe, it seems that we have encountered an enemy. Luffy naturally knows Magellan, and his Lele fruit. He thought Magellan and the others wouldn't be able to find out about this jailbreak. But now it seems. I think too much. They have already ambushed here at the suspension bridge. Buggy, is there another road nearby? Luffy asked Buggy. Not for the time being. If you want to leave Impel Down, you must cross this single plank bridge. Buggy replied. Looks like Magellan has to deal with this. Luffy said calmly. Magellan is certainly strong. Although it has the strength of Admiral level. It can be said as if there is no one here. Whether it's a Smile or a Green Bull. You can even compete with Magellan. Not to mention. I'm about to do it myself. He thought about it. No matter who wins Yuxiao and Lunyu, they will probably be entangled with Magellan for a while. I am different. Use God's false vision. He can even achieve the unexpected ability like the last time he competed with Kizaru. Magellan, let me tell you, are you stupid? If we had all stepped on the single plank bridge just now and you were doing it, wouldn't all of us here be killed? Luffy called out to Magellan on the other side. You are Straw Hat. Blind to Luffy for a moment, then immediately recognized his identity. Straw Hat Luffy, 050? Why is he here? As for Luffy being offered a reward of 2 billion, it will soon become the first half of the Grand Line 5 Emperors. Almost famous in the sea. How could Magellan not know? But he didn't expect that Impel Down was jailbroken this time. It turned out to be Luffy's doing. This guy. What does he want to do? Straw Hat Luffy, what do you want to do when you come to Impel Down? Magellan shouted at Luffy. At that time, you will know. I heard that this is the only way to go to the upper floor. Since you are blocking my way, I have to take you down to open the way. Even in the abyss below the feet, there is thick magma under the abyss. Luffy just jumped. His figure accompanied him and landed steadily on the opposite bank. In front of Magellan. For Luffy's strength. Magellan knows it all. He is like an enemy. Hurry up and wait. Treat Magellan. Luffy is not soft on his hands. The second gear, the opening of Armament Haki, Observation Haki. Step on the Marine 6 styles. Luffy disappeared with a whoosh. Throw a punch at Magellan. Magellan was ready. Also hastened to deal with Luffy's attack. The two sides smashed together immediately. Machine gun. Luffy swung a shadowless fist in his hand. Although Magellan is powerful, his physical skills are a bit poor. This first collision just got 2 punches from Luffy. Poison Dragon. As soon as the expert makes a move, he will know if there is one. Magellan's poisonous fruit ability is very powerful, and he has already cultivated it to the peak. Release now. The momentum is incomparably astonishing. I saw a green dragon released from Magellan's hand. Straight to Luffy coming. The poisonous dragon carries a terrifying evil spirit, whoever touches it will die, and those who touch it will be seriously injured. Pity. Even the most powerful poisonous water. But blocked by Luffy's Armament Haki. Covering Armament Haki's fist, Luffy punched the dragon through with 1 punch. 1 poisonous dragon is not enough, let's get a few more. Luffy gestures to Magellan to use some powerful abilities. This dragon. No need to copy with delusions. As you wish. Magellan crossed his hands on his chest, and his feet were instantly touched by poisonous gas. Immediately afterwards, a total of 108 green dragons rose from the ground. This moment, Magellan is like the master of this world. Under the care of his poisonous fruit, even the fiery red magma was dyed green by him. Well done. Ding. That's when Magellan zoomed in. The delusion in Luffy's eyes already opened. He waited. It's Magellan's big move. This moment, Luffy crossed his arms over his chest too. The emerald green venom spread all over his body, and at the same time, 108 emerald green dragons spread out from Luffy's feet. What? A sudden scene. Magellan, who is the warden, was stunned, and the movement of reading the article in his hand also stopped, and he was dumbfounded. Chapter 74. Watching a total of 108 emerald green dragons appear in Luffy's hands. Magellan was shocked. Poison fruit. Why did his own poisonous fruit come out of Luffy's hands? The unwritten rules of the sea. Magellan is not ignorant. At the same time, it is impossible to have 2 identical devil fruits. Why would Luffy use his own poisonous fruit? This puzzled Magellan. This moment, Magellan stood there dumbfounded. Even the reading of the big move in your hand, give up. Chance. The master fights, and the winner can be determined in seconds. Not to mention, Magellan in front of him stood in front of him so stupidly. Luffy pointed one hand at Magellan. 108 dragons bombarded Magellan. Venom flew across the scene. Some fell to the ground, and some stuck to the wall. Some fell into the magma. There was a sizzling sound. Magellan is originally a poisonous fruit ability user. His own poison is of course ineffective against himself. Don't forget. Luffy didn't expect to use poison against Magellan. A layer of Armament Haki, which appears on Luffy's arm. The current Luffy's strength has already reached its peak. This is the ability he obtained by drawing before. Marine 6 styles with Armament Haki and top-notch power. Under the addition of rubber fruit. This punch from Luffy. The force has caught up to Garp. As good as Magellan was, he couldn't stop Luffy at this moment. Punch in the past. Magellan's face was sunken. Just heard a bang. Magellan flew back abruptly, hitting the wall heavily with his body. He printed a human-shaped imprint on the walls. And Magellan. With a double I have passed out in a coma. Warden of Impel down, the strongest Magellan. He and Luffy were dealt with on the spot in less than 3 rounds. This scene. The 3,000 guards on the scene were shocked. Everyone's face was full of horror. That's their Warden Magellan. Such a powerful Magellan. In Luffy's hands, it doesn't take 3 rounds at all. How strong is this Straw Hat Luffy? Countless Marines are in awe of Luffy. There is no slightest contempt at all. They naturally knew that Luffy was offered a reward of 2 billion by Marine. Is this the strength of 2 billion pirates? In the past, it was just a rumor. Nowadays, they finally saw their true colors. Powerful. Too strong. Not just marine. For the 2,000 prisoners, they have always been self-proclaimed Ren Luo. Can be locked and impelled down after all. It is enough to illustrate their strength. Everyone is extraordinary. But let's be honest. No matter how arrogant they are, they also had a visceral sense of dread when facing Magellan. Magellan. Warden of Impel Down. The strength of strength does not lie in how much strength he possesses. It's his poisonous fruit, which makes people unable to live or die. Almost all the prisoners at the scene have experienced the sense of fear that Magellan brought to them. Nowadays, Magellan was killed by Luffy so quickly. Many inmates stared at Luffy dumbfounded. His strength is actually so powerful. There is no harm without comparison. The prisoners at the scene suddenly realized their own shortcomings. Even those prisoners who were secretly preparing to rebel and mutiny, who refused to obey discipline. He also quickly put away his little thoughts. Such a strong person is in front of them. Who dares to rebel? Once caught. I'm afraid it's worse than dying. For a while, a small number of prisoners who had a wrong idea also calmed down. Magellan was hors de combat. The backbone is defeated. The remaining marines had no intention of fighting. Bang 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 bang. It is not known who dropped the weapon first. The army was defeated like a mountain. 3,000 marines dropped their weapons one after another. He threw away his helmet and armor, and fled in despair. For these fleeing marines, Luffy didn't give chase. Let them go. He looked to the other side of the cliff behind him, which was the side of the 2,000 prisoners and the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy asked Yuxiao to use the fruit of gravity to send these 2,000 people over. This is for a smile. No difficulty at all. I saw a smile and took a step forward. The gravity fruit was activated in his hand. Countless rocks began to float, and a stone bridge was rebuilt on top of the magma. Everyone stepped on the stone bridge to the prison on the second floor. As Luffy thought, the number of prisoners on the second floor began to increase. More than 5,000 people were imprisoned here. More than 5,000 people. This number is almost double the sum of 3, 4, and 5 floors of prisons. Magellan lost. Marines throw away their armor. No one can stop Luffy from pushing the big prison under the sea. After the second floor was liberated, everyone brought their troops to the first floor. People here. There are more than 13,000. Although the level of strength is uneven, but it is also a force that cannot be underestimated. Luffy waved his hand. All these prisoners were recruited. The 13,000 inmates also heard about the opportunity to leave Impel Down. A large number of pirates are willing to follow Luffy. They hate Marine, it's not just a day or two. Now it's only up to Marine to start their revenge. Be free. All prisoners are duty bound. 13,000 people all joined. At this time, behind Luffy, a full 20,000 prisoners have been gathered. The number of these prisoners is even more than 5,000 more than that of the Beichuan. Strong combat power has been gathered by Luffy. All of them are vicious and wanted pirates. The rewards of 20,000 people roughly add up, leaving aside Bullet, Jinbei, and others. The total has exceeded 5 billion. 20,000 people marched to the port of Impel Down. It's here. Luffy directly snatched 20 warships. 20 warships carrying 20,000 villains. The horn sounded, the warships set sail, and headed straight for Marine Ford. Set off. Luffy's eyes sparkled brightly. Let's talk about Marine Ford. The war is already going on. The two sides fought inextricably. Now, a large number of Marines and pirates on both sides were killed one after another. Even the news of the death of Vice Admiral and the death of the captain of the affiliated pirate group spread. Marine Ford. Full of killing and cruelty. There are people making sacrifices all the time. This is the cold blood of war. There is no empathy at all. Half of the more than 50 vice-admirals died at the scene. Half of the 43 captains of the affiliated pirate group died on the spot. This scene spread all over the world. Countless people are worried about it. Although the Whitebeard pirates were determined to win ace at the beginning. But when the battle started, they gradually realized it. Marine has laid a net against the Whitebeard pirates. 3 admirals, 50 vice-admirals, more than a dozen giant vice-admirals, 150,000 marines, hundreds of pacifists crushed, and more than 200 warships launched buster call-like bombing on the periphery. White group here. If it weren't for the hard support of Whitebeard, Marco, Jaws, and others, I'm afraid it's already gone. Whitebeard is Whitebeard. Sengoku stands on the scaffold, looking at Whitebeard, who is fighting fiercely in the distance. At this time Whitebeard was covered in blood. Even half of the head was punched by Akainu, and the body was covered with blood. Seriously injured, he was even attacked by Kizaru. Several transparent holes have appeared on Whitebeard's body. But even Whitebeard, who was so badly injured, but still fighting against the 3 admirals with all their strength. Sengoku is quite admirable, and has been an opponent for so many years. Although Whitebeard is old, but at the end of the year, he still has this peak strength. Enough to see Whitebeard's extraordinary. That kind of people. It is hateful to stay, but it is a pity to kill. But Sengoku has no intention of killing. Anyway, must leave Whitebeard here today. To this end, he even let the 3 admirals go together. Sengoku and Garp guard the execution platform. This is how Admiral sieges Whitebeard. Akainu's face was also covered in blood, and he didn't miss a few punches from Whitebeard. The old Kizaru always hides behind Akainu. He did no harm. Aokiji is paddling, he doesn't want to bully the few with more. Actually, the reason why Whitebeard lasted so long, it's just because his opponent is only Akainu. Poor Akainu. The people around are all actors, and he is the only one who is carrying the banner of Marine. Great eruption. Akainu exploded. Lava fruit full release. He punches Whitebeard. Air shock. Whitebeard's shock fruit is also activated. The fists of the two clashed together. The air wave directly spread out, resounding across the 4 fields, shattering the sky, exploding outside the sky, shattering the void, and shaking the entire sea. Because of the collision of their fists, the tsunami has been churned again. The power on the fist is constantly increasing and increasing. Akainu burst out with all his strength, and Whitebeard burst out with all his strength. It's like doing waves. Go all out. The battle situation is gradually stalemate. After all, Akainu is in peak form, coupled with strong strength. In contrast to Whitebeard, the sun is setting, the old age is here. Although stronger than Akainu, can fight for a long time. It also caused Whitebeard a serious physical loss. This time the two sides are attacking with all their strength. Still lost to Whitebeard. Bump. Whitebeard staggered back and backed away. Legs make long trenches on the ground. Then, Whitebeard grabbed his own Kong Yunki with both hands, and barely leaned on Kong Yunki's third leg, which prevented him from falling to the ground. Seeing Whitebeard being forced back by himself, Akainu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Whitebeard, you are old and useless. If you hide in New World, we may not be able to do anything to you, but unfortunately, this is Marineford. Akainu roared with murderous intent. My body is not as good as before, and now I am being ridiculed by you, a little brat, I am really in trouble. Whitebeard said coldly, clutching his wound. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. See this scene. Now is the golden opportunity to kill Whitebeard. At this point, there's no need to show mercy. Not you die. I die. Akainu gritted his teeth. Unprepared, he punched Whitebeard again. Father, you go. A hulking man stood in front of Whitebeard. He is the third Captain Jaws. Those who stand in my way die. Akainu sees Jaws in the way. He directly launched a sharp attack on Jaws. Jaws is also seriously injured now. He had already been beaten to the brink of death. Now facing Marine Admiral Akainu, he is not Akainu's opponent at all. He was bombarded on the spot. But Jaws was still unrelenting. Hugging Akainu's leg, trying hard to keep Akainu in place. At the same time, he shouted loudly towards Whitebeard, Father, you are our backbone, you feel that you can't lose anything, go, go. Jaws. Whitebeard looked at Joza who was embracing Akainu for himself, and he wanted to act. But excruciating pain tore at Whitebeard. Whitebeard staggered a few steps. Still fell to the ground. Skyard, get Dad out of here quickly. Jaws yelled at Skyard again. Skyard, one of the captains of the 43 affiliated pirates under Whitebeard, has the title of Great Eddie Spider. Hear Jaws calling for help. Skyard thought for a while, took a deep look at Akainu, and then said to Whitebeard, Father, I will take you away. But, Jaws. Whitebeard couldn't let go of Jaws. You are the backbone of our Whitebeard pirates, you must not lose, get out of here. Skyard said to Whitebeard. After all, Whitebeard was taken away by Skyard. BD, let go. Looking at Josie who was hugging his leg tightly, Akainu yelled at him viciously. Don't think about it. Jaws would not let go. Then you go to die. Akainu raised his magma fist, punched to the flesh, and hit Jos's face with all his strength. Bang bang bang. Jaws even wants to keep Akainu. I'm afraid it can't be done now. His entire face was covered in magma. Fiery breath filled his mouth and nose. Under Akainu's attack, Jaws finally passed out. And just a second before he fainted, Jaws stared blankly. Immediately afterwards, it seemed as if he had seen something unbelievable. Far away, the Eddie Spider, who was supposed to leave the scene with Whitebeard, suddenly turned back. Draw your own sword. A sword into Whitebeard's vitals. At the same time, accompanied by Skyard's angry voice, go to hell, you wolf-hearted thing. Skyard's knife made Whitebeard look at him in disbelief. Dad. At the same time, the other captains also saw the scene in front of them. Skyard, what are you doing? Daddy. Daddy. Damn it, I'm fighting with you guys Marine. To see Whitebeard in such a horrific state. Everyone in the Beichuan has put life and death aside. Apart from anything else, risk your life to fight with Marine. His body was already badly damaged, and now Whitebeard was attacked again by his son Skyard. Add injury to injury. Whitebeard covered his wound, and he asked Skyard with difficulty, Skyard, Zhao Dezeo, what are you doing? Humph, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, the Whitebeard pirates won't be easily destroyed by you. Skyard spoke to Whitebeard in a self-important voice. Far away, Akainu also stopped moving. The corners of his mouth were raised, revealing a triumphant smile. No doubt. The reason why Skyard has the current scene is because of his instigation. Why should I destroy the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard asked puzzled. Stop pretending, this time you called everyone to Marineford, isn't it just to unite with Marshal Marine to destroy our Whitebeard pirates? Newgate, I have seen through your plot. Skyard said with a serious face. After Whitebeard heard about it, he immediately understood that Skyard was being used by others. Skyard, the Whitebeard pirates were established by me alone, others don't know, don't you even know? Do you think I have any reason to destroy us? This big family? You're being used, do you know? For Whitebeard, no matter how heavy the burden is on him, he can treat his sons with a smile and tell them they are okay when the sky is falling. And I'm holding on to it myself. But he absolutely cannot tolerate it. The big family that I built fell apart, mutual suspicion, and finally parted ways. Immediately, Whitebeard went over the pros and cons with Skiyard. It is impossible for him to destroy the pirate group he built with his own hands. Skiyard also reined in the precipice. Realized that he was cheated by Akainu. He stared wide-eyed at the sincere Whitebeard in front of him. Besides, the knife that was inserted into Whitebeard's stomach by himself. What did I do? Just now. Skiyard aimed specifically at Whitebeard's vitals. Therefore, Whitebeard has completely lost his fighting power. Whitebeard was the last barrier of the Whitebeard. Now this pours down the barrier. Destroyed by himself. This means that their Bai Tuan situation is gone. No more capital to compete with Marine for the final victory. Skiyard covered his head and fell into confusion. Chapter 75. Skiyard's panic was seen. Whitebeard's courage was also revealed. He didn't blame, but looked at Skiyard, who blamed himself with a smile. Stretch out your big hand. Take Skiyard in his arms. Whitebeard uttered the iconic line, "You're my son anyway." This moment, Skiyard was moved to tears. Wrong. I did it all wrong. Damn Marine. Damn Akainu. Actually set a trap waiting for me to jump in. Skiyard firmly stood by the white group. Anyway today, let's live and die with the Whitebeard pirates. Skiyard revives and must avenge Whitebeard's injury now. Sakazuki, take your life. Skiyard drew his sword and charged at Akainu. Jumping clown. Akainu let out a loud cry. Marine Admiral's strength showed in him. Even if Skiyard is one of the 43 captains, a reward of more than 200 million Baileys is offered. But with Admiral, the difference is still far. In less than a few rounds, knocked down by Akainu. Even the Skiyard reign in the brink. The defeat of their Whitebeard pirates is a foregone conclusion. Even their old man, Whitebeard, is completely powerless right now. Whitebeard is dead, you are useless, go to hell. Akainu didn't hold back at all. Looking at Skiyard, who fell to the ground, Akainu delivered the final blow. But at the moment when Akainu's fist was about to hit Skiyard, Whitebeard moved. He was seriously injured and forcibly caught Akainu's punch. Until I fall, you are absolutely not allowed to hurt my craftsman. Whitebeard said weakly, coughing blood. Old and immortal things, then take your life first. Akainu blasts Dark Hound. It hit Whitebeard hard. Whitebeard fell to the ground, already on the verge of death. Looking at the dying Whitebeard, Akainu's eyes flashed fiercely. Leader of what era, let me kill you, an old BD. Akainu beat the killer. Dad. Marco, Vista, and Yi Zhang, these captains, rushed towards Whitebeard in a hurry. Crash. An ice wall stopped all the captains. The ice wall is like the banks of the Yellow River, separating Marco and other captains from Whitebeard. Who else is not Aokiji to unleash the ice wall? 43 captains also wanted to return. 8-foot Kyanguyu. Kizaru unleashes flashes of light all over the sky, shutting out all the captains of the Fukushi pirates. On sight, only Akainu and Whitebeard were left facing each other in the middle of the battle. Akainu walked up to Whitebeard and looked down at Whitebeard, who had lost his combat effectiveness. When you go to hell, you have to remember, the person who killed you today is Sakazuki. Akainu's arm has been wrapped in magma. The magma fell to the ground, making a sizzling sound. The voice just fell. Akainu raised his magma fist and slammed it at the defenseless Whitebeard. If the punch fell on Whitebeard, apparently Whitebeard was to be eradicated. Daddy. Father, get out of here. The other team leaders desperately wanted to jump over the ice wall. But even if he jumped over, it would be too late. Every fan captain was furious. Could it be? They could only look at their father helplessly. Die in front of them? No. The faces of the team leaders were full of reluctance. Every one of them is going crazy. Dad. Even on the execution platform. Seeing this scene, Ace burst into tears. Next to Ace, Marshal Sengoku closed his eyes. Is the war finally coming to an end? After preparing for so long, the loss was extremely heavy. But it can be exchanged for such a result. For them Marine is enough. From tonight, even if it is the 4 emperors, the Marine will go around when they see them. Garp, who was sitting in the 3rd admiral position, also averted his eyes. Whitebeard. Has your time finally come to an end? To die in such a great battle would not be in vain as a soldier. The Shishibukai were also silent one after another. He looked in Whitebeard's direction and was silent. The strongest man in the world is about to die. It's finally coming to an end. Marine Ford, where blood is flowing like a river, is about to usher in the light. Not just Marine Ford. The same goes for the whole world watching the summit war. Some were depressed, mourning the imminent death of Whitebeard. Some people are extremely excited, these evil pirates are finally going to perish. Whitebeard. This era. The end time is coming. Akainu's fist full of magma smashed down on Whitebeard's head amidst the silence of the marine executives, the despair of the captains, and the end of the Marine Ford Summit War. But at this second, a mutation has happened. On the distant sea, a piercing air wave is rapidly approaching. He stepped on the sea, and the speed at which he moved even broke the air. The waves rush to the sides. The speed is galloping. In the blink of an eye, you are on the scene of Summit War, and you are in the middle of Whitebeard and Akainu. Seeing that Akainu's fist was about to smash down. Come and stop it with one hand. At the same time, Aidk, the person who came, raised his other hand, which was also covered with magma. Great eruption. This person actually also used the lava fruit ability, hitting Akainu's body hard with his fist covered in magma. Akainu was caught off guard. Brutally endured this fist. Unparalleled and violent power is imposed on it, under the domination of powerful power. Akainu's head was spinning, he almost couldn't bear it, and almost lost his combat history. But even so, Akainu was still beaten and flew out. He plunged headfirst into the ruins behind him, and the fist of the magma made face-to-face contact with his face. Adding a blow with top strength. Half of Akainu's face was sunken. Under this trick, thick smoke rose from the center of the entire battlefield. A long time. The thick smoke slowly began to dissipate. One of them stood in front of Whitebeard. He was wearing a straw hat, simple and clean clothes, short black hair, and a heroic and aggressive face full of confidence. Good. Luffy has arrived on the scene. The lava fruit ability just now was released by him. He who turned on the vein vision, reproduced the desperation of the sky. And give Akainu a headshot. Swish swish swish. Blowing Marine Admiral Akainu away with one move. For a while, the eyes of everyone in Marine Ford. It's all about Luffy. Marine over there. Sengoku, Garp, Crane, Empress, Doflamingo, Mihawk, Moria gripping teeth, and more. They looked horrified. A strange color flashed in everyone's pupils. Why is this Straw Hat Luffy here? Same astonishment. And the Whitebeard pirates sighed. All the captains were desperate before, they couldn't go back to help Whitebeard. Seeing that Whitebeard is about to be murdered by Akainu, Luffy appears. And saved their father. He's Luffy the Straw Hat. This summit war is the decisive battle between our Marine and Whitebeard. Why did he, an irrelevant pirate, come in? Damn it, I almost killed Whitebeard, I almost ended this era. Falling short of success. Some Marines were outraged. Staring angrily at Luffy in front of him. Everyone gritted their teeth. I can't wait to tear him apart. Luffy. Compared to Marine's outrage, On the side of the white group, everyone looked towards Luffy with strong gratitude. If not for him, I'm afraid Whitebeard has been killed by now. Of course they know. Luffy and their ace are sworn brothers. But they never expected it. At this critical moment, it was Luffy who appeared and rescued the scene in time. Just now, their hearts are almost entangled together. I thought, Whitebeard is really about to fall. It's this guy again. Sengoku originally thought that the overall situation was settled, but he didn't expect that at such a juncture, he came again. At the same time, Sengoku looked at Garp angrily. Garp at the moment. He was also stunned by Luffy's appearance. Luffy Why is he here? Confused. Is this summit war where you can come? No matter what kind of big event you make in the first half of the Grand Line, even if you kill the celestial dragons in Sabaody Archipelago. For the sake of the overall situation, Marine may not argue with you for the time being. But what time is it now? The war is about to be settled. You also come to disrupt the situation at this critical moment. Don't want to live yet? He's here anyway. Staff Officer Crane frowned, glanced at Garp and said to himself. Oh hey, here comes a difficult guy. Seeing Luffy, Kizaru remembered the scene when he lost to Luffy last time. He has been very puzzled. Even if Luffy has a second devil fruit, this second devil fruit may be the ability to copy others. Then how did he copy all of his 8-foot Kyanguyu and burst out with the same power? Luffy. On the execution stand. Ace was also delighted after meeting Luffy. Although Luffy has a reward of 2 billion, is very powerful, and has the title of the 5th Emperor in the first half, but in the final analysis, he has only one person. Although Sengoku was annoyed, he quickly calmed down. One more person is not many, one less person is not much. Since he chose to side with the Whitebeard pirates, even if he used all of Marine's power today, he would keep them here. Just when Sengoku had such an idea. Buzz buzz. There are 20 shadows shining on Marine Ford. On the square, 20 shadows suddenly appeared. It caught the attention of everyone in Marine. Everyone looked towards the sky. I don't know if I don't read it. 20 floating warships impressively came into view. Golden Lion. Seeing the floating warship, every Marine, even Sengoku, Garp and others changed their expressions. Golden Lion immediately came to mind. After all, only Lion Fruit has the ability, and the regiment has such a scene. Pity. This is not Lion Fruit. It's a gravitational fruit of a smile. After Luffy arrives in Marine Ford, 20 warships also arrived one after another. Control these warships with a smile. It landed steadily in Marine Ford, presented in front of everyone. Drink. As soon as they got off the boat, the prisoners on it suddenly shouted and drank one by one. Wearing a prison uniform, holding up the weapon in his hand. With arrogance and disrespect on their faces, everyone is aggressive. The voice of 20,000 people caused a sensation in the whole Marine Ford. Luffy stands at the forefront of 20,000 people. He looked at the Whitebeard pirates and Marine in front of him. A smile appeared on his face. Long time no see, Master Sengoku, are you in good health? Sengoku was calm when he saw Luffy before, but when he saw the tens of thousands of prisoners behind him, Sengoku's expression began to change. Why are there so many prisoners? Where did these prisoners come from? Sengoku couldn't calm down at all. Suddenly there are so many more people. There is only one possibility. Their great undersea prison has been breached. The prisoners are all set free by Luffy. You broke Impel down. Sengoku said with a heavy tone. Good. Luffy admitted lightly. With Luffy's acknowledgement, Sengoku felt a nameless rage in his heart, and the rage was so overwhelming that he was almost bloody angry. To know. Before that, they Marine have a great situation. Seeing that they can wipe out all the Whitebeard pirates, and even kill Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. Then suddenly Luffy appeared. Not only that, it also brought tens of thousands of prisoners from Impel Down. This great situation is directly reversed. The huge advantage of Marine disappeared after the appearance of Luffy. 4 Emperor's White Group, plus tens of thousands of prisoners. This terrifying combat power is here. Situation. It's starting to get confusing. They are Marine. In order to wipe out the Baituan, it can be said that all the elites were exhausted. It was hard to suppress them. And against the prisoner in front of him. Again. Of the prisoners who can be put in Impel Down, which one is the weak one? In terms of comprehensive combat strength, they are not even weaker than the Whitebeard pirates. In terms of battle experience, they are even better than the entire Marineford Marine soldiers on the scene. Sengoku clutched his forehead. Try to calm down the angry heart now. Careless. I was careless. In order to destroy the Whitebeard pirates, 90% of the elite from Impel Down was also mobilized. So that Impel Down fell, and all the prisoners poured out. Magellan is very powerful. Of course Sengoku knows this. But his opponent this time. It's Straw Hat Luffy. Now Luffy has been offered a reward of 2 billion. The strength has already surpassed Admiral's level. There are also his amazing abilities, and the information from Akainu Kizaru that he may be a double fruit ability user. Magellan is no match for him, and of course it is. Man proposes, God disposes. Even if he killed all the ideas of the Whitebeard pirates. Completely control Baituan in the palm of his hand. But it can't stand the extra branches. Luffy didn't mind coming, and even joined the war with the prisoners. Looking at the hatred towards Marine, the morale of the prisoners soared. On the other hand, look at Marine. Fighting with Baituan has already consumed most of the elite. All the Marine soldiers' faces were full of exhaustion. Some soldiers couldn't even lift their weapons. How to fight this? How else can you beat a prisoner in its prime? Sengoku now. It's as if you just climbed to the top of the mountain on foot, and suddenly slipped and fell into a trough. Think here. Sengoku is also a little unsteady. Anger hits the heart, and the anger shrouds. The world was spinning in my mind, I staggered a few steps, and almost fell to the ground. Marshal. Seeing Sengoku pale suddenly, some vice admirals stepped on the moonwalk and flew to the execution platform. Hold Sengoku up. Master Marshal, are you all right? Vice Admiral asked worriedly. I'm fine. Sengoku scratched his head and answered. Luffy. Luffy. Garb. You really have a good grandson. Caused myself so much trouble. Starting from Ice Lobby, all the way to Summit War now. The troubles brought by Luffy have kept Sengoku in a state of desperation almost all the time. Either getting yelled at by the Marie Joy's gang, or on the way to being yelled at. As a marshal, he lost all face. Talking about Luffy. He turned around. Come to the weak Whitebeard. He stared at the grey-faced Whitebeard in front of him, who was covered in bloodline Madara, his robes were off, and half of his beard had been beaten off. Although it is extremely embarrassing now. But in his sharp eyes, Luffy also saw the demeanor of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world. It was the first time he had seen Whitebeard. Also Whitebeard met Luffy for the first time. You're Luffy, I've heard Ace talk about you. Surrounded by many captains, Whitebeard said weakly to Luffy. Chapter 76. You are Luffy. Whitebeard looked at Luffy and continued, I didn't expect that the person who came here to rescue me was actually you. Anyway, thank you. You're welcome, I'm here for Ace. Luffy replied calmly. During the conversation, a fairy bean appeared in his hand. Luffy said to Whitebeard, eat him, not only can it cure your old diseases, but it can also restore you to your peak state in a short time. Look at the bean in Luffy's hand. Although Whitebeard was puzzled, he didn't think too much about it. Eat it right away. However, the moment he ate the xiando, originally covered in fashion, his skin was torn apart, and all his wounds were actually healing quickly. Not only that, a powerful force sinks the dantian with upright energy, piercing through the meridians of the whole body. For just a few seconds, Whitebeard is like soaking in a hot spring. His injuries healed, his physical strength recovered, and even the exhaustion caused by the previous high-intensity battle disappeared. Looking at the fist that suddenly poured into the far and constant force, Whitebeard was surprised for a moment. He looked at Luffy in front of him in astonishment and asked, "What did you just eat for me?" Marco, Vista, and the others may not be able to see the disc, but Whitebeard knows best. Own physical strength and injuries, all restored. God! How did you do that? Even Millennium Ginseng and 10,000 years Sauceria may not be able to achieve such a rapid effect. Certainly. Xiandu is certainly powerful. But Whitebeard's old disease is incurable. Although now Whitebeard's physical strength has recovered, but he has only just returned to the magnificent momentum before the Summit War. Far from being at the peak of his youth. But this is for Whitebeard now. That's enough. He Whitebeard once again has the ability to reverse the overall situation. This is a medicine called Immortal Bean. It can heal the skin wounds on your body, and at the same time, it can restore your physical strength for a short time. It can be regarded as an extra sigh of relief. Luffy didn't tell the truth, but just briefly introduced the ability of this fairy bean. After all, if he is really telling the truth, I'm afraid these people will not accept it. Have you ever seen a person who eats a bean and instantly restores his combat power to its peak? A small bean actually has such a magical ability. It's just a fantasy. Is this just regaining a little physical strength? Whitebeard frowned. As far as the abundant strength in my body is concerned, it doesn't seem like it's just recovering a little bit of ability. But there is such an effect. Whitebeard has had enough. Great, Namen, you've recovered. Father, you're fine. Thank you, Luffy. Everyone watched as Whitebeard regained his vitality after eating the fairy beans, and stood up from the spot. The captains were very happy from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, thank Luffy one by one. No rush, everyone has it. Buggy. Luffy greeted everyone and shouted at Buggy at the same time. Buggy shuddered all over, and immediately ran to Luffy's side. What's wrong? I will arrange a task for you. You take some prisoners and send these fairy beans to every life of the Whitebeard pirates. A bag appeared in Luffy's hand, which contained a total of 5,000 fairy beans. He roughly estimated the scene. The Whitebeard pirates had a total of 15,000 people, and 2/3 of them were directly lost in this battle. Only the last 5,000 old, weak, sick, and disabled people gathered together. And the remaining 5,000 people were all seriously injured. Some had broken an arm, some were lying in a pool of blood, and some were dying. War is brutal. Swordsmen meet. White knives go in, red knives go out. Fight bloody for so long. It is to rescue their companion Ace from Marine's clutches. Anyway, we must also rescue these 5,000 people. Although 5,000 beans is not a lot. But compared to million immortal beans, it's not that much. Now the most precious thing is the military power. None of these troops can't compete with Marine at all. Give it to me. Buggy swears that he is very happy to help Luffy. Most of the inmates now pretty much follow Buggy's lead. Buggy just waved his hand lightly. Some prisoners immediately followed him to deliver these fairy beans to the 5,000 people who were left in the White Regiment. Bean soldiers. At the moment when these 5,000 people ate the fairy beans, they almost experienced the same situation as Whitebeard. This bean. It's weird. What kind of bean is this? Why do I have a steady stream of power in my hand? 0. I'm fully recovered from my injuries. The moment he ate the beans, the entire Bai Tuan noticed the changes in his body, and many people became agitated. Even Marco and Baista were horrified. They said why Dad recovered a lot after eating the beans. It turned out to be such a reason. The beans. It must be too amazing. Now, everyone in the Beichuan has increased their combat power, and they have returned to their peak period. Surging power, filed out from their hands. High morale. On momentum. No loss to any marine in front of you. It was originally because Luffy came to the scene with the prisoners. Let the marine be covered with a layer of haze. Then everyone took the bean-like thing. Followed by a second spring glow. All the people in the Beichuan were soaring in momentum, soaring into the sky. The marines are terrified. What happened? Aren't all the people in this white group seriously injured? How do they still have the strength to continue fighting? Sengoku's face darkened too. He sees. Whitebeard was already on his feet. Whitebeard appeared to have regained all of his strength, except for the tattered clothes on his body. Watching these beans that Luffy sent down, he remembered. The last time Luffy was fighting Garp, I also took that magical bean 2 or 3 times. And after that, when Garp was knocked out by Luffy, Garp was also given beans by Luffy. Finished taking. Garp came back to life and was full of energy. There is no sense of fatigue from a long battle at all. Could it be? Think here. Sengoku became anxious when he looked at the highly motivated Beichuan in front of him. Oops. Sengoku missed the point. Luffy has such amazing beans. Prisoners who are waiting for work at ease, the White Regiment rejuvenated. The two forces converged against their already exhausted marine. The situation at the scene. The difference is clear. After the whole white group is cured, Luffy's eyes were on the execution platform. The man with disheveled hair, tears on his face, and handcuffs looked over. It is Ace. Ace, here I come. Corpse. Chapter 77. Previously, the white group had been fighting bloody battles with marine. Now, it's his turn. Luffy. 20 warships. Jinbei, Crocodile, Bullet, Uxiao, Green Bull, and other heavyweights came behind Luffy. And after them, it is Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp and a series of members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Is this Marine Ford? Sanji tousled his hair. It's really tragic. Usopp frowned, looking at the blood-flowing earth and muttering to himself. What a brutal war. Nami is a little uncomfortable with such a situation. Marine doesn't have much fighting power anymore. Robin looked around, and she also saw that Marine's fighting power was not much left. The fight with Akainu was not enjoyable last time, and now I have to fight back no matter what. The Green 423 Ox looks for Akainu's trail among the ruins. Marine, it's time to settle with you. Bullet grinned and said with a wicked smile. Go together! Shouted Luffy. The voice just fell. Behind him, Jinbei, Crocodile, Uxiao, Bullet, Lunyu, and others disappeared instantly. They're heading for Marine Ford. Under their leadership, the prisoners also brandished long knives and attacked Marine. Boom! The war is imminent. A tired Marine collided with the prisoners. The army was defeated like a mountain. In just a few breaths, the second step fell on the spot, and Marine didn't have any power to parry at all. Hold on, don't mess yourself up. A few vice-admirals in the crowd trying to hold back the decadence of their marine rout. But the prisoners attacked. It is too violent. Like a stormy sea, one wave after another, overwhelming, endless, with unparalleled impact, like a spear. Pierced their marine's solid thick shield. Crocodile took the lead. The yellow sand keeps harvesting the lives of marines. The strength of the 7 warlords of the sea was fully displayed in his hands. Came to Marine Ford with Luffy. In addition to agreeing to the agreement that Crocodile will work hard for Luffy, revenge on Marine is also one of them. More importantly it is. He wanted to see how far this feast of dragons would go. While the crocodile is running amok. Suddenly, a piercing sound slashed over. Crocodile's head was torn apart, and the heads were all chopped off. Yellow sand spilled on the ground. A cloud of dust was splashed among the marine crowd. But he saw a Doflamingo wearing a flamingo costume walking out with steps that he didn't recognize. With an arrogant and domineering smile on his face, he looked at Crocodile in front of him. "Old chat, I haven't seen you for many years, why did you get caught by Marine in the desert country?" The yellow sand on the ground suddenly began to condense again. Then Crocodile's head was spliced back. Raising his golden hook, Crocodile pointed at Doflamingo in front of him. "Humph, even though I was caught by Marine, it's not something you can mock. Did you hurt your self-esteem? Lao Shat, you are still so stubborn." Doflamingo said with a wicked smile. "I've always had this temper." Crocodile made a sudden attack, the ground condensed into a blade of sand, and he slashed towards Doflamingo. Same. Doflamingo was cut in half too. But soon, Doflamingo also recovered and came back. "Old chat, listen to my advice, the current situation in the sea is confusing, we have no way of knowing what will happen after this summit war. I have an idea, do you want to hear it?" "What attention?" Crocodile would ask in a cold voice. "The two of us joined hands to completely control the arms situation in the underground world. What do you think?" "Lao Shat, I have been looking forward to your answer," Doflamingo earnestly said. Who knew this word came out? Then Crocodile's bottom line was angered. "Doflamingo, stop looking down on people, you want me to compromise under your command, what a fool's dream." Crocodile's attack methods suddenly began to skyrocket. After touching him and making a note, Doflamingo frowned. Although Crocodile was defeated by Luffy in the desert country, but I didn't expect to be imprisoned in Impel Down. His strength has also become stronger. Certainly. The Doflamingo is no fuel-efficient lamp, either. The strength of the two is on par. After the contest is over, it is impossible to tell the winner in a short time. The other side. Gecko Moria here. GGGG, come on, the more people the better. Moria frantically harvested the shadows of the marine and the prisoners. Unscrupulous, no one else. But while Gecko Moria is raging, a man was staring at him. I saw a black shadow jumping over Moria, raised his characteristic palm, 5 kilowatts right punch. This black shadow is exactly Jinbei. Loaded with the power of Murloc karate, Jinbei punched the unsuspecting Moria. Gecko Moria, who is 7 warlords of the sea, was thrown backwards after being punched by Jinbei. Hit the ground hard. The huge body shakes the ground trembling. Although Gecko Moria is not as strong as before, he is also a tough character with rough skin and thick flesh. Jinbei. After seeing the person coming, his face suddenly became gloomy. "I advise you, don't spoil my good deeds. A person like you deserves to be 7 warlords of the sea." Jinbei said angrily. "There is no distinction between enemy and friend, regardless of life or death." Gecko Moria's actions not only angered Marine, but also angered Jinbei. They, the Whitebeard pirates, don't know how many there are. Buried at the hands of Gecko Moria's fruit abilities. He must be defeated today. Give an explanation to those 1.3 crew members who lost their shadows. Jinbei found Moria. The two fought together. Akainu also came out of the ruins. After being punched by Luffy, he felt bad all over. Simply because he is a lava fruit capable user, Luffy's great eruption did not hurt him much. But the moment Akainu jumped out, the green bull came to Akainu again. "Our battle last time, it seems that it is not over yet." The green bull pointed at Akainu in front of him and said, "It's you." Akainu also recognized the green bull for the first time. For the last time I ran away. Whenever he thinks of this matter, Akainu feels a dull pain. Anyway today. It is also a shame, this guy pays the price. Akainu fights the green bull again. Chapter 78. The fierce battle has begun. Prisoners collide with Marine and the restored Whitebeard pirates. They also joined the battlefield. Things started to get chaotic. Vice Admiral, Admiral, Marine's top management, the giant Vice Admiral are all desperately resisting. Even those Shishibukai who were watching from the sidelines were forced into it at this time. Crocodile vs. Doflamingo. Jinbei faced Gecko Moria. Akainu got entangled with the green bull again. Not willing to be lonely, Bullet tore several Marine soldiers apart. Feeling unsatisfied, he found Marine Admiral Aokiji. Boom! Bullet punched Aokiji. Aokiji quickly opened the ice wall to block. But even the solid ice wall couldn't stop Bullet's footsteps at all. It was shattered by his punch. The reaction force is on Aokiji's body. Aokiji was forced to retreat for several steps. To know. He's Marine Admiral. The person who can push him back with a single punch is either equal in strength or superior in strength to himself. Who are you? Aokiji looked at the unfamiliar Bullet in front of him and said. Right. Aokiji doesn't know Bullet at all. More than 20 years ago, Aokiji hadn't become Admiral, but in 2008, it was the previous Marine Admiral who fought fiercely with Bullet. And 20 years later, Bullet has been locked in Impel Down. Not to mention Aokiji, even Garp and the others saw Bullet. It takes a while to remember Bullet's famous minister. The dead don't need to know my name. Bullet replied. Just one sentence. The surrounding evil spirit was released from Bullet's body in an instant. One word. Mad. Bullet puts arrogance on full display. Confront Admiral Aokiji. His offensive continued unabated. The speed is galloping. Hundreds of punches were thrown out in one go. What an arrogant fellow! Hearing Bullet's presumptuous words, Aokiji was also a little furious. But when he catches Bullet's fist, Aokiji's complexion also began to change. He knows. The person in front of him is not simple. Let's discuss the matter. His strength is not inferior to his own at all. Although angry, the pheasant became serious. Bullet also found that a few punches did not solve Aokiji, but after he almost recruited Aokiji. Not only was he not surprised. On the contrary, I was delighted. Ace is to be rescued, after all, he is the orphan of Captain Roger. Can be strong. He Bullet also will not let go. Buried in prison for more than 20 years, he, who is also a fighting madman like Green Bull, has long been suffocated. The appearance of Aokiji whet his thirst for battle. This moment, the pear blossoms are raining, Bullet's fists are like meteorites, let go of all attacks on Aokiji's body. Aokiji is also starting to work hard. Let alone them. Even Buggy has found an enemy of his own. The chop fruit capable person faced Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman. Let Hawkeye cut an attack. It can be avoided by breaking it apart. Mihawk also discovered the strangeness of the Buggy fruit. After Buggy saw Mihawk, he was so frightened that his legs went limp on the spot. That is the #1 swordsman in the world. My own bounty of 15 million Baileys. It is not worthy to carry shoes for others. Very good. How did you run in front of Mihawk? Buggy wants to cry but has no tears. Fleeing in all directions. Pity. Because of his peculiar devil fruit ability. Mihawk also took a rare interest. Then, he was all alone being targeted by Mihawk. Just when Mihawk's knife was about to strike Buggy's shoulder, suddenly an extra hand appeared. Luffy pulls Buggy back from the cliff. Then, the other hand Armament Haki is covered on it. Clang! The fist and the black knife collided. The airwave spread and flew out. Seeing Luffy's appearance, Buggy seemed to see a life-saving straw. Hugging directly to Luffy's thigh. Thank you so much for saving Luffy. Mihawk looked up, and after seeing clearly that it was Luffy, respond to you. Luffy kicked away Buggy who was holding his leg. You know me. What, you forgot about the sea restaurant in East Blue? Mihawk dragged the black knife and said. Sea restaurant in East Blue? Luffy came back to himself. There is indeed such a thing. At that time, Zoro took the initiative to challenge Mihawk, and wanted to follow in the footsteps of Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman. But at the time of the East Blue chapter, Luffy hadn't come to this world yet. The previous place is just relying on the original work, and the group recalls a little bit. Let me try it out. Recently, you, the supernova who stirred up the bloody storm on the Grand Line and was offered a reward of 2 billion by the Marine, how powerful is it? Mihawk raised the black knife in his hand, pointed at Luffy, and said with fighting intent in his eyes. Being able to compete with the world's #1 swordsman is not a waste of time. I hope that my small skills can be admired by you. Face the challenge of Mihawk. Not only did Luffy not refuse, but she even accepted it completely. He stamped his foot on the ground. The ground shook, and an unknown marine saber rose into the air. Luffy grabbed the plain long knife, and Armament Haki covered it. Please. Good. Mihawk raised the knife and swung it out together. The sword energy was released from the black knife. The speed is so fast that there is no shadow. In an instant, he came to Luffy. Luffy's side. Jianqi brushed past him. Immediately afterwards, Luffy also made the same action as Mihawk. Swing out a knife. The extremely sharp sword glow also came from Luffy's hands. Mihawk sliced through the sword energy with one blow. Although his face was calm, there was a strange color in his eyes. Are you also a swordsman? Don't say anything else. 160 With regard to Luffy's knife, he is fully responsible for the word sword hero. But soon. Mihawk wondered again. Luffy is obviously not a swordsman, he is a strong physique. Then why? His sword skills are so sharp? It's not even weaker than the knife he used just now. Hehe, you can guess. Luffy answered calmly. Interesting. The corner of Mihawk's mouth smiled for the first time, a rare smile for the indifferent him, but it also seemed that he was not a wooden man. He took the initiative to attack Luffy. All of a sudden, the two sides faced each other with swords, and the offensive continued to rise. Waves of sword energy were released from the hands of the two of them. Because the release of sword energy is too violent, it even affected the surrounding marines and prisoners. Lots of people make room for Luffy and Mihawk. But when I saw Luffy and Mihawk fighting each other with swordsmanship, they were inseparable. Many people gasped. Who is Hawkeye? That is the world's #1 swordsman. It is famous all over the world and spread all over the world. He is recognized as the world's #1 swordsman. Never thought of it. This Straw Hat Luffy, who was offered a reward of 2 billion by Marine, only has strong physical skills, and even his sword skills are unparalleled. Fighting Mihawk evenly. Countless Marines, prisoners, and members of the Whitebeard pirates opened their mouths, looking at all this in disbelief. Chapter 79. Between Luffy and Hawkeye. More than 300 rounds have passed. All the time. Unless there are people of equal strength, such as Shanks and Whitebeard, it is rare to be able to fight Hawkeye for 300 rounds. Master tricks. The winner can be determined in seconds. Even Mihawk can be very egotistical. Even the foil Baista of the Whitebeard pirates came forward. He is also sure to take him down within 300 rounds. But now. Own strength. Not enough to see in front of Luffy. If Luffy uses physical skills, and his rubber fruit and all other powers, that's all. Since these 300 rounds, Luffy has been competing with himself in swordsmanship. There is no ability to use other aspects at all. Looking at this scene, many marines and pirates were taken aback. Even Vista, who is also a swordsman, couldn't help squinting his eyes. He's been watching the fierce battle between Luffy and Mihawk all the time. Although I don't want to admit it. But I have to say, Mihawk's kendo attainments are definitely above his own. But Luffy and Mihawk were evenly matched. Vista is not calm anymore. His goal was to be the #1 swordsman in the world. Now suddenly Luffy appears in the way. Isn't he getting farther and farther away from the throne of the world's #1 swordsman? Mihawk, this way. When you were in the restaurant on the sea, you didn't seem to be a swordsman. He was really very puzzled. It's fine if Luffy's bounty is raised to this high. How long has it been since the time at the restaurant on the sea? It's only less than half a year. Luffy's growth in swordsmanship actually caught up with the practice of most of my life. Half a year. Rampage lift up. With the facts before his eyes, Mihawk couldn't help but believe it. He was very upset. It's a little sour. Haven't you noticed it yet? Luffy asked. Perceived what? Mihawk heard this sentence, thought for a while and asked back. The moves I used are exactly the same as yours. Luffy said. As soon as this word came out, Mihawk paused for a moment. In fact, Mihawk has already noticed it. Between these 300 rounds, Luffy has been using the same tricks as him. The same attack method, the same fierce means. Is he copying his moves? Mihawk doesn't know that Luffy is a multi-fruit capable person. In his impression, Luffy is just a rubber fruit capable person. So he also misunderstood. In a short period of time, Luffy has caught up with himself in kendo attainments. And use swordsmanship to compete with yourself. Across the sea for a long time. It took a long time to become the world's #1 swordsman. I have seen many geniuses in kendo. But say it bluntly. Luffy is the most outstanding one of these geniuses he has seen. Perhaps genius is no longer enough to show his behavior. He is simply a monster. Proper monster. Mihawk also had to give Luffy admiration. Today's achievement can be achieved in half a year. Rare and unheard of in ancient times. Now I heard Luffy say that. Mihawk frowned. Can you tell me what's going on here? You tell me to say it, don't I lose face? Want to know? Beat me. Luffy hooked Mihawk. Ah. Mihawk chuckled again. This was the second time he was amused by Luffy. He was interested for a while, and he continued, Stop talking nonsense, Luffy, show your full strength. As you wish. Finished. Luffy started to emit steam all over his body. Second gear is on. There was a sonic boom in the air. Luffy disappeared in the blink of an eye. The fist covered in Armament Haki slammed at Mihawk. Mihawk stands ready. The black knife in his hand instantly turned into a black tornado, taking all of Luffy's attacks. Compared with the previous literary contest in kendo. When people come to fight now, it is the aesthetics of violence. The sound of huge fists colliding with swords. Like a rolling thunder, it shook the world and resounded through the sky. The surrounding marines and prisoners were a little bit overwhelmed. Ears were rattled. Clang clang. Clang clang. However, Luffy and Hawkeye at the scene turned a blind eye. It's as if I can't hear anything. The attack can't help but not slack, but even harder. New World Super First Line Master Duel. Right here in the middle of the square in Marineford. Luffy. Zoro has also been following the fight between Luffy and Mihawk. They were taught a lesson by Mihawk at the sea restaurant. Although Luffy is powerful, Zoro is still a little worried. But all the same, he is always paying attention to Mihawk's tricks. Obviously, the title of the world's #1 swordsman attracts Zoro all the time. Except Zoro. Se King Ivankov opened his mouth wide, the son of the dragon is so powerful. Naturally, Ivankov also saw the picture of Luffy beating Magellan before. However, although Magellan bears the title of Warden, but it has never been as famous as Mihawk. Seeing that Luffy is on par with Mihawk in terms of swordsmanship, Ivankov couldn't tell how surprised he was. In a blink, Luffy went over 100 rounds with Mihawk again. Mihawk deserves to be the #1 swordsman in the world. Repeatedly forced Luffy to retreat steadily. But unfortunately, the rubber fruit that has been developed to its peak is placed here, as well as the top Conqueror's Haki and the top Marine 6 styles. What's more important is Luffy's delusional vision. This is Summit War. Luffy also discovered the magic of delusions. He doesn't necessarily have to replicate Mihawk's abilities. Copy Aokiji's move from time to time, copy Akainu's move from time to time, and Bullet, Crocodile, and Jinbei's Murloc Karate and so on. Luffy now. It's like an almighty king. If Mihawk is regarded as the ceiling of New World's top strength, then Luffy standing, good Zhao Zhao, in Marineford is the man stepping on the ceiling. After all, Mihawk is still not able to match Luffy with various skills emerging one after another. Another magma, another ice, and another sandstorm. Mihawk was forced back by Luffy, showing his opening. The opportunity has come. Rubber fire pistol. Luffy jumped at the chance. His arms suddenly spread out behind him. Immediately afterwards, suddenly, raging fire burst out from his arm. Surrounded by fire, Luffy punched Mihawk hard. Boom! This moment, the whole Marineford is seething. Hawkeye Mihawk backed away, fell to the ground and was scared. It looks so embarrassing. The black knives in his hands also fell out. Hovered a few times in the sky, drawing a parabola. Then inserted on the ground. The world's #1 swordsman. Lost. Chapter 80. The moment Mihawk lost, the whole scene became a sensation. If it is said that Luffy and Mihawk competed equally in swordsmanship before, it caused a storm in everyone's heart. Well now, the moment when he defeated the world's #1 swordsman, Luffy is pushing this wave to its climax. I really didn't expect it. As the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, whose strength is already comparable to Admiral's, will lose. This is the target that swordsmen all over the world want to surpass. Marines and pirates, prisoners, and those watching this live broadcast. Almost unbelievable. Especially those who are strong in kendo, such as Zoro, and others such as Baista. They looked at Luffy in shock. Good guy. Luffy has now accomplished their lifelong goal, defeating the world's #1 swordsman. Luffy, you're stronger again. Zoro said to himself. This Straw Hat Luffy is actually so powerful. Vista also looked up to Luffy. The Marines are also whispering there. It is rumored that Luffy beat the Marine Admiral, and now it seems that they really lived up to their reputation. This is him who is less than 20 years old. He is about to have the status of the 5th Emperor. Future achievements. Unlimited. Defeated Hawkeye. 430 Luffy runs straight in the direction of the scaffold. However, there are no 2 steps in the past. An unexpected visitor stops Luffy. She has smooth black hair, wearing a koi robe, revealing her white legs, stepping on high heels, with a haughty look on her face. Ice muscles and jade bones, cold and gorgeous, snow-wrapped jade buds, beautiful and unparalleled. It is Boa Hancock who holds the title of Pirate Queen. In the original book, Boa Hancock is obsessed with Luffy. Day and night, I want to give birth to monkeys for Luffy. As long as Luffy encounters injustice, she will stand up immediately. To this end, there is also a special theatrical version that brings Luffy and the Empress together. Even in Summit War, Hancock always thinks about Luffy, whether it's for him to fight on the top or take him in to impel down. Even after that, he also secretly took a key and gave it to Luffy. Concerned about every detail. Pity Luffy now. But there is no such thing as being shot by a Shishibukai bear and flying into Kusnake Island in the Sabayati archipelago. Although I missed a lot of Xianjun scenes. But Luffy had to make a point. Sorry. It doesn't matter whether it's Kizaru or Haifei. They are not qualified to shoot themselves flying. Although the bridge section of the daughter country is missing. But it has no effect on Luffy. Hancock is certainly beautiful, otherwise why would she be called a queen? But Nami and Robin on his own boat are not much different at all. In fact, the beauty of women has reached the peak level. There is simply no comparison between which is stronger and which is weaker. I've been too busy lately. Since an ice lobby, Luffy has been preparing for Summit War, and has no time to take care of her children. He has never properly attacked the second daughter. Think about it after Summit War. Find an appropriate opportunity. Then. Wait, stop. I seem to have revealed some incredible information. In general, Luffy's idea is very simple: if there is no Empress, there will be no Empress. One more is not much. A lot less. It's not a big deal. There is no woman in my heart, but I draw my sword to be a god of nature. Let this concubine come and experience the strength of you, an unprecedented supernova with a reward of 2 billion. For Luffy, a man with a great reputation in the sea, Hancock is naturally interested in competing with him. She brushed her hair and said, "Do not know why. The moment I saw Luffy, inexplicably, she had a different kind of favor. It seems that other men are not pleasing to the eye. But when it comes to Luffy, he is much more pleasing to the eye. Totally different from other men, I fa." However, after the Pirate Empress finished saying this, but to his surprise, Luffy remained motionless in place. Just look at yourself so straightforwardly. Are you attracted by your looks? Ah. It was just like any other man. The Empress also put away her favor. She went on to say, "My concubine is asking you something. Did you hear me?" Luffy came to his senses now. "What did you just say?" "Don't worry, I'm thinking about how to attack the second daughter on the boat, and I'm a little distracted." "Can you say it again?" "This sentence is the conscience of heaven and earth." Luffy wasn't lying. For a moment, he was really thinking about how to find an opportunity to attack Robin and Nami after the Summit War was over. "You are quite arrogant." Hancock's face darkened and became cold. "Perfume femur." Hancock suddenly jumped up and kicked Luffy with a flying kick. Perfume femur packs her sweet fruit punch. Once hit, there will be a risk of petrification. But Luffy caught her attack with one hand. He pinched it by the way. Feel good. Rogue. How could Hancock not notice Luffy's small movements? He raised his leg and kicked again. Luffy blocked them all again. All are blocked by hand. Hancock flew into a rage. She jumped up. Pink light shines on both hands, and the sweet fruit ability is activated. Marrow marrow mellow. It's too late to say it. A wave of pink air blasted towards Luffy overwhelmingly. This is a loving ray of sweet fruit. Once it is hit, the consequences will be disastrous. Watch Hancock pull off this marrow marrow mellow. Luffy was still thinking about it. Do you want to pick up his marrow marrow mellow just like in the chapter of Daughter Country? Maybe there will be unexpected effects. But think about it. Luffy is done again. This marrow marrow mellow is powerful though. But there are three kinds of people who cannot be petrified. One is a man without desire, like the original Luffy. The second type is someone who is stronger than Hancock. The third type is people with strong willpower. It is impossible without desire. Now Luffy is still thinking about how to attack Robin and the others. You can't get past the first one. Luffy avoids marrow marrow mellow. Slave arrow. A heart shape suddenly appeared on the finger, and Hancock made a bow, followed by an attack like a hail of bullets, launched towards Luffy. Chapter 81. Face the overwhelming slave arrow. Luffy dodges with ease. But at this moment, Hancock suddenly disappeared in place, like a ghost came behind Luffy. Perfume Femur. She launched a lightning-fast sneak attack. Hancock is very fast. Good. She uses Slave Arrow as bait to keep Luffy in place. This sneak attack. This is her next move. If it was someone else, there would be no time to react at all. But his opponent is Luffy. This trick doesn't work against Luffy at all. Luffy just turned around, caught her Perfume Femur again. And this time, Luffy hasn't let go yet. He also took a step back. The Empress was split open by a horse. Whether it's the posture or the straight line, the scene is a bit embarrassing. People around saw the Pirate Queen challenging Luffy. Also have vacated the space one after another. But they also happened to see this embarrassing scene. For a while, most of the Marines and pirates look straight. The reason why Hancock can be called the Empress is partly because of her strength, and partly because of her beauty. Otherwise Hancock wouldn't be overconfident. I often talk about how beautiful my concubine is. It's rare to see the female emperor's one-word horse nowadays. While many people were staring dumbfounded, in addition to showing their piggy faces, those who went too far even took out their camera phones to take pictures of this scene. Not to mention, now this picture spread all over the world. No doubt. Looking at the embarrassing Empress Yaizuma. After today, the Pirate Queen will be talked about by everyone in the sea. It is one of the main points of chatting after a meal for countless people. You, let go. The Empress scolded angrily. She also saw the gazes of everyone around her, and the camera phone bug that was spreading images all over the world. Summit War himself was made into a split horse by his legs. This makes her have no face to gain a foothold in the sea in the future. It is said that the heart of a woman is the most vicious. I know it. You actually wanted to sneak attack me while I was not prepared. Now we are only one step away from you, and you were caught by me. You said that if I hit you with a punch, you how to hide. Luffy raised his fist and said. There is no sneak attack without a successful sneak attack. Let go quickly, or I will make you look good. Watching Luffy grab his leg, Hancock said viciously. Oh? How do you make me look good? Luffy said calmly. A word of advice, don't go too far. The Empress gritted her teeth. Hear this sentence. Luffy's face also turned cold, and he exerted force on his wrist. Hancock suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg. Luffy said coldly, others know that you are the Pirate Empress, so they may give you 3-point noodles, but I'm sorry, your 3-point noodles have nothing to do with me at all. Say it. Luffy kicked up Hancock's body. He has no sympathy. Hancock was inevitable. He got kicked by Luffy firmly. She gets kicked out by Luffy. It took a few rolls before it stopped. She doesn't have the haughty attitude of the Pirate Empress before. Extremely embarrassing. You. Getting up from the ground, Hancock pointed at Luffy out of breath. How many years? Hancock hasn't been kicked by others for many years. She was furious. Slave Arrow. Repeat the same trick, trying to put Luffy to death. Boa Hancock's strength is still there. Whether it's strength, speed, and the sweet fruits of development. She deserves her current status as 7 warlords of the sea. But Luffy is someone who can kill even Hawkeye, a Pirate Empress is no match for him at all. Rubber machine gun. Feeling down. Luffy's fist attack was extraordinarily violent. Boa Hancock was driven back by Luffy. At last. Punch in the past. Hancock was overwhelmed. As the Queen of Pirates, she also lost to Luffy in 7 Warlords of the Sea today. For a while. pick 2 Shishibukai in a row. Luffy's strength has reached its peak. Seeing his means, remembering how he defeated Moria, the Golden Lion, and their Marine Admiral before. 0. Seeking flowers. Many people lamented that the 2 billion Baileys were not obtained by chance. Hawkeye and the Empress lost to him. This is a well-deserved fact. Good. On the side of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, Vista, and even Jaws, who had regained his combat effectiveness, couldn't help applauding. Luffy not only brought hope to their white group. It brought them the dawn of dawn. Now pick 2 Shishibukai in a row. Greatly increased the morale of their Whitebeard pirates and prisoners. Under the leadership of the captains, all the members of the Whitebeard pirates have high fighting spirit and high morale. Everyone goes through life and death, regardless of their own life and death. After seeing Luffy's strength, the prisoners also became excited. Like savages, everyone raised their weapons and shouted loudly. Especially seeing the Whitebeard pirates risk their lives like this. They were also mobilized. But it must not be compared to the crew of the Whitebeard pirates. The prisoners also put their own lives on the line. The crew of the White Regiment and the prisoners of Impel Down rallied in this moment. Launch an unprecedented total attack on Marine. On the other hand, look at Marine. He was weak before, and he didn't have the high-spirited appearance at the beginning. And a long fight. Even Iron Man can't stand it. The line of defense is broken. Like a flood, the embankment collapsed. At the same time, Admiral, Vice Admiral, Shishibukai were defeated, and those who were pinned. No one can stand up to maintain the situation. And the white group over there. They also have captains like Marco, Bista, Josie, and Yizang who have never done anything. Originally well-prepared Marine. There is not much combat power left. It's their turn to go. Luffy stood at the forefront of everyone. He looked towards the execution platform. Just bring the ace out. This battle is all right. Chapter 82. Luffy is ready to end the war and bring ace out. And right now. When the Marine defense line was completely defeated. Seeing that the last line of defense is about to collapse, the entire Marine ceases to exist. Their downfall. Looming. A stalwart man stood out from behind the Marine. He was wearing the robe of Martial Marine, his sharp eyes were full of sharp coldness, the cold wind howled, blowing away the seriousness on his face, the robe fluttered, showing his haki at a glance. It is Sengoku of Marine Marshal Buddha. Good. The current Sengoku jumped from the execution platform. He came to the front line of the battlefield. As a marshal, he leads by example. Live and die with soldiers. At the same time, when Buddha Sengoku came to the front line 400, there were 2 more behind him. One is Staff Crane, and the other is Garp the Fist, the legendary Marine hero. The Iron Triangle of Marine back then. Destroy the Marine of the Rocks era in the Valley of the Gods. The 3 of them came forward together. Let alone Marine. Even many people on the side of the Whitebeard pirates and the prisoners were shocked. These 3 people. But the person with absolute power in Marine. Fame accumulated over the sea. Not even half a point behind Whitebeard. Prisoners and crew confront them just as Marine confronts Whitebeard. That innate sense of oppression immediately enveloped everyone on the scene. Master Marshal, why did you come to the front line? This is not the place for you. Seeing that Sengoku actually took the lead and came to the front line, some mid-laners said in horror. Not where I should be. Then where should I go? Don't forget, I am the Marshal of the Marine. Sengoku answered calmly. His words. Let the Vice Admirals look excited one by one. Yes. Sengoku is their Marshal, the backbone of their entire Marine. It is also their last whole card. In addition to the 3 admirals, it is the top combat power. There is no doubt about its strength. Even more oppressive than admiral. But one size fits all. Watching Sengoku come forward in person, some of the vice admirals bowed their heads in shame. Let the marshals go into battle in person. They really are not a group of qualified marine soldiers. I'm sorry, Marshal. The vice admirals said in embarrassment. Don't say I'm sorry, you're right, what happened today was my misjudgment, it has nothing to do with you, the Whitebeard pirates and the Straw Hat pirates are too strong, you have tried your best. Sengoku didn't blame the marines in front of him who had done their best, but comforted him gently. However, the more Sengoku comforted, the more they felt sorry. Don't say Vice Admiral. Even some soldiers gritted their teeth and lowered their heads. You have to remember that behind you is our marine, and behind our marine are tens of millions of people. You may be able to push back, but I absolutely cannot. Sengoku said to Marine who was born with Haki. Say it. He stepped forward, from now on, there will be no Marine Marshal, only a Sengoku soldier. Sengoku charged into the crowd first. Behind Sengoku, Garp and Crane share the same hatred. The three of them were like three fierce tigers, with a magnificent momentum, piercing through the sea of clouds and shattering the whole earth. The three of them came out. The situation has become more subtle. Even the captains led by Marco are not opponents at all. The soldiers were furious. The marshals went into battle in person. What right do they have to stay behind here? As the marshal said, they can back down, but the marshal cannot, because behind the marshal, there are tens of millions of people. This war, their marine has reached the point where they cannot lose. In any case, let Marine take the final throne. Because, if even they fall, who will protect the last dignity of the Marine behind them? A raging fire burned in the hearts of the soldiers. This moment, all the soldiers were mobilized by Sengoku. Everyone's face changed from the initial despair. The prisoners and the white group were risking their lives. Then why can't they forget to die? Isn't it just a life? A scar the size of a bowl fell off my head. Kill. Nor at least whoever yelled first. Marine regained morale, even higher than the initial military prestige. A large number of Marines charged forward, collided with the white group and the prisoners. They were up and down with knives. With the last bit of strength, he fought with Marine and the prisoners. As the saying goes, if you are horizontal, you are afraid of being stunned, if you are stupefied, you are afraid of dying. Marine is now working with one mind, and everything has reached a desperate level. Not to mention the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, even the prisoners who have been walking on the tip of the knife all year round were shocked. Is this Marine? They can actually show such a terrible blood. Good, good, good. Watching all the Marines charge forward, Sengoku said three good words in succession: warriors, send these pirates and prisoners to where they should go. Kill. The overwhelming Marine soldiers began to counterattack. There is quite a sense of sight of breaking the boat and turning the corner. Not only that, Sengoku gave the last order. Let the 200 warships outside the Gate of Justice bomb the Whitebeard's rear. All of a sudden, 200 warships came to the rear of Whitebeard's regiment. They used the most violent artillery fire to baptize the Whitebeard pirates. 1.3 Daddy, 200 warships are bombarding our rear. It's not good, Dad, the artillery fire behind us can't withstand the impact of the Marine at all. Our backs are about to be breached by Marine's warships. Oops, neglecting the rear defense, we were double-teamed by Marine. One after another, emergencies reached Whitebeard's ears. This made Whitebeard frown. He looked sharply at Sengoku who was leading the way in the distance. Ahead comes Sengoku's desperate attack with his soldiers. There are 200 warships baptizing with full artillery fire behind them. There are wolves in front and tigers in back. The situation is reversed again. Their white regiment and prisoners are pinned down. Chapter 83. Looking at the situation in front of him, Whitebeard looked in Sengoku's direction. Did not think of. At such a critical juncture. He still has such a unique trick. Sengoku. Whitebeard said grimly. It is indeed a more difficult opponent than Garp. Even at such a difficult step, they still have the determination to wipe out their Whitebeard pirates. Peerless the resourceful general, Sengoku of the Buddha, martial marine, unparalleled in the world. Driven by Sengoku. A sailor obviously broke one arm, but he slashed with the other arm. What about the two broken arms? Then bite with his mouth. His eyes were red and fierce. Every marine is like a wild beast. Full of breath. Even in death. His eyes were also piercing and staring, never closing them. They were on Juyahuangchuan Road, waiting for this group of prisoners and the Beichuan to come. The people of the white group and the prisoners were forced to retreat by the marine. They can't think of anything. These soldiers actually have such a scene. Kill 08, go up. These marines have nothing to fear, they are only one step away from the execution platform. Some prisoners commanded hard. Can be their command. It doesn't help at all. The route that should be routed cannot stop the impact of the marines at all. And behind them, the baptism of artillery fire from 200 warships also fell on the rear of their prisoners. The rear is also double-teamed by marine. There are wolves in front and tigers in back. The home was actually stolen. All the prisoners panicked. At a loss. Some unlucky prisoners were directly killed by marine on the spot. Luffy also saw the artillery fire of the 200 warships in the rear. He narrowed his eyes. This is marine's give and take. If you can stand it. Then marine is gone. Obvious. Whether it's a prisoner or a crew member of the White Regiment. I can't stop marine who wants to die now. Put it to death and live later. Luffy didn't think Sengoku was awesome before. But today, he really noticed it. If you can defeat the White Regiment and the prisoners, that's all. Invincible now. He made marine shrink completely and retreat to the bottom of the execution platform. Taking this as a starting point, when there was no way to retreat, Marshal Sengoku stepped forward in person to boost marine's morale in one fell swoop. Then launched the final blow of the last blow. Cooperate with the 200 warships. Disrupt the morale of the White Regiment and the prisoners. One ebbs in another. Even the White Regiment and prisoners who had experienced many battles did not dare to confront the desperate marine soldiers in front of them. He let out a mouthful of foul air. Good means. Luffy gave a sigh of admiration. This will greatly improve marine's morale. The advantages are numerous. But soon Luffy also discovered the drawbacks. That is when Sengoku Garp played in person, the direction of the execution platform, the defense was already empty. Ace at the moment. It has reached the point where no one is guarding it. Shua. Luffy stomped on the ground. The ground was dented by his stepping on it. And he. Like a meteorite, it flew towards the execution platform. Luffy is now the focus of the audience. His one action immediately attracted the attention of the entire marine. No, he wants to run towards the execution platform. Some marine soldiers immediately spotted Luffy's advance. Straw Hat. Suddenly, a man stood in front of Luffy. He is Vice Admiral of Marine. But even Vice Admiral can't stop Luffy's pace at all. Just one blow. Vice Admiral was thrown out by Luffy. The other Marines, the vulgar Rear Admiral, the Colonel, etc. all wanted to stop Luffy. Even Vice Admiral couldn't stop it. Not to mention these ordinary Marine soldiers. In a blink of an eye. Everything has been solved by him. Solved the immediate enemy. How fast Luffy is. In the blink of an eye, we came to the execution platform. One step to the top. Luffy becomes the first pirate to step onto the execution block. Luffy, he's on the scaffold. Who's going to stop him? The current execution platform has no anti-theft area at all. The Marines started to get anxious. To really be taken by Luffy Ace. Then their Marine will be finished. Sengoku's face was depressed, as early as when he stepped down from the execution platform himself. Such a situation had already been expected. The execution stand was empty. Will be occupied by these pirates. But he didn't think of it. The execution platform was taken so quickly. In a blink of an eye, he handed over to others. Garp! Sengoku called out to Garp. Garp took a step forward, eyeing Sengoku. Remember what I told you at the beginning. Before the summit war started, Sengoku knew about Garp's relationship with Ace, and the two talked privately. The general content is that his current status is extremely important, he is Marine's pillar of the sky, and he must not let Marine feel disappointed for the sake of Ace. Remember. Garp naturally remembered this incident. The three admirals have all encountered equal enemies, and Vice Admiral is not Luffy's opponent. Shishibukai can't dispatch 223, and now he can return to the execution platform. Sengoku turned around and said to Garp, "You are the only one left." Garp understood what Sengoku meant. Whether it's Ace or Luffy, both of them are close relatives of Garp. Their Marine has reached such a critical juncture. Absolutely not abolish the public for personal reasons. Give it to me. Garp didn't say much. Just say it calmly. After all, still can't escape and make enemies with Luffy and the others? Garp's heart sank. Looking at the big prime stick in Marine Ford. Marine. Always in Garp's heart. On the execution stand. Luffy. Seeing Luffy on top of the execution platform, Ace was very excited. Since the last time Alabasta said goodbye, it has been half a year since we haven't seen each other. Ace. Luffy said softly. For this cheap guy, Luffy really doesn't want to admit it. My original age is almost 3 years old. Even at Robin's age, he can call him little sister. Well. No way. Who let the original Luffy have several of their relatives? Chapter 84. Luffy, you've grown stronger. Looking at Luffy in front of him, Ace said with some relief. There is sincerity in the words, with a smile of reunion. I have indeed become stronger, but Ace, you seem to have stagnated. You have been in New World for so long, why can't you even beat Blackbeard? Luffy said jokingly. When I saw my brother, even though it was in Marine Ford, the surroundings were full of Marines. The reunion between brothers is always touching. Unexpectedly, Luffy's words. Let Ace get blindfolded. Just kidding, Ace, I'll take you out right away. Seeing Ace like this, Luffy smiled faintly. Luffy, do you have the key? Ace asked. No. Luffy shook his head. Then how do you open the sea stone handcuffs? Ace's now. His hands were handcuffed and imprisoned in place, unable to move. The mountain people have their own tricks. Luffy said calmly. Ace was wearing chains, yes, and chains were also nailed to the execution platform. Since this copy chain cannot be opened, simply destroy it. The top priority is not to open Ace's copy chain, but to bring Ace out of here. Marine has launched a death-defying counterattack. The white group and the prisoners couldn't last long. Time. It's time to race against time. As the saying goes. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, the more anxious you are, the more prone to accidents. Just when Luffy was about to quit drinking, Ace brought him out of here. Luffy, beware! Ace hastily shouted at Luffy. The voice just fell. Behind Luffy, there appeared a Vice Admiral robe. Under the grey hair, the previous kindness had completely disappeared, and instead was the very serious marine hero Garp the Fist. Garp fell from the sky. Come right behind Luffy. Luffy has a meal. He just felt as if he was being targeted by hundreds of sea kings. The whole body is cold from head to toe. Turn around slowly. As expected, it was his old man who brought him oppression. Garp the Fist. Luffy, turn around and get out of here quickly, today's situation is not trivial, if you don't listen to the old man's persuasion, the old man will not be merciful today. Say it. A rush of killing came from above Garp's body. Luffy seems to be facing a gravitational fruit with a smile. The pressure in all directions enveloped him and squeezed him. It's just Garp's pressure. It just gave Luffy a very dangerous feeling. No doubt. Garp has been serious. Him now. Even more dangerous than last time. Luffy go, you are no match for Grandpa. It seems to be because of being beaten by Garp since childhood. For Garp, Ace has a kind of visceral fear. Ace was also a little chilly. Father, what if I don't look back? Luffy asked back. Even if you are my grandson, I will send you to Impel Down. Garp said calmly. Send it into progress? And then, repeat the mistakes of Ace, and start a summit war? Asked Luffy. Garp, if Luffy was really sent into Impel Down by himself, I'm afraid there will really be an end like Ace. Stop talking nonsense, old man, maybe you are not my opponent now. In the face of Garp the Fist, Luffy not only has no fear, but even faces difficulties. Garp also broke out with all his strength. The old and the young fought together again. This time, fight more than ever. The moment Garp met Luffy, his expression began to change. Luffy, you've become stronger again. The current Luffy, Li Huang, is not weaker than himself at all. Garp uses ultimate speed to crush Luffy. But was shocked to find out. Luffy's speed. Not much worse than myself. Strength, speed, the peak rubber fruit. Luffy entered 4th gear in an instant. The Ape King gun mode is on. Strength once again climbed to a new level. What? It was incredible to see Luffy so fast. Garp was a little overwhelmed. Forced to retreat by Luffy. Luffy broke out with all his strength when he came up, desperate and spared no effort. Physical strength is like a bottomless pit, constantly releasing attacks towards Garp. Finally. Boom. Luffy punched Garp hard. Garp flew out and fell headlong into the ruins on the ground. Vice Admiral Garp. Garp. When the marine soldiers saw their Garp being shot by Luffy, everyone was shocked from ear to ear. That's their Vice Admiral Garp. An existence that can sit in Admiral's position and make the 3 admirals dare not chew their voices. Nowadays, he actually had such an embarrassing scene. Although many people saw Luffy defeating Garp in the Chaoxings in battle, there are still many Marines who have only heard about it. Never seen it with my own eyes. Now, the fact was before them. They couldn't help but not believe it. Inside the ruins, Garp was scared to come out. He looks ashamed, but the fighting spirit on his face is getting stronger and stronger. Good. Garp at the moment. Inspired by Luffy to fight. Garp just felt his blood boil. Since Roger's death that year, he has never had such passion. I thought that this life might be hopeless, igniting the fighting spirit. But by coincidence, it was picked up by Luffy. Drink! Garp yelled loudly, fell into the lightning, and flew towards Lu Qianhozeo. Luffy is also bursting out with all his strength. 2 top masters collided. The Marineford earthquake came. The scene was desolate, and the air waves were monstrous, blasting the sky and tearing the sea. Soldiers cannot lean in at all. The crew members of the White Regiment also squinted their eyes. Master tricks. It is only between a few breaths. After the hearty fists clashed, Garp blasted back out. Face Luffy. He has fallen into a disadvantage. Hard to imagine. Garp, who chased Roger the Pirate King all over the world, was also suppressed by Luffy. Sweat broke out on Garp's forehead. This own grandson. He was a little bit overwhelmed. Old man, don't you really want to save Ace? Just when the two sides were entangled, Luffy spoke. Chapter 85. Old man, don't you want Ace to leave safely? This matchup with Garp was tougher than anyone else, and Luffy could relate to that. Compared to Garp, he'd rather be alone against other admirals. It's not that other admirals are not good enough. It's purely because Luffy has devil fruit immunity, whether it's lava fruit or frozen fruit, his body is invulnerable. An ability that was originally very domineering. But when facing Garp, it seems a bit tasteless. Without him, Garp is not demon fruit power. Especially his pair of iron fists of love. The punching Luffy breaks the defense. Besides, it looked like he was pinning Garp. Garp wasn't his opponent or anything. But actually, if you really want to solve Garp, I'm afraid there will be no day and night. Time waits for no one. Think here. Luffy felt he had to find another way. At least, you have to change your mind. Hearing Luffy's words, Garp frowned. Luffy, what do you want to say? I know what fate you are carrying, old man. You are the backbone of Marine, and you are the pillar of the sky. Don't forget, Ace is your grandson. Do you really want Ace to die like this? Die Marineford. Luffy returned to the execution platform, he said with a serious look in his eyes. Ace heard this sentence, he also looked at Garp in front of him. Garp fell silent. To be honest, he was really caught by Luffy's words. Do you really want Ace to stain the spot with blood? No. Of course not. Garp wants Ace out of here more than anyone. No matter what. He is his own grandson. Intergenerational relatives. How can there be an old man who doesn't love his grandson? If Ace really died in front of him, Garp didn't know what would happen to him. DJ. Something he was carrying. Let him contradict himself. Dilemma. One is Marine, whom he has been with all his life, and the other is his beloved grandson. Garp was conflicted and stopped in place for a while. I didn't speak for a long time. Look at Garp like this. Luffy knows there's something going on. It's no wonder, Aig, that Naruto always likes to play tricks. Sometimes, his tricks can stand shoulder to shoulder with thousands of soldiers. See here. He fully revealed his purpose. Old man, I have a way, but it has saved you from the dilemma. Luffy made a suggestion to Garp. Any solution? Garp, who was still in conflict, suddenly heard Luffy's words. He immediately pushed through the clouds and hurriedly asked Luffy. Old man, now your opponent is me, if you put a little water. I don't think it is very difficult to bring Ace out. Luffy said to Garp. You mean? Garp understood Luffy's thoughts at the first time, but soon he became worried again. Luffy, now you are in the hinterland of our marine, surrounded by marines, you can't open Ace's seastone handcuffs, you how to get Ace out. Old man, this is not something you need to take care of, I have my own experience. Luffy said with confidence on his face. But, once you bring out Ace, what will Marine do? Garp thought of Marine. There must be a victor in a war. Marine loses and still sits on the dominant position in the sea. It's just a disgrace, but what if Whitebeard and the others lose? Whitebeard must die, and Ace must die too. Old man, are you going to die? Live your life in regrets. Luffy said to Garp. Garp heard the words. Suddenly his eyes widened. Luffy's words awakened the dreamer. Yes. They Marine lost, but only got reviled. But Whitebeard they lost. The consequences could be disastrous. Garp pondered for a few seconds, and soon, he had made a decision. Luffy, beat me. Garp's face was full of dignity. Good. Luffy's arms suddenly spread out. Again. His arms were ablaze with flames. Fire fist. With fiery fists, he slammed on Garp's body. Garp's face sunken. Certainly. Luffy didn't use his full strength either. An unsuspecting Garp. Like a kite with a broken string, it smashed into the ruins again. The ruins were shaken. In the expectant eyes of the whole marine fort, Garp didn't even get up from the ground. Their marine is the backbone. Lost. News of Garp's defeat. In a blink of an eye, it spread throughout Marineford. He lost to Luffy again. And it was under the watchful eyes of everyone, at the scene in Marineford, live broadcasting to the whole world. He, really beat Vice Admiral Garp. No, it's impossible, Vice Admiral Garp is our marine's strongest hero, how could he lose? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Everyone on the marine side's eyes widened. It was like seeing a ghost. Everyone's face was full of horror, and the words impossible were almost pasted on their faces. Garp. Even Sengoku growled. Certainly. The reason he yelled wasn't that Garp had lost. 2. At this crucial moment, he actually chose family love. As the Marine Marshal, Sengoku couldn't see it. Garp lost to Luffy on purpose. Really? It is impossible for him to go to the execution block to stop his grandson Luffy. Sengoku closed his eyes in pain. Crucial moment. Give free, release water. Admiral is also doing great acting, and Shishibukai is an unreliable stick. It seems that so many forces have gathered. Actually, there are only a few who are really willing to fight. Sengoku's gaze. He looked in Akainu's direction. The war has been going on for so long. Turned out to be. Only he is reliable. Garp. Staff Crane also had mixed feelings. But she didn't complain about Garp, whether he chooses the general trend or family affection, Garp has his own right to choose. Think about it differently. If you let your children and grandchildren die in front of you. But as an elder, I was indifferent. This is probably worse than dying. Chapter 86. And Luffy here. After defeating Garp, he immediately punches. He punched the execution platform in front of him. Under Luffy's punch. How can this execution platform hold up? It collapsed on the spot. Countless debris fell on the ground, and the ground raised waves of dust, covering the sky and the sun, and no one was seen. Why destroy the execution platform? Ace is wearing sea-stone handcuffs, and the other end of the handcuffs is connected to the execution platform. Since the handcuffs cannot be opened, simply destroy it together with this execution platform. As expected. When the scaffold was destroyed, in addition to being handcuffed, Ace is also free. Luffy grabs Ace with one hand. Head back in the direction of the Whitebeard pirates. Just take the Ace. Then you're done. Pity. On the way back from Luffy. And this whole Marineford marine block. Quick, stop the Straw Hats from taking Ace. Seeing that Ace was rescued from the execution platform, the Marines panicked. The Colonel, Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, etc., abandoned their own enemies. He hurriedly ran back in the direction of the execution platform. At the same time, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and 3 other admirals also saw Ace being taken away. Akainu was the first to burst into a rage. Abandoning the green bull in front of him, he attacked Luffy. Although Akainu is decisive, he also has an advantage. That is to put Marine's interests first in everything. He was the first to kill back. Aokiji also frowned. Although he is not very interested in this war, he is the Admiral of Marine after all, and he is all prosperous and all is lost. If Luffy really took Ace away, then their Marine's face will be really discredited. I won't be able to face Sengoku's scolding at that time. Kizaru also put away his lazy attitude. A rare seriousness appeared on his face. He rushed back towards Luffy too. The 3 admirals all aimed at Luffy. All of a sudden, besieged by enemies, besieged on all sides. Luffy is mobbed by everyone in Marine. Sengoku, Crane Staff Officer, 3 admirals, more than 10 vice admirals, and thousands of Marine soldiers. They suddenly got into trouble. Akainu took the lead and killed Luffy. The means are very cruel. No mercy at all. Behind Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru are coming. For a while, yellow flashes, magma flames, and thousands of miles of ice all hit Luffy. Although Luffy is now immune to Devil Fruit abilities. But don't forget. Behind him. And this ace. But the current ace is powerless at all. The sea stone is still hanging on his body. He has no fighting power now. How could he withstand 3 admirals' attacks? Luffy was forced to step back with Ace. Luffy, put me down. Ace knows he is a liability. He was afraid of hurting Luffy, knowing that Luffy is very strong now, if it is because of himself. As a result, Luffy was hit hard. He will definitely feel sorry for it. Not urgent. Face the anxious Ace. Luffy responded unhurriedly. Although 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands. And these 4 hands are from Marine's top 3, Admiral. Luffy was having a bit of a hard time coping. But he was unflappable. While retreating from the enemy, you are also analyzing the situation in front of you. There are too many Marines around me. There are huge crowds of people, the voices are buzzing, and there is an endless stream. The scene is full of Marines, and the water can't get through. Want to rush out of the encirclement among so many people? No easy task. You have to start step by step. Soon. Luffy has a countermeasure. People like Admiral Vice Admiral might not be able to deal with Luffy for a while. But if they deal with the ordinary Marine soldiers below them, it is more than enough for Luffy. Immediately. An incomparable Haki was released from Luffy. This Haki formed a barrier, which enveloped the entire Marine fort in an instant. Conqueror's Haki, unleashed from Luffy. Practice your own Conqueror's Haki. Luffy is no longer a day or 2. But so far, he has never used it on a real battlefield. Whether it was the Golden Lion at the beginning, or the Sabayati archipelago where supernovas gathered later. Even against Garp. This Conqueror's Haki was also handled by him to death. Conqueror's Haki? Not good. The moment Luffy cast Conqueror's Haki, a strong oppressive force was released from his body, covering all the Marines on the scene. 0. Seeking flowers. In just one night. Plop plop. Throughout Marine Fort, a large number of Marine soldiers fell to the ground one after another. Realized that it was Conqueror's Haki that Luffy unleashed. In addition to the elite soldiers who passed out on the spot, a large number of Marine soldiers began to fight. Among Marine Fort. These soldiers are elite Marines. Everyone is determined. If it is an ordinary Conqueror's Haki, I am afraid it will not achieve such an effect. But don't forget. Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, which has been developed by him to the point of awakening. Just these elite Marine soldiers in front of them. Can't hold on to the Conqueror's Haki unleashed by Luffy. Only Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral, and those very talented soldiers who are Marine soldiers can stand. 0. But even standing, they also had cold sweat on their foreheads. Sweating profusely, soaking clothes. Look at the mass of fallen soldiers. Sengoku, Akainu and others' faces sank. Luffy dealt with so many Marine soldiers in front of them. What does he want to do next? Soon. Luffy gave the answer. He put Ace down. Don't retreat but advance. He rushed towards the 3 admirals in front of him. Boom. Luffy went into 4th gear, and in 4th gear, his speed climbed steadily. Cooperate with the ability to be immune to Devil Fruit. Luffy for a moment actually fought 3 admirals in a row. Not only that, his stored energy exploded, and he dispatched with all his strength. The three admirals couldn't resist for a while, and they were forced back by him. Whether it's lava, flash, or freezing, Luffy is invulnerable. The three of them also looked shocked. How did Luffy ignore all of their attacks? Akainu, the yellow ape is okay, at least I've seen it before. But it's the first time seeing Aokiji. He was overwhelmed by Luffy's methods. Desperate to survive, Luffy chose to put all his eggs in one basket. Three people worked together. On the contrary, he was defeated by Luffy. Such a jaw-dropping scene. That's Marine's three admirals. Marine's highest combat power. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was shocked by Luffy's move. Righteous. Chapter 87. When they saw Luffy alone, they forced Marine and Admiral back. How can Akainu, one of the three admirals, endure? He flew into a rage. Meteor volcano. With all his strength, he directly exploded his charged attack. The sky full of magma bombarded Luffy. Luffy's eyes sparkled. God's void vision was also activated by him. Meteor volcano. Luffy also uses Meteor volcano's abilities. The magma from both sides collided together. The lava was scattered towards the ground. To know. There are now large groups of marine soldiers stunned by Luffy Conqueror's Haki on the ground. Although these lavas are not strong, if they are allowed to stick to these marine soldiers. If you don't die, you have to be disabled. Ice wall. Just when the magma was about to fall on the ground of 210, Aokiji made a move, creating an ice wall. Keep all magma out. At the same time, Kizaru also makes a shot. 8-foot Kyanguyu. Kizaru's sparkling fruit ability also hit Luffy. On the left is Akainu's Meteor Volcano, and on the right is Kizaru's 8-foot Kyanguyu. Both are the special skills of the two admirals. Luffy faces these powerful abilities. He doesn't stop at all. Let these abilities fall on yourself. At the same time, 8-foot Kyanguyu. Meteor Volcano. Luffy copied their abilities directly and bombarded them in the opposite direction. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. A large area was bombed at the scene. Akainu and Kizaru made a careless move and were hit by Luffy. Immediately, they are out of balance. One after the other they flew upside down. This moment, Luffy disappeared in a flash. He came before the last Admiral Aokiji. Luffy punched him. Aokiji hastened to fight with his abilities, and 10 layers of ice shields were deployed by him. It's a pity that these 10 layers of ice shields, no matter how hard they are still not enough to look at. Under one punch, all 10 ice shields were broken by Luffy. Aokiji uses his frozen fruit's powerful ability, trying to restrain Luffy. Can't you see it yet? It's useless, Luffy said calmly. Next second, he also sent Aokiji flying with one punch. Even the combination of 3 admirals is not Luffy's opponent. One man is against 3 admirals, it's alright if they don't lose the wind, and even defeated them one by one. Notice. Before that, Luffy was besieged by Marine, besieged on all sides. It can be said that Zhang Lang's talent is exhausted. Even those Marines at the scene thought that under the siege of so many of them, no matter how strong Luffy is, he's just a bird in a cage, he can't escape with his wings. But this result surprised the whole Marine Fort. The countless Marines led by 3 admirals couldn't stop Luffy's pace. First, open the Conqueror's Haki to stun a large piece of Marine. And the 3 admirals who were facing the siege behind took the initiative to rush forward. Don't retreat but advance, put it to death and survive. This decisive battle not only solved his crisis, but even revitalized the situation. The Marine soldiers, who were already scarred, have been dealt with completely under Luffy's Conqueror's Haki. If you say before, Marine has lost a lot of strength, but still has the power to fight. Can now? They don't even have the strength to fight. How many Marines are still standing? A few vice admirals, a few rear admirals, a few colonels, and a few capable marine soldiers. Even if they can stand, their combat power is not as good as before. Especially when the 3 admirals also lost. Marines don't have much combat power anymore. The Whitebeard pirates sighed. When seeing Luffy surrounded by enemies on all sides. At that time, they are also extremely worried. Admiral is admiral after all. The 3 admirals went out together. Not only did they not move to Luffy, but they were bulldozed by Luffy. Marco, Jaws, Baista, Yizang and many other captains were dumbfounded by shock. Zuozu stayed where he was for a long time without speaking. Even Whitebeard, more than gasped. How sharp his eyes were! In addition to using those magma, freezing, sparkling fruit and other abilities, Luffy even ignored those devil fruit abilities on the spot. On this straw hat Luffy's body. How many secrets are hidden? Actually, Whitebeard was suddenly a little thankful too. Don't say anything else. It's Luffy's ability to defeat Marine 3 Admiral. If he was on the side of their Marine, then their Whitebeard pirates would definitely die. This is a person who can affect the balance of war. It is very difficult to lose with him. Simply Ace and Luffy are related, otherwise, the consequences are really unimaginable. Except for the White Group. Those around the world who were watching the live broadcast were also amazed by Luffy's move. Did all 3 admirals lose? That is the marine that made countless pirates fearful. The strength is strong and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Now that the 3 of them joined forces, they were actually defeated by Luffy. How can it be? This is simply not possible. Those who supported Marine were all pale and dull, and the 3 admirals couldn't stop Luffy from taking Ace away. Anyone with a discerning eye will come out by chance. Lost. Marine is losing. This war has already had a result. And those pirates applauded. Although they have nothing to do with Bai Tuan, don't forget that an enemy's enemy is a friend. At this point, they have a common enemy. That's Marine. 0.9 sees Marine deflated. These people are somehow very informative. Ecstatic. Some people even danced with excitement. After today's battle, I believe most of you remember a name, Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. The man who was offered a reward of 2 billion by Marine. In the first half of the Grand Line, it has the highest reward in the world. At this point, even when Roger and Whitebeard were young, they never achieved it. Since Roger's gone, Whitebeard's years are coming to an end. There is no replacement for their time. Isn't this a kind of sadness? Nowadays, the replacement has arrived. His name is Luffy. The Age of the Future, also named Luffy. Chapter 88. In all eyes, Luffy defeated the 3 admirals. This one-on-one matchup where Admiral didn't lose, and even got the upper hand, was really shocking. After all, San Admiral's reputation is here. Not to mention other marine soldiers, prisoners, and Shishibukai, even people close to Luffy, such as Nami, Robin, Zoro, Usopp, etc., were surprised from ear to ear. And as the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Whitebeard couldn't help but stare deeply at Luffy. Then he let out a sigh of regret. He also had to admit it. Luffy is so strong. Certainly. Here's what other people think. For Luffy, he knows best that the combined 3 admirals can be defeated. He was just opportunistic. How you said that? The reason is that when Luffy rescued the prisoners in Impel Down, the 3 admirals had already fought with Whitebeard and the others. In other words, they've been fighting intensely with the Whitebeard pirates. So that the physical loss was so fast that even Aokiji was injured by Whitebeard. This is one of them. When Luffy reached the top of the 08 War, the others followed suit. Just say Green Bull. He was the first to find Akainu. The 2 collided on the spot. What is the strength of Green Bull? If Akainu doesn't use some tricks, he won't get any benefit from the green bull at all. And bullet, and a smile and more. All in all. This is the second point where 3 admirals are consumed again. Until now. When the 3 admirals unite to besiege Luffy, it has reached the point of lingering, the end of the battle. Luffy took Xiandu, in addition to recovering his strength, he also has the ability to be immune to extreme bugs such as devil fruit, specifically targeting Admiral's devil fruit. Cooperate with your own strength. Not to mention 3 admirals. Even if you do it again, neither is Luffy's match. This is Luffy's confidence. It is also a symbol of his ability. But then again. But there are 3 in Admiral. There is a physical powerhouse like Garp. Then it's not Luffy's turn to be so arrogant. For those who are strong in pure physical skills, the oppressive power given to Luffy will be greatly improved. Pity. They do not. Luffy brings up Ace. He returned step by step in the direction of the Whitebeard pirates. Some vice admirals gritted their teeth, and they immediately wanted to fight back against Luffy. After all, Luffy has an ace in his hand. Once Ace returns to the Whitebeard pirates, then there is no way for the Marine to execute him. You can't let Straw Hat leave here, and you can't let Ace leave here. Quick, go stop him. Damn, fight with Luffy the Straw Hat. But just when the vice admirals were about to counterattack, one hand suppressed their eagerness to move. The vice admirals looked at whoever stood in their way. Immediately afterwards, each of them said solemnly, Master Marshal. Good. The man who stopped them was Marshal Sengoku. Stop making unnecessary sacrifices. Sengoku's solemn voice filled their ears. Everyone looked up. He looked at Luffy in the straw hat, and then at his marshal in front of him. He hesitated for a while. They still stopped. Sengoku didn't want to stop Luffy. But look at the scene. 3 admirals had already been driven into the ruins by him, and there were so many marine soldiers who fell in Marineford. There are very few people they can fight. In contrast to Luffy, there are no big or small injuries on his body, and his strength is still alive, although I don't know how Luffy kept fighting for a long time. But one thing is certain. If they are rushing, undoubtedly looking for death. Waste of manpower. Without any choice, Sengoku can only choose to accept his fate. Let Luffy leave with Ace. Watching Luffy slowly step by step back in the direction of the Whitebeard pirates, Sengoku has a deep sense of frustration. This is all his life. A scene that has never been seen before. Luffy's strength. It has become so powerful that one person can reverse the situation of this summit war. Unlike Whitebeard. Whitebeard is late, Luffy is in full bloom. I wanted to take advantage of Whitebeard's twilight to bury this era that belonged to him. Let Marine occupy the commanding heights of the age of great navigation. Then end the age of sailing that Roger started. Unexpectedly, the middle way ran. Not only did it not meet the original expectations, but it also made Luffy. Sengoku is also clear. Watch Luffy rising. A new era is about to begin. A new era is at hand. This is something that their Marines can't do anything about. His name is Luffy. Luffy didn't walk very fast, but returned slowly with Ace in his hand. Luffy, I thought your strength had just improved a lot, but I didn't expect your strength to be so powerful. Ace said to Luffy in shock. When it was just under siege. He's still worried about Luffy. Worried about his defeat, worried that 997 might end up with him. I was even more worried about whether he would be killed on the spot when he was besieged by Marine. But the strength shown by Luffy. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground. 3 admirals' strength, Ace has a deep understanding. Luffy just beat 1. That was a siege by 3 people. This. If you don't see it with your own eyes. Ace couldn't believe what he saw. Yeah, if Blackbeard was standing in front of me, I'd punch him so hard he couldn't find him, punch him so hard he wouldn't know his mother. Luffy said with a deep smile. This. Ace paused, and then he showed a strange look. Luffy, can you not mention this matter? Lost to Blackbeard. It was even given to Marine as an item by Blackbeard, and exchanged for the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea. This has always been a knot in Ace's heart. It's his heart disease. Now Luffy brings it up again and again. This made Ace very uncomfortable. Do you know the shame? Just know it, and improve your strength as soon as you go back. Your aptitude is not bad, work hard, and it will be no problem to reach the level of Admiral in the future. Luffy said with a tone of lesson. Chapter 89. You're right. Hearing Luffy's words, Ace also nodded. Indeed. You must improve your strength. Otherwise, their Whitebeard pirates would not have suffered such a catastrophe. However, the next second, Ace was stunned, and he said to Luffy, I didn't even realize it, why are you teaching me? Don't forget, I am older than you, and I am your elder brother. Of course I'm teaching you a lesson. Do you know the feeling of hating iron but not steel? It doesn't matter how old you are. Age is not a problem. If you know your mistakes, you can improve it. You, an older brother, don't even realize it. In my opinion, we two it's time to change positions, I'll be this brother. Luffy said old-fashioned. When I heard Luffy bluntly say that the positions of the two of them should be changed, Ace was speechless immediately. But looked at Luffy in surprise. There is one thing to say. His words. It makes sense. At least, Ace had never heard of it before. While the two were chatting, they soon returned to the Whitebeard pirates. After Ace was brought out, the whole Whitebeard pirates are excited. Countless people surrounded him. They looked at Ace happily, and their words were full of excitement. Ace, are you okay? Marco asked worriedly. I'm fine. Ace replied. Ace. Others also came forward. They are all one big family. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk rushing to Marineford. I'm sorry, I've hurt everyone. Ace said with a guilty look. If not for him, there would be no summit war this time. They Whitebeard pirates have suffered so many casualties. It's none of your business. It's not just a matter of a day or two for Marine to target us. This time it's just a fuse. Whitebeard also came out from the crowd, and he spoke earnestly to Ace. Everyone talked in detail again. You say a word and I say a word. Everyone brings joy. Then, they all looked at Luffy. What it comes down to. Because of him Luffy, Ace can see the light of day again and return to their Whitebeard pirates. Thank you, Luffy. Whitebeard also thanked Luffy himself. Thank you, Luffy. The other captains also expressed their thanks. Ace has been brought out, what should you do next? Luffy asked, looking at Whitebeard. In this war, our ultimate goal is to rescue Ace. For this, too many people have died. Whitebeard spoke earnestly. There are 15,000 of them, and now there are less than 5,000 left. Lost nearly 2/3. If it wasn't for the jelly beans that Luffy gave them, these 5,000 people lost even more. This loss. It is too much. They, the Whitebeard pirates, were almost overwhelmed and destroyed. Watching the sons fight to the end, Whitebeard was heartbroken. To this end, Whitebeard is no longer berating himself once or twice. Retreat. In the end, Whitebeard made such a decision. Hearing the words of the other team leaders, they also wished to have Marine cramp. But they are all discerning people, and they can all see it. Even though a large number of Marines on the scene have fallen, the 3 admirals and Shishibukai still have the strength to fight. On the periphery, there are more than 200 warships still alive. They were well armed and outnumbered. If the two sides really want to hold on to the end now, I'm afraid the damage will be even more serious. Whitebeard had to think about his sons. It's something Whitebeard would never want to see in his sons dying. Besides, although they are the head of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world. But is their enemy only Marine? Of course not. Kaido, Ant, who among the 4 emperors is not eyeing it? Doflamingo, the other pirates in New World, even some superstar newcomers regard their Whitebeard pirates as enemies. These potential threats cannot be ignored. Today, once all the Whitebeard pirates are here, then they will win. In the end, it was nothing more than 4 emperors with a real name. The wind blows. Their band of pirates broke up. Can't stand the wind and waves. It is imperative. We must preserve our strength to prepare for all kinds of strong winds and waves in the future. Forget it, Ace has been rescued by us, let's retreat. Marco also knows the difficulties of the Whitebeard pirates now, and he agrees with Dad. Father, we are willing to retreat with you. The captains agreed unanimously. Good. Seeing his sons understand his difficulties so much, Whitebeard nodded in relief, and he looked at Luffy. Luffy, what are you going to do? Hey? Ask me why. Luffy paused, he didn't understand what Whitebeard meant. Goo la la la. Whitebeard laughed. Having experienced all kinds of things, he could see Luffy's current appearance at a glance. He explained, Luffy boy, haven't you seen it yet? You defeated Garp, forced back the 3 admirals, and defeated so many marine, Hao soldiers, and your strength is even more outstanding. If Marine is one faction and Whitebeard is one faction, then you Luffy boy is another faction. Now you are on an equal footing with us and Marine. Sit on an equal footing. Luffy seemed to understand a little bit what he meant. Whitebeard went on to say, and don't forget, under your command, there are the Straw Hat Pirates and tens of thousands of prisoners. These people are all extraordinary, and Marine is afraid of you. Don't you have the qualifications? Are you on an equal footing with us? Even I have to ask your attitude. Ah! Luffy was instantly amused. Indeed. As far as his own strength is concerned, there are such a large group of invincible younger brothers. Which of them dare to underestimate? Even Whitebeard. You should also ask for your own opinion. Chapter 90. Luffy also understands the current situation of the Whitebeard pirates. This battle in Marineford really can't last any longer. If you are consuming, the main force of their Whitebeard pirates will be exhausted. What will be the consequences? Luffy knows that too. New World still has huge challenges waiting for them Whitebeard pirates. So, it makes sense that Whitebeard chose to retreat. Now that Whitebeard has deliberately wanted to retreat, Luffy didn't mind leaving here either. After all, the war here has lasted long enough. Go on like this. He is also worried about Zoro, Nami, and the others. These own crews. Nothing can happen. Certainly. This is the first point. The second point is from my old man Garp. Garp has put so much water. And in this marine Garp is also a lifetime of allegiance. For Ace's sake, he might back down. But if it threatens Marine's dignity, Garp will never budge. Because of Garp, Luffy didn't make things difficult for Marine either. 913 Okay, Ace has been brought out, we really should get out of here. Luffy responded to Whitebeard. Goo la la la. Whitebeard nodded, that's good. Finished. He stepped forward. Came to the forefront of the Whitebeard pirates. He faced Sengoku in the distance, and Sengoku at this time was also staring at Whitebeard. The 4 eyes are facing each other. Fierce sparks blazed through the air. Whitebeard said, Sengoku, you have already lost. If I join forces with Luffy now, your Marineford should be crushed by us. Sengoku gritted his teeth. His whole body was full of anger, emitting blue smoke. But soon, Sengoku stopped again. Whitebeard is right, Marine is now at the end of its rope. If Whitebeard and Luffy join forces, they Marineford will really be crushed by each other. Once Marineford was leveled, then he, Sengoku, is the first Marine Marshal whose headquarters has been breached by pirates in history. Notoriety all over the world. Really? Then you can go and level me Marineford. Sengoku said angrily. Do you think I dare not? Whitebeard said coldly. Because of eating the fairy beans, his physical strength and injuries have almost recovered. Even the tone of voice is powerful. As soon as this word came out, Haki is leaking, release it, and suppress the audience. Sengoku suddenly felt great pressure. He was also very guilty. Whitebeard was going to really want to do it. They're really going to be leveled here. Then you can come here. Just when Sengoku felt the doubled pressure, the three admirals who were beaten by Luffy also walked behind Sengoku one after another. Shishibukai are now also standing in line one after another. They came to Sengoku's rear. At the same time, other vice-admirals also joined in. 3 admirals, Shishibukai, many vice-admirals, giant vice-admirals, etc. The fierce momentum of the two sides collided. Instantly, the whole Marineford has once again become hard to find and unpredictable. They are Marine. Even if it was severely injured, still have the power to fight. Pity. Face this so-called power of the first battle. Whitebeard suddenly crouched down. At the same time, above the fist, there were bursts of white light. This is the standard casting action for shock fruit. Then, air shock. Whitebeard landed with a punch. Above his fist, intense white light was continuously released. Crunch. There were bursts of tearing sounds in the air. Smash the void, rush to the sky, and shock the sky. Boom. A violent shock wave hit, Sengoku's feet directly. All of a sudden, Marineford was shocked. The ground shook, the ground tore apart, and a huge abyss appeared in front of everyone. This is the ultimate destructive power from shock fruit. This destructive force descended on the scene throughout Marineford. And the 3 admirals, Shishibukai, and many vice-admirals were scattered by Whitebeard's punch. Everyone is ashamed. Even Sengoku was affected. After stabilizing his body. Impossible. This moment, even Sengoku was startled to know. Before that, Whitebeard, who had been jointly attacked by their 3 admirals, had become a dead end, dying. They were even severely injured by Akainu. It is absolutely impossible for him to still have such a strong power. But the problem is, why is Whitebeard able to display such a powerful strength? Could it be everything I saw before? Was he doing it on purpose? Wrong. That was definitely not something he did on purpose. To know. Once the 2 admirals work together, they can completely overthrow a 4 emperors. What's more, at that time, the 3 admirals joined forces to attack. Even Whitebeard is good. Does he dare to show off such behavior in front of the 3 admirals? But if it wasn't for the show, then how did he manage to explode into such a terrifying combat power? Let alone Sengoku. 3 admiral inside. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru all looked down. They were also affected by Whitebeard's peak power. Why? Hasn't the tower Whitebeard already been battered? Half of his beard was beaten off. How do you still have the physical strength to display shock fruit? This doubt. It also quickly imprinted in the minds of many Shishibukai people. Everyone thinks it's impossible. Everyone thinks the Arabian Nights. Compared to their horror, the Whitebeard pirates sighed. The corners of everyone's mouth suddenly smiled unconsciously. They who have eaten fairy beans. They all know the benefits this bean brings to them. Not to mention where Luffy got his magic beans. But just judging from the dumbfounded look of the people on the marine side, they were already shocked from ear to ear by Whitebeard's methods of peak combat power. Estimated. This group of marines have already doubted life at this moment. Ha 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 ha. Quite a few captains and members of the white group were complacent. Looking at this group of marines, they looked dumbfounded. Every crew member felt a bad breath in their hearts. Everyone's faces showed the appearance of being a villain and being complacent. Good. They are villains. The more they see Marine deflated, the happier they feel. Chapter 91. After one blow, Whitebeard stood up and stared at Sengoku with deep eyes. Why, do you think I can't level Marine Ford? Sengoku's pupils constricted. I feel very uncomfortable. First timing. His eyes turned towards Luffy in the past. Perhaps. Others don't know what it is. But as the marshal, Sengoku is very clear. At first. At the time of the supernova event, Luffy chased Admiral all the way to Malin Fando. He once saw with his own eyes that Luffy delivered a bean to Garp's mouth. Then Garp jumped up from the spot. Lively. No doubt. The reason why Whitebeard will return to peak combat effectiveness. It is because of this bean that Luffy gifted him. Straw Hat Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy. It's you, and it's UFG. Sengoku wanted to swear. I can't wait to pick up Luffy's ear, point at his nose and yell. If it is someone else. Sengoku didn't pay attention to restoring peak fighting power. But this man is Whitebeard. They are Marine's most feared enemies. Sengoku gritted his teeth, grimaced, and did not answer Whitebeard's words. Sons, prepare to attack Marine Ford. Whitebeard greeted. Drink. The captains and their crews were full of fighting spirit. Watching Whitebeard actually prepare to attack with the crew himself, Sengoku directly felt the great pressure. He looks around. The three admirals are already scarred, the Shishibukai are not listening to the command, and the vice admirals are obviously weak. The marine seems to have a fighting power. But in fact, most of them are strengths on paper. Facing a peak powerhouse like Whitebeard, it's not bad anymore. Slow. Sengoku snapped at Whitebeard. What, do you regret it? Whitebeard said coldly. Ace has been taken away by you. Almost all of my 150,000 marines have been lost. Even our marine executives are hard-pressed to fight. Whitebeard, your goal has been achieved. How can you retreat? Sengoku spoke calmly to Whitebeard. Why should I retreat? Whitebeard responded, and asked a question as if he didn't know anything. Just tell me what kind of conditions you want. However, Sengoku just snorted coldly. Ace had already been rescued by him, there was no reason why he wouldn't withdraw. Sengoku, you are as sharp as ever. When Whitebeard heard this, he knew immediately that this was no longer enough to scare Sengoku. After all, they have been rivals for many years. If it weren't for Luffy's amazing army, they were really eaten by Sengoku from the beginning to the end, and they had no strength to turn around. Marine lost though. But Sengoku didn't lose at all. This is what Whitebeard admires most about Sengoku. Old rules, cede land, and pay compensation. I want your Marine's territory in New World's G5 Marine branch, 10 billion Baileys to compensate my sons, and a treaty that never violate my Whitebeard pirates, never hurt my sons. Whitebeard spoke out about his request. A fool's dream. Sengoku took the case. He was full of rage, his eyes full of anger stared at Whitebeard viciously. He couldn't see that Whitebeard wanted to force Marine to surrender and pay compensation. Needless to say, the site of the New World G5 Marine branch. That's the only foundation of their marine in New World. 10 billion Baileys? What a joke! The Whitebeard pirates need pension money, what should the 150,000 people in Marine do? As for the last one, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Marines and pirates have always been opposites. It is simply impossible to have no contradiction at all. This moment, except for Sengoku, even the three admirals, the other vice-admirals became angry. Since you don't agree, I'll just have to crush this marine fort, sons. Whitebeard made a big move. The captain and the crew behind him immediately gathered together. You. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard. Is the other party trying to show that there is no room for negotiation? I won't give you the G5 Marine branch, I can give you an additional 1 billion pension, the last treaty, I promise you, so it doesn't matter. Haki, feeling Whitebeard's release, looks at the devastated naval headquarters. They really have nothing against Whitebeard. To this end, Sengoku can only choose to compromise. 1 billion Baileys? Are you dismissing beggars? Since there is no sincerity without you, then exchange it with Marine Ford. Whitebeard was aggressive. ENZ. Sengoku's teeth have been crushed, and a mouthful of blood came out of the bite. 10 billion. 5 billion. 10 billion. The two sides argued endlessly. Eventually Whitebeard lost patience too. With one punch, the base of their headquarters has been tilted by Whitebeard, and he is about to level Marine Ford. 0, seeking flowers. Simply. At the last minute, Sengoku was forced to choose a compromise. All three requests made by Whitebeard were agreed. After getting the consent of Sengoku, Whitebeard just gave up. Sons, turn around, take our brother's body away, retreat. During the conversation, many captains and the crew quickly came to the top of the battlefield and began to collect the corpses. Countless dead Whitebeard crew members were taken away. Whitebeard commanded the helmsman to withdraw the troops. As for the frozen sea level, Whitebeard shattered the ice with one punch. Sengoku, we will meet later. While Whitebeard was retreating, Luffy also came to the prisoners. Compared to the Whitebeard pirates, for the prisoners, the casualties were smaller. Except for individual prisoners who died, the others were only slightly injured. Luffy also had dead prisoners taken away. After all, he was the one who helped him fight. Giving them a place to bury is the last thing Luffy can do. Luffy, Whitebeard is retreating, what about us? Ivankov came to Luffy's side and asked. Retreat? Luffy waved. When I came, I took 20 warships. When returning, they also took 2 warships. After the Whitebeard pirates and the Straw Hat pirates have retreated one after another. Since then, the Summit War ended with Marine's defeat. Sengoku sits in the middle of Marine Ford. The dying years makes him look very bleak. The other Marine soldiers also sat down on the ground. Obviously it's a war. They seem to have passed a century. The time is very long. This battle, Marine suffered particularly heavy casualties. The casualties of the Whitebeard pirates were also very miserable. Sure enough, I applied for that sentence. There are no winners in war, only losers. Whether it is Marine or Beichuan, both sides lost. Lost badly. Each other has become a speck of dust under the wheel of history. What will happen to the sea from now on? What kind of impact will the Summit War have on this era of great exploration? At this point, not yet known. And Luffy? His voyage continued. The mission of the Straw Hat Pirates is not over either. Death. Chapter 92. At the same time, beyond the gates of justice, the Whitebeard pirates stopped. Moby Dick's ship. Whitebeard turned around slowly, looking at the 20 warships behind him. The 20 warships led by Luffy are also slowly approaching. Luffy, thank you very much for saving my pirates this time. Whitebeard shouted from the bow. Thank you so many times in a row, this doesn't seem to be the Whitebeard pirates in my impression. Luffy replied. To be honest, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid our Whitebeard pirates might not have been able to leave Marineford. Your behavior deserves my thanks. Whitebeard replied. Yes. The other captains stood behind Whitebeard and chimed in. Luffy. Ace also looked at Luffy with sincere eyes. Hehe, that's good, I will accept your thanks. Luffy said frankly. Luffy, your current strength is already very strong, what is your future goal? Whitebeard asked with that question. Me? Play as a One Piece first. Luffy has now become interested in this One Piece throne. Be a One Piece, just play. When the captains heard this sentence, people such as Marco, Jaws, Vista, and others looked at each other. From each other's eyes. They saw it blankly. Why? Listen. Is this human speaking? Play as a pirate king. The One Piece 443, which is obviously sought after by countless people, is even the era of Great Voyage dedicated by the previous One Piece Roger with his life. It should be supreme. Admired by all. Sacrosanct. It ended up here with Luffy. It has become worthless. This. Don't say it's the captain. Even Whitebeard was stunned for a moment. A long time. Whitebeard grumbled, he looked at Luffy and said, your ambition is good, you have such strength in the first half of the Grand Line, and you have even surpassed me by accomplishing such an achievement. I am really optimistic about you. To be honest, I have noticed you as early as when I learned that you sent Golden Lion back to Impel Down. Even at that time, I was still thinking about whether to find a captain and draw you into my pirate group. Whitebeard said bluntly. Said that he had such an idea at the beginning. Indeed. Whitebeard is tempted. A powerhouse like Luffy. Not to mention Whitebeard, even Kaido, Big Mom, etc. will be very tempted. Who doesn't want to add another general to their pirate group? You want me to join your Whitebeard pirates? Luffy's eyes were crystal clear. As soon as this word came out, Zoro, Usopp, Nami and others also raised their heads one after another. They looked over at Luffy. After sailing on the Grand Line, they also know what is called Shishibukai and what is called Four Emperors. That is the existence of King's Landing, the supreme powerhouse in New World. The Whitebeard Pirates, the Four Emperors of New World, the strongest man in the world, these titles are gathered in one body. Especially when their captain Whitebeard himself spoke. Trying to win over Luffy. Who can stand this? Luffy, does he agree or not? It's all said and done. Then there is nothing to hide anymore. Whitebeard's curly beard twitched, and he looked at Luffy with an unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, I am now inviting you as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Are you willing to join my Whitebeard Pirates, willing to shoulder my Whitebeard mission, to become famous in the sea, to stir up the entire Grand Line? How about subverting the whole world? As soon as the bold words came out, Whitebeard's natural haki suddenly spread out. There are 20 marine warships covering this front. In addition to Luffy, Green Bull, Yuxiao and other strong players. Those prisoners, after seeing Whitebeard dominate the world. There is even a feeling that I can't help but want to worship him, and want to promise him each other's breath. They all started to hurry up. Luffy, will he say yes? Yes, agree. Or refuse? It stands to reason. Whitebeard pulled his face off himself. He has no reason to refuse. The prisoners looked at each other. In the early years, they have heard about how strong Whitebeard is, how terrifying his strength is, how important he is in New World, how he is a man standing on the ceiling, and so on. Now, they are truly aware of it. Good guy. Even the invitation to the crew is so hacky sideways. After saying this sentence, Whitebeard took a step forward. Stretched out his giant hand. Facing Luffy with a smile on his lips. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, uttered those iconic words. Luffy, be my son. Appeared. Whitebeard's most classic picture of receiving his son. The prisoners jumped up one by one. Now they can't wait to replace Luffy and agree to join the Whitebeard pirates. Join the Whitebeard pirates. What a great honor this is. Many pirates couldn't squeeze their heads into the Whitebeard pirates. That's the beauty of the Whitebeard pirates. Nowadays, as long as Luffy agrees, then he is a member of the Whitebeard pirates. If the prisoners before were just short of breath, now they are almost crazy. However, compared to the excited prisoner behind him, Luffy is extremely calm. Beginning of period. After hearing Whitebeard's offer, Luffy was interested. But suddenly, I heard the phrase "be my son." A few black lines fell from Luffy's forehead. At the same time, I raised my middle finger silently in my heart. Silly bee. Ace also strikes while the iron is hot. Luffy, join the Whitebeard pirates, join in, we can never be separated from now on, kiss more kisses. Kiss more? God's kiss is more kissing. I will add you, uncle. As for the so-called non-separation. Are you a woman? If you are a woman, it doesn't matter to Luffy if you don't separate. It's a pity you're a man. Luffy is not as good as Long Yang. Think here. He waved his hand and said indifferently, I'm sorry, I may disappoint you, I don't have a habit of recognizing a father. Here Luffy refuse. Ace is a little anxious, even the prisoners are very anxious. Luffy continued, okay, you don't need to talk anymore, I don't intend to join the Whitebeard pirates, but you, Edward Newgate, wash your and wait for me in New World, before I bring my Straw Hat pirates. When the regiment descends on New World, it is destined to be a bloodbath in New World. At that time, even your Whitebeard pirates will not be spared. Those of you who have just experienced the Summit War will already be at the bottom of the Four Emperors level. You will have to survive this storm, but don't get buried in the tsunami. With a confident smile. Not only did Luffy not choose to join the Whitebeard pirates, he also uttered harsh words. Let Whitebeard wash his and wait. Is this bluntly challenging them to the Whitebeard pirates? Right. In the past, when those supernovas landed in the New World, which one was not proud, and specially asked the Four Emperors to challenge them? Hiss. Hear what Luffy said. The prisoner's eyes widened. He actually declared war on Whitebeard? They all know that Luffy is very powerful, but they don't know who Luffy is. Being held and impelled down after all. Information is blocked. Don't know what happened outside. All they know now is that Luffy wants to challenge Whitebeard. Same. On Captain Fan's side, Marco, Ace, and the others were also shocked by Luffy's unbelievable Hyuxia words. This Summit War has just passed. Did Luffy just declare war on them? This Nima must have a big appetite. Just swallow Marineford's marine. Now they want to swallow their Whitebeard pirates. Ace stole a glance at Whitebeard. He didn't want Whitebeard and Luffy to turn against each other. It's in the middle after all. Neither side pleases. Obvious. Ace underestimated Whitebeard. Goo la la la. Hearing that Luffy refused, and then declared war on himself, Whitebeard smiled heroically. Good boy, with ambition, no wonder you dare to ignore the throne of One Piece. I will always remember this Summit War thing, Whitebeard, if you really landed in New World. I'm just waiting for you to challenge me in New World, so why not? At that time, if you are defeated, don't cry and ask to join my Whitebeard pirates. Of course, if you really give up your face and join my Whitebeard pirates, I don't mind being your safe haven. Then just wait and see. Luffy looked at Whitebeard calmly and said, Zero. Luffy, let's part ways here, I return to my New World, and you? Where are you going? Whitebeard asked. Sabayati Archipelago. Luffy replied. His Thousand Sunny, still parked in Sabayati archipelago. Leave it alone. Whitebeard led the captain and said. Farewell. Luffy returns to the Sabayati archipelago with 20 warships. Since then, the two top forces are thus separated. Watching Luffy lead the 20 warships farther and farther, Ace walked to Whitebeard's side and said, Dad, don't be angry, my younger brother has such a personality. He's still worried that Luffy just PD'd off Whitebeard or something by talking about trying to eat them as well as the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard glanced at Ace. Hee, Ace, you are thinking too much. My invitation just now is just to test out what kind of ambition this Luffy has. If he is really willing to join my pirate team, then I will be very disappointed. Disappointment? Ace is a little confused. However, I really didn't expect that he would actually want to challenge us. To challenge us is to challenge the 4 emperors. This guy Luffy wants to challenge the 4 emperors one by one. Fight over, and finally achieve the throne of the Pirate King. Ha ha ha, this Luffy boy is so funny. Ace, you know, I also want to push you to the position of One Piece. After all, I was worried before, Roger. There is no successor, but now there is no need, a person who is stronger than Roger when he was young has appeared. Talking. Whitebeard stared deeply in the direction Luffy was leaving. I'm really looking forward to how big a storm your younger brother can stir up in this grand line. Perhaps, he can overthrow the Marie Joyce gang. Young, the road to the future is at least longer than my old bones. Whitebeard is looking forward to what Luffy will achieve in the future. The other side. The Summit War is over. The Whitebeard pirates and the Straw Hat pirates dominated the Summit War, and at the same time rescued Ace, the captain of the second team of the Whitebeard pirates. This result is a bit difficult for countless people to accept. Marine, who was given a high expectation of 1.0 by countless people, lost. A large number of people on the civilian side were silent. They were silent. After all, still Marine lost. 150,000 Marine, none of the top forces in Marineford could stop Whitebeard's pace. The power of pirates. This age of great voyages. Did it fail to stifle success after all? Well, many people sighed. Emotions hit rock bottom. And those pirates who were optimistic about the Whitebeard pirates danced excitedly. The arrogant and condescending smile on his face became more and more intense. Is this Marine? Is this the Marine who has dominated the sea all year round and has more than 800 years of experience? Has been suppressed by Marine all the time. Now I see the downcast appearance of Marine. Many people take pleasure in other people's misfortune. It seems Marine was nothing to fear either. But that's all. Beyond the north. That day, Summit War ended, news of Marine's defeat. Take the media of newspapers. Spread throughout the world. For a while. The first half of the Grand Line, the second half of the Grand Line, East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue and other major sea areas. Water capital, Dressrosa, Sabayati Archipelago and other important islands. A sky full of newspapers fell from the sky. Sprinkle on the ground. The cobblestone roads are covered with a layer of white paper. The news on the newspaper is about Summit War. The boundless tsunami shocked the whole world in an instant. Chapter 93. Now, 3 days have passed since the Summit War. During these 3 days, the sea has never stopped at all. All the people in the world get the newspaper news that hits the whole world. Summit War, this is a war where Marine threatens Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, and forces the 4 emperors Whitebeard of New World to start a war with them. This is on the sea. The biggest battle ever fought between Marines and pirates. The two sides invested in troops, almost close to 200,000. The war is raging. Permeated the entire Marineford. I thought Marine was bound to win. Annihilate the Whitebeard pirates in the surrounded Marineford. But they really didn't expect it. In the end. But it was such a result. Marine lost. Look at the contents of the newspaper. Especially seeing Luffy lead 20,000 prisoners to Marineford at the most critical moment. With the strength of one person. Enter the center of Marineford, go deep into the hinterland of Marine, and take Ace away on the execution platform in full view. Tackle Shishibukai, the world's #1 swordsman, pirate empress, and more. Face the 3 admirals directly, and beat the 3 admirals seriously by one person. There are also various contests with the legendary marine hero Garp the Fist. One day after another. Such a brilliant record. Countless people have been excited and filled with emotion. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy, the head of more than a dozen supernovas. He is simply too strong. Ridiculously strong. Too strong. A supernova. Surprisingly able to rival the 3 Admiral and the hero Garp. His appearance. It can be said to be the turning point of the entire Summit War. As long as he joins any party, whether it is Marine or Beichuan, the balance of victory will be tilted. Not only that. Some gossip is still rumored. Luffy may be more than one demon fruit power. Multiple devil fruits? How can this be? Many people simply do not believe this fact. But in the Summit War, a large number of people saw it with their own eyes. Luffy has used lava fruit, frozen fruit, sparkling fruit, and many other devil fruit abilities. Plus the rubber fruit that he already has. 08. Isn't that enough proof that he's multiple demon fruit powers? Is Luffy really multiple demon fruit powers? The Straw Hat Pirates are really strong. They have just sailed to the first half of the Grand Line. If they let him enter the New World, what kind of storm will it cause? Yeah. This year's supernova can be called the era of extreme evil. It's not just an era of extreme evil, with Luffy here, the status of a supernova has been elevated. Not to say that there will be no one to come after, but it is absolutely unprecedented, and unprecedented. One super, many strong, these supernovas, I am afraid, will be a very troublesome object for Marine. A large number of people in the world are talking about recent events. Especially Luffy. Now Luffy is on the cusp. Become the object of countless people fueling the flames. Admired by the world. Whenever Luffy is mentioned, everyone praises him in an endless stream. His strength, his ability, his cause. Things fermented. Terrified the whole sea. There are tens of thousands of fans. Luffy's first name. It has already resounded through the Grand Line, resounded through the 4 seas, and even resounded through the whole world. However, compared with the praise of outsiders. As a party, Luffy is a headache. Sabayati Archipelago. Luffy sat on his 1000 sunny. In front of him, there are a full 20 warships, and on the 20 warships, there are nearly 20,000 imprisoned prisoners who are eager to look for talent. Luffy is distressed. How should I arrange these prisoners in front of me? 20,000 people. This number is too many. What to do with them? It is a problem that Luffy suffers from. Here it is. A pair of slender hands rests on Luffy's temples. The slender hands rubbed gently. Luffy only felt that his fatigue was fading rapidly. He turned his head, but saw Robin right in front of him. Robin relieved Luffy's stress, and at the same time she said with a big smile, "Are you still worrying about the more than 20,000 people in front of you?" "Yeah, I don't have the territory like Whitebeard, nor the capital of Wano Kuni like Kaido. 20,000 people are 20,000 mouths, I can't feed them." Luffy sighed. "Then you can dismiss them." Robin continued to massage Luffy. "I've already said, but look at them." Luffy has said similar things. But this gang of prisoners is going to follow Luffy. Luffy's powerful strength has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. And since these 3 days, they finally learn about Luffy's past. Starting from East Blue, several Shishibukai were eliminated on the way, an ice lobby was flattened, CP9 was dealt with, and even the legendary pirate Golden Lion was defeated by him. Luffy is the one who was offered a reward of 2 billion by Marine. Outstanding ability and strong strength. Of course they all want to follow Luffy. In this turbulent sea, if there is no strong support, they will not be able to gain a foothold anyway. Follow Luffy. It is a wise choice. How about setting up separate units like the Whitebeard pirates? Robin was also trying to figure out a way for Luffy. Is it like being affiliated with the pirates? Hearing this, Luffy slowly opened his eyes. This is a way, but the question is, how can I feed these 20,000 people? If get all your assets, it can last for a while. Luffy has a little money, which is given to him by the City of Water, Bingshan. And the stolen money extorted from Marine. But the problem is, the money seems like a lot, but distributed to 20,000 people. It's only been a while. After this? So what should I do now? It was precisely because of this that Luffy was thinking hard. Sorry. Robin said a little aggrieved. Why are you apologizing? Luffy was a little dumbfounded. I can't seem to help. Robin said with a sigh. It's okay, just give me a press. Luffy patted himself on the shoulder, then said with a smile, I really like the way you care about me now. Suddenly heard Luffy's words. Robin's cheeks flushed slightly. He bit his lip. My heart is as sweet as eating honey. Soon. Luffy stood up, there is a way. Above the sea. In addition to strength, subordinates are also very important. Just like this summit war, if there are only 16 captains of the Whitebeard pirates, there are only 1,600 people under them. How could these 1,600 people beat Marine's 150,000 people? Whitebeard was able to compete with such a behemoth as Marine. They rely on the 43 affiliated pirates. In other words, Luffy's current 20,000 people cannot be lost. Once there is any war in the future, just Luffy at the beck and call. All the subordinates from all directions came and gathered. That scene. What a spectacle. So. Anyway. Luffy had to figure out a way to keep them, too. As for how to do it, Luffy references the courier company that Buggy launched on the Grand Line after he took the title of Shishibukai. Buggy back then. Because relying on a large number of prisoners, the wind and water are mixed. Make money every day. Extra cash. What is Luffy missing right now? It is money. If it is possible to expand the courier company, if there are more than 20,000 people, it will be easy to feed. Luffy quickly summoned the crew and started a meeting. Nami, Zoro, Usopp, Uxiao, and Green Bull are all present. Luffy recounted his proposal. As soon as this statement came out, immediately, everyone agreed. If we can really develop a courier company, it can solve our immediate situation. Nodding with a smile, agreeing with Luffy's idea. Although I don't know much about making money in business, 20,000 people must stay. If the Marine launches an attack similar to Summit War on us someday, we won't win with just a few of us. Green Bull also agrees. I agree. Zoro replied. Me too. Others followed suit with Luffy's idea. My god, are we going to have 20,000 subordinates soon? Usopp was a little dumbfounded. Even if he was bragging at the beginning, it was only 8,000. Now suddenly there is an extra 12,000, which makes him a little confused. Nami, I'm afraid we can't keep the money of the Straw Hat Pirates with you, and we have to give it all this time. Luffy looked at Nami and said. I see. Nami also knew which was more important, and was willing to spend all her money immediately. She's just a little pity. With so much money, I haven't covered myself yet. The result is now being sent away. But this is better than growing their Straw Hat Pirates. Nami is also happy to oblige. After the discussion is over, Luffy talked to 20,000 prisoners about his thoughts. You can stay. But they have to take a long-term view. Luffy decided to start a Sea Express company, which requires a lot of their manpower to assist. Everyone listened. As long as Luffy is willing to let them stay. Not to mention the courier company. Even if you go up the knife mountain and down the oil pan, you don't frown. 20,000 people are magnificent. That made Luffy nod. He came to Crocodile, Bullet. Both are still in prison. The original agreement has been completed, it stands to reason that the two should leave. However, perhaps because of regaining freedom for a while, Bullet is at a loss for the future. He didn't know what to do either. In the early years, Crocodile also has desert countries to conquer. Now it's all turned into froth, into superficiality. This let Crocodile not know where to go. It happened that Luffy took in 20,000 people and started a courier company. After being told by Luffy, they immediately became interested. So there was no rush to leave. Seeing that the two of them were actually willing to stay. This is something Luffy didn't expect. To know. Bullet has the strength to rival Marine Admiral. Although Crocodile is not as powerful as Bullet. But there are also standard 50-50 personal attributes placed here. The two joined. This allowed Luffy's overall strength to increase rapidly. The courier company is referring to Buggy. Luffy simply handed everything over to Buggy. Buggy listened. Luffy actually handed over 20,000 prisoners to himself. He was flattered. With all his virtues and capabilities, he was actually able to be appreciated by Luffy. Immediately. He's desperate and hell-bent on working for Luffy. In fact, it is not unreasonable to choose Buggy 480. First, in the original book, Buggy is already doing this job very well. Second, out of the 20,000 people, 15,000 people are led by Buggy. Certainly. These 15,000 people are just ordinary prisoners. If you put it in Impel Down, it's just the people on the first and second floors. Far less than the third floor, the fourth floor, and even those horrible guys on the sixth floor. That's why Luffy picked him. Luffy took out all his belongings. Expansion of Sea Express Company. Not only that. He also copied all the rules about express delivery in his previous life. This process. It's Luffy working overtime all night. I stayed up for 3 full days and 3 nights. Very tired. Only then will the rules be perfected. This is a reference to the industry rules of all express companies such as SF Express, Yuantong Express, and Zhongtong Express. There are these springboards. I believe that Buggy's work as a courier company will become easier and simpler. Luffy temporarily organized the 20,000 people into 3 fleets. Captain number 1 is Buggy. The second captain is Bullet. Captain number 3 is Crocodile. Say it bluntly. The current number 1 captain, Buggy. In terms of status, he is not weaker than Marco, the first captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Suddenly in a high position. There are so many subordinates below. Every strength is stronger than oneself. There's also Bullet, formerly also on Roger's crew, and Crocodile, one of the former Shishibukai. Buggy was a little dumbfounded. Excited heart, trembling hands. My legs can't stand it anymore. He could feel that Luffy valued him. But that's why. Buggy became more and more motivated. Continuously extract the rules for 3 days and 3 nights. Luffy is a bit tired too. He fell asleep soundly. However, when he just woke up, a shocking news into his ears. Because of Summit War Luffy's spoiler, Marine's previous efforts were wasted, Whitebeard was not wiped out, and their Marine was severely injured instead. Marshal Sengoku was often scolded by Marie Joyce. Marine was criticized not lightly. Therefore, Luffy's bounty was raised to 3.5 billion. Now, a reward of 3.5 billion was offered. It has spread throughout the world. The reward for the first half of the Grand Line has been increased to 3.5 billion. If the previous 2 billion can be surpassed, this is 3.5 billion. It is simply impossible to surpass the object. The world was shocked, countless people looked sideways, a large number of people's pupils constricted, and everyone looked forward to it. Fifth Emperor. Luffy has taken the Fifth Emperor's throne on the Grand Line. Chapter 94. Except Luffy is on the bounty. The bounties of other crew members have also increased. After all, they all participated in Summit War. Although the strength of everyone is not outstanding, the influence in Summit War is not large enough. But don't forget, they have the tags of the crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro was raised to 400 million. Sanji was also raised to 300 million. Robin was also raised to 150 million. And Usopp, Nami, etc. The rewards have also increased a lot. Even Brook and Frankie, who just joined, have been rewarded for upgrades one after another. Not to mention Yuxiao and Lunyu. The Green Bull is more prominent, in the Summit War tough Akainu. Powerful, shocking 4. The reward has been raised to 1.2 billion. If you smile, keep a low profile, it just increased from 500 million to 800 million. Among the prisoners, most people's rewards didn't increase much. There are only 2 people, Crocodile and Bullet. The former is not Shishibukai, and the latter is a strong man from the old era. After the 2 of them resumed the bounty, they performed brilliantly in the Summit War. It also increased the long-standing rewards of the 2 of them a lot. Crocodile was originally more than 80 million Pele. After this battle, it was raised to 700 million. Bullet had a bounty of 1.2 billion in the old days, but this time it was raised to 1.8 billion. Overwhelmed the Green Bull. Of course. Although it is overwhelming, the Green Bull has only just entered the sea. In terms of rewards, it is naturally inferior to Bullet, which has been outstanding in the old days. What surprised Luffy the most was Buggy. Although there is not much performance, but the 15,000 prisoners obeyed him and commanded well in the Summit War. The bounty has also increased from a small 15 million Baileys to 500 million. The moment Buggy got the news, he froze for a while at first. Then let out a shocking laugh. I never thought that I would have a day when I would offer a reward of over 100 million. He finally found the wealth code. Follow Luffy to eat meat. All in all, the reward amount for all members has been raised to a new height. Rise of the Straw Hat Pirates. Unstoppable. Except that the bounty for all members has been raised. When the influence on the sea is flourishing. Marine also sent a messenger to Sabaody Archipelago. Luffy, Marine sent a messenger and said they want to see you. Robin came in from the outside suddenly, and she said to Luffy who was practicing. Messenger. Inside the room, Luffy looked up. There is indeed such a saying as a messenger on the sea. And there is an unwritten rule. When the 2 sides are at war, don't behead them. It's like when Shanks landed on the Moby Dick, he sent a messenger to Whitebeard. The so-called courtesy first and soldiers later. That's the reason. Let's go, let's see what the messenger wants to say. Luffy waved and led Robin out. On the deck of Thousand Sunny, Green Bull, Yuxiao, Frankie, Brook, and others also stood on it one after another. After seeing Luffy coming, everyone gave way. Surrounded by everyone, Luffy came to the messenger. The moment I saw this messenger, Luffy was really taken aback for a moment. I saw her with long pink hair, dressed quickly and neatly, with the touch of arrogance on her flimsy face. Her expression was condensed, like a 1,000-year-old ice that keeps people away from thousands of miles away. Hina. Luffy recognized the woman with long pink hair in front of her at a glance. Hina. The current Marine Colonel. It is a potential stock in Marine. He and the Smoker generation were also Admiral Zephyr's students. Has a pivotal position in Marine. As long as she is given a little time, she will become Vice Admiral in the future, and is even expected to hit Admiral. Behind Hina, there are also 2 Marine soldiers. Certainly. Luffy doesn't know the 2 soldiers in this entourage. Unexpectedly, the now famous Luffy actually recognizes Hina. Although Hina was astonished, Luffy recognized her identity at a glance. But she pretended to be calm, and at the same time said with a haughty tone, "Since I know Hina's name, why didn't she show up for so long? Is this how your Straw Hat Pirates treat guests?" "I know, of course I know, Zephyr's servants are all over Marineford, why don't I know the famous Hina?" Luffy chuckled, and then he pointed at Hina with one hand, "Zoro, take her down." As soon as this word came out, everyone looked at Luffy in surprise. Actually, Hina was a little apprehensive when she came to see Luffy, but in order not to insult the dignity of their marine, treat these pirates. You must be proud of your talents. But she never thought of it. The second sentence from Luffy. It is to take yourself down. Immediately, Hina became alert. Except for Hina, Zoro is also a confused person. He anxiously said to Luffy, "Luffy, it's not like you don't know that my knife doesn't cut women. Who told you to chop her? Just take her for me," Luffy said with a big wave of his hand. "Hear Luffy explain." Zoro also drew his sword. Then it turns into the back of the sword, and all the swords are directed towards the Mianjun. Wow! In the blink of an eye, Zoro's speed flickered, and the slash in his hand was like a wave, one wave stronger than the other. Although Hina is very afraid. But that's also a fear of Luffy. She doesn't know Zoro. "I thought it was just an unknown swordsman. Challenge me? You are afraid, get it, that you may have identified the wrong person." Hina is full of confidence in herself. Black bar. The Devil Fruit ability is released on Hina. But saw a series of black iron pillars cast out from Hina's hands, rushing towards Zoro. Clang! The moment the black bar collided with the sword, Hina was so shocked that she retreated violently. The hands are even more numb. Her face is not calm. The previous self-confidence is gone. Is an unknown swordsman in the Straw Hat Pirates so powerful? 2. Although Zoro itself is pretty good, but Luffy's highlights are just too much. So much so that when it comes to the Straw Hat Pirates, everyone thinks of Luffy. No matter what. It's also a smile, these people are born in green. Finally it's Zoro, Sanji's turn. Chapter 95. No way. In the first half of the Grand Line, their strength may be very strong. Available in New World. Not worth mentioning. So that's why Hina doesn't know Zoro. Zoro spared no effort either. A heavy slap on Hina's body with the back of the knife. Hina flew upside down. He bumped his head against the deck behind him. When she raised her head, Zoro's autumn water was already on her neck. Wonderful! Luffy clapped his hands. Zoro's strength has also improved rapidly now. Hina is very talented, and she also has a pivotal position in Marine. Can fight Zoro for less than a few rounds. It was killed by Zoro. This is also explained from the side. Now Zoro's strength is extraordinary. Meet opponents who are not Zoro. Hina glared at Luffy viciously, "Straw Hat Boy, don't go too far." Luffy looked down at Hina in front of him, and said, "Too much? Why did I go too far? Do you know why I want to take you down?" "Why?" Hina really didn't know why. Summit War, you Marine seem to be the defeated party. Since you are the defeated party, you have to show me the humble appearance of the defeated party, and stop slapping your face 390 times in front of me to make you fat. Your arrogant attitude just now, who is it for?" Luffy said coldly. Indeed. When I first boarded the ship, Hina was defiant and contemptuous, and the rest of the crew saw that she was here for the sake of envoy. He didn't even bother with her. But they don't care. It doesn't mean Luffy doesn't care. Feel sorry. This is Thousand Sunny, and this is the territory of the Straw Hat Pirates. This is not the place for these strutting marines to run wild. You hear what Luffy said? Hina pointed at Luffy, without saying a word for a long time. He couldn't move. But the two attendants behind Hina are still alive. They want to launch an attack on Zoro. Luffy just took a step forward. The momentum alone knocked them back out. All of a sudden, Luffy is like the creator above all things. Hina suddenly became apprehensive. Is this the attitude of the strong man who was offered a reward of 3.5 billion by Marine? Luffy took Zoro's, autumn water, and he put the long knife on Hina's neck in a leisurely manner. The voice said with concern, "Come on, tell me about your purpose of being a Marine envoy this time. If you are right, I will kill you." Hina looked at the long knife attached to her neck, and was still very horrified. But after hearing Luffy's words, she became anxious. "If you are right, you will kill me. Oh shit! What kind of world is this? I'm telling the truth, can't I escape your cruelty? Sorry, slip of the tongue, if I make a mistake, I will kill you." Luffy's old-fashioned correction. Hina knew she had no choice now. You can only reveal your purpose in full. Turn out to be. Since Summit War, both Crocodile and Jinbei were kicked out of 7 warlords of the sea. Luffy is now at the level of Shishibukai. This time I sent Hina over. I just want to invite Luffy to become 7 warlords of the sea as Marine. Become a legal pirate. 7 warlords of the sea? You Marines are really huge. Don't Marines complain about everything I did before? Destroy an ice lobby, make trouble in Marineford, and even the Summit War was dismantled by me. Luffy is very curious about Marine's attitude now. Master Marshal said, "As long as you promise, the previous grievances will be wiped out." Hina looked at Luffy calmly and said, 7 warlords of the sea, the old man Sengoku can still accommodate me, the Prime Minister can hold a boat in his belly, I saw it today. Luffy kind of admired Sengoku's massiveness. But let's be honest. He's not interested in 7 warlords of the sea. Present. Luffy refused and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I refuse." Reject. Hina paused, she didn't expect Luffy to refuse. People say that the 7 warlords of the sea are Marine's lackeys. I don't intend to serve Marine. Besides, on the way you came here, didn't you hear the rumors in the sea? Luffy said with a smile on his face. What rumor? Hina didn't know what Luffy was referring to. Straw Hat Luffy has confirmed the status of the 5th player. The smile on Luffy's face was very strong, and he went on to say, "You said that the temptation of 7 warlords of the sea is bigger, or the 5th emperor." This moment, Hina finally knew the reason for Luffy's refusal. Indeed, 7 warlords of the sea is a fatal temptation for some pirates. But in front of the 5th emperor, 7 warlords of the sea is a bit unqualified. This. Hina hesitated for a while, she looked at Luffy and said, "Since you refused, then Hina has nothing to say, why don't you let Hina go?" During the conversation, Hina prepares to get up. But the moment she stood up, Luffy pushed her down again. "I know the purpose of your coming here, for the sake of telling the truth, I won't kill you, such a delicate woman, kill her. It's a pity, but I won't let you go either. If I catch a female prisoner, I will regret it for the rest of my life if I let her go." Straw Hat Luffy, what do you mean? Hina was a little uneasy. What do you mean? That's what I mean. You have been detained by me. I will send your followers to report back. What about you? Just stay here honestly. Luffy didn't hold back either. Capture 2 of Hina's minions. Throw them directly into the sea. Luffy detains Hina again. Just like Perona back then, put on sea stone handcuffs and lock them all on Thousand Sunny. Take care of things here with Hina. Luffy said to everyone, okay, now the matter that Sabayati Archipelago should solve has been solved, our primary goal now is to go to the New World and prepare to meet greater challenges. By then, we will be surrounded by our enemies. Are you all afraid? Hear what Luffy said. Frankie and others laughed. Luffy, isn't our goal to reach the final island? There's nothing to be afraid of. That is. Why would we go to sea if there were no hardships? Everyone's morale is high. Very good, everyone can rest for 10 days, and after 10 days, go to the Fishmen Island at a depth of 10,000 meters. Luffy pointed to the deep sea and said. Chapter 96. 10 days passed in a flash. Actually, this is Luffy's holiday for everyone. However, the current crew members are more active than each other. The so-called holidays are actually spent on Thousand Sunny. In their view, Luffy, the captain, has come so far now. If you are not working hard, I'm afraid I'll be thrown far away. Seeing so many crew members are so positive, Luffy just shook his head helplessly. Today, Thousand Sunny has a guest on it. Pluton Rayleigh. Learn that Luffy is going to the Fishmen Island. Rayleigh explained, the Fishmen Island is the only way to pass through the New World, which is 10,000 meters deep in the sea, but if you want to reach the Fishmen Island, you must have a boat film. If possible, how about I help you code it for free? Rayleigh is also a good coding player. Coding is just a drop in the bucket for him. Everyone listened. They all agreed with Rayleigh's request. However, Luffy just smiled. Mr. Rayleigh, have you heard of the ship spirit? Ship spirits? I've heard of it in an ancient book. Pluton Rayleigh wondered why Luffy mentioned the ship sprite. Good. Luffy pulled the boat spirit out again and whipped it. Inform Rayleigh. With the mysterious power of Thousand Sunny brought to them by the ship spirit, he doesn't need a coating at all and can still go in the water. Talking. Without further ado, Luffy maneuvers Thousand Sunny to dive in front of Rayleigh. After entering the water, an invisible barrier separates their hulls from the sea water. It's like visiting an aquarium. No matter what kind of sea creatures, they all pass by Thousand Sunny. To see such an outrageous scene, even Rayleigh was shocked. What's this? Rayleigh was more than surprised. He thought of the ship spirit that Luffy had said. That's right, it's the ship spirit that gives us the Thousand Sunny buff. Luffy said firmly. At first, on the eve of the Summit War, the two abilities he had drawn. One is to give Thousand Sunny the ability to fly. Another item is the shallow sea in front of you. Shallow sea, let the hull have the ability to dive into the ocean, and ignore any attacks from sea kings. Rayleigh was really overwhelmed by the Thousand Sunny's abilities. Just heard about the ship elves. Never thought of it. This is actually true. And right in front of me. That's all. Luffy let Buggy take root in Sabayati Archipelago, and developed the Sea Express Company industry on Sabayati Archipelago. I took other crew members with me. Rayleigh, speak Land Isles. Heading to the depths of the sea, the Fishmen Island hidden in the Emerald Garden passed by. The sea. It has always been daunting and yearning. Fear its horror, return to its mystery. Thousand Sunny continued to dive. The more headed to the bottom of the sea. This is similar to falling into an abyss, and the boundless darkness envelops you, making you more breathless. Nami's face turned pale. Stop talking about Nami. Even Robin covered his mouth and frowned. They looked at the boundless darkness around them. It's depressing and chills. There is no sunlight below 200 meters, let alone thousands of meters deep in the sea. And this is several thousand meters. Still have a long time to sail. Just when the two of them were about to lose their breath, Luffy put a hand on each of their shoulders. With a concerned tone, he asked, "Are you all right?" "Fortunately, there is a little fluid in the chest," Robin said. "Me too." Nami also felt a little out of breath. "Then let me rub it for you, what do you think?" Luffy laughed. As soon as this statement came out, the second girl blushed immediately, and the sense of oppressive feeling of being out of breath disappeared. "Ha ha ha ha!" Luffy laughed instantly. "It is indeed a bit far to drive down 10,000 meters. But it's only a short while away. Soon." A ray of light appeared in front of everyone. The light grew brighter and brighter. Then presented in front of everyone. The entire Straw Hat Pirates poked their heads out. Caught the eye is a huge sphere. The sphere is surrounded by a layer of huge bubbles. There are colorful Madara inside. Like a giant deep-sea bulb. The Fishman Island has arrived. Luffy glanced at the pointer in his hand and said. Then. 0, seeking flowers. There thousand Sunny through this giant multicolored Madara bubble of the Fishman Island. Jumped onto the shore of the Fishman Island. Since then, a new journey begins. Thousand Sunny finally arrived at the Fishman Island. The sun is refracted in from the outside. Maybe it was dark for a long time when crossing the 10,000 meter deep sea. Suddenly the sun shines. This made everyone squint their eyes. Having said that, but it still can't stop everyone's yearning for the Fishman Island. Eyes wide open. Look carefully at the legendary Emerald Dream. The blue sky and white clouds, the coral groups, the sea breeze howling, the waves are not straight. On that shore, there is a row of mermaid ladies who are surfing. Everyone is gorgeous, with cheerful smiles on their faces. 0, 0. Pfft. The moment he saw these charming mermaid girls, Sanji's eyes turned into hearts. Then blood spurted out of the nose. Passed out on the spot. Oh? Sanji, what's wrong with you? Suddenly saw Sanji like this. Chopper went up immediately to stop the bleeding. Luffy clutches his forehead. Oh shit! I forgot, there was a womanizer on board my own boat. But... Luffy took a second look too. Not to mention, the figures of these mermaid ladies are really good. Especially under those figures. Has a mermaid tail. Full of mystery. It's refreshing. Those who are seductive can no longer be seductive. Does it look good? Nami couldn't look away when she saw Luffy, she asked with a sour tone. It's beautiful and beautiful. Luffy subconsciously replied. Just finished. Nami was a little jealous and the jar was overturned. Look at the figures of those mermaids. They are really good. But compared to herself, Nami is confident that she is better than them. Looking at Luffy, Nami gritted his teeth, wondering if there is any clothing store on the Fishman Island. Pick a few pieces well. Let this blind captain see what a real figure is. Snort. Women are those who please themselves. There is also Robin who has the same idea. She squinted her eyes. Time to dress up. Second. Chapter 97. It was the first time for the crew to see the mermaid. Isn't Luffy? Looking at everyone's whim. Luffy lets everyone move freely. Go shopping when you should go shopping, take a stroll when you should stroll. Even Luffy himself set foot on this Fishman Island. And Thousand Sunny on. But he smiled and stayed alone. He doesn't like noise, and would rather stay in Thousand Sunny, a clean place. On a main street in the Fishman Island. Luffy looked around. Have to say, this the Fishman Island is really unique. The blue sky and white clouds are all there, as well as the humid air, bubbles that appear out of thin air, and local mermaid residents who come and go. Occasionally, Luffy also saw a few outsiders who looked like humans. Estimated. It's the same as the 543 flying, passing by the Fishman Island. Those who want to reach the new world. Certainly. This time it came out, except for Luffy. He also has a follower. I said, when are you going to follow me? Luffy turned around, looked at Perona behind her and said. Perona. Always on Thousand Sunny. During the Summit War, Luffy handed over Thousand Sunny docked at the Sabayati archipelago to Zhanghe for safekeeping. Perona also stops on Thousand Sunny. Now head to the Fishmen Island. She was naturally brought here by Luffy too. Because now Perona is much more honest. Luffy doesn't have her freedom restricted. Appropriate time. Let her go out on her own. Snort. Perona snorted, and she looked at Luffy angrily and said, the road goes up to the sky, and who is following you? Little girl, tell me what you have to say, or I will leave you on the Fishmen Island and leave you alone. Luffy snapped back. Did you meet Lord Moria when you were in Marineford? Perona questioned. Of course, I punched him. Luffy waved his fist. It turned out that the little girl wanted to ask about this matter. You. Perona pointed to Luffy. Moria was her original captain. Luffy sank her thriller bark and seriously injured her captain Moria. Now after the Summit War encounter, Moria was given another punch. Perona got angry from it. My surname is Lu, I'll put my words here, if there is anything wrong with Lord Moria, I will never forgive you. First, my surname is Monkey. Second, in the Summit War, everyone is the master. Both sides are at war. Is there any reason to hold back? Luffy said, holding out 2 fingers. Then, he went on to say, besides, I just punched Moria, and it was Jinbei who actually beat him to the ground. Coincidentally, Jinbei is the person on the Fishmen Island. You can go to trouble him, but look at your little arms and legs, Jinbei is also a 7 warlords of the sea, I wonder if you can beat him. Luffy said with a playful attitude. Among the Summit Wars, Moria, friend or foe, harvests the shadows of marines and pirates. Since then, Jinbei has been angered. He was seriously injured by Jinbei's Murloc karate. What else did Perona want to say? But what Luffy said was well-founded, she couldn't compare to Luffy. He was speechless on the spot. Yes. Is she really going to trouble Jinbei? The others are 7 warlords of the sea. What are you? As for me, it's still the same sentence, Gecko Moria is also a 7 warlords of the sea, death is definitely impossible, if you want to meet him, if you are free some other day, I don't mind sending you go. Luffy chuckled lightly. Real. Perona, who was originally speechless, shouted in surprise when she heard Luffy's words. So easy to fall for? Luffy sighed. This Perona is too simple. Of course, I've always kept my promises, but I won't send you in vain, if you can make me happy, I really don't mind driving you back. Luffy said. Then, how to make you happy? Perona tilted her head and asked simply. There are many ways for a man to be happy, it depends on how you behave, if appropriate. Luffy smiled and said. How to behave? Perona, who was still thinking about this sentence carefully, suddenly saw Luffy's wicked smile. Even in simplicity, she understood. Kicked Luffy, Lu, are you kidding me? My last name is Monkey. Luffy said speechlessly. The two bickered as they walked forward. Noisy and noisy. But Luffy always had a smile on his face, but Perona, who occasionally choked on what Luffy said, made her head dizzy with anger. Not for a while. The most prosperous street of the Fishmen Island appeared in front of Luffy. It's here. The crowd is surging, and the number of pedestrians is multiplied and doubled. A large crowd appeared in front of the two of them. Immediately afterwards, a familiar name came into Luffy's eyes. Mermaid Cafe. All the time. There is a saying that has been circulating on the Fishmen Island. When you come to the Fishmen Island, no trip is complete without going to the Mermaid Cafe. Not to mention whether this rumor is true or not. But just from this comment on Mermaid Cafe, it is enough to illustrate the importance of Mermaid Cafe. And it is said that the manager of this Mermaid Cafe is a mermaid named Xiarli. Xiarli, the Fishman Island's well-known fortune teller, has a great relationship with the Sun Pirates and 2.1 Murloc Pirates. And she is the younger sister of Arlong, the captain of the Murloc Pirates. Arlong and the Straw Hat Pirates are also inextricably linked in East Blue. I didn't expect to come here, just go in and have a look. During the conversation, as soon as Luffy grabbed Perona's hand, he walked into the Mermaid Cafe. Well, suddenly he was pulled back by Luffy. This made Perona stunned, but soon a bright red appeared on her cheeks. Neither break free. Let Luffy lead me. Welcome. Just walk in. The 2 rows of mermaid girls standing at the door spoke enthusiastically. Chapter 98. Enter the Murloc Cafe. The luxurious furnishings inside are right in front of Luffy and Perona. Near the water towers, resplendent and magnificent. The furnishings are extremely quiet, and there are mermaids serving tea and water with people coming and going. Is this the Mermaid Cafe? Perona looked around, and then realized that the inside was really different from the outside. Her eyes were drawn to it. No wonder there is such a high evaluation, but the trip is worthwhile. Luffy nodded. I am very satisfied with this Mermaid Cafe. It is almost close to the furnishings in a modern 5-star hotel. You are, Captain Luffy. Suddenly, a voice came from Luffy's ear. Immediately afterwards, but I saw a mermaid looked at Luffy and said in surprise. You know me? Luffy turned his head and asked suspiciously. No, it's our store manager who said that there is a distinguished guest coming to our Mermaid Cafe today, so let us treat him nicely. Unexpectedly, this distinguished guest is Captain Luffy. The mermaid explains for Luffy. During the conversation, she led the way for Luffy, and 08 came to a private room. The private room is filled with delicate fragrance. The fragrance is tangy and spreads all over the wild. The mermaid who led the way quickly withdrew. Only Luffy and Perona were left inside. I didn't expect that you, a pirate, have a lot of face. Even the manager of this Mermaid Cafe favors you. Perona looked at Luffy amusedly, and then she continued, but then again, how did the store manager know that you came to their place? The manager of Mermaid Cafe is Xiarli, a famous fortune teller in the Fishman Island. I don't wonder why she counted me here. Luffy is quite open about it. Divination. When Perona heard this, her eyes widened. Covering his mouth with one hand. It seems a little unbelievable that in this world, there really is such a profession as a fortune teller. The world is full of wonders, so don't take it too seriously. Luffy said. Not for a while. The private room was opened again. Outside, a water blue mako shark mermaid walked in with lotus steps, with a smile on her face, as white and flawless as the bright moon in the sky. At first glance, it looks like a queen. This temperament is here. Something Nami, Robin, or even Perona didn't have. It is somewhat similar to Hina's. The honored guest is here, welcome from far away. Dear Captain Luffy, I am very glad that you can come to the Mermaid Cafe. Xiarli opened her mouth, opened her thin lips lightly, and said in a fluttering voice. You are Mrs. Xiarli. On the Fishman Island, most people use titles like Mrs. to call Xiarli in front of them. Luffy also does as the Romans do. But I don't know why. Luffy noticed that Xiarli looked at him with obvious vigilance. It seems to be afraid of something. Could it be that his current name is too grand? So that these people are a little scared? This is not without reason. It's me, I'm very happy to be here to enjoy the warm hospitality of our Mermaid Cafe. In addition, all expenses, this store can provide you for free, that is to say, your consumption this time is entitled to let me pay the bill. Xiarli waved his little hand and said to Luffy, a lot of face. Is my face so valuable? Luffy didn't expect Mrs. Xiarli to be so sensible and pay for her own consumption. Hehe, although your Straw Hat Pirates haven't arrived in He World yet, you have already established the title of 5th Emperor in New World. Captain, do you think we dare to accept you with such a big name? What's the cost? Besides, it would be a great honor for our small shop if we can pay 5th Emperor well. Does Chuan Neng have any other ideas? Xiarli explained. Well, that's true. Luffy also understood what Xiarli said. But he raised a finger. Ms. Xiarli, actually, I still have 10 doubts. Captain, please tell me. Xiarli said, but it doesn't matter. Well, why do you have a trace of terror on your face when you look at me? Or fear, or dread? Luffy stared at Xiarli in front of him with clear eyes and asked. He found. Since I have practiced observation haki to the current level, some people's facial expressions change in those details. All of them can be seen by him. Through these expressions, adding Luffy's experience that is about to run into the third, it is not difficult to guess what is going on in their hearts. Obviously, Luffy sensed Xiarli's fear of him. Captain, you are joking, let alone whether you are afraid. Even if you are, after all, you are already famous all over the world. When we meet for the first time, you will naturally be suppressed by your aura, won't you? Xiarli covered it up pretty well. Is it? Luffy pressed. When, of course. When saying these words, Xiarli's forehead was a little cold and sweaty. Because of Luffy's aura, he was already oppressed. That's all, since you didn't say it, I won't pursue it. You're the one who said it was free for consumption in your store. Luffy said. The voice just fell. His momentum withdrew. Nature. As if Xiarli had been pardoned, she felt resigned and said, please enjoy as you please, and I won't bother you. Talking. Xiarli backed out, leaving the private room. The moment the door is closed, Xiarli let out a long breath. Just now, she sensed the pressure Luffy was unleashing. That squeezing feeling made Xiarli feel uncomfortable. Simply come and go quickly. Is this the power of the 5th Emperor? Relying on his own strength, he reversed the situation of the entire summit war. It was just heard before. Finally see it now. To ask Xiarli why is he afraid of Luffy? Let's talk about being afraid of Luffy's current reputation as the 5th Emperor. This is just one of them. Another point is, through the crystal ball, she foretold the future destruction of the Fishmen Island. Chapter 99. Summit War didn't start before. Xylee once made a fortune for the Whitebeard pirates. The final result is only one. The Whitebeard pirates are defeated. Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, will also fall in Marineford. Except for him. Ace of Evil Blood will also be killed by Akainu, one of the 3 admirals. Although in the end the Whitebeard pirates left Marineford by chance. But he was also hunted down by Blackbeard and Whitebeard too. So that it finally fell apart. The strongest pirate group in the world was burned and destroyed. But in this divination, a new star appeared. Not only appear. Nova stands right above the Whitebeard pirates. It is as bright as Xyway star. The moment this new star shines bright, the entire Marineford occupancy will be reversed. However, the scenes of Whitebeard's fall, Ace's death, and the disintegration of the Whitebeard pirate group did not appear. This was something Xiarli hadn't expected. For more than 20 years, Xiarli claims to be a fortune teller, so naturally she has no plans. Almost nothing she expected. But this is Summit War. She was wrong. The result of being out of the cage made Xiarli stunned. I actually made a mistake. Why is that? After various deduction, Xiarli learned that this new star is the current 5th Straw Hat Luffy. To this end, Xylee tried to trick Luffy in vain. But on Luffy's body, covered with heavy fog. This fog is so shrouded that even Xylee, who has the ability of divination, cannot uncover the zero haze. Except she was wrong. It is impossible to predict a person's future, and it is also the first time Xylee appeared. Why is that? All of a sudden there were so many intractable diseases. This got Xylee interested in Luffy. What kind of a person he is? Why can't I even divination myself? Simply. Just today. She foretold that Luffy would appear on the Fishman Island. How lucky is he to be able to meet the fifth emperor? However, after the divination came out, another result was presented in front of Xylee. Except that Luffy will arrive at the Fishman Island. He might even destroy the entire Fishman Island. Destroy? Why did he destroy the Fishman Island? Xylee didn't understand why such a hexagram appeared. But for more than 20 years, she counted everything, except that Whitebeard's summit war was wrong. There are almost never mistakes. After understanding all kinds of them, Xylee became wary of Luffy. That's why, when I met Luffy today, she showed a trace of awe and fear to eat. Luffy really wants to destroy them, the Fishman Island. Who can stand it? None of the three admirals are his opponents. Rely on only one Dragon Palace, only rely on one Jinbei. This is something that can't be done at all, okay. Then, she had no choice but to choose hospitality. At the same time, take this opportunity to observe Luffy well, in order to determine why he came to the Fishman Island. But Xylee really didn't expect it. Luffy was so perceptive. Fortunately, it was prevaricated at that time. Otherwise, once the 5 emperors were offended, I'm afraid this mermaid cafe of hers is about to disappear. Just as Xylee was thinking, another mermaid ran in from outside. The store manager is not good. The mermaid was panting, and she was really 10 shop assistants. What's the matter? What's the panic? Xylee's thoughts were interrupted, which made her frown slightly. Shop manager, the customer you said you wanted to wave today, he. It seems that the mermaid is out of breath because of running for a long time. Panting for a long time. There is no follow-up to say. He wants to destroy our mermaid cafe, he wants to destroy us, the Fishman Island. Xylee stood up abruptly from his spot. She was terrified. She was afraid. Really? The dreaded thing is about to happen. These 5 emperors were not good. Want to destroy the Fishman Island. Oops. Who can stop him? Who is his opponent? Xylee's complexion became ugly. Suddenly such a sentence burst out from Xylee's mouth. Instead, the mermaid lady who was out of breath was stunned. But seeing her stunned for a while, she said, No, he is so delicious, he ate up our mermaid cafe's food for a day. As soon as this statement came out, Xylee, who was still nervous before, turned into bean eyes in an instant. Why? Too edible? Xylee also thought that Luffy was plotting to destroy them, the Fishman Island. Unexpectedly. But such a new long. Xylee's face sank suddenly, and she shouted angrily towards the mermaid girls around her, This is such a big deal, come here to report, deduct wages, deduct wages. Miss Mermaid was dumbfounded when she heard this. Boss, I just came up to report whether the situation is okay. Very good. Why is my salary deducted? But seeing Xylee's angry look, Miss Mermaid didn't dare to offend her either. He could only show an aggrieved face. Looking dryly behind. Simply. Xylee is not unkind either. Although I was angry after a while. Come on, let's go down and have a look together. Xylee took the mermaid to the living room of their mermaid cafe. However, when Xylee just arrived here, I saw Luffy and Perona gobbling it up. Zhao zhao. It seems to be competing who eats more. Both of their mouths were full. There is a thick and sincere smile on his face. Can you do it? Can you do it? Luffy said to Perona. Humph, Miss Ben can still swallow a few plates, don't underestimate me. Gulu gulu. Perona also echoed, grabbing food and stuffing it into her mouth. Around. There are already 70 or 80 plates already placed. Their mermaid cafe is like Western food, the quantity is very small, 70 or 80 plates are piled up around them. This scene really looks bluffing. This scene. Charlie paused. She took a deep look at Luffy. There was a smile on his face, and that smile couldn't be faked at all. That kind of people. Will it really destroy them, the Fishmen Island? Chapter 100. Hello, Captain, you seem to have eaten up all the things in our shop. Such a big appetite to meet Luffy and Perona. Charlie blushed. Although it is free. But I can't stand their abuse. Almost finished? Sorry, I didn't realize it. Luffy said apologetically. Oh? Have you eaten it all? Perona was also surprised. It's okay, no problem. Charlie quickly said it was fine. Joke. How dare I blame him? It's a time of joy here. Suddenly. There was a loud noise at the door. What happened to the Mermaid Cafe today? Why closed the door to thank customers? An abrupt voice sounded dissatisfied at the door. Turned out to be. Ever since Luffy walked into this Mermaid Cafe, Charlie asked to dismiss the other people in the Mermaid Cafe and announce it to the outside world. Their Mermaid Cafe is closed today. Although the customers who were originally staying in the Mermaid Cafe left, the other people who couldn't enter the Mermaid Cafe were dissatisfied. Luffy looked for the reputation. This is an 8-legged octopus with strange tattoos on its body. The wearer wears a wine gourd with 8 swords hanging from his waist. He takes a sip of wine from time to time and looks drunk. Speaker. It is this 8-legged octopus. Leopard hidden. The moment he saw this 8-legged octopus, Charlie's beautiful eyes narrowed, and his expression was a little uneasy. Leopard hidden. One of the main cotters of the new Murloc pirates. He is an 8-sword swordsman, powerful and unparalleled in swordsmanship. Otherwise, he wouldn't be a cotter of the new Murloc pirates. In the Fishmen Island, he even competes with Zoro in swordsmanship. And the new Murloc pirates. They are in full bloom here on the Fishmen Island. Even Dragon Palace can't restrain them. All the new Murloc pirates gather in Murloc Street, as long as they give an order, they may even occupy the Fishmen Island. This is where the influence of their new Murloc pirates is widespread. Lawlessness refers to their new Murloc pirates. Leopard? Who is he? Charlie knew the cotters of the new Murloc pirates, but Perona didn't. She looked at Leopard suspiciously and said. It seems that because of drinking a little wine, Bao Zhang's cheeks were a little drunk, and he walked unsteadily, but the moment he saw Perona, his eyes lit up. People from outside, because they came to the Fishmen Island for the first time, are particularly interested in the mermaid on the Fishmen Island. In the eyes of the local residents of the Fishmen Island, there are too many mermaids. Compared to mermaids, a beautiful human woman will give them a different visual impact. At the moment, after Bao Zhang saw Perona, a young and beautiful woman, his drunk red eyes lit up immediately. Here, there is actually a beautiful woman. Hiccuping, Leopard walked towards Perona. Reach out. Seems to be trying to grab Perona. Bao Zhang, this is the Mermaid Cafe, not a place for your new Murloc pirates to run wild. Seeing that Bao Zhang dared to attack Luffy's people, Charlie was a little terrified, and she quickly stopped in front of Luffy. She wanted to stop Leopard from this daring act. Charlie, you go away. If Captain Hody Jones had been here, Leopard might have given Charlie some relief. But now he is alone. Leopard Zhang doesn't care about Xiarli's identity. A tentacle directly knocked her out. Although Xiarli is a fortune teller, he doesn't have the slightest combat power. In front of a swordsman like Leopard, there is absolutely no power to fight back. Immediately flew out backwards. Seeing is about to fall, AIFF, on the ground. Luffy disappeared in a flash. Catch her in mid-air. The princess hugged her in her arms. This is the first time Luffy is holding a mermaid. The upper body is probably like any other woman. But this lower body, those are slippery fish scales. It feels different to the touch. Xiarli also suddenly noticed that she was hugged by someone else. The moment he raised his head, just looked into Luffy's eyes. The four eyes are facing each other. Xiarli moved away quickly. Let me down. Xiarli faltered. Good. Luffy gently put Xiarli down. His gaze moved towards Leopard Zhang. Who is this guy? Asked Luffy. He's a coder of the new Murloc pirates, named Leopard, and a swordsman. Xiarli explained to Luffy. The new Murloc pirates? I made a note. Of course Luffy remembers the new Murloc pirates who were all powerful on the Fishmen Island. But I didn't expect it. Met them so soon. Now, there is only Perona in the leopard's hidden eyes. He even wanted to take this beautiful human woman in front of him as his own. The drunken red face showed a triumphant expression. But at the moment when his hand was about to touch Perona's body, boom! There was only a cracking sound in the air. Luffy kicked past, hid the leopard and kicked it into the ground. He rolled on the ground a few times in embarrassment, and his head hit the rock so hard that the rock was smashed to pieces. Kicked by Luffy. This caused Bao Zhang to be overwhelmed inside his body. The wine he just drank was sprayed out by him. Scattered all over the place. Leopard hides here. For being kicked by Luffy, he suddenly sobered up a bit. Looked up. Look around. Who I am? Where am I? What is this place? At this time, Leopard Zhang also noticed that he was in the Mermaid Cafe, and at the same time saw Luffy in front of him. He is more aware. The one who kicked me just now was Luffy in front of me. The Fishmen Island is an isolated place. Although the summit war is raging in the outside world. But actually, there are only a few people who know Luffy's identity. Bao Zhang didn't recognize Luffy at first sight. Boy, you are quite courageous. How dare you attack our new Murloc pirates? Bao Zhang pointed at Luffy and said viciously. Chapter 101. Hear the leopard's voice. It's like Luffy just heard some big joke. What are the new Murloc pirates? I don't think I've ever heard of them. Luffy frowned, he said solemnly. Perona came up behind Luffy. Standing behind Luffy and winking at Bao Zhang. Thing. In Leopard's heart, their new Murloc pirates are unquestionable. Now I suddenly heard such a sentence from Luffy. Leopard was furious. He pointed at Luffy and said angrily, then let you see what it means to see what is called a mountain beyond a mountain. Watching the two sides touch each other, Xiarli wanted to say something else. But when she just opened her mouth, she was shocked to find that she couldn't utter a single word. She subconsciously looked at Luffy. The source of an invisible oppressive force is Luffy. This made Xiarli tense up. She knows. This man is really ready to make a move. The Mermaid Cafe was originally on a bustling street. The confrontation between Luffy and Leopard. Suddenly it attracted the attention of countless people. A large number of people rushed over here. Hey, isn't that Leopard? Why is he here? Damn it, why did those people from the new Murloc pirates come near the Dragon Palace? It's really Leopard. It is said that this person kills decisively, especially when he is drunk. Yuzhong's knife is ruthless. Is Bao Zhang going to fight someone else? Who is the person who fought with him? How dare he provoke Bao Zhang? The popularity of Leopard hidden now. It can be said that it is famous throughout the Fishmen Island. Especially the new Murloc pirates behind him. If it wasn't for Jinbei standing on the side of Dragon Palace, I'm afraid they would have attacked Dragon Palace long ago. It is precisely because the new Murloc pirates dominate the family. This has also led to the popularity of all their members now, and everyone in the Fishmen Island knows everyone. In contrast to Luffy's side. Again. Even if the summit war is over, the news on the surface of the sea will not reach the Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters deep. Besides, even if passed over, it was also the people from Dragon Palace who got the news first. Leopard, who is part of the new Murloc pirates, never knew Luffy's identity, let alone other passers-by. When passers-by saw unknown humans, they actually had S*X with the cotters of the new Murloc pirates. Many people showed pity and sorrow in their eyes. They have only one thought in mind. It's over. This human has provoked an incredible existence. Just when everyone is optimistic about Bao Zhang. I think Luffy must lose. Even Bao Zhang was full of confidence, staring at Luffy with disdain. At the same time, he drew out his double swords and slashed at Luffy without hesitation. Jumping clown. Facing Leopard's slash. Luffy just raised his head lightly. This is the moment. Under his messy hair, a pair of eyes shot out a brilliant light. At the same time, the top conqueror's haki was turned on, and was forced into a silver needle by Luffy. Like a sharp weapon, it stabbed the leopard straight away. Puff! Leopard who just jumped up seemed to have been hit very hard. The whole person fell to the ground with a bang. The 7 orifices bleed. Died on the spot. Without a little breath, it turned into a temporarily warm corpse. This scene suddenly appeared. The passers-by who were optimistic about Leopard Zhang of the new Murloc pirates fell silent. There was no sound. Very quiet. The scene is like a quiet church. There is no noise at all. Next moment, boundless waves ignited in the hearts of all passers-by. Wow! Everyone was dumbfounded. All of them stared at Luffy in disbelief. What did they see? What did they see? The human just raised his head and glared at Leopard. Leopard Zhang was stared to death by this human? Who is Leopard? The cotter of the new Murloc pirates. A formidable foe. But even such a powerful person. But he was also stared to death by this human being. Who is he? A large number of people opened their mouths, looking at Luffy with horror, and even fear in their eyes. For a while, all passers-by present wanted to know Luffy's identity. 0. Seeking flowers. Can kill Leopard Zhang in one hit. How terrifying is his strength. Even Charlie couldn't help covering her mouth. He looked at Bao Zhang, and then at Luffy. Is this the power of the 5 emperors? Treat these people like leopard hidden. Just one look will kill the enemy. If you don't see it with your own eyes. She couldn't believe that Luffy still had such strength. Charlie sat down on the ground. The previous worries resurfaced in his mind. If Luffy really destroys the Fishmen Island, even if the combat power of the entire the Fishmen Island is doubled, I'm afraid it won't be Luffy's opponent. 0. His forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. Charlie couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Chilling down the spine, restless heart. And Perona behind Luffy. It was also the first time I was shocked by Luffy's strength. Sluggish. Shocked. He seems to be getting stronger again. Is this man a bottomless pit? To what extent does one have to improve one's strength before one can give up? Luffy here. He didn't care about solving a leopard hideout at all. In his opinion. What is a leopard hide? Nobody worth mentioning. Perhaps the Fishmen Island is well known here. But in front of him, it is no different from ordinary marine soldiers. As for the so-called staring at him to death, of course, it's just the imagination of other passers-by. Conqueror's Haki can be released in a large area, or concentrated attack in a small area. Now controlling Conqueror's Haki, Luffy can be said to be more than capable. Force all Haki to the size of a silver needle. If this is an attack on someone who is not strong. Maybe it was the same as this leopard, it was shaken to death alive. If it is to face a strong man like Whitebeard. Such an attack. It's a little trivial. Are you dumbfounded? Luffy turned around and patted the dumbfounded Perona, who smiled and said, "Don't be stupid, it's time to get out of here." Point 6. Chapter 102. Ah! Hearing Luffy's call, Perona also came to her senses. She hurriedly followed Luffy's pace and left towards the distance. "Wait a minute, Luffy." Just when Luffy was about to leave with Perona, Charlie spoke. Before, she just felt oppressed by Luffy. Can now? She really sensed Luffy's powerful strength. Anyway, you also have to ask yourself why. What's the matter, Mrs. Charlie? Are you going to ask me for money because Perona and I ate up all your food? Let me say it first, all over, I don't have a word. Luffy looked at Charlie in front of him with a smile and said. At the same time, without saying a word, it shows that he has no money at all. No 440, I have a question, I hope you can answer it, Captain. Charlie thought about it, but still wanted to ask this question, she said seriously. But it doesn't matter. Seeing Charlie's serious expression, Luffy also paused. But I have a request, that is, when I say it, you must not be angry, let alone blame other people. Charlie makes an insurance policy for herself. What is so mysterious? Well, I promise you. Luffy waved her hand, letting her go. This, okay. Things have come to this point, there is no turning back. Charlie stared at Luffy in front of him seriously and asked, Captain Luffy, what is your purpose for coming to the Fishman Island? That's it. Luffy thought it was a mysterious topic, so he replied without thinking, passing by the Fishman Island, expanding the new world. Other than that? Charlie asked. Does killing the 4 emperors, killing the Marine, killing Marie Joyce, flattening the red line count? Luffy speaks to larger topics. Charlie's mouth twitched. She stared at Luffy in front of her in a daze. This person is really a bit chic. Or rather, wonderful. Captain Luffy, let me tell you the truth, before you came to the Fishman Island, I unconsciously put a hook on you. Give me a hook? Then what? The result. Charlie finally said what was in his heart, you destroyed the Fishman Island and the homeland we depend on for survival. Captain Luffy, you may not know that the Fishman Island is also important to us Murlocs. Well, no matter the mermaid, they are all very important existences, if you want to destroy it, I will definitely not let you succeed. Speaking of which, Charlie's eyes hardened. If Luffy is really bad for them the Fishman Island, she will stand by the Fishman Island without hesitation. This moment. On the contrary, Luffy was stunned for a while. He remembered. In the original book, when the protagonist Luffy arrived at the Fishman Island, Charlie also predicted that Luffy might destroy the Fishman Island. Unfortunately, she was wrong in the end. The result is here. But still found such a process. Luffy wanted to laugh a little. Very good. Destroy yourself, what is the Fishman Island doing? At the same time, Luffy also suddenly realized. No wonder Charlie looked at her with wary eyes at first. In the end it was such an oolong. Luffy pondered for a while, and he said, whether I will destroy your the Fishman Island or not, this is the first time I have come to your the Fishman Island, and anyone on your the Fishman Island is completely unfamiliar, for no reason, why am I ruining this place? Do you know how people outside call you the Fishman Island? Xanadu, paradise on earth. Will it destroy this place? Don't worry, I will give you a guarantee, in the name of the New World 5 Emperors, I will never do anything like this, now you can rest assured. Hearing that Luffy actually made a promise in his own name, it left Charlie in awe. Perhaps. Are you really wrong? After all, she was wrong in Summit War. It might be the same this time. Think here. Charlie quickly apologized and said, I'm sorry Captain Luffy, I blamed you wrong. If you make a mistake, you have to make up for it, right? Luffy followed closely by saying, compensation? How do you compensate? Charlie heard that, she stared at Luffy curiously. Otherwise, my boat lacks a fortune teller, you go to my bed. Bah, you go to my boat. Luffy gestured towards himself. No no no. Upon hearing that Luffy wanted to invite her to board the boat, Charlie shook her head quickly, and she would not leave the Fishmen Island for the time being. Why? Luffy asks why. This, you can't leave the Fishmen Island anyway. Charlie is hesitant, in short, he does not want to leave the Fishmen Island for the time being. I see, did I send your brother to prison when I was in East Blue? You have a lump in your heart, right? Otherwise, I'll bring your brother out, and you can go on my boat, okay? Luffy suddenly remembered Arlong in East Blue, who was sent to Marine's prison by Luffy. He mistakenly thought that Charlie was still struggling with this aspect. No, no, my brother has done a lot of evil, and he deserves what he deserves. Charlie shook her head, in short, it's something else. No, I will take you on board no matter what, at all costs. Luffy finished speaking with a smile, and continued in a domineering tone, you have wronged me by fortune-telling, and I will not be wronged in vain. Just watch, if there is a chance next time, I will not miss you. You are waiting in this mermaid cafe, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow, I will come back again. Finished. Not waiting for Charlie to answer, Luffy grabbed Perona by the hand. I went back to the past in the direction of my Thousand Sunny, leaving Charlie alone in the wind. She stared at Luffy's back suddenly. The whole person fell into deep thought. Luffy seems. It is to be determined to pull yourself on board. If he really came tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, how should I refuse? Charlie is in a tangle. Chapter 103. When Luffy returns to Thousand Sunny. On board the Sunshine. But something strange happened. Now, the surrounding area of Thousand Sunny has been tightly guarded by a group of mermaid soldiers. The containment is impenetrable. It was like being imprisoned. 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. It is difficult for flies to fly out. Is something wrong? Seeing Thousand Sunny surrounded by so many soldiers from Dragon Palace, Perona's expression changed. Go and have a look, Luffy said. When Luffy brought Perona just near the top of Thousand Sunny, a group of merfolk soldiers blocks Luffy and Perona's path. The leader of the soldiers looked Luffy up and down, and he said, Who are you? His Majesty the King is on this ship, and entry is prohibited here. Luffy looked at the soldiers in front of him and said, Joke, you guys are all around my boat, just ask me who I am, and you're not allowed to enter, don't you give me an explanation. Luffy's words were not rushed. However, in the ears of many mermaid soldiers. 08. But they all raised their heads one by one. Are you the captain of this ship? The sergeant stared at Luffy in front of him with wide eyes. Subsequently, he took out a reward order from his waist. Back and forth comparing Luffy. Immediately afterwards, he said in shock, Sorry, Master Luffy, we have blind eyes and didn't recognize it. Driven by this soldier captain. The other mermaid soldiers also know the identity of Luffy in front of them. Immediately, the indifference on their faces disappeared. Everyone stared at Luffy in front of them with incomparable dignity and respect. Joke. The 5 emperors on the Grand Line are so simple to talk about? Although the 5 emperors are a bit far away from these soldiers. But don't forget. The Fishmen Island is the territory controlled by the original 4 emperors Whitebeard of New World. Treat these powerful people. They have no reason to be disrespectful. Seeing the mermaid soldier who suddenly changed his previous attitude. Luffy also had doubts, why are you all around my boat? Lord Luffy, it's like this. When His Majesty the King learned that you came to the Fishmen Island in person, he came here specially to invite you into the Dragon Palace. Perhaps he came here a little abruptly. We are very sorry for your misunderstanding, Lord Luffy. The mermaid soldier said in a kind tone. It turned out to be like this, I said, why do you surround our boat? Perona nodded too. Soon. Under the leadership of the captain of soldiers. Luffy and Perona also arrive on the deck of Thousand Sunny. On deck. Uxiao, Green Bull, Nami, Zoro, and others are almost all there. Besides. There are also a few strange mermaids. The man in the head had a yellow beard that didn't reach his chin, and his face was dignified and majestic. He wore a crown on his head, held a trident, and sat on a bubble. On his side. They were also 2 murlocs in strange costumes. Behind these 2 people. They are 3 handsome male mermaids. Obviously. It is Neptune, the king of the Fishmen Island, and the left and right ministers of the Dragon Palace. And the 3 princes of King Neptune. The soldier captain who brought Luffy in just now whispered in Neptune's ear for a while. Immediately afterwards, Neptune raised his head impressively, his eyes fixed on Luffy in front of him. You are Captain Luffy. You should be the King Neptune of the Dragon Palace of the Fishmen Island. Luffy looked at Neptune in front of him peacefully and said. In fact, it's Luffy's current identity. Not to mention he is the king, even if Uranus Laozi comes, Luffy will not be moved. Certainly. Indifference towards Luffy. Neptune is used to it. He didn't think that he was the king of Dragon Palace and was superior. Besides, Luffy's status is now in full swing. It can be seen from the fact that Marine is afraid of him on the Grand Line. In Summit War, Luffy even helped the Whitebeard pirates win. Needless to say, the relationship between the Whitebeard pirates and the Fishmen Island. Emotionally and rationally. As long as Luffy comes to the Fishmen Island, he had to come out and meet him in person. It's a great honor to meet you, Captain Luffy. It's your first time to come to the Fishmen Island. As the owner of the Dragon Palace, I want to show some respect to the landlord. The Dragon Palace has prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. I hope you can bring your crew is feasting. Neptune personally sent an invitation to Luffy. After Neptune finished speaking, he looked at Luffy expectantly. The left and right ministers and the 3 princes also looked at Luffy together. Luffy looked at his crew. To be honest, when all the funds are invested in the express company, most of the people on their entire ship have already begun to shrink their clothes and diet. Although everyone didn't say anything, they didn't care. But Luffy often pays attention to this. In any case, he is also my partner 980. If you often shrink your clothes and go on a diet, how can this make sense? Then, Luffy agreed to Neptune's request. That's all. Under the leadership of Neptune, Luffy and other crew members walked into this huge dragon palace together. The moment you walk in, all the crew members around had novelty in their eyes. The eyes are constantly looking around. This dragon palace is full of brilliant sight, there are buildings made of corals everywhere, and an invisible barrier separates the sea water from the dragon palace. The majestic and imposing building also proves that the Dragon Palace is a place of extreme solemnity. It was also the first time Luffy saw Dragon Palace. His eyes are also looking around. This Dragon Palace is also a magical place, Luffy said with satisfaction. Actually, the Fishmen Island has a history of hundreds of years. Our Dragon Palace came to the Fishmen Island together with it at the beginning of the Fishmen Island's establishment. It can be said that our dragon palace is on the Fishmen Island. Already has a very distant and long history. Neptune began to feel happy seeing Luffy, and he explained to Luffy without haste. Chapter 104. Soon. With Neptune's guidance and explanation, everyone also learned about the past and deeds of the Fishmen Island. Then, a sumptuous feast. It also unfolded accordingly. Dragon Palace has nothing. Only delicacies from mountains and seas pile up into mountains, and delicious delicacies converge into rivers. There are countless treasures and jewels. Dazzled. It flashes so hard that you can't keep your eyes open. A banquet is always a pleasure. The scene was full of joy and laughter. En route, Neptune asked his 3 princes to toast and chat with Luffy. The 3 princes are about the same age as Luffy. But Luffy's achievement. But it is dozens of times, hundreds of times of theirs. It even reached a point where they would be insurmountable in their entire lives. The 3 princes admire Luffy too. He quickly toasted and complimented Luffy. Let Shirahoshi come out, the honored guest is coming, how can you not come out to greet him in person? Neptune asked the 3 princes to bring Shirahoshi out. Shirahoshi was Neptune's most beloved daughter. For various reasons. She has been imprisoned in the Shell Tower until now. Count the time. It has been many years. Maybe drunk. Neptune missed his daughter more and more. Good. The 3 princes agreed. They all walked towards the door. Not for a while. A girl mermaid dressed gorgeously, with a gold hairpin and a little dress on her body, slowly walked in from outside. She is the daughter of King Neptune of the Dragon Palace, named Shirahoshi. Let me introduce you, this is my daughter Shirahoshi. Neptune introduced Luffy to everyone. Mermaid Princess, this is too pretty. Meet Shirahoshi. Sanji's eyes lit up again. Others were also amazed by Shirahoshi's beauty. I didn't expect this mermaid princess to be so beautiful. Father. After finally meeting his father, Shirahoshi's eyes suddenly turned red. Then she walked to Neptune's side. Full of grievances, he shouted at Neptune. Sorry for making you suffer. Seeing Shirahoshi's pitiful appearance, Neptune felt uncomfortable, so he saw Luffy today, and Neptune said to Shirahoshi, come on, let me introduce you, this is Captain Luffy, this time let you come out, just to let you get acquainted. Shirahoshi, pour Captain Luffy a drink. With Neptune's words, Shirahoshi walked up to Luffy and poured wine for each of them. Nami, Robin etc. are all right. Shirahoshi as a mermaid really has a special flavor. But Sanji is a little weird here. The moment I met Shirahoshi, Sanji couldn't take his eyes off it. Also watching Shirahoshi is Luffy. Certainly. Luffy is naturally different from Sanji, he is struggling with one thing. There is one thing to say. Princess Shirahoshi is pretty. It's just too big. For Shirahoshi's mother, Princess Odo him. Luffy was a little impressed. Actually, when meeting Shirahoshi, Luffy had a question. Such a small Princess Odo him. How did a mermaid of such size as Shirahoshi come into being? It's like an unsolved mystery that has been entangled in Luffy's heart. But this doubt lingered on Luffy for a while and he had an idea. There is a good saying. In vitro reproduction. Perhaps only this can explain the birth of Shirahoshi. Speaking up. Shirahoshi is also a bitter master. He clearly knew about his mother's tragic experience, but he couldn't tell the truth due to other reasons. More importantly, since childhood, Shirahoshi has been imprisoned in the Shell Tower and has never been able to get out. Vanderdaken, who has the ability to target the fruit, threatens Shirahoshi's safety every moment. After all, the fighting power of this dragon palace is really too weak. Otherwise, even one Shirahoshi wouldn't be able to save him. Shirahoshi continued pouring wine for the crowd. The feast is still going on. Luffy sipped a few drinks and ate a little meat. Actually, a flattery to King Neptune. Luffy has a clearer mind than anyone else. Whitebeard was old. There is no longer the strength of the peak period. Now Whitebeard is still alive and well. With the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, they the Fishmen Island at least will not have a crisis on the surface. But what if Whitebeard were gone? To this end, Neptune had to think about the future of the Fishmen Island. They the Fishmen Island want to find a backer in advance, which is understandable. Luffy is a rising star. Build relationships ahead of time. From Neptune's point of view, he's for the future of the Fishmen Island, and he's done absolutely nothing wrong. The Fishmen Island seems to be in a fairyland on Earth, and it is a place of paradise. But actually, there are many crises. Not to mention what kind of race QTV is waiting for them outside, such as the conflict between humans and mermaids, the unfriendly land environment to them, and so on. Inside, there are still powerful enemies like the new Murloc pirates that have not been smoothed out, and the conflict between the mermaid and the Murloc has not been resolved. And their dragon palace itself does not have enough strength. If you come to land, I am afraid that there is only the master who is at the mercy of others. It's like that sentence. Under the seemingly calm water. In fact, there is an undercurrent surging. No one knows what is hidden under the water. If Neptune really wants to seek a backer, Luffy really didn't mind to know. The Straw Hat Pirates are most short of money, and Dragon Palace can just make up for this. If Neptune is willing to show a little sincerity, Luffy agrees with both hands and feet. Next, after some politeness, Neptune also expressed his inner thoughts. Now Shirahoji's crisis has not been resolved. On Murloc Street, there is a guy named Vanderdaken threatening Shirahoji's safety all the time. Because of him, Shirahoji stayed in the shell tower almost all the time. Neptune hopes to use Luffy's power. Get rid of Shirahoji's troubles. Hear Neptune's words. Luffy knows. What should come is finally back. Your Majesty, this matter is trivial to me, but I need a little sincerity from you. Luffy didn't talk too much, and went straight to the point. Chapter 105. I need a little sincerity from you. I am a kind person. I will do as much for you as you give me. Luffy also picked up the topic and said that he is an honest person. To hear such cheesy things from Luffy, Neptune was stunned for a while. In his opinion, with Luffy's current status, the most indispensable thing is fame, fortune, and prestige. It has already entered the ranks of the fifth emperor. Logically speaking, as Luffy, he doesn't bother to pursue these so-called sincerity. This is also when Luffy said this sentence. The reason why Neptune was really a little dumbfounded. What happened? To the extent that Luffy is. Can these riches still enter his eyes? Back in the beginning when I wanted to ask Luffy for help, Neptune was struggling. How should I repay Luffy? The result has not waited for him to have an eyebrow. Luffy was the first to speak out his request. Their dragon palace lacks everything, but they don't lack these wealth. Stay in this Fishman Island with a depth of 10,000 meters for many years. The wealth of their dragon palace. It has already piled up into mountains. The one with no end in sight. This is the heritage of their dragon palace for hundreds of years. It is also Neptune's confidence. Hearing that Luffy is willing to help 083. Good. Neptune quickly agreed. That look. As if afraid of Luffy returning. Immediately afterwards, Neptune asked Luffy and the others to wait here for a while. He personally took people to the treasury of Dragon Palace. Let your soldiers move out 10 boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry directly from the treasury. With these gold jewels, Neptune lined up in front of Luffy. Open the box. Neptune called out to the soldiers. The soldiers opened the 10 boxes of jewels together. Instantly, The golden light covered the entire hall. The golden light that suddenly appeared. It made everyone squint their eyes for a while. Captain Luffy, this is a small favor from us, please accept it. Neptune smiled at Luffy. This, so much. Behind Luffy, Nami poked her head out, her eyes lit up immediately after seeing so many gold and silver jewels. On sight. 10 boxes of jewels. This is a rough estimate. A box of 200 million Baileys, i.e., 10 boxes is a full 2 billion. The shot is 2 billion. Is this the capital of Dragon Palace? Let alone Nami. Luffy also took a breath. He thought so. Neptune means 18 million, which is counted as a meeting gift. After all. How strong is Vanderdecken? That's it. Solving him is just a piece of cake for Luffy. He really didn't think of it. Neptune moved out 2 billion Baileys when he came up. Luffy couldn't even sit still. Good guy. I'm straight dude. I don't know if these treasures can enter your discerning eyes, Captain. Neptune was still a little worried. After all, Luffy's identity is here. If he wants to change it, Neptune will meet all his needs without saying a word. Your Majesty, you are very polite. Luffy calmed down and said. This is more than rich, this is simply too rich. Is this the confidence of Dragon Palace? Love love love. Your Majesty, if you still have similar troubles in the future, just come to me, I am obliged. Luffy throws out his thoughts. Dragon Palace is really generous. Luffy wanted to live directly in this Dragon Palace. Was bought? Yes. 2 billion Baileys are placed in front of you. Anyone who comes will be bribed. Don't mention how much trouble it was to exchange Bailey with Golden Lion and Marine. At that time, it was only this amount. As a result, when I arrived at the Fishman Island, I caught a lot of them. If I had known earlier, I would have come here sooner. Luffy felt a little regretful. Then about Shirahoshi. Satisfied to see Luffy, Neptune also relaxed. I will handle it. Luffy turned to Nami and said, Nami, you ask people to put away these 10 boxes of treasures, Zoro-Sanji, come with me. After all, they showed enough sincerity. Luffy had to come forward anyway. With Zoro and Sanji, they rushed towards Vanderdecken with little fuss. Now, in a hidden villa on the Fishman Island, Vanderdecken was completely unaware. I have been targeted by a tiger. In the villa, the three of them had arrived at Vanderdecken's residence. Who is Vanderdecken? Sanji was a little puzzled by this strange name. Luffy also explained to him along the way. This is the guy. The reason for forcing Shirahoshi to be locked in the shell tower is because Vanderdecken is a target fruit-capable user. Many masters in the Dragon Palace are not Vanderdecken's opponents and so on. Hearing that such a beautiful Shirahoshi was actually forced to stay in the shell tower for so many years by Vanderdecken, Sanji, who has a chivalrous spirit, was angry on the spot. Captain, Green Algae, don't do anything, it's enough for me to teach this BDA lesson. Sanji said with anger in his eyes. Up to you. Zoro was just going through a cut scene with Luffy, he said, scratching his ear. Quick battle. Luffy said calmly. With Luffy's approval, Sanji kicked open the door of the villa. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Vanderdecken inside. Vanderdecken was flipping through books at his home as usual. He was not in a hurry, no matter how long Shirahoshi endured, he would not be able to annihilate his admiration at that moment. In order for Shirahoshi to remember himself, Vanderdecken throws 2 hatchets every month. On the wall of his villa. Almost full of axes. Like. Now it's time to throw the axe again. Just when Vanderdecken was about to continue using the target fruit and attack Shirahoshi. Boom. The door burst open. Who? Vanderdecken looked up sharply. Immediately afterwards, he ran into Sanji who was rushing head-on. You beast, you dare to bully Shirahoshi, go to hell. Devil Wind Foot. Sanji kicked at Vanderdyken. Chapter 106. Who are you? Vanderdyken hadn't finished speaking yet. Sanji's kick landed on his face. His entire face was sunken deeply. With scars all over his face, he retreated violently, hit the corner of the wall, and slid down the wall. Aware of the threat Sanji brings to himself, Vanderdyken was startled. He stared at Sanji in front of him in horror. This person. He is very strong. Although I don't know who you are, but since you dare to break into my castle, don't even think about going out today. Vanderdyken isn't much of a talking man either. Immediately, he pointed at Sanji angrily and said, "Humph, not only do I want to take you down today, but I also want you to kneel down and apologize in person." Sanji said angrily. Boom. The two immediately fought together. The target fruit ability is cast on Vanderdyken. All kinds of dazzling things were thrown out of his hands. Intense battlefield. Let Zoro raised his head, his eyes were fixed on the scene. Luffy also frowned. Inside the original book, isn't Vanderdyken weak? In other words, the ability of target fruit is eye-catching. Others. Luffy is really bad evaluation. But everything that happened in front of me. But it made Luffy change his view of Vanderdyken. Yes. Vanderdyken is not as weak as in the original book. Otherwise, he persecuted Shirahoshi for so many years. Dragon Palace has nothing to do with him. Moreover, the target fruit is similar to the chop chop fruit. It seems that its strength is not strong, but once it is developed, its potential is immeasurable. Even Dragon Palace is threatened by the target fruit. Suddenly, Luffy feels that Dragon Palace is so pitiful. There is such a status, but there is no corresponding strength. After all, Sanji is one of the three main forces of the so-called Straw Hat Pirates. Besides, under the tenfold increase in cultivation speed like high morale, his strength in ever-increasing growth, otherworldly. He has already practiced the Devil's Foot in one hand to the point of perfection. The legs spew out flames, under the blessing of Armament Haki and Observation Haki. Sanji is like a duck to water, constantly pressing towards Vanderdyken. On the other hand, Vanderdyken, already sweating profusely, already a bit overwhelmed by the threat Sanji brought him. "You, who the hell are you?" Vanderdyken, sweating profusely, pointed at Luffy and snapped. "The person who came to ask you about your crime." Sanji kicked Vanderdyken's body. Finally, Vanderdyken still didn't hold back. There is no more fighting power with a bang. Sanji captured him without saying a word. At the same time, he turned to Luffy and said, "Captain, call it a day. Although 3 people came here. In fact, only Sanji is responsible for it. Too slow." Facing the complacent Sanji Zoro, he said indifferently. Hear Zoro's words. Immediately, Sanji became annoyed. "Green algae, what are you talking about?" During the conversation, Sanji pushed his nose up to his face, glared at Zoro and said viciously. "Snort. Zoro is not far behind, I'm talking about you. It took so long to deal with such a weak enemy. Your strength is too weak. Shall we fight?" Sanji shouted angrily. "Come and come, whoever is afraid of whom." Zoro drew his sword and said. Seeing that the two of them were about to draw swords, Luffy punched them both unceremoniously. "Now, when are you going to make trouble?" Hear what Luffy said. The two just snorted. Did not continue to say more. In the Dragon Palace, inside the hall, when Sanji sent Vanderdyken back, all of a sudden, all the people in the entire Dragon Palace hall were staring at Vanderdyken, who was kneeling on the ground. Especially their 3 princes. They stared wide-eyed, staring at Vanderdyken fiercely. That look! It seemed as if he wished to strip Vanderdyken alive. The eldest prince took a step forward and grabbed Vanderdyken's lapel. This punch, I beat you for my sister Shirahoshi! He shouted angrily, and gave Vanderday a room. 0, seeking flowers. This punch is from my sister who has been imprisoned innocently in the Shell Tower for so many years and beat you. The eldest prince punched Vanderdyken again. This punch, Shirahoshi and we are obviously under the same roof but can't meet you to beat you. The eldest prince threw his third punch. His strength is very great. These 3 punches come down. Vanderdyken's face is almost bloated. The whole person was almost paralyzed. After the first prince finished fighting, it was the turn of the second prince, and then the third prince. Even Neptune lost face as a king. Come to Vanderdyken. Punched and punched him. On sight. After this round of beatings, Vanderdyken has passed out completely. Finally, Neptune and his princes were finally relieved. Throw Vanderdyken in prison. They can't thank Luffy enough. Watching the troubles between their brows be resolved. Many crew members showed gratified smiles here. To this end, Neptune wants to keep Luffy and others for a few days. Take them to enjoy the wonderful scenery of the Dragon Palace. Luffy also saw the yearning for Dragon Palace in the eyes of Chopper, Usopp, Nami and others. It just so happens that Charlie hasn't joined in yet. Luffy agreed to Neptune's request. In the next few days, the entire Straw Hat Pirates lived in Dragon Palace. Only Luffy. I ran to Charlie's Mermaid Cafe every now and then. Mermaid Cafe these days. The threshold was broken by Luffy. Luffy's identity is here, and it's hard not to meet Charlie. Besides, I had misunderstood him before. This made Charlie very uncomfortable. After repeated excuses, seeing can't escape. At last, Charlie had no choice but to agree to Luffy's request. Okay, Captain, don't torture me anymore, why don't I join your Straw Hat Pirates? Charlie was very helpless. Since then, the chief fortune teller of the Straw Hat Pirates is on board. Her name is Charlie. Corpse. Chapter 107. Charlie agrees. The chief fortune teller has also appeared. Certainly. She won't just join the Straw Hat Pirates for nothing. After all. Before that, she and Luffy are still very connected. Back in East Blue, Luffy sent Charlie's brother Arlong to Marine's prison when he was just out at sea. It's really hard to resist the request made by Luffy's Charlie. She hopes to see her brother again. She wants to meet her brother again. Even if Arlong does a lot of evil, even if he's out there to ruin the Murloc's reputation or something. It can be boiled down to the bottom line. He was Charlie's brother after all. Blood is thicker than water. In this regard. Anyway, Charlie also has no 000 method to give up. When hearing this request from Charlie, Luffy was immediately happy to know. Where is East Blue? Luffy's hometown, Windmill Village, is here. And there is no need to say more about the gap between the Grand Line and the Four Seas. The gap is too big. More importantly, with such a gap, East Blue is the weakest sea recognized by most people in the world. Pirates are weak. Marine is relatively less guarded than before. For Luffy now, it's just so easy. Walk. Luffy said to Charlie. Go? Where? For a while, Charlie didn't understand what Luffy meant by the hand. To tell you the truth, let you be my crew member, this is already a certainty, let alone one hour long, even if there are 10 or 8 more, it is not a problem at all. Of course, I will set off now to get you. My brother was brought out. Luffy looked at Charlie in front of him funny. Her original aloof personality suddenly changed into this cute and dumb look. It's really interesting. This. Hearing that Luffy is so desperate to make himself his commissioner, To be honest, Xiarli is a bit confused. But thinking that his brother Arlong has been locked in prison all the time. The obsession in Xiarli's heart became more and more intense, but she still said cautiously, "How about, let's make a plan. This robbery is no small matter." "Plan what?" "Straight away." "Why?" As soon as Luffy grabbed Xiarli, he ran towards Thousand Sunny's boat with her. Now Thousand Sunny is so convenient. Whether it's diving or flying, it's all Grandmaster. And it is also under the sole command of Luffy alone. With the help of ship spirit. Where to hit where? Wherever you want to go, mark a location and drive there automatically. When? Xiarli is also a little worried about Thousand Sunny. But when she saw that Thousand Sunny broke through the seawater automatically and divided the seawater without coding, Xiarli was shocked. It points at Thousand Sunny speechless. Gosh! Where is this place? This is the Fishman Island with a depth of 10,000 meters. Luffy's ship. Is it possible to enter the deep sea without coding? There is no need to explain what a terrifying place the deep sea below 10,000 meters is. Ordinary objects when entering here, it will be torn to pieces directly. Mermaids and murlocs also cannot easily enter. The water pressure of sea water is too dangerous. It is precisely because of these thoughts. When seeing Thousand Sunny running amok, Xiarli seemed to have seen a ghost. Eyes wide open. I can't speak for a long time. That's not the most important thing. After the deep sea quickly reached the shore. But I saw this Thousand Sunny soaring into the sky. Leaped into the sky. It seems to be possessed by lion fruit. Fly in the sky for a long time. Xiarli's mouth fell open. She no longer knows how to describe her current mood. Horrible. This Captain Luffy is just terrible. Made. Thousand Sunny is no exception. What kind of jicky snake god is on board this ship? Xiarli is a little uneasy about her future. What kind of pirate group did she join? Surprised. When Xiarli was surprised, Luffy's voice came. Are you people on this ship so, pervert? Xiarli actually didn't want to use that word. You can think about it. It seems that there are only two words, pervert. I can describe everything I see now. Hehe, what you saw was just the tip of the iceberg. You'll know what my pervert is going to do when we arrive in New World. Luffy readily accepted Xiarli's evaluation. Even informed. When arriving in New World, the fun has only just begun. Thousand Sunny flew straight into the air. Greatly shortened Luffy's route to East Blue. Not for a while. Arrived at the place where the mermaid pirates were. Kokoyaksi Village. It is the place where Nami was born and raised in the village, and the deal between her and Arlong at the price of 100 million Baileys started here. At the same time, it's also here that Luffy beats Arlong. Send him to Marine's prison. Become a prisoner from now on. Kokoyaksi Village, finally arrived. Luffy looked at the island in front of him and said. He explained to Xiarli, who was puzzled, that this was the village where he would enslave many times. Residents of 1.1 in the village are very disgusted with murlocs and so on. When Xiarli heard that the people in the village hated murlocs, he knew what kind of evil his elder brother was. Although what he did is wrong, he has received the punishment he deserves. Captain, are you willing to help me rescue him? Xiarli said with a pitiful tone. We're here this time, isn't it just to bring Arlong out? Otherwise, why are we here? And just because you called the captain, can I not do it myself? Luffy said with a smile. He even boldly stretched out his hand and gave Xiarli a pat on the head. When did Xiarli get so close to a man? Immediately, his face turned slightly red. Chapter 108. There is a marine branch near Kokoyaksi Village. This branch? It is run by a marine colonel. Colonel. Looking at the entire East Blue, the position is already very high. At first, The smoker guarding Logue Town is just a Marine Colonel. On top of the Colonel, is Commodore, followed by Rear Admiral, Vice Admiral. All in all, in the ranks of the school level, Colonel is the highest ranking existence. And in the prison of the Marine branch, Xiarli's older brother Arlong, the captain of the Murloc pirates, was also imprisoned there. Captain, what are you going to do? Xiarli set his sights on Luffy. Break in. Hearing Xiarli's words, Luffy simply spit out these 3 words. When docking the Thousand Sunny on the shoreline, Luffy came to the door of the Marine branch alone. Who are you? At the entrance of the Marine branch, the patrolling soldiers immediately spotted Luffy standing at the entrance. After all, this is not the Grand Line. The mountains are high and the Emperor is far away. Even if they read the news about Luffy, they don't think that the person in front of them is Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates who made a big fuss in Marine Ford. The person who robbed the prison. With a faint smile, Luffy punched them both without saying a word. How could these 2 soldiers be Luffy's opponents? Under one punch. Passed out on the spot. Luffy kicked open the door of the Marine branch. The door was kicked open by Luffy. Luffy forced his way in, and suddenly, the alarm sounded, and a large number of soldiers rushed out from the Marine branch. They carried swords, guns, or bare hands. But without exception, all with very vicious eyes. Stare at Luffy in front of you. Who are you? The soldier captain pointed at Luffy and shouted. The person who robbed the prison. Luffy repeated. You are so brave. Among the people I have met, you are the most arrogant one. This is the Marine branch. It is not a place where you can run wild. Let's all go together and take him down. There were more than 2,000 people at the scene. More than 2,000 people. It's already quite a force. They all rushed towards Luffy. In their eyes, it's okay for Luffy to come here alone, and even wants to escape from prison. I have never seen such an arrogant person. Whatever you say today will make him pay the price. Then, everyone rushed forward without saying a word. With so many people, Luffy just took a calm step forward. Conqueror's Haki was released from his body. Instantly, the scene was full of wind and clouds, and a terrifying wave of air ravaged the entire scene, turning this Marine branch into a purgatory on Earth in an instant. The terrifying crimson aura permeated the Marine branch. Plop plop. The soldiers who had just rushed forward and hadn't taken 2 steps, suddenly fell to the ground one after another. Lost consciousness on the spot. More than 2,000 people. It was dealt with in an instant. Only the soldier captain. He was still standing there. Luffy deliberately didn't release Conqueror's Haki against him. That's why he was lucky enough not to end. The soldier captain stared dumbfounded at the scene of more than 2,000 people falling behind him. This. How can it be? He turned his head sharply, looking at Luffy in front of him with fear. Who is this guy? When did East Blue emerge with such a powerful enemy? To say why Luffy didn't stun the soldier captain. That's because you are new here and don't know the way, so you need a guide. But now, this leader, it is no longer needed. Because behind the soldier captain, another person appeared. He was wearing the robes of Colonel Marine. Obvious. It is the pillar of the southern sky of this Marine branch, the highest command leader of this Marine branch, Commander Colonel Marine. You did all this. The colonel looked at the soldiers who had completely lost their combat effectiveness on the ground, and glared at Luffy angrily. Is it hard to see? Luffy asked back. Who are you? The colonel also knew that Luffy was able to quietly deal with these 2,000 people, and his strength was definitely not simple. His mind was running wildly. Those famous pirates in East Blue are almost all imprinted in his mind. But among these pirates, there is no one who can match up with Luffy in front of him. This pirate. Either just rising or coming in from the Grand Line. If it's the former, that's fine. But if it is the latter, you have to be careful with yourself. Grand Line and Four Seas are simply two worlds. If you pick anyone on the Grand Line, you can cause harm to everyone in the world. This is the third time I've heard this question. I don't want to answer it. Do you have anything else to say? If not, just show me the way. Luffy looked at Colonel Marine in front of him and said. Guide. Colonel Marine didn't understand what Luffy meant. I'm sorry, I don't know where your prison is, but with you here, I feel relieved. Luffy pointed at the colonel. What an arrogant guy, let me experience your strength. Hearing Luffy's arrogant words, Colonel Marine also said angrily. Knowing Luffy's is not easy. Colonel Marine also cheered up. He punches Luffy. Reckless enough strength, almost with a full blow. Pity. His fist was easily cut off by Luffy, the speed is good, but the strength is a bit weak. Then, Luffy just holds out a finger of his own, finger pistol. Finger pistol by Marine 6 styles. Launched from Luffy's fingertips. Pfft. A splash of blood spattered from the colonel's shoulder. You know how to use Marine 6 styles. Seeing Luffy perform Marine 6 styles, the colonel's face was horrified. He thought he had already overestimated Luffy, but unexpectedly he still underestimated the strength of this enemy. The most feared thing still happened. This enemy. Chances are he's from the Grand Line. Damn. A strong man on the Grand Line. How come East Blue? Chapter 109. This Colonel Marine is thoughtful. In addition to realizing that Luffy's strength is not simple, he also noticed the straw hat behind Luffy. Straw hat? On this sea, there are countless people wearing hats. But there are very few people wearing straw hats. But just right. Recently, there is a man wearing a straw hat who made a fuss in Marineford, and was offered a reward of 3.5 billion by Marine. Although he has not yet arrived in New World, he already has the seat of the 5 Emperors of New World. Straw Hat Luffy. The moment I thought of the name, Colonel Marine was immediately blindfolded. His eyes just locked on Luffy in front of him. Yes, is that him? Is it really him? Straw Hat Luffy. Straw Hat Kid. A reward of 3.5 billion is offered. The 5th Emperor of the New World. Gosh! What kind of person did you fight with? Know the identity of Luffy. Colonel Marine didn't even have the slightest desire to protect Marine's dignity. As long as the man in front of him moves his fingers. I am afraid that my fate will be explained here today. The colonel clutched his injured shoulder, knelt on the ground, and said to Luffy at the same time, You are Wuhuang Luffy. Oh hey, there are still people who know the goods in your Marine branch? Luffy responded with Kizaru's signature tone. It was just speculation before. After hearing Luffy's confession, the colonel sat down on the ground on the spot, and he no longer cared about his pain. Kneeling on the ground on the spot, he said, I'm sorry, I was too blind to recognize Taishan, and I didn't recognize your identity as the 5 emperors in the first place. I am here to apologize to you on behalf of all the people in the Marine branch. If I offended you before, please forgive me, 5 emperors. What a joke. The 5 emperors are right in front of him. Just 2 short words can make an oppressed person breathless. Don't talk about dignity and spirit now. The life of the entire Marine branch is at the mercy of Luffy. It is imperative. It is necessary to save the entire Marine branch in front of Luffy and talk about it. The colonel didn't want to see all the soldiers die in front of him. Aside. The soldier captain also quickly realized Luffy's identity. He stared at Luffy even more dumbfounded. God! Is he the 5 Emperor Luffy who made a big fuss about Summit War? Correct. In the legends, Luffy is from East Blue. Pirates from their East Blue. Because of the uproar in the Grand Line in recent years, East Blue also deleted his bounty. If you take out the old version of the reward, maybe we can also find out the previous rewards of Luffy. No wonder I didn't recognize him for a while. It turns out that the bounty has already been removed. You're a good listener too. Seeing that the colonel was so witty, Luffy didn't make things difficult for him, and said to him, "Take me to the prison." The colonel understood. Now, everything Luffy said had to be done. He got up quickly. Holding his injured body, he led Luffy towards the prison of their marine branch. Soon, several people arrived in the prison. Luffy took a look at the prison. It was dark and damp, and there was a strange smell inside. Really? This is just a small prison. It's so far from the prison in Impel Down. Arlong, do you know? Luffy went straight to the point. The captain of the Murloc pirates? We know. The colonel naturally remembered Arlong, who was the one who caused trouble in Kokoyasi village, and vaguely remembered that Arlong seemed to be defeated by Luffy. Why? Luffy mentioned Arlong? Take me there. Luffy said something to him. The colonel took Luffy to the deepest part of their prison. This is also the darkest and most humid place, even the ground is covered with moss, and the dim lights make it blurry. Arlong, also being held in this last prison. His strength, his ability, is also worthy of his being locked up in this final prison. Not for a while. The two of them reached the end of the prison. There were rare footsteps in the corridor. It also attracted the attention of Arlong in the prison. Arlong looked up. Through the dim light, he seemed to have seen something incredible. The pupils constricted for a while. Luffy. How could Arlong not know this Luffy who sent himself to prison? See him. Even though he was locked in prison, Arlong, who had been calm for a long time, was also angry from it. Glaring at Luffy viciously. That look. Can't wait to eat Luffy. Yo, Arlong, you still recognize me? Luffy said to Arlong, and he said to the colonel, open the door. The colonel opened the door of the prison. Luffy also walked into the prison. Seeing Luffy standing in front of him so majestically. As long as Arlong is willing, he could do it to Luffy now. Even, revenge. Arlong hated Luffy though. But in prison for a long time, he thought a lot, such as his own Murloc pirates, the Sun Pirates back then, and his original Captain Fisher, who was known as the Mermaid Hero, a legendary person. I thought a lot about it, and it was very thorough. Now, King Zhao's, is on Arlong's body, he no longer has the same hostility as before. Are you here to humiliate me? Straw Hat Luffy. Arlong said to Luffy. No, I'm here to rescue you. Luffy glanced at the prison environment and replied. Help me. As if hearing some joke, Arlong immediately laughed, as expected, are you still here to humiliate me? Whether it is true or not, you will understand in your heart. I have opened the door for you. This prison stinks. I don't want to stay in this broken place for a second. As for me, I will wait for you at the gate of the prison. The only chance is this time, if you can't get out, you can figure it out yourself. Luffy just left the cell door open. Immediately afterwards, he came again to the gate of the prison, quietly waiting for Arlong to come out. Tale. Chapter 110. Inside the prison. Arlong looked at the open cell door in front of him. It is impossible to say that you are not confused. The cell door was left open. Is Luffy here to humiliate herself? If you humiliate yourself, you should scold him or something. Why now it seems? Doesn't that seem to be the case? Could it be? Is Luffy here to rescue him? Arlong let out a laugh. Do not forget. How did I get into this prison in the first place? It was because the Straw Hat Luffy, after defeating himself, was taken advantage of by the marine who came after him. So much so that he has been imprisoned in this dark prison for a whole year. But, to be honest, this kind of place is really not for people to stay. Quiet and dull. It is a completely different concept from the outside world. How could Arlong, who is used to extravagance and noise, be able to stand the environment inside? If you say you don't want to go out, that's all lies. Think. He wanted so badly to get out. But when I think of the person who let me go, it's time for Straw Hat Luffy. Arlong hesitated. Look at the open door in front of you. He gritted his teeth. Stop it. It's best if you can go out. If he insisted on humiliating a few words. At best, just bear with it. After all, even if you are not convinced at 390, he himself was once his defeat. As expected. Waited for a while at the prison gate. Arlong, carrying the grill chain, came out of it. Looking at Arlong in front of him, Luffy asked the colonel to uncuff Arlong. Looking at Luffy in front of him, he released himself so easily. Arlong can be said to be confused by Monk Jong-er. He looked at Luffy and asked, Straw Hat Kid, this doesn't seem to be your style. You let me go and uncuff me. What's your plan? Conspiracy? Does your sister count? If it is successful, you are my big uncle. Luffy wiped his nose, he said, what, where is the bold Arlong before? Now he is suspicious like Cao thief. Arlong was speechless for a while at Luffy's words. Come with me, someone wants to meet you. Luffy waved his hand, motioning for Arlong to follow. Arlong was puzzled though. But he quickly followed Luffy's pace. When passing by the marine branch, Arlong also noticed the 2,000 or so people lying on the ground. His pupils constricted for a while. There are more than 2,000 people. Even if you do it yourself, it is a big problem to solve it. Besides, there is also the colonel just now sitting here. It seems to be a little eyebrow. Arlong also realized why the colonel had unlocked himself. Luffy, he forced his way in. The colonel was personally subdued by him. His strength got stronger again? The look in Luffy's eyes. Arlong is getting mixed flavors. Come near the coast. Luffy and Arlong also landed on Thousand Sunny. On Thousand Sunny. After Arlong saw a mermaid sitting on a bubble, his eyes suddenly showed excitement. This familiar figure. Even if it's been years. How could he forget? Xia. Xiarli, is Xiarli really you? Arlong was getting a little emotional, too. These are two completely different emotions from the sluggish him in prison. Elder brother. Seeing Arlong, Xiarli naturally trembled. The siblings have been separated for many years. At first, in order to carry forward the last wish of the Sun Pirates, Arlong specially formed the Murloc Pirates. He wants to set off from East Blue and let the flag of the Murloc Pirates be planted throughout the Grand Line. Pity. Arlong overestimated his strength. From beginning to end, he can't even reach the level of Fisher. Has been dying in East Blue. The final result speaks for itself. Defeated by Luffy. Think back on all these years. Such a long time has passed in a flash. Even his own sister, Arlong, was a bit negligent. We meet again. No matter how hostile Arlong was towards Luffy, it disappeared because of Xiarli's existence. At the same time, Arlong learned too. Aik is his sister Xiarli, who asked Luffy to go to the marine branch to rescue him. In exchange, Xiarli is willing to board Luffy's Thousand Sunny as a fortune teller. What? You want to join this pirate ship? No, absolutely not. What strength does this guy have? When Arlong heard that his sister was going to join the Straw Hat Pirates, he totally disagreed. In his impression, Luffy is just a pirate in East Blue. With his strength, If you want to go to the Grand Line, it is simply difficult for you to cross the river in Nipuza. No wonder Arlong thought so. It was very difficult for Luffy to beat him back then. And after defeating Arlong's been in Marine's prison the whole time. Message jam. What Luffy has achieved now? Arlong naturally didn't know. So it seems to him. His noble sister stoops to join Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates. It's like a rich girl marrying a poor boy. His big uncle. That's 110,000 people who don't want to. Pfft. Seeing that Arlong is actually thinking of himself, Xiarli's heart is naturally full, and the rare appearance of family affection makes Xiarli's frosty iceberg gradually begin to melt. Xiarli personally explained to Arlong, "Brother, I'm afraid you don't know the status of Luffy now. What can he do?" Arlong scoffed at this and dismissed it. He saved himself, and let him see his own sister. Arlong is indeed a little grateful, but don't forget, he was the one who sent him into prison in the first place. "Brother, look at this." Xiarli gave all the newspapers from the Nice lobby to the Summit War newspapers to Arlong in front of him. Arlong had scoffed at first. But when he saw Luffy destroying Nice lobby and killing the legendary pirate Golden Lion, he chased Admiral to Malinvan in the Supernova incident, and finally participated in the Summit War with the Whitebeard pirates and won the victory, although he did not reach New the World was dubbed the title of 5 Emperors. And there is a reward of over 100 million with 35 in the front and several zeros in the back. Hiss! Arlong gasped. Is this really the Straw Hat Luffy in front of me? Arlong's disdain was gone in an instant. Dumbfounded, he looked at Luffy in front of him in shock. That look! It's like looking at a monster. How long has it been? I was imprisoned for less than a year. Luffy in just 1 year reached such heights? Why? Am I crazy or is the world crazy? A year's time. Even the FG One Piece can't achieve such a rapid increase in strength. 3.5 billion. The 5 emperors of the New World. He actually achieved such an achievement. Gosh! Recalling the reward offered before he was imprisoned, Arlong suddenly revealed a bitter face. This. There is no harm without comparison. This is too incredible. Chapter 111. Is this really Straw Hat Luffy? Why? He actually has such a high reward and such a high achievement. Arlong fell into deep thought. He looked at his sister in front of him and said, "Xiarli, do you really want to join his Straw Hat Pirates? If you really decide to join the pirates, my Murloc Pirates is the first choice." Hee. Just as Arlong finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter from Luffy. Is that the Murloc Pirates who can only cause trouble in East Blue? Boy, even though I have lost to you, I don't allow you to slander my Murloc Pirates. Besides, it's her choice which pirates my sister joins, and I don't allow you to interfere. Arlong heard Luffy's words. He didn't care what Luffy's identity was, and Mao lost his temper on the spot. Luffy doesn't care at all. Your Murloc Pirates have been disbanded, and they no longer have the same power as before. Even if you recreate the glory of the past, whether you admit it or not, you will only continue to be arrogant in East Blue. Put it on the Grand Line. Even in New World, it's not worth mentioning at all. Do you think that your Murloc Pirates can protect your sister well? It wasn't Luffy who hit the nail on the head. It's the strength of their Murloc Pirates. It can be a disaster on the East Blue, but it is not worth mentioning on the Grand Line. Arlong came over from the Fishmen Island after all. It is natural to know what kind of crisis there is on the Grand Line. He fell silent. Yes. If there is really a strong enemy attacking, I'm afraid I can't protect myself. If Xiarli joins in, who will take care of her? But thinking that after tonight, his sister will enter Luffy's boat, he got angry. No matter how you look at it, it's awkward. Humph, I don't know what kind of ecstasy you gave Xiarli, but she actually obeys you like this. Arlong looked at Luffy disdainfully and said. What, is the jar of vinegar overturned? Are you a sister-in-law? Luffy glanced at Arlong. Damn Straw Hat Kid, don't bully me too much. When I heard that Luffy actually said that she is a sister Khan, even if she was, she couldn't admit it. Arlong yelled, pointing at Luffy. I still refuse to admit it. I never thought that the captain of the Murloc pirates who dominated East Blue back then had such a side. Luffy sneered. Arlong blushed immediately, he couldn't get off the stage now. Straw Hat Kid, do you want to fight? Fight? Why don't I let you have a hand? Luffy immediately put one hand on his back, the other facing Arlong in front of him. Arlong couldn't take it anymore. He stepped forward. Charged towards Luffy. As Murlocs, their unique Murloc karate, Arlong's natural ability to kill with ease. 3 kilowatts punched Luffy with a punch. Reckless enough strength. With plenty of vigor. Arlong didn't hold back at all. Have to say. Arlong is still really capable. However. Even with his full blow. Luffy blocked it with just one finger. Good. Exactly a finger. What? Seeing Luffy block his forehand punch with one finger, Arlong's blushing face became even redder. Luffy underestimated himself so much. How does this embarrass him? 5 kilowatts punch. This moment. The surrounding waters were spinning with Arlong's Murloc karate. Like a waterspout. With his Murloc karate abilities. Directly attack Luffy in front of him. It's useless. Luffy shook his head, stretched out a finger, and blocked Arlong's attack as simply as a superficial touch. Arlong casts another power once again. It's a pity that these abilities are without exception. All were intercepted by Luffy. Luffy was calm. In contrast to Arlong. He was out of breath because of the continuous attack with all his strength. The moment each punch is thrown out. It was as if he had hit his head against an iron wall. Luffy was clearly standing in front of him. His figure is as tall and stalwart as a giant. Finger pistol. At this moment, Arlong was stunned. Luffy sent finger pistol past. Directly break the unique hardened skin of other Murlocs. Arlong was overwhelmed. Backed up on the spot. This moment. 0, seeking flowers. Arlong rocked up. While reading the newspaper, he only had a little idea that Luffy's strength is not simple. But when you really face it, his overwhelming aura came on coming. Arlong just felt like he couldn't breathe. Can't stand it at all. At the same time, Arlong was also incredibly clear. For the sake of his sister Charlie, Luffy didn't use most of the calendar area. But now Luffy is a little bit murderous. Just finger pistol. You can kill yourself on the spot. Think here. Arlong's forehead, the sweat is getting more and more. Shhhhhhh. Luffy fires a few more finger pistol shots. Certainly. Almost all of these finger pistols were rubbed against Arlong's skin. Do you want to continue? Luffy asked lightly. Arlong. Looks like you've calmed down now, let's go and return to the Fishman Island. Luffy waved his hand. Not here at East Blue for long. Driving Thousand Sunny, headed back in the direction of the Fishman Island. When Luffy left this East Blue, the commander-in-chief of the Marine Branch, the colonel, quickly dialed a phone number. The source of the call. It is the Naval Headquarters Marine Fort that is being redeveloped. Master Marshal, Straw Hat Luffy appeared in the East Blueg 33 branch. The colonel reported to Marshal Sengoku in the phone bug with an anxious tone. Luffy in East Blue. Upon hearing that it was Luffy again, Sengoku quickly became serious. Not just Sengoku. Next to Garp happens to be in the office as well. Heard it was his grandson Luffy. He also quickly became serious. All ears. Sengoku asked them how the Marine Branch was doing, if they needed support, and so on. The colonel explained that Luffy had left and that most of the people on their side had just passed out. Other casualties have not yet been counted. What is the purpose of Straw Hat Luffy going to your place? Sengoku asked next. He took Arlong, the captain of the Murloc pirates. Death. Chapter 112. It can be said. Luffy suddenly descended on East Blue. This caught Sengoku off guard. He deployed East Blue's troops overnight. The opponent is Luffy. Even if he is Sengoku, he must not be careless. After doing all this, Sengoku sat back in his chair. He let out a long sigh. Now the situation has begun to become confusing. The start of the Great Voyage cannot be stopped, and the rise of the Straw Hat Luffy is imminent. Their marine had just suffered a setback at the Summit War. Are facing severe challenges. Let alone their marine. As far as Marshal Sengoku is concerned, he also has a big problem waiting for him at this moment. Marie Joy's over there. To save their marine's dignity, to save their marine's face. 5 elders personally questioned Sengoku Xingshi. 433 scolded him for his improper command, allowing the Whitebeard pirates to take advantage of the loopholes. Marine lost the war, suffered a crushing defeat, and so on. Finally, he uttered the iconic words. It's time to choose another person for the position of marshal. As soon as this word came out, represents Sengoku's martial career. I'm afraid that's all for now. Decades of hard work. I worked hard to create the magnificent marine in front of me. In the end, what was waiting for him was such words. Sengoku felt cold. It was as if he had been poured a basin of cold water. Everyone fell silent. Staff Garp and Crane have been looking for Sengoku frequently in the past 2 days. Basically, it was meant to comfort him. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. This is simply not the responsibility of Sengoku alone. He's done well enough. Just a little bit, the 4 Emperors' regiment can be wiped out. Pity. The 5 elders don't look at this at all they want is the result. As a result, Sengoku lost. All blame. It all fell on Sengoku. Some are happy and some are sad. Although Garp is happy that Ace escaped successfully. But looking at the downcast appearance of his old friend for many years, Garp naturally couldn't bear it either. Simply Sengoku looked open. I am getting old. This is an indisputable fact. It is also time. It's my turn to abdicate for Xian. That day, a message spread in Marineford. Marine Admiral Sengoku is about to abdicate. The news spread throughout Marineford in an instant. All the soldiers learned of this. And the news is still spreading to the outside world in the form of newspapers. The Marshal abdicated. That's no small thing. His identity. Even above the 4 emperors. Generally speaking, when the Marshal chooses to abdicate, the next Marshal should be chosen from among the 3 admirals. After a large number of Marine soldiers heard about this incident, they experienced a short shock. They started thinking about it. Anyway, among Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, who will inherit the position of Marshal? Tell the truth. The strength of the 3 is equal. That's more than enough for anyone to inherit. This position is based on a progressive approach. If there is a vacancy in the position of Marshal, it is bound to be replaced by the General. But once Admiral takes over, wouldn't that be one less Admiral position? Sengoku's abdication this time, in addition to shocking a large number of people sideways. There is also a small group of Vice Admirals who are excited to pre-test. Akainu Aokiji Kizaru whoever becomes Marshal. There will be an Admiral vacant. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Vice Admirals were also excited. This is a great opportunity to jump to the top of the mountain. They must not be missed. These thoughts are just in their minds. It is imperative. Marineford is still in the process of rebuilding. The other side. Luffy's Thousand Sunny. Return to the Fishmen Island. Xiarli has seen the performance shown by Thousand Sunny once, and it is not surprising. But this is the first time seeing Arlong. It's flying to the sky and escaping the sea. Arlong had forgotten how wide his mouth was open. Many years have passed. Finally back to the Fishmen Island. The taste of homegrown is blowing in the face. It put Arlong in a trance. Go out by yourself. It seems like I don't know how many years. -0. It's been such a long time. Get things done on Arlong's side. Luffy looked at Xiarli. Okay, I've fulfilled the request you said at the beginning, and you just became a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Now it's time to meet my crew with me. Upon hearing that Luffy is going to meet his crew himself, Xiarli knew that too. I can be regarded as integrated into their Straw Hat Pirates. These crew members will know each other sooner or later. Rather than that, it's better to go and see now. Good. Xiarli spoke frankly to Luffy. The two of them immediately returned to the direction of Dragon Palace. On the way, Xiarli also asked Luffy a question. Why are you helping me so wholeheartedly? Didn't you say that yourself? As long as I help you fulfill your request, you agree to join my pirate group. Luffy said to Xiarli. Duplicity, I'm afraid this is just one of your goals. Xiarli pointedly pointed out that Luffy's duplicity. Oh? Then tell me, what other purpose do I have? Luffy asked Xiarli with great interest. You want to FK me? Xiarli is also a straightforward person. Without any hesitation, he threw a bomb without saying a word. Luffy glanced at Xiarli. Then he laughed. I didn't expect to be seen by you. Xiarli's ear was a little hot, but she gave Luffy a white look. I know you are upset and kind. Then would you like to give it a chance? Luffy didn't hide any more, and simply followed the clues. Look at your performance. Xiarli was affirmed by Luffy, and she was a little happy in her heart. She didn't refuse either, but said in a tactful tone. Have the opportunity. The thought came to Luffy's mind. He looked at Xiarli cheerfully. Let's wait and see. Not for a while. The two came to the gate of the Dragon Palace. Under the notice of the guard, the two quickly entered the main hall of the Dragon Palace. Let me introduce you, this is our new crew member, Xiarli the Fortune Teller. Luffy introduced to the rest of the Straw Hats. Chapter 113. New Crew. Hear Luffy's voice. Almost all of them fell on Xiarli. But after seeing that this is a mermaid with an ice-cold temperament, Zoro, Usopp, and others couldn't help but shine. Sanji, who was particularly interested in beautiful women, began to show her courteousness on the spot, and Brooke's signature question was, "Can I see your fat times?" Something like this. Xiarli was surrounded by the crowd. This made her a little dazed. He hurriedly gave Luffy a look for help. Luffy pushed everyone away. The new crew is here, look at you looking like wolves and tigers, don't scare them. Hear what Luffy said. Only then did everyone restrain themselves. Certainly. A very temperamental mermaid came on board. Naturally, it adds a different kind of color. Nami and Robin squinted their eyes. From the air, they smell the slightest bit of danger. Where does the danger come from? Isn't it the Xiarli in front of you? They have a gut feeling. This Xiarli probably wasn't brought back by Luffy casually. Next, Luffy gave everyone an introduction about 08's current abilities about Xiarli. Divination. When Luffy introduces Xiarli's ability to divine the future, a stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Everyone immediately looked up to Xiarli. They just said, Luffy has now become the 5 emperors. Ordinary people should look down on it. But Xiarli in front of him looked like an ordinary person no matter what. It seems that there is not much strength. Nothing fancy. Think here. The doubts in their eyes became more transparent. Now, when getting Xiarli can actually divination the future, everyone was surprised. That would put Xiarli in the right place. Her role is not even weaker than other emperor's assistants. Notice. Avoid this dangerous thing beforehand. It's not something ordinary intuition can do. Xiarli's identity is really too special. She is just like Robin. Putting Robin's identity as an archaeologist in the right place, that is the existence that can make Luffy go straight to One Piece. Thousands of dollars are not for sale. Both Usopp and Chopper couldn't bear it, and wanted to ask Xiarli for a fortune. All crew, divination and so on are a drop in the bucket for Xiarli. He made a small fortune for the two of them on the spot. It aroused a sense of curiosity in both of them. At the same time, Xiarli also exhorted. For things like divination, it doesn't matter how many times a small hexagram is used. But once you encounter thick fog, you have to stop. This kind of thing can be serious or light. Not as a last resort. Absolutely must not leak the secret. Then have you ever encountered such a thing? Luffy's curiosity was also aroused. I vaguely remember. When Xiarli saw herself for the first time, she bluntly said that she would destroy the Fishmen Island. Have. Xiarli looked at Luffy in front of him. When I divination to Luffy, his future was full of fog, and I couldn't get a glimpse of it. Who is it? Asked Luffy. I won't talk about that. Taking a deep look at Luffy, Zhili chooses to keep it secret. This. Hearing that Xiarli was unwilling to say more, Luffy didn't ask any more questions. Except Usopp and Chopper. Frankie and Brook also joined together. One or two are lining up to ask Xiarli to do their math. The future. Very attractive to everyone. Not to mention them. Yo, if you can do divination, do the divination for me too. The Green Bull came out from behind, he was very interested in his future. Hehe, let me see what you will look like in the future, Green Bull. Standing beside the Green Bull with a smile, he said. Smile, do you want to have a divination too? The Green Bull patted the shoulder with a smile just around the corner. I'll forget it. Whether it's bad or good, there's a definite number. If it's really bad, then it's over. He said calmly with a smile. No hurry, come one by one. Seeing everyone's enthusiasm, Xiarli let go of her cold heart, and said softly with a knowing smile. It's a time of joy here. The Lord of the Dragon Palace, King Neptune, came out from behind. Since Vanderdyken was dealt with, his daughter Shirahoshi is finally safe too. Behind Neptune, Shirahoshi and the three princes stood there respectively. Neptune looked at Luffy in surprise and said, Captain Luffy, I really didn't expect that you brought Mrs. Xiarli aboard. Xiarli's popularity in the Fishmen Island is very high. After all, one-handed divination. Not to mention the Fishmen Island. Looking at the whole world, there are only a handful of them. She is a gem. Whoever can take the lead will have an absolute advantage over them. I didn't bring it on board, but tricked me into boarding. Luffy chuckled. Ha ha ha, you are really interesting, Captain Luffy. Mrs. Xiarli is an honor for both of you to be on your boat. I hope you can continue to stay on the Fishmen Island for a while, so that I can show some kindness as a landlord. Neptune still hopes that Luffy will stay in the Fishmen Island for a while longer. Although he said that 050 has selfish intentions. But Luffy's generous temperament is here. Getting along with each other for a few days. Neptune is also very pleasant. And from tonight, if Xiarli had landed on Luffy's boat, then she represents there the Fishmen Island. If the Fishmen Island is in trouble in the future, I'm afraid for Xiarli's sake, Luffy won't stand idly by either. A huge stone in the heart. It finally fell too. Good. Luffy nodded. Your Majesty the King. While Neptune was chatting with Luffy, A guard hurried in from outside. What's the matter? Neptune looked kindly at the reporting soldier. Your Majesty, Jinbei is seeking an audience outside the gate of the Dragon Palace. The guard said with an excited tone. Jinbei. When I heard that Jinbei was at the gate of the Dragon Palace, Neptune stood up straight from where he was. He glanced at Luffy with joy, and then said to Luffy, Captain Luffy, let's go meet Jinbei together. Jinbei. Luffy narrowed his eyes. Jinbei is also the helmsman of Thousand Sunny, let's take this opportunity and take him away. Smiling, Luffy said, go. Chapter 114. At the entrance of Dragon Palace. But he saw a murloc covered in blue patterns standing there quietly. His eyes were closed and his eyebrows were tightened. Even if he waited quietly in place, he couldn't conceal his oncoming aura. Isn't it Jinbei, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea? In Summit War. Because Jinbei didn't obey the command, he went to help the Whitebeard pirates. Marine thus cut off his Shishibukai position. Inside the original book. Because of Whitebeard's defeat, the entire Whitebeard pirate group was burned. Even if Jinbei is on the side of the White group, it doesn't help either. Marine, which achieved its goal, did not cut off Jinbei's position. Of course. Now because of Luffy's involvement, Summit War has turned the tables. An exasperated Marine cut off his position on the spot. But even if Jinbei is cut off, but Jinbei's strength lies here. Luffy valued it. Isn't that Jinbei's strength? Jinbei, aren't you in the Whitebeard pirates? Why are you here? Seeing Jinbei, Neptune can be said to have no gap at all. Without saying a word, he gave Jinbei a big hug. At first, Jinbei takes the title of Shishibukai. Standing here on the Fishmen Island all the time, Neptune often went to Jinbei for many things that he couldn't solve by himself. For the Fishmen Island, Jinbei is also happy to oblige. Mutual exchange. The relationship will naturally become closer. Your Majesty the King. Seeing Neptune go out to greet him in person, although this is a common occurrence, Jinbei still blames him a bit. As the lord of a country, how can he come out to greet him in person? But he also understood Neptune's current mood. Just at this moment, Jinbei glanced at it from the corner of the eye. When he saw the familiar figure beside Neptune, Jinbei was not as calm as before. He looked at Luffy and said, Luffy, why are you on the Fishmen Island? Why, Yinping, don't you welcome me? Luffy asked back. No. Jinbei seemed overly surprised and didn't speak for a while. After a long time, Jinbei then said, welcome, if you can come to the Fishmen Island, of course we welcome you. Seeing Jinbei's puzzled eyes, Neptune explained to Jinbei, Jinbei, you don't know, Luffy has been in the Fishmen Island for almost half a month. It's been more than half a month. Listen to Neptune's explanation. Jinbei was surprised for a while, and after a little thought, Jinbei knew the purpose of Luffy coming to the Fishmen Island. Luffy, are you going to go to the New World through the Fishmen Island? That's right, let's take a look at what the long-admired the Fishmen Island looks like. This is Luffy's truth. For the Fishmen Island, especially for those beautiful mermaids. Naturally Luffy wanted to meet him. 2 generations of human beings. I have heard a lot of mermaid legends. But I haven't seen it yet. Now in the Fishmen Island, Luffy is a feast for the eyes. So it is. Jinbei also learned about Luffy's purpose. When he saw Luffy, he remembered the time when the Summit War just ended. Luffy points to the scene where the Whitebeard pirates declare war directly. Now, Luffy is going to New World. It looks like the bloodbath of the New World. He's about to be kicked up. Think here. Jinbei took a breath, and asked Luffy quietly, Luffy, are you really going to challenge the 4 emperors? Which supernova have you ever seen heading to New World? Not the 4 emperors. Luffy replied with a slight smile. That being said, but... Looking at Luffy's careless words in front of him, Jinbei wanted to explain to him that your current status cannot be compared with those supernovas. If this fights, wouldn't New World be beaten to pieces by him? But what? Seeing Jinbei's frightened look, Luffy smiled knowingly. This challenge to 4 emperors is not as simple as talking about it, you have to be fully prepared. Jinbei said worriedly. The Whitebeard pirates are the benefactors of the Fishmen Island. Luffy is the benefactor of the Whitebeard pirates again. Such a comparison. Luffy apparently got involved with the Fishmen Island. Not only that. When Impel is down, or Luffy undoes the shackles for himself, Jinbei is very grateful for this. That's why he worries about Luffy. He naturally admires Luffy's youth and promise. And the strength is very powerful. Before reaching the New World, he was dubbed the title of 5 emperors. But the 4 emperors are the emperors of the New World. One careless move, and the whole game is lost. Luffy doesn't know Jinbei's worry. 37 Don't worry, I'm ready. All right. Seeing that the persuasion did not work, Jinbei gave up. Chatting at the gate of the Dragon Palace, those who don't know think that my Dragon Palace has neglected 2 distinguished guests. Come with me to the main hall. Seeing that he couldn't speak at first, Neptune acted as a listener. Now that the topic of the 2 of them has come to an end, I just want to invite the 2 of you in. Walk. Luffy said towards Jinbei. Good. After so many trials and tribulations before, Jinbei felt that Mama Zhao and Luffy were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years, even though they met very rarely. Immediately, both parties entered the hall enthusiastically. In the hall, Jinbei chatted with Luffy for a while. He asked about many things. Something about the Straw Hat Pirates. No matter how you say it, Luffy is an old fritter, and these topics are not difficult for him. It's almost time to see you. Luffy simply throws out his original purpose. Having said that, nothing more than a sentence. Want to drag Jinbei onto the boat. Jinbei, are you a member of the Whitebeard Pirates? Luffy made such an inconspicuous question first by asking around. Chapter 115. For Luffy's query, Jinbei was naturally defenseless. He froze for a moment. Then he looked at Luffy suspiciously. I don't understand why Luffy would ask such a question. But Jinbei didn't think too much, he replied, it's half a member. They sheltered my homeland during the most difficult time of the Fishmen Island, although I am not a member of their pirate group. But once they are in trouble, I will help them as much as I can. Half a member. Hearing this answer, Luffy immediately felt a certainty in his mind. Not afraid of half of you. I'm afraid you have already joined the white group. Jinbei, do you know why I asked this question? Luffy said again. Why? Jinbei still didn't understand. But aside, Neptune, who listened to the meaning of Luffy's words, vaguely guessed the so-called authorities are confused by the bystanders. Neptune looked at Luffy. Mom. This Luffy came to the Fishmen Island. Will Charlie and Jinbei be poached by him? To say sorry. Neptune is also really 760 a bit. After all, both are celebrities of the Fishmen Island. But take a longer view. Again, they are definitely tied to Luffy's boat. Not to mention. If so. Neptune agreed with both hands and feet. Certainly. He has no feet. Both hands one tail approves. My Thousand Sunny is short of a helmsman. I wonder if you, Jinbei, are interested in joining my pirate team. Luffy threw out his own answer. Really? When hearing this result, Neptune listened quietly to the side. Only Jinbei. He was stunned in place as if struck by lightning. Dumbfounded Jinbei. He stared blankly at Luffy in front of him. You want to invite me aboard? Jinbei's eyes widened. Why, can't it? Luffy said with a smile. No, of course not. Jinbei shook his head. Give me a reason. Luffy asked for a reason, but, AJ, he continued, friendly reminder, don't talk about the Whitebeard pirates, you just said it yourself, you are not a member of the Whitebeard pirates. When did I say that? I said half, literally, and I'm also half a member of the Whitebeard pirates, okay. Hearing Luffy's word trap words, Jinbei quickly defended. Half? Can you buy a house and pay half the price? Can you buy a boat and pay half the price? Can you pay half the price to go to an amusement park? You mean half? Did you cut you in half, half from the white group, and the other from the Fishmen Island? Luffy continued. A person who is half a white group is not a person who is a white group. How can you describe a person who is a good person with half? Listening to the eloquent Luffy, Jinbei opened his mouth. He was stunned, surprised, and stupefied. Speechless. If it really comes from a certain sense. I am half of the Whitebeard pirates, so I am not a member of the Whitebeard pirates at all. This. Jinbei couldn't find the words to answer. In the next. Jinbei talked to Luffy again for a while. Pity. How can he talk about Luffy who is full of black water? There is absolutely no convincing evidence to be found. Luffy said bluntly, now you are not a member of the Whitebeard pirates, nor are you the 7 warlords of the sea and marine, so powerful, so capable, do you think? Am I missing out on a potential stock like this? Said so by Luffy. Jinbei felt suddenly. I have spent most of my life in vain. Until now. I only have the title of Shishibukai myself. After the Summit War, Shishibukai was deposed too. I understand what you mean, but I really can't join your pirate group now. Jinbei said hesitantly. I won't force you, you can rest assured. Luffy explained to Jinbei, you also know that now you have no identity or status. It can be said that you are a hot potato. Besides me, there are many people who want to come and take you away. Instead of following them, why don't you come aboard with me, don't you? Jinbei showed a bitter smile. He could see it. Luffy is determined to pull himself into his boat. But what he said made sense. Except for him. There are many more people, wanting me to get on board myself. But compared to Luffy, it seems that there is no more suitable team than him. The Straw Hat Pirates. That is the so-called pirate group that was dubbed the title of 5 emperors before reaching the New World. In the first half of the Grand Line, a bounty of 3.5 billion was offered for achievement. It is an achievement that cannot be broken by anyone in history. Jinbei sighed, and said seriously, Luffy, if you really want me to join your Straw Hat Pirates, it's not impossible. Oh? What do you want? Asked Luffy. Jinbei has requirements, that's naturally the most normal. After all, joining the pirates is such a thing. Being on the Grand Line can be said to be an important turning point in life. Good to join. Then the future is safe. Not a good join. It goes without saying. It's like a modern-day wedding. The feeling that a woman is afraid of marrying the wrong man. Luffy, it is said that you are very powerful. Of course, I have seen it in Summit War. Although I am a little bit like a car, I still want to compete with you. If you beat me, how about joining your pirate group? Jinbei throws out his own conditions. As long as Luffy beats himself. Join his crew of pirates. Not at all. Is it that simple? When Luffy heard that it was just a request to fight, he said light-heartedly. Forward. Jinbei was still full of momentum, but he heard Luffy's inappropriate words. He was stunned for a moment. Jinbei looked at Luffy with doubts in his eyes. Cough, cough, slip of the tongue. Luffy also realized that he had said something wrong, but the old-fashioned he quickly changed his expression and said with a serious expression, "Jinbei, I will do my best." Chapter 116. Since it is decided to confront Jinbei, then there is nothing to say. Exactly. In this place of Dragon Palace, there is actually a martial arts arena. The martial arts field is a place specially used to train Dragon Palace soldiers. Under the leadership of Neptune, Luffy and Jinbei came to the martial arts arena. After all, it is the place where Dragon Palace trains soldiers. The scene is almost crowded with people, they are actively training. Neptune made room for Luffy and Jinbei himself. At the same time, he even warned the soldiers in training. A contest is about to break out in the martial arts arena. This contest, it is a duel between the top players in the New World. Normally hard to see. Neptune is the king of a country. Speak naturally. When it was learned that two New World top masters were going to confront each other in the martial arts arena, they are already boring. Suddenly, it was as if he had been beaten with chicken blood. All of them suddenly became excited. Indeed. As usual. Everyone here, because of years of training, boring and tasteless often accompany them, suddenly learned of a great war. It is about to unfold in front of them. Anyone who comes will be excited. Immediately. When Luffy and Jinbei had just arrived at the martial arts arena, the entire martial arts arena was crowded with people, and there was an endless stream of voices. Look around. There are Murloc soldiers and Murloc soldiers. No empty seats. Jinbei took the lead. Came to the martial arts arena. Jinbei. It can be said to be famous in the Fishmen Island. As soon as he appeared, immediately caused the Murlocs in the crowd to erupt. Look, isn't that our Hixia Jinbei? My god, it's really him. His Majesty the King said that the battle that will start in our martial arts field is about to start, and one of the parties is actually Master Jinbei. Master Jinbei is my idol. Who isn't? I dream of following in his footsteps. Jinbei just appeared. A sound of uproar followed. A large number of people started shouting and drinking. All with eyes of admiration and admiration. Throwing towards Jinbei. Jinbei. Just 2 words sums it all up. But excitement is excitement. But when everyone thought of Jinbei's opponent, many of them smiled playfully. Hixia Jinbei. The former 7 warlords of the sea was also the #1 master of the Fishmen Island, and was the object of worship by countless people. Such a character standing at the pinnacle of the Fishmen Island. Needless to say its strength. That's a handle. Who will challenge Jinbei? Many people began to take an interest in this enemy of Jinbei. Even more people think so. This enemy of Jinbei may suffer disaster. It's not good to challenge anyone. He chose Jinbei as the enemy. Does it mean that you are like a car with a mantis arm, or that you are overconfident? Under the eyes of everyone's expectation, Luffy with black hair, a simple outfit, and 2 flip-flops came out from the crowd. He takes 1 step at a time. Steadily came to the center of the martial arts arena. Standing calmly opposite Jinbei. If we talk about the moment when Jinbei stepped forward, the scene was full of voices. Well now. This moment when Luffy appeared. The scene couldn't help but be quiet without any sound, and there were still some people. There was also a boo. Again. Luffy's fame. Although it resounded through the entire Grand Line. But here is the Fishmen Island with a depth of 10,000 meters. The news is occluded, even comparable to the country of the daughter of the Pirate Queen. The news from the outside world wants to be conveyed here. I'm afraid it's almost difficult for half a year. Besides, even if it is delivered, want to thoroughly implement into the door-to-door. The difficulty in this is no less than going to the blue sky. Here boos all around. King Neptune just smiled lightly. Luffy's specific strength and his specific identity have caused a lot of waves in the outside world. Hee. There is a good show to watch. He didn't talk much. Almost 100% of the people present are optimistic about Jinbei. He even wanted to see Luffy embarrassing himself. Who is bad to challenge? I chose Jinbei. This is asking for trouble, leading to death. Everyone smiled playfully, ready to see Luffy's jokes. Let's start. Jinbei took a defensive stance. Spread your hands and feet. The Murloc-specific fish tail on his palm is also attached to it. At the moment when Jinbei made a defensive stance, surrounding sea water 0, seeking flowers 0, also started to go with the flow, surrounding him constantly. Let me come and see this Murloc's karate ability, Luffy said towards Jinbei. Jinbei is also a top player in the Fishman Island. Strength on the surface. Needless to say. As you wish. Jinbei said. The moment he finished speaking, Jinbei suddenly disappeared in place. Although he is relatively large, but the speed is not much less. In the blink of an eye, came behind Luffy. 8,000 watts punch. Jinbei punched the Murloc with a karate punch. The sea breeze is surging, and the smoke waves are foggy. Waterspouts appeared in Jinbei's hands. He swung his fist. There were bursts of howling ghosts and howling wolves. Luffy held out his palm. Fist and palm meet. For a while, the surrounding violent air waves were overturned. Black lightning also emerged out of thin air. And Luffy's legs. Under the impact of the absolute power above Jinbei's fist, it was inserted into the training platform of the martial arts field on the spot. The ground is broken, the rocks are dancing, and the debris is flying. Jinbei's expression changed, he looked at Luffy in surprise. Really? Is this Luffy's strength? As soon as the expert makes a move, he will know if there is one. Own this punch. Almost with most of the power. But what about Luffy? He casually reached out and took it. And unmoved. Even if it is yourself. Can't help him? Jinbei suddenly felt like an ant looking up at a giant. Luffy so young. Perhaps. Boarded his ship himself. Is it also a good choice? Luffy here. Naturally, he also sensed the power transmitted from the palm of his hand. He naturally admired Jinbei too. This Murloc karate, Jinbei probably has cultivated to the top level. If it is an ordinary person, that's really hard to say. Pity. Luffy now. Nothing, but this power has been directly pulled to the level of max. Luffy pushed forward, attacking Jinbei. Instead, it was pushed back by Luffy. Chapter 117. Jinbei was pushed back. After falling to the ground, he retreated several steps violently. This is what keeps you in shape. What a powerful force. Jinbei raised his head, stared at Luffy with wide eyes and said. Luffy's move just now. It seems simple and unpretentious. But actually, eliminate all your powers. And that last push. It even completely crushed itself. My strength is more than that. Luffy smiled slightly. This time, it was his turn to attack. Shua. He disappeared in place like the wind. Ultimate speed was displayed on him. So fast. Jinbei let out a horrified sound. There was a little scarlet in the fundus of the eyes. Observation Haki was activated by him. However, 5-7. I thought that turning on Observation Haki could capture Luffy's whereabouts. But this moment, Jinbei was horrified again. Even the one who turned on Observation Haki, it was only able to capture an afterimage. Afterimage? Yes. Only afterimages can be seen. Luffy's speed. How far has this come? Before Jinbei could finish his surprise, Luffy came to the rear of Jinbei with a glance. Lift your legs. He kicked Jinbei mercilessly. Jinbei wasn't prepared at all. In addition, even if Luffy keeps his hand, his strength has already reached the peak level. Even a light touch, also easily broken. Immediately, Jinbei was kicked out by Luffy. The body flew backwards towards the outside. Bang! Fell headlong into the wall. The kind that can't be buckled. Debris is everywhere, rocks are cracked, and rocks are pierced through the air. A huge cloud of smoke rose with it. This scene imprinted in the eyes of all the fish in the crowd. Countless mermaids were stunned. They stared blankly at the scene in astonishment. The calm smile on everyone's face disappeared. The smile that was very confident to Jinbei also gradually disappeared. This. Instantly, the audience was silent. The booing before, the ridicule before, the pride before. In this instant nothing remains. Immediately afterwards, after a silence, the incomparable shock ignited on every soldier on the scene. What did they see? What did they see? The number one master of the Fishmen Island, the former 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbei, whom everyone has placed high hopes on, has arrived. If it is evenly matched, you come and I fight back and forth on both sides. That's all. The issue is, how many moves did Luffy make? He only used one trick, okay? One kick sent Jinbei flying. How can this be? Did Jinbei release the water? Absolutely not. The Murloc soldiers at the scene couldn't understand Jinbei's character. He didn't turn on the water. He is doing his best. God. In the case of going all out, it was still turned over by Luffy. If you don't see it with your own eyes. They couldn't believe what they saw in front of them. Gilyalu. Thousands of people swallowed their saliva. Horror was written all over his face. Has Jinbei fallen? Is this real? I doubt my eyes a little now. After a short shock, everyone couldn't help but make a sound. All eyes throwing towards Luffy. Who is this guy? Why can he even solve Jinbei? His dumbfounded gazes were all locked on Luffy. I remembered, he is Luffy, the 5th Emperor of the New World, the man who turned the Summit War around. Is it Straw Hat Luffy? Is it really him? I just said, why is he so familiar? Oh my god, did Luffy the 5 Emperors come to the Fishmen Island? Although the news about Luffy is little known in the Fishmen Island. But there is no impenetrable wall in the world. There are still some people who know about the end of the Summit War and the rise of the Straw Hat Pirates. This moment. 1 past 10, 10 past 100. The 5 Emperors Luffy descended on the Fishmen Island. This moment resounded throughout the scene. To know. Luffy is the benefactor of the Whitebeard Pirates. Benefactor of the Whitebeard Pirates. It is their benefactor of the Fishmen Island. There was a sound of applause. Came across the practice field. Luffy turned a blind eye to the cheers around him. His purpose. In the final analysis, pull Jinbei aboard. Come to the ruins. Luffy looked at Jinbei who was lying in the ruins and doubted his life. He smiled and said, how is it? Are you satisfied now? Jinbei looked at Luffy strangely. I now understand what kind of monster Marine faced during the Summit War. Just saw it before. Now it can be regarded as empathy. Luffy's strength. It's really not that powerful. Really? Are you complimenting me or scolding me? Luffy glanced at Jinbei and said. Of course I'm praising you. Jinbei said unkindly. He rubbed his painful body and walked out of the ruins. Then I'll take it as if you're praising me. Luffy replied with a smile, now, you are willing to join my pirate group, come on, first call the captain to listen. 11. Jinbei stared at Luffy in front of him speechlessly. After a long time, he almost blushed and spit out these 2 words, boat, captain. Just met. Just make such an exorbitant request. Jinbei's sense of anticipation at the beginning was gone. 0.3. Looking at Luffy, who smiled unkindly at himself in front of him. He always felt as if he had walked into a wolf's den. After Jinbei lost to Luffy. Since then, a new crew has joined in again. His name. It's called Jinbei. Neptune witnessed all this with his own eyes. On the Fishman Island. Inexplicably missing two well-known figures. I don't know if it's a blessing or a misfortune. At the same time, after Jinbei agreed, Luffy also took Jinbei with him. Return to the gathering place of your own team. Knowing that the former 7 warlords of the sea actually joined his Straw Hat Pirates. Usopp, Chopper and others were also shocked. Chapter 118. Jinbei. Formerly 7 warlords of the sea. To know. This is the first 7 warlords of the sea to officially join their Straw Hat Pirates. Crocodile? He is also a former Shishibukai though. But after all, it's just in front of Buggy. In theory. Haven't landed on the Straw Hat Pirates yet. Everyone cast their eyes on Luffy. A while ago, I just brought back a temperamental mermaid, and now I have even brought back the next one. Think back then. When they had just landed on the Grand Line. This is 7 warlords of the sea. It is simply the sky of this sea. Characters they look up to all their lives. Now. Led by Luffy. Even the 7 warlords of the sea that I had to look up to. Now it's part of their crew. Juxtaposed with them. Everyone's taste now. It can be described as mixed flavors. There is joy, there is expectation, and more is incredible. This time I came to the Fishman Island. The harvest is not shallow. A total of 2 crew members joined their pirate group. Fortune teller Xiarli, Shishibukai Jinbei. Well worth the trip. After inviting Jinbei to join in. 08 Luffy also decided to set sail. I also stayed in the Fishman Island for a while. What should be read is also read, and what should be included is also included. Anyway. On this the Fishman Island. There is a new Murloc pirates. But for the time being, Luffy has no contact with them. And the matter of the new Murloc pirates is just a conflict within the Fishman Island. Luffy just got involved. Obviously inappropriate. It is also time. Go to New World. Luffy's goal. It has always been these 4 emperors. Alright, we're about to set off. Luffy stood in the center of the hall and announced the matter to everyone. Are you leaving now? So fast. I have to say, the Fishman Island is really a good place, not to mention, I'm a little bit reluctant to come here. It's a pity that I have to leave. It would be great if I could continue to stay for a while. Many crew members have been warmly received by Neptune these days. This made them a little bit reluctant to be here. Why don't you stay a few more days? Luffy said to everyone speechlessly. Really? Chopper asked happily. But just finished. He sensed Luffy's gaze looking directly at him. Let's forget it. Chopper also quickly changed his words. Indeed. Recently spent a few days with the Fishman Island. Everyone relaxes. The kind who are reluctant to leave. To know. Now they're on the Grand Line. No matter how comfortable it is. Always maintain a vigilant attitude. If not. Like Gecko Moria. Not enterprising. That eliminated. That's them. The first half of the Grand Line. This is where the big waves wash the sand. New World. Even worse than the Grand Line. MJU4 NDA2 NTA0 MJI1 MZK1 MTQ0 OJ equals. Not taken seriously. The end will definitely be very miserable. Everyone knows Luffy's one-sided personality. Then. None of them had the lazy look they had before. Start taking it seriously. Their goals. Followed in Luffy's footsteps from beginning to end. If you can't keep up with Luffy. What about the members of the Straw Hat Pirates? Pack your bags and leave tomorrow. The next day. On Thousand Sunny. 2 more people came out. Xiarli and Jinbei. This is their first time aboard Thousand Sunny. The moment they just landed. Strange things. Then it happened. Jinbei suddenly discovered that all the power in his body was flowing at a high speed. Become extremely fast. It's like taking some panacea. The speed of the flow is just that. The power is also rising steadily. This made Jinbei's eyes show a little panic. For the unknown. And it's also about improving one's own strength. Jinbei must be treated with caution. Same. Something similar happened to Jinbei. And Xiarli. Xiarli also opened her beautiful eyes wide. She opened her mouth. He seemed a little surprised by what was happening inside his body. Compared to the two. Others are used to it. Xiarli and Jinbei threw this question to many crew members at the same time. Others heard the doubts of the two. Suddenly burst into laughter. Luffy personally explained to the two why this was the case. No doubt. It's the boat spirit who came out to take the blame again. After learning that it was because of the ship spirit. This is the first time I heard this Arabian Nights-like thing. Rao, both Jinbei and Xiarli were dumbfounded. Jinbei raised his head. He stared at Luffy and said, I'm talking about your strength. Why are you so strong and you have improved so fast at such a young age? I didn't know the reason before, but now I have solved it. Well, what do you think of this ship spirit? Luffy asked with a smile. So amazing. Jinbei also gave a very high evaluation. Look at Luffy 980. Jinbei finally knew the secret of the Straw Hat Pirates. As for regretting joining their Straw Hat group. Regret? Sorry about the P. If you just let yourself stay on this boat, the speed of cultivation can be increased. Even if you stay for a lifetime. Jinbei is also willing. Stay a little longer at Thousand Sunny. Then the bottleneck period of his strength can finally break through. Perhaps. Maybe he can surpass Fisher, the hero of the Fishmen Island. Xiarli on the side also had the same idea. After learning a little about the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy asked Jinbei to drive their boat and set sail. Actually, to be honest, this Thousand Sunny doesn't have to drive anymore. Since gaining the ability to dive into the sea and fly. Whether it's going deep into the sea or flying into the sky. As long as Luffy thinks about it. This Thousand Sunny can drive itself. The so-called helmsman. It's just a reason for Luffy to invite Jinbei to join. Thousand Sunny is very fast. Walk through the 10,000 meter deep sea. In less than a while. Strong sunlight. Just sprinkled on the deck of a Thousand Sunny. New World. Arrival. Chapter 119. Long Lost Eyes. Sprinkle on everyone. Warm and full of cozy atmosphere. The sea wind howled and the tide surged. The salty air permeates the surroundings. This is the feeling they are familiar with. It took less than half a month to go to the Fishmen Island. After returning to land. But it seems like a long time has passed. The Fishmen Island is certainly good. But actually, for those humans who have been on land for many years, or this sea is more suitable for them to survive. The sun is a bit harsh. Xiarli narrowed his eyes, covering his forehead with his hands and whispering. She has lived on the Fishmen Island for over 20 years. Suddenly came to land. Compared to others, she's still pretty uncomfortable. You just came to the sea, and it's very normal for you to be unaccustomed to the water and the soil. Let me take you in. Luffy said with a concerned tone. Good. Xiarli nodded. Taking the mermaid bubble, led by Luffy, she came to the room. If you have any discomfort, remember to call me. Luffy said to Xiarli. Finished. He was going to go out. Let Xiarli rest in the room by himself. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Xiarli stopped Luffy, who was about to leave. What's wrong? Luffy turned around. Can you just stay put? Let's chat. Xiarli hesitated for a while, but still wanted to chat with Luffy. Oh? The kind of chat in the same room. Luffy chuckled. No one is serious. Xiarli gave Luffy a blank look. Since you have become my crew member, it is my duty to take good care of you, so let's chat with you here. Luffy is very calm. He found a small bench in the corner. Moved to Xiarli's bed, just sat down. What would you like to talk about? Luffy said. Xiarli poked her chin with one hand, thinking about it. She asked, tell me about the establishment of your Straw Hat Pirates. Okay. In the next. Luffy gushed to Xiarli about their Straw Hat Pirates in East Blue. Actually, the current Luffy is not involved at all in this segment. But as a senior Haimai, it's so easy to tell these things. Xiarli also listened with gusto. It's been a long time. Xiarli, who was sitting in front of the bed, fell asleep without knowing it. When Luffy was talking about Arlong of the Murloc Pirates, he suddenly found that Xiarli was fast asleep. He smashes his mouth. Talked for a long time. Dryness in the mouth. Simply. This Xiarli finally fell asleep. Luffy really didn't expect it. I actually started telling others bedtime stories. Although she is a famous person in the Fishman Island, she is still a little girl after all. Luffy is not as old as Xiarli physically, but he is older than Xiarli mentally. It's okay to call me a little girl. Place her in bed s. Looking at Xiarli with his eyes closed. Now if you do something small, she shouldn't have noticed it. Think here. Even mouth Kakuzu gradually smile. But soon, Luffy simply covered her with the quilt. They've all reached maturity. Taking advantage of others is not a good habit. These thoughts are just thoughts. Get up. Left the room. He closed the door smoothly. Squeak. Just after the door closed. Inside the room, Xiarli's originally closed eyes suddenly opened. I saw her showing a little smile. I can really hold back. Xiarli complained. But let's be honest. She was really a little tired. Maybe it's because of the inaccuracy of the water and soil. By tiredness, Xiarli fell into a deep sleep. The other side. After Luffy left, Usopp and Sanji joined forces on 8 trigrams. Luffy, why are you in the room for so long? Usopp asked slightly. Uneasy good heart. Sanji was full of jealousy. Looking at the two of them. Good money. Luffy said quite speechlessly, why are you two here? This is Thousand Sunny, why can't we be here? And, Luffy, don't you think it's been a little long since you went in? What did you do in the room? Usopp covered his mouth and snickered. Why, don't you wish you had been in for a little while? Without further ado, Luffy started the train. Captain! Big brother! Grandpa! At this moment, Sanji hugged Luffy's thigh directly, eyes full of longing, and said to Luffy, Captain, teach me how to pick up girls and girls. Chapter 120. Captain, teach me. Sanji said with hope. Maid. Why can't he see that Robin, Nami? Even Perona falls for Luffy. It's just these people. Xiarli and Sanji, who just joined their Straw Hat team, are still planning to continue to show their hospitality. It turns out she also has a crush on Luffy. This makes Sanji's young mind was hit like never before. He is full of hope. Wanting Luffy to teach himself. If only I could be like Luffy. He's willing even if it's a nosebleed. This. Looking at Sanji, who suddenly hugged him and pushed him. Luffy was also at a loss for words. In fact, he just thought a little bit carefully and said a few words casually. But he really didn't expect such a result. But since Sanji asked so, Luffy thought about it. He turned to Sanji and said, "Sanji, do you know the word lick the dog?" Obviously. This is a modern term, and Sanji, who is the pirate era, naturally cannot understand 060. Have no idea. Sanji shook his head and said. Actually, the word means it literally. Luffy actually wants to say that licking dogs has no future. But this is what Sanji's character is. In order not to hurt Sanji's mentality, Luffy changed his style of painting and said, "There is a saying that is good, you can have everything you want until the end, as long as you are good enough to the woman, as long as you pay attention to her 24-hour life all the time, as long as you always think about the woman, if you can, directly treat her as your ancestor. If things go on like this, the victory will definitely belong to you in the end." Hear what Luffy said. There was color in Sanji's grey eyes. Lick to the end everything? It's weird, but take a closer look. It seems that this is really the truth. I get it, I'm definitely going down this path to ultimate. Sanji said with determination. Watching Sanji leave, the corner of Usopp's mouth twitched, and he asked, "Luffy, is what you said true?" Fake. Luffy shook her head, lick till the end and nothing. Ah, this. Usopp was at a loss for words. You also know that Sanji's dedication to this aspect is above all of us, so we must give him a little encouragement. Luffy said. After listening to Luffy, Usopp wiped the sweat from his forehead. Luffy, why do I feel that you are getting more and more foolish? Really? This should be your illusion. Luffy replied with a smile. But having said that, Luffy, you really hit Sanji now, Nami, Perona, and Charlie who just joined, why are you so lucky? Usopp said. Who knows? Luffy shrugged, why don't you try it too and see how your luck goes? I'll forget it. In my hometown, there is a person waiting for me to go back. Usopp seemed to remember something, a sweet smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then you have to work hard. Age, Luffy also knows what Usopp is referring to. While the two are talking, but heard a sound came. Bang dang. Thousand Sunny seemed to hit something. There was a sudden movement. Let many crew members on Thousand Sunny walk out of the room. What happens? Frankie looked around and asked in a daze. Have no idea. Chopper shook his head cutely and said. Isn't it hitting the rocks? Nami said slightly worried. Oops, if we hit the rocks, we have to make up for it as soon as possible. Usopp said. When everyone came to the front of the bow. Shocked discovery. Thousand Sunny is not on the rocks. At the bottom of the boat. There is a person floating on this sea. Their boat crashed right on top of this man. Luffy, there's someone here. Frankie said to Luffy. It can't be a dead body. Seeing the corpse, Yinba frowned and said. Is this the new world? Even corpses can be seen everywhere. Zoro said. It is said that if you hit a corpse, you must either fish him up and cremate him, or push him away, otherwise, the bad luck will always be entangled on our ship. Frankie has a lot of knowledge in this area, he continued to the crowd. Thump. Jinbei jumped directly into the water. As a murloc, he is like a fish in water in the sea. Jinbei sniffed the man's breath. It's a miracle, this man is still breathing, he's not dead yet. Luffy heard Jinbei's words. Not dead. If it's a dead body, that's fine. Since he's still alive, let's save his life. Catch it. Luffy said. Chapter 121. Jinbei grabbed the man. Then he jumped. Came to the deck of their bow. Let this man covered in sea water be salvaged, and when he was lying wet on the deck. Luffy also saw the whole picture of this person clearly. This man has purple hair, sunglasses, a thick body, and a giant iron arm on his right arm. Luffy narrowed his eyes. No way. What a coincidence. Just arrived in New World. Just met him? Purple hair, iron arm, and this familiar appearance. Former Marine Admiral Zephyr. I just came to the sea and haven't had time to catch my breath. Came across this big Buddha. Zephyr. After all, it is Marine Admiral. It used to be as famous as Garp, Sengoku, Crane, etc. Sengoku and Garp are the heroes of Marine, there is no doubt about it. Perhaps. On top of the hero. Zephyr is a bit worse. But his contribution to Marine. Not even Sengoku and Garp can reach. There are 3,000 disciples, each of whom is a high-level Marine. Akainu Akuma, Aokiji Tai and so on. Pick one at random, which one is not a well-known character in Marine. The former is the backbone of Marine. And he, Zephyr, laid the foundation for the entire Marine. He is an irreplaceable character in Marine. It's him. Luffy said. Luffy, do you know him? Luffy's words caught the attention of others. I know, of course I know. Luffy nodded. Speaking up. Among the original works. When the Straw Hat Pirates first arrived in New World. Also encountered such a battle. The Neo Marine established by Zephyr had conflicts with the Straw Hat Pirates, and finally even involved Marine. A battle of the century in the New World. It also unfolds. But what puzzled Luffy was the current Straw Hat Pirates have never experienced a 3DP event. There is no such thing as 2 years of cultivation. Summit War just ended. Immediately went to the Fishmen Island, and then arrived in New World in half a month. From the timeline, Neo Marine has not yet been established. Zephyr is still a member of Marine. Then why? On this sea. Will I meet the Zephyr that fell into the sea? That's puzzling. Luffy talks to himself. Although the enemy. But to be honest, Luffy really regrets what happened to Zephyr. Zephyr is a character who is both good and evil. He gave all his life to Marine, but what he got in the end was Marine's deceit and betrayal. Even at the beginning. Whitebeard too, who destroyed his entire academy of Zephyr, Edward Weeble was invited to the seat of the 7 warlords of the sea. Under the heartbroken, Zephyr resolutely chose to leave Marine. Since then, a Neo Marine in New World has just been established. Chopper, can you bring him back? Luffy asked Chopper. Let me try. Chopper quickly ran into his cabin, and then took out the medical kit, bandages and other props. I saw Chopper messing with Zephyr. Come and go. Diagnosis, disinfection, treatment, dressing, taking medicine and so on. Chopper's professional medical skills are fully displayed in him. Not for a while. Zephyr, who was covered in bandages, gradually came to life. Water. A weak Zephyr spoke indistinctly. 0, seeking flowers. Chopper quickly handed over the purified water. Get moisturized with water. The chapped lips also began to heal. Period. After more than half an hour. Only then did Zephyr recover a little bit of vitality. Luffy, he's awake. Chopper turned his head, he reminded Luffy. Luffy leads the crowd. Came before the weak Zephyr. Where is this? After waking up, Zephyr gradually regained consciousness in his mind. He looked at Luffy in front of him. He knew that the group of people in front of him might have saved him. Did not think of. Under such extreme circumstances. I didn't die. It's really ridiculous. Unfortunately to tell you, Black Arm Zephyr, where you are, is a pirate ship. With a smile on his face, Luffy revealed the information about the pirate ship to Zephyr. As expected. At the moment when I heard the word pirate ship, Zephyr, who was originally grateful and thanked these people for saving him, suddenly constricted his pupils. He quickly raised his head, looked at the people facing him with hatred and said, "You are pirates." Talking. Zephyr jumped straight from the spot. He retreated into a safe corner. He watched the people at the scene warily. "Don't move, your body has just been bandaged." Seeing the vigorous movement of Zephyr who had just awakened, Chopper said worriedly. Luffy brought Chopper behind him. He looked at Zephyr and said, "What? What else is there on the pirate ship besides pirates?" "The marine that you believe in." "Pirate?" Zephyr said with a disgusted look in his eyes, "Everyone must die." Up. Chapter 122. All pirates must die. Hear the piercing voice of Zephyr. Zoro, Sanji, and even Jinbei frowned. Ha 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 ha. When everyone was upset, Luffy laughed out loud. He pointed at Zephyr and said sarcastically, "Now you have to be rescued by pirates. You are weak and unbearable. Even your arms are broken. You were betrayed by Marine, was abandoned by Marine, and you have already fallen to this point, so what can you do?" Luffy's words were like a sharp sword, piercing Zephyr's heart. Zephyr snorted coldly. Without saying a word, he raised his iron arm and punched Luffy. 090 moved fiercely. The speed is fast. Not sloppy at all. See what Zephyr does. People like Zoro, Yuxiao, and Lunio were surprised. This guy in front of him. He is not simple. However, even Zephyr is strong. Luffy just gently raised his hand. The palm is so simple to catch Zephyr's iron fist. When the two collided, the aura is boundless, raging towards the surroundings. The surrounding scrolling also began to vibrate. What? Zephyr saw himself charged up for a blow, but Luffy took it so easily. And Luffy didn't take a step back at all. His face was even more calm. He realized it too. This ship is no ordinary pirate ship. Who are you? Zephyr stared at Luffy warily. Oh? As the former Marine Admiral, is your information network so closed? You don't even know me. It's not really Luffy being arrogant. With his current fame and status, there are very few people who don't know him. And Zephyr is from the Marine side. There is no reason not to know yourself. Hearing this, Zephyr raised his eyes and looked at Luffy in front of him seriously. Next second, Zephyr was shocked. He finally merged the bounty order that has recently resounded around the world with Luffy in front of him. You're Straw Hat Luffy? Zephyr said in astonishment. The answer is correct, but unfortunately there is no reward. Luffy smiled. It's you, it's you. Zephyr took 2 steps back in shock. If it is an ordinary pirate, even if I can't deal with it, I can easily leave if I want to. After all, he was also a former Marine Admiral. Can be Admiral. How could the strength be so bad? Even with a broken arm. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. But who is this person in front of him? He was offered a reward of 3.5 billion by Marine, he was named the 5th Emperor of New World, and the legendary Golden Lion was sent back to prison by him. Even the Summit War was reversed by him. Watching Luffy, and the solid crew behind him. With such a lineup, are you sure you can escape? Want to go? Seeing Zephyr look around, he already felt withdrawn. Luffy said, if you think you can cross this sea, I don't mind if you leave here now. What is your purpose? Zephyr said angrily. What purpose do I have? Luffy was really amused by Zephyr's words. First, you hit my boat. Second, we salvaged you. Third, the bandages on your body are still caused by my ship's doctor. I bandaged it for you. What purpose do you think I have? If I had a purpose, you would have died in the sea by now. Zero. On the contrary, it was someone who not only didn't thank my ship's doctor, but also fought violently when he came up, and threatened that the pirate must die, messing up my ship. Is this the style and behavior of the former Marine Admiral? I love it. Poof! Luffy's venomous tongue directly amused the crew members who were still a little bit resentful. Even the strict Jinbei and Yuxiao couldn't hold back anymore. This. Zephyr's originally warm and angry eyes suddenly became hesitant. Hear what Luffy has to say. It seems that this is really the case. Luffy, who the hell is he? Zoro, Sanji and others also figured out Zephyr's identity from Luffy's words. And it was just Zephyr Xiaolu. His strength is obviously very good. Black Arm Zephyr, the former Marine Admiral, and the current Marshal Sengoku, Garp the Fist, is one of the people who laid the foundation of Marine. The Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru are all his apprentices 3.0. Luffy chattered about Zephyr's identity. As expected. When I heard that Zephyr was actually the former Marine Admiral, Zoro and Sanji suddenly turned pale with shock. They have entered the fighting state. Admiral. It has always been a common problem between the two of them. At the same time, it is also the goal that the two want to surpass in their lives. With a smile, the Green Bull also became serious. They heard the second half of Luffy's sentence. Akainu and Aokiji are actually his apprentices? Is this real? Chapter 123. Everyone really didn't think of it. This seemingly ordinary Zephyr actually has such an identity. Former Marine Admiral. If not for the Luffy introduction, they haven't even heard of it yet. This Marine really has people outside the mountains and people outside the mountains. There appear to be only 3 admirals and 1 marshal. But actually, when gathering other forces together, but it is still a big potential stock. That's what Marine is about. Standing on the sea for more than 800 years, it has always been steadfast. There are tons of retired admirals, vice admirals, etc. As long as the marshal waved his hand, they are ready to play for Marine. The other side. After learning that these people in front of them are the ships of the Straw Hat Pirates, Zephyr also calmed down. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. 08 is struggling. I'm afraid my final result is self-evident. Think here. Zephyr took a deep breath. He looked at Luffy in front of him and said, "Don't expect me to thank you, I have always been hostile to you pirates." Pedantic. Luffy said coldly, and he said again, "Now, you have woken up. Do you want to continue to go your own way and get off the boat as smart as you can, or do you behave yourself and stay on my boat to recuperate?" "Humph, do you really think I can't walk?" Hearing Luffy's harsh words, the unconvinced Zephyr stood up directly from the spot. But just after her standing up, the pain of tearing wounds on the body. Pain shot straight into his brain. The mind is spinning even more. After shaking in place for a while, Zephyr stabilized his body. Unfortunately, the current Zephyr, not to mention traveling across the ocean, whether he can even stand is another question. But looking at Luffy's meaningful smile in front of him, Zephyr gritted his teeth. "You must disembark yourself." His dignity does not allow him to stay on Thousand Sunny. Thump. Zephyr plunged headlong into the sea. He has no vehicle. Can only swim back. But just into the water. The tearing pain doubled directly. The salty sea water eroded his body. Zephyr hasn't swum twice yet. Immediately afterwards, he fell into a coma on the sea again. Lost consciousness. At the same time, Zephyr's body also sank into the sea. Tisk tisk tisk. Luffy looked at Zephyr, who was determined to go his own way, and he said to Jinbei with a cold face, "Jinbei, salvage him again." "Good." Jinbei brought up Zephyr, who had passed out again. "Chopper, continue to treat your injuries." Luffy turned to Chopper again. "No problem." Chopper stepped on the unique sound effects, took out his medicine box again, and treated the comatose Zephyr. After treatment is complete, Luffy had Zephyr dropped in a room inside their cabin. It is life or death. Depends on his own creation. Thousand Sunny is still moving on. At the same time, on the other side of the sea, on the Marine Ford side which is being rebuilt. Dreary Marine Ford. A shocking thing happened today. Things are finalized. Marshal Sengoku abdicates, and the new marshal will be selected from Kizaru, Aokiji, and Akainu. As soon as the news came out, the whole marine shook. At the same time, the news also spread towards the surroundings. Seagulls can spread very fast. In just a few days. Spread across the sea. Although I've heard about Sengoku's impending abdication before. But that's just gossip after all. Now the news is true. The whole world is watching. Marshal Marine. His status is still above the four emperors. Finally, all the scapegoats are still resisted by Sengoku alone. When all eyes are on Sengoku. Another news. Passed from Marine Ford. The current Marine Admiral Kizaru withdrew from the seat of election marshal. 327. With his current lazy personality, being admiral is more than enough. If you want to become Marshal Marine, wouldn't it be exhausting him? After Kizaru withdrew from the election. Left over. That leaves only Akainu and Aokiji. Both are admiral. One ice and one fire, the strength is top-notch, and the fruit ability restrains each other. It is not known who will inherit the position of Marshal Marine in the end. To this end, Marine's top management specially launched a vote. Although Akainu has a high number of votes, Aokiji is not far behind. The vote was deadlocked. Even both sides of the vote. They almost had a conflict because of the discord in the number of votes. In this case, as the former Marine Marshal, Sengoku himself narrates, and Akainu and Aokiji start a battle for Marshal. And the landing point of the battle. Located on the coast of New World, a very famous island. Punk Hazard. Chapter 124. Punk Hazard? The marine executives present were no strangers to this island at all. It's not too far from their red line. Another name for the first island of the New World. Did not think of. The duel between Akainu and Aokiji was arranged on such an island. Think about it. Indeed. Now Akainu and Aokiji are at odds over votes. Only one war. Only then can the final marshal position be determined. This big battle. Did Akainu win, or Aokiji slightly better? At this point, everyone has no way of knowing. Both sides are admiral, and the strength is evenly matched. It would be great if we could tell the winner. The worry is that both sides will suffer. At that time, the loss is their marine. But the wood has been accomplished. Now that things have been finalized, then they don't need to think about it. Then, on the second day, Marine started making preparations at Punk Hazard. A total of 50 marine warships depart from naval headquarters. Gather around Punk Hazard. Handle the scene. The duel between Akainu and Aokiji was arranged clearly. The containment at the scene was impenetrable. Not even flies can fly in. It can be seen from this. Marine attaches great importance to this time. Marshall's scrambled newspaper. Also by seagulls. Passed on to Thousand Sunny. Luffy, look it up. After Usopp handed the money to Seagull, he hurried to Luffy and gave the newspaper to Luffy. Oh. Interested, Luffy looked at the newspaper in his hand. Then he narrowed his eyes. There was a strange look in his eyes. Has Sengoku finally abdicated? Sengoku abdicates. Then there is the fight between Akainu and Aokiji. Think of these two admirals about to fight. 10 days and 10 nights at Punk Hazard. A smile gradually formed on the corner of Luffy's mouth. Luffy, who do you think is the stronger and weaker of the two admirals? With such doubts, Usopp wanted to see Luffy's opinion. Akainu is slightly better. Luffy said without thinking. If the two admirals really want to fight, Luffy really wanted them to fight. Without him, the final result is definitely a lose-lose. Aokiji has Aokiji's obsession, Akainu has Akainu's goal. The two seem to have been colleagues for many years. In fact, each has its own goals to pursue. Now the position of marshal is placed in front of them. This is the last step towards their goal. Akainu's violent temper, he will never give in. The same goes for Aokiji. Luffy, are you so sure that Akainu will win? I think Aokiji is stronger. Usopp prefers Aokiji. The reason why you think Aokiji is stronger is because you were hammered by Aokiji before. Luffy smiled faintly. Before entering the Water City, their Straw Hat Pirates were wiped out by the Aokiji group. At that time, Aokiji for Robin and Luffy's father Garp's sake. They didn't pursue the Straw Hat Pirates either. Seeing Luffy hit the nail on the head and pointed out his embarrassment, this left Usopp speechless. Newspaper news. It was soon learned by Uxiao, Green Bull, Zoro, Sanji, and others. All the crew members gathered together. I didn't expect that Marshal Sengoku would abdicate just after the Summit War. Yeah, they at Marijoi's are too useless. The failure of Summit War was not the fault of Sengoku alone, but Sengoku just blamed all the blame on Sengoku. Is this Marine? Everyone discussed this matter. For Sengoku, people can't say they like it, but they can't say they hate it either. At least, he has truly served Marine. I gave my whole life to Marine and to Marijoi's. Well, while everyone was discussing this matter, behind Luffy, but there was a sigh. Luffy heard the words. He looked behind him. But Zephyr, who was covered in bandages, came out step by step from behind. Why did you come out? What, you don't continue to swim and go back now, Master Zhao Zhao? Looking at Zephyr, Luffy asked doubtfully. Zephyr was speechless for a while. He looked at Luffy and said, Sengoku is really a poor man. Yeah, as poor as you are. Luffy pointed out something. You saved me again. After Zephyr was rescued by Luffy again, he no longer hated Luffy before. He could see it. After this second rescue, Luffy doesn't seem to have any other purpose. If you'd like to thank me, I don't mind opening my pocket and letting you put a little money in it. Luffy laughed. Chapter 125. Zephyr looked at Luffy, just looked at it. He really couldn't figure it out. What kind of a person is this Luffy? The fifth emperor that has been raging on the sea recently. Why doesn't Zephyr know? Originally thought that he was also a heinous pirate, but when I actually saw him, Zephyr just found out. I've been wrong all along. Although I hate pirates. But after being rescued twice by Luffy, his pure malice towards the Straw Hat Pirates also slowly dissipated a lot. Heard about Sengoku again now. Maybe it's the same experience. For Sengoku, Zephyr was also deeply regretful. He said, Sengoku, like me, has dedicated his life to Marine and faced this after this impending abdication. Don't worry, Sengoku is better than you. Luffy said. Indeed. Sengoku abdicated though. But his strength lies here, and he is still an inseparable part of Marine. Not only that. Also named Naval Headquarters Grand Inspector. In terms of military rank, he didn't lose too much, and he didn't have as busy a job as Marshal 323. The former admiral, who do you think, Akainu or Aokiji, can be the last Marine Marshal? Usopp came out from behind. Since Akainu and Aokiji are his students, he must know something about his students. Akainu. Zephyr said without hesitation. Do you think it's Akainu too? When he learned from Zephyr that it was Akainu, Usopp immediately looked at Luffy. Because before that, Luffy also stated that Akainu would take the final marshal position. You don't know Akainu, I know his obsession, and his hatred of pirates. Zephyr said with his eyes darkened. Luffy, I think there is something you need to understand. Pinch at this moment. Nami ran up from behind, she walked in front of Luffy and said anxiously. What's wrong? Luffy looked sideways. Well, I'd show you something. Nami looked serious. Then she fumbled out a map from her arms. Then she spread out the map. Lined up before the crowd. Look at the map in your hand. Nami stretched out her slender fingers. Pointing to an island on the map, he said solemnly, Look, we are very close to Punk Hazard. As soon as this word came out, everyone turned their heads in shock. Punk Hazard? Isn't that the island where the battle for the Marshal is about to break out? How close they are to Punk Hazard now? Luffy looked up. He remembered. It seems to be in the original book. Punk Hazard was the first to arrive after just sailing from the Fishmen Island. Yes. No wonder Punk Hazard has the nickname of the first island of the New World. Almost most of the pirate ships passing through the Fishmen Island will pass here. Go around. This is a marine thing, more than less. Luffy decided to go around. Finished. He turned his head to look at Zephyr again. I said, the former Marine Admiral, you just left Marine now, here is not far from Punk Hazard. The confrontation between the two admirals will definitely have a huge impact, and by then, the sea will be full of warships. For the sake of working with that cheap old man of my family for many years, in such a critical situation, stay on my Thousand Sunny for the time being. For Zephyr, standing on the pirate ship all the time is really uncomfortable. But Luffy was right. It's very close to Punk Hazard. In addition to this martial battle, it can be said that the entire Marine is in turmoil. The entire Marine senior management attaches great importance to it. There are at least 30 or 40 Marine warships cruising around Punk Hazard. Not to mention those other Marine soldiers who participated in this time. This scale. I'm afraid it can catch up with the number of Marine participants in less than half of the Summit War. Own state. Not to mention meeting Admiral. Even one Vice Admiral is enough to drink a pot by yourself. Thinking about it. It seems that there is only the Straw Hat Pirates. A little bit safer. Well. Zephyr sighed, he had no other choice, whatever, I'll just stay on your boat. Don't keep moaning, it's not a good habit. Luffy walked up, patted Zephyr on the shoulder and said. Zephyr looked at Luffy with mixed feelings. What did you just say about the old man who is cheap at home? Oh? Don't you know? Luffy was very surprised that Zephyr didn't know his identity behind it. Think about it. 2. Garp is not a big tongue. Whether it's his son Long or his grandson Luffy. If it wasn't for Sengoku to announce it. I'm afraid so far. Ace is the son of Roger, the Pirate King, and he is the grandson of Garp, etc. Are always submerged under the sea. No one can read it out. My name is Monkey D. Luffy, yes, Garp who has known you for many years is my old man. Luffy pointed to himself. Chapter 126. What? You are Garp's grandson. Hear what Luffy said. Zephyr jumped up from the spot. He stared solemnly at Luffy in front of him with shocking eyes. He couldn't think of it. The young-looking person in front of him was actually the grandson of his old friend for many years. Why? Garp actually has a grandson. This dog thing. It's hidden so deep. Which sea area are you from? Zephyr asks about Luffy's parentage. East Blue. Luffy replied. East Blue. Zephyr looked up. Speaking up. Whenever he is on vacation, Garp does always go to East Blue. At that time, Zephyr thought Garp had some obsession with East Blue. Now it seems. It is estimated that he is taking care of his son, grandson, etc., people. At this time, Zephyr was meeting Luffy's eyes. Under the relationship of Garp. Not as hostile as before. Next. Zephyr, who gradually changed his mind, slowly began to accept Luffy's current pirate status. At the same time, also because of this line from Garp, Zephyr asked a lot about Luffy. Luffy signaled Jinbei, the helmsman, to turn the bow of the ship, not to go to Punk Hazard, and to sail in another direction. Good. Jinbei responded concisely. Immediately after that began to turn Thousand Sunny around. Then, Luffy is patient. Chatted with Zephyr in front of him. It's basically about my past in East Blue, and Garp's son, Dragon. Knowing that Long is actually the leader of the Revolutionary Army, grandson Luffy has now become the 5 emperors. Zephyr is speechless. Garp, this guy. Genes are really not that powerful. Talented people have emerged from generation to generation, each leading the way for hundreds of years. This is too outrageous. However, people are not as good as God. Just when everyone was planning to leave the island of Punk Hazard, something unexpected happened. A warship appearing on distant shorelines. The moment when everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates saw the warship, Marine soldiers on the warship also found the Straw Hat Pirates. It's a pirate. Ho 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 ho. The moment they noticed the pirates on the warship, they immediately sounded a horn sounding the alarm. The commander of this warship, it was Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, who participated in the Summit War and traded Golden Lion with Luffy. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral at the moment he heard the sirens. He also hurried to the bow. What happened? Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, asked a soldier beside him. The soldier quickly replied, Master Vice Admiral, there are traces of pirates within our field of vision. Pirate. Hearing that it was a pirate, as a marine, they naturally had a duty to do so. But as a Flying Squirrel, Vice Admiral looked around. But when I saw Thousand Sunny floating on the sea, and the straw hat flag on Thousand Sunny was constantly flying. The Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's expression froze. Straw Hat Pirates? For the Straw Hat Pirates, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral is no stranger. Now the strength of the entire pirate group is increasing day by day. And the strength is very powerful. Nowadays, they have become famous all over the world and resounded throughout the world. Obviously, the scouts were far apart at the beginning, so they didn't see who the pirate group was. 0. Seeking flowers. In their opinion, it's just a pirate ship that just crossed the Fishmen Island. Just a little pirate in the first half of the Grand Line. Want to take them down? It was a breeze. There are even some people. They all began to fantasize about leaving a strong mark on their illustrious achievements. That's why the alarm was sounded. But when I saw Luffy, the 5th Emperor's straw hat, the complexions of many Marines also began to change slightly. Maid. What is the Straw Hat Pirates? FK. In the eyes of all, they are less than a sentence short. Disillusioned. The illusion that he still expected to leave a illustrious meritorious service was shattered. Do you want to fight? What a joke. Beat? With whom? Fighting the Straw Hat Pirates? You didn't see it, in Summit War. The deployment of the entire Marine force is fully engaged in the battle. But still no part of the Straw Hat Pirates? That's more than 100,000 troops. Now they have only one warship. There are no more than 1,000 troops. The captain is only a Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. How to fight this? Take sticks and yell? Master Vice Admiral, what shall we do? A soldier looked anxiously at the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral and asked. Get the phone bug and contact Admiral and the Marshal. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, did not dare to be careless when dealing with the Straw Hat Pirates, and quickly asked his subordinates to bring the phone bug. Chapter 127. Realize that this is an invincible pirate. The soldiers also began to move swiftly. The phone bug was delivered to Vice Admiral, a Flying Squirrel. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, hurriedly took the phone bug and started to contact Admiral and the Marshal. At this time, in Punk Hazard, Sengoku, Garp, Crane and others came to the scene first. They look around. Eyes fell on the dilapidated island of Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard, it's been 10 years since I was last here. Sengoku squinted his eyes and stared around. It's been 10 years, and I didn't expect that this wasteland would actually become the birthplace of our Marine's next Marshal. 353. Garp continued. I really don't want Akainu and Aokiji to start this confrontation. Whether they win or lose, it will be a big setback and blow to both parties. Staff Officer He, who was more thoughtful, sighed. In terms of details, she was more transparent than anyone else. Behind the three of them, he is the only Kizaru who did not participate in the martial battle. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets, looking like he was doing nothing. Perhaps, among the three admirals, only Kizaru is the most relaxed one. And behind Kizaru, there are Senmomaru, other vice admiral and other characters. Each of them came here to prepare for this martial battle. Except that Marine is preparing for this martial battle. There are a few others who come here too. Like those who are Shishibukai. Doflamingo, one of the current 7 warlords of the sea, has been named as the next 7 warlords of the sea's Whitebeard too, Edward Weibul and more. Brother Ming just came to make a formality. Marine has already begun preparations for an extermination operation against Gecko Moria. Certainly. This is a relatively hidden thing. Only contacted Doflamingo. Without him, Gecko Moria's performance in Summit War was really unsatisfactory. And it's just unsatisfactory. Also launched a hands-on for their Marine. There is only one such end. Removed from the ranks of the 7 warlords of the sea. As for Edward Weibul, he is a fighting maniac. For fighting, it's almost obsessive. But if you want to improve your strength, it is far from enough except for Yaime's practice. Where appropriate, you also need to watch the battle at close range against others. Only then can you improve your own strength. A fierce battle between Akainu and Aokiji. It is an out-and-out opportunity for him. That's why he came to Punk Hazard. It's Shishibukai after all. It doesn't matter if you let them in. This is Sengoku's oral order. At this moment, a soldier hurried up to Sengoku. Master Marshal, there is an urgent message from the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral. The soldier hurriedly said in an anxious tone. Flying Squirrel. Sengoku looked away from the ruins in front of him, looked at the soldiers in front of him, and then stretched out his hand, bring the phone bug. Sengoku is already about to abdicate. But he hasn't abdicated yet. As long as Akainu or Aokiji is not in office for a day, the rank of Field Marshal will hang on Sengoku's head. He still has full control over the entire Marine. The phone bug was answered quickly. Marshal, around Punk Hazard, I found the footprints of the Straw Hat Pirates. As soon as it was connected, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral made an urgent sound. The phone bug is not loud. But which one of the people on the scene is not a powerful person? With their top-notch ears, they immediately heard the call for help from the phone bug 0. Straw Hat Luffy. For some reason, when hearing this name, Sengoku always felt a slight pain in his forehead. Why is this lingering Straw Hat again? Luffy created too many troubles for himself. Count in detail. The reason why he was offered a reward of 3.5 billion. Became one of the 5 emperors before reaching the New World. It's just that what he caused is too big. Luffy. Garp also heard the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's call for help for the first time. He opened his mouth. Why is Luffy here? To know. Now Punk Hazard has entered a crucial stage. Luffy, does he want to come and make trouble? Confused. Confused. How long has it been since the Summit War? Is he going to make waves again? It's your grandson again. Staff Officer Crane sighed, the Marine was messed up by Luffy. Even their Marshal Sengoku has been dragged down. This is not enough. Now the new Marshal is about to inherit the 2.3 situation. Is he still going to intervene? Oh hey, is Luffy the Straw Hat starting to stir up trouble again? Kizaru pulled his hands out of his pockets and said. Anyway, go to the Flying Squirrel first. Listen to the voice of Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel. The situation over there is almost imminent. He alone is not enough. Sengoku hurriedly took Garp, Kizaru, and all the people present. He rushed to the scene himself. Chapter 128. Unfortunately, when Sengoku and the others came to Thousand Sunny in person, Luffy didn't expect to be involved in this punk hazard martial battle at all. He's just crossing the Fishmen Island. Arrived here by accident, and just happened to be noticed by Marine. Before that, Luffy even tried to get around him. On say Thousand Sunny. See the warship. Everyone is already planning to get out of the way. But the warship and their side refused to let it go. Fire! With an order. The warship actually fired first. All the ferocious artillery fire poured towards Thousand Sunny. That moment, the sky is full of artillery fire. All over the sky 08 is firepower. Seeing that the warship actually took the initiative to attack, Zoro took the lead, drawing one of his own sabers. Slashed with a knife and shot into the sky. Just heard a stab. The sharp slash wiped out all the artillery fire in front of him. Then, Luffy looked in the direction of the warship. But there was a familiar voice above. I don't know who it is, it turns out to be Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel. Luffy naturally recognized the Vice Admiral in front of him. Straw Hat Boy, I would like to advise you, this is our Marine's territory, so get out of here as soon as possible. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral pointed at Luffy and said indifferently. I wanted to leave, but it was you who fired artillery at my ship for no reason. What do you mean? Luffy faced the warship, pointed at them and said. Humph, do you think that when our Marine encounters a pirate, this kind of thing will be settled? Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, continued. Oh? So, you want to keep me here? It's better to be self-aware. Do you think you can keep me? Luffy looked at the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral in front of him with a smile and said. How do you know if you don't try? Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral stalls for as long as possible. Anyway, we have to wait for the Marshal and Admiral to come over. So bold. Luffy gave a rare compliment. He changed the subject and said again, but judging from your current marine layout in Punk Hazard, your Marshal and those Admirals are basically around here. Look at you, it seems that you want to hold me back and wait our Sengoku and Akainu coming here. Snort. Seeing Luffy cut right through his own thoughts. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, just snorted coldly, his face rather gloomy. But he didn't speak for a long time. Obviously acquiesced to Luffy's opinion. You are really interesting. Luffy smiled. So what if Admiral comes? So what if the Marshal is here? To really fight? Luffy wasn't panicking at all. He asked Zoro and Sanji, how are you two practicing now? There is a free Vice Admiral right in front of you, which one of you wants to challenge? Sanji and Zoro heard the words. They all raised their heads. To be honest, in the first half of the Grand Line, the two have been practicing hard. On strength. In the original book, they are not even a little stronger now than 2 years later. Only, the two have no corresponding opponents, so that they have no chance to show their strength. Now, a very strong Vice Admiral stood in front of them. The strength does not go up or down. Just enough to be their opponent. The fighting spirit in the hearts of Sanji and Zoro intensified. Let me do it. Zoro stepped forward. Seeing Zoro stand up, Sanji didn't argue with him either. Zoro tied the turban on his head for the first time. 823 knives came out. This is Zoro in its prime. Even against Vice Admiral, he is worth it. Seeing Zoro suddenly stand up from Thousand Sunny, at the same time a strong sword light was released from his body. That is the potential to become the supreme swordsman. Aware of the threat and oppression Zoro brings to him, Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel, also gradually became serious. Zoro, swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates. The strength is very strong. At present, the reward has exceeded 100 million. It is an extremely powerful potential stock. Does he want to challenge himself? Also as a swordsman, Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral is certainly not afraid of a challenge. Without saying a word, he drew his sword. The two sides compete against each other. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 129. Zoro's strength should not be underestimated. And this is his first battle in New World. He was waiting for the battle, and he burst out with a very strong sword light. Same as an enemy. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral wasn't far behind. To know, he's a Vice Admiral. Although no match for Luffy. It can be boiled down to the bottom line. Vice Admiral is Vice Admiral. The strength is still there. Vice Admiral. But not as bad as imagined. Clang. The swords of both sides collided. Instantly. It was full of flames. The two are like charging rhinos. The moment they hit each other, a wave of air was released from the two of them. Zoro frowned. This is the first blow. He sensed the strength of the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's hand. In front of this Vice Admiral, it is not comparable to the ordinary Vice Admiral. On the contrary, Flying Squirrel when Vice Admiral realized that Zoro was not weaker than himself, his face darkened. The strength of this swordsman is no less than his own. If you are not careful, I'm afraid he must fall to the ground today. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral cheers up. Between Lightning and Flint, the two sides went for more than 20 rounds. In more than 20 rounds, the two intrigue, and the psychological game has been played more than once. Occasionally, Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel, would force Zoro back. Sometimes Zoro blasts the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral away with a single blow. Mutual exchange. The fight was not intense. When Luffy saw the fight between the two in full swing, he took a bench and did it down. I don't know when there will be an extra melon seed in my hand. While eating melon seeds, he looked at everything in front of him. Didn't it make a heck of a laugh? Zoro's current strength is probably stronger than Sanji's. In talent, Sanji is probably not as good as Zoro. This gap, it has already started to pull away. But then again, the family behind Sanji seems to be amazing. Especially his outfit. Looks like I have to take Sanji to their family some other day. As for the so-called Vensmo's family marriage, Luffy sneered. As long as it is your own crew, then he has the right to choose. If there is going to be a fight, Luffy wouldn't mind leveling Germa 66. The others were a little worried about Zoro. But after seeing Luffy's calm appearance, they also relaxed. Zoro's sword skills are improving so fast. Although he couldn't see it, just by listening to the fighting in the air, he could tell a thing or two with a smile, he said with emotion. When you have something to do, you always point him out. Can his speed be improved? Beside a smile, the Green Bull replied to him. There is one thing to say. This Zoro's talent is really not ordinary. According to his own words, the future goal is to become the world's #1 swordsman. Look at his age. Look at his talent. Perhaps it is not impossible to become the #1 swordsman in the world. Fierce battle on the spot. More than 80 rounds have passed. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's forehead was sweating more and more. He found. I am no longer Zoro's opponent. And Zoro. His face was calm. Still wielding the knife. The three knives in his hands are like ducks in water. Constant stirring. Sword chi swept out one after another. Zoro has taken the initiative. And the flying squirrel Vice Admiral. Accompanied by his vague invincibility. It is currently at a disadvantage. When it reaches more than 200 rounds. Mum is good, the flying squirrel Vice Admiral is no longer Zoro's opponent. From the beginning to the end, he was pressed and beaten by Zoro. At the same time, although the flying squirrel Vice Admiral fought back, but under Zoro's endless attacks of swords and swords, he had no choice but to choose defeat. Yes. Flying squirrel Vice Admiral. He lost. Accompanied by Zoro's last knife. Flying squirrel Vice Admiral flew upside down to kill. Rolled around on the deck several times, and finally bumped into the cabin. Chapter 130. Vice Admiral. See the flying squirrel Vice Admiral flying back upside down. On the warship. The other marine soldiers hurried into the ruins. The flying squirrel Vice Admiral is the backbone of their entire warship. If he falls down, then their warships may not be able to leave here. Think here. A large number of soldiers began to worry about the safety of their Vice Admiral. Simply in the ruins. Although the flying squirrel Vice Admiral was hit hard. But it didn't fall completely. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The flying squirrel Vice Admiral, who looked a little embarrassed, turned the knife into a third leg and supported it on the ground. He barely made himself stand up from where he was. Coughing, weak. Flying squirrel Vice Admiral looked at Zoro in front of him complicatedly. The strength of this swordsman. Stronger than myself. Are you getting old? The strength of the new generation is not weaker than their own 483. The flying squirrel Vice Admiral has lost his mind. After Zoro defeated the flying squirrel Vice Admiral, there was still no joy on his face. On the contrary. But very low. They fought for more than 200 rounds. It can be said. It took time to smooth out the arrogance of the flying squirrel Vice Admiral. This was not what Zoro wanted. To know. Luffy's current strength. Already surpassed Admiral. Before hitting again. Admirals have to weigh the gap with Luffy first. And he. Before playing, you have to weigh the gap between yourself and Vice Admiral. Luffy. It has always been the goal of Zoro's struggle. Defeating the flying squirrel Vice Admiral is a good thing. But he will not be complacent about this matter. On the contrary. But a deeper reflection. The talent is here, and the mentality is also here. Zoro believes. I will go further. I am not your opponent. Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel, almost spoke with difficulty. He looked at Zoro and said such words. Do you want to block our way now? Zoro asked in a calm voice. Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel, looked at Zoro, and at the group of melon eaters on Thousand Sunny in the distance. Flying squirrel Vice Admiral waved his hand, make way for them. Their huge warship. Begin to make way for Luffy slowly. Luffy, we can go. Seeing that the warship was not stopping him and the others, Jinbei walked to Luffy and said. Then, Ift, set sail. Luffy said. Their Thousand Sunny is ready to go. However, people are not as good as God. At the moment when Thousand Sunny left, an abrupt voice came from a distance. Straw Hat Luffy. But a warship appeared on the sea level. Suddenly another warship appeared. It was galloping fast, heading towards Luffy and the flying squirrel Vice Admiral in the fastest way possible. See this warship? Luffy frowned. What should come has finally come. But soon. Luffy's eyes widened again. He smiled faintly. Calmly watching the approaching marine warship. Vice Admiral, the flying squirrel, was overjoyed. On a warship, Marshal Sengoku, Admiral Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and other vice-admirals are all on it. Besides, there are also thousands of elite marines. This is their marines' top combat power. A new force led by Marshal Sengoku. Straw Hat Luffy, your opponent is me. Sengoku took the lead, standing on the deck of the warship, condescendingly staring at the people above Thousand Sunny. And behind Sengoku, it's the other two members of the Marine Iron Triangle including Garp and Staff Crane. Chapter 131. Luffy looked at the top executives of the Marine in front of him. He said calmly, "Have all the senior management of Marine come." Straw Hat Luffy, you came to Punk Hazard to stop our Marine's marshal election. Sengoku pointed at Luffy and said angrily. What good will it do me to stop you? Luffy was quite speechless. Then why are you here? Sengoku pressed. I came to Punk Hazard with a whoosh, you ask me who I ask. Luffy replied. Stop talking nonsense, what can I talk about with pirates? Akainu hated pirates extremely, what's more, he couldn't understand Luffy's casual appearance in front of him at all. They are Marines. It is the backbone of Marine. The furious Akainu took the lead and rushed towards Luffy. Oh? Do you want to fight? Luffy made a dodge and came in front of Thousand Sunny. Armament Haki instantly covers the arm. Blast out with a punch. Boom. The fist covered with Armament Haki collided with the magma fist of the dog. Magma radiates. Splashed out towards the surroundings. After a punch, Luffy didn't move a muscle. On the contrary, it was Akainu who was shocked by the counter-impact force of his own fist. The tiger's mouth was broken, and the brows were furrowed. Luffy now possessed top strength, if only it is an explosion of pure strength. Even with Garp coming over it wasn't enough to watch. Not to mention a mere Akainu. Akainu's face was a little ugly. He stared at Luffy, and then the power kicked in again. Great eruption. Akainu attacked Luffy. The speed is galloping. There are shadows. Luffy punched the air. The rubber body trembled accordingly. Immediately afterwards, red and white steam began to appear on Luffy's body. This is his second gear. In second gear, without saying a word, Luffy and Akainu fought together. Akainu's strength is beyond doubt. But Luffy's strength, in terms of instant burst, is even higher than that of Akainu. All of a sudden, Akainu took several punches from Luffy in a row. Several punches down. Hitting Akainu is full of bags. Akainu was furious and broke out with all his strength. The magma spread all over the sky, and even the sky was dyed red. Akainu blasted Luffy with a punch. But they were all intercepted by Luffy. 0. Seeking flowers. Not good, because it's not his opponent. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, as he has always been on the front line, he couldn't see that Akainu was no match for Luffy at all. Think here. Sengoku said to Aokiji, Aokiji, you go and help him. Although Aokiji and Akainu are not very harmonious. Not to mention, in this martial battle, they are still on opposite sides. 0. But this is Sengoku's order. Can't help him, Aokiji disrespect. It was freezing cold. A cold breath burst out. The sea was directly frozen into ice cubes. Aokiji is stepping on the solid ice, ready to cooperate with Akainu to launch a siege against Luffy. The strength of the two admirals. That's a power that even the four emperors have to take seriously. However, seeing that Aokiji was about to attack Luffy, one person stood in front of Aokiji. The last time I played in Summit War was not satisfying, this time I will try another admiral. The person who came was the Green Bull. The Green Bull pointed at Aokiji and said flatly, "Lane with Admiral." This has always been something that Green Bull likes to do very much. 3. Chapter 132. The green bull pointed at Aokiji. His face was full of eagerness to fight. On Thousand Sunny. This 10 times the speed of cultivation, for everyone's gain, it is a speed increase that is visible to the naked eye. His green bull is naturally among them. The current green bull. Even with Admiral's strength, they are still making progress. The strength is rising slowly. To what extent it will be improved depends on the green bull's own talent. Recent. Because of years of practice, 773 makes Liu Sheng feel very boring. Finally, a group of powerful people came. Among them are Marshal Marine, Marine Admiral, and other masters. How could this make the green bull not excited? Akainu he couldn't find it. Then you can only find other admirals. Very unfortunate. Aokiji is coming up now. It was him that green bull hammered at the first time. When Aokiji saw the green bull, he naturally remembered the performance of the green bull during the Summit War. Not to mention, the current green bull bounty is very high. Among the Straw Hat Pirates. Except for Luffy. He is one of the people with the highest reward. This is a tricky foe. Glanced at Akainu. I am afraid. Akainu can't help himself now. The archenemy, the green bull, stood in front of him. Treat him. You must do your best. Boom. Aokiji and the green bull fought together. The battle here is not much worse than the fierce battle between Luffy and Akainu. Both sides come and go. Fighting with the most powerful force. But in one-on-one situations. At this moment, the gap in strength also appeared. Luffy has completely suppressed Akainu. Akainu got punched by Luffy on his body and face. Green Bull is also on the top of Thousand Sunny, and in terms of strength, he is also slightly ahead of Aokiji. Good. Even Aokiji, who burst out at full strength at the moment. Still no match for the Green Bull in front of him. Green Bull is slightly better than him. Admiral, is this your best effort? The green cow couldn't help but said. Snort. Aokiji knew that the Green Bull would push himself a little bit. Can master tricks. Details make a difference. The Green Bull is stronger than himself. This is an indisputable fact. Aokiji gritted his teeth and tried hard to find the green cow's bud breaking point. Distance. When Sengoku saw that the two admirals he sent were no match for the other. When they were suppressed by the Straw Hat Pirates. His face was a little ugly. The Straw Hat Pirates already fully possess the strength of 4 emperors. Not to mention the Captain Luffy, just the Green Bull, Yuxiao, and Bullet on their ship. Which one is not in existence on par with Admiral? And except them. Zoro and Sanji also offer rewards of over 100 million. There are not many people on the entire ship. But this quality is ridiculously strong. I can't fight anymore. Fight like this. I am afraid that the shame is their marine. Think here. Sengoku said to Akainu and Aokiji who were fighting fiercely, Akainu Aokiji, come back quickly. Hear Sengoku's words. Akainu and Aokiji ousted their opponents immediately. Headed back in the direction of Sengoku. See 2 admirals retreating. Luffy and the Green Bull didn't stop either. Let them go. Sengoku asked condescendingly, Straw Hat Luffy, what are you trying to do around Punk Hazard? 1.2 Why are you talking nonsense again? Luffy told the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral before, but Sengoku who just rushed over didn't know. Luffy gave Sengoku a blank look, and he said directly, go and ask your Vice Admiral. Sengoku was taken aback. Then he turned his head to look at the Flying Squirrel beside him. The Flying Squirrel heard the words. Also hastened to own everything obtained. Tell Sengoku all of them. Chapter 133. After listening to the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral tell the reason why Luffy is here, Sengoku fell silent. He stared at Luffy. Do you think I will believe your side of the story? It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Of course, if you want to continue fighting, I'd be happy to accompany you to the end. A smile appeared on the corner of Luffy's mouth. The words he spoke. Definitely a wake-up call. If Sengoku really wants to fight to the end, then Luffy is all next. Considering the top combat strength, Luffy and the others are no weaker than themselves. Sengoku was lost in thought. But if you just let Luffy and the others leave here, if this matter gets out, I'm afraid it's their marine who is ashamed. Neither advancing nor retreating. Looking at 08 Luffy and the others, they swear by it. Sengoku reluctantly chose the latter. The most important thing for them now is to decide who will be the next marshal. If you collide with Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates like this, obviously an unwise choice. But if you want to say it yourself, it's a little hard to say. Sengoku sent Garp a look. Tell your grandson to go. As a long-time friend, the congenial Garp understood what Sengoku meant at a glance. Let me just say, it's a little bit okay. Garp was also a little reluctant to speak. Why, do you think there wasn't enough chaos for me in the Summit War? Sengoku took out this thing to force. Not long. Garp fell silent. Indeed. Ace was able to escape smoothly. He did it all by himself. On this matter, it is he who Garp owes to Sengoku. Worth mentioning. Now that Sengoku lets himself talk, let's talk. Garp stared at Luffy and said, Luffy, you go, the marshal doesn't want to investigate your actions. During the conversation, Garp waved his hand. Those warships all moved out of the way. Let Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates go. Luffy. When they saw Marine, they let them go. Zoro, Sanji, Jinbei and others all looked at Luffy, waiting for Luffy's choice. Old fox. Luffy stared at Sengoku and muttered. Garp said he was his old man. In Summit War, he helped me so much again. Since he spoke. If Luffy doesn't leave, it's really not justified. Grandpa, is that why you plan to let me go? Luffy watched Garp with interest. BD boy, let you go and go quickly. Hearing Luffy's words, Garp was out of breath. Okay, but it's for your sake, sir. Luffy shrugged, he said helplessly. I thought there will be a big battle in the future. Luffy is ready to face Marine's top executives. Unexpectedly. But it was such a result. Marine actually took the initiative to let him go. But this is also explained from the side. Now the fighting power of their Straw Hat Pirates 327, even Marine dare not get involved at will. Set sail. Luffy asked Jinbei to set sail. Cross the Marine. Not for a while. The Straw Hat Pirates left this land of right and wrong. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing just after showing up. Nami rested his chin in one hand and said. Who knows, when we came here from the Fishmen Island, we showed up near Punk Hazard. Luffy also replied cheerfully, fortunately, Marine did not make things difficult, but you should not relax your vigilance too much. The implementation of New World has just begun, and more challenges are waiting for us. Chapter 134. A few days passed. Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates have completely left here. And the Marine side. After going through this episode of Luffy and the others, they Marine re-entered the initial formation. After placing the Marine soldiers and their Emperor's warships, Akainu and Aokiji came to their battlefield. That is above Punk Hazard. Each side holds one side. A split second in the eyes. The two have already started a secret psychological game. Accompanied by a sound. Akainu and Aokiji fight together. Instantly. The boundless magma dyed the sky red, and the icy ice froze the sea. Two admirals. Marine's top combat power. At this moment, the most intense collision took place. Straw Hat Pirates here. Zephyr walked up to Luffy. He said, Luffy, find an island and put me on it. I will do my own thing step by step. During the conversation, Zephyr clenched his fists. In a pair of eyes, there is hatred for Marine. I said, old man, do you really want to go? Luffy asked Zephyr. To be honest, Zephyr is also a member of Admiral in Marine. Even with the current strength, it cannot reach the peak period. But don't forget his qualifications, his experience, his ability. These are irreplaceable strengths. Just like Luffy now. Although there is a strong strength available in this regard, Zephyr crushes itself completely. It would really be a loss to Luffy if he was allowed to leave and start Neo Marine. Back in the beginning, Luffy wants to invite Zephyr to join his Straw Hat Pirates. But all along he never had a chance. Now Zephyr is already planning to leave. Luffy finally realized the crisis. Must start early. It's time. Why, do you think I'll stay on your ship forever? Zephyr replied. Get along with each other in a few days. Luffy is the only pirate he doesn't hate. And he is also the only person who has rescued himself twice in a row. For Luffy, Zephyr was also full of gratitude. There is no hatred for those pirates. Why not? I hope that you can stay on my boat for a little longer. Luffy suddenly said such a sentence. As soon as the words came out, Zephyr paused, he looked at Luffy and said, what did you say? I won't hide it either. The words have already been said for the sake of this, and Luffy does not intend to hide it. Old man, I appreciate your strength, ability, and experience in all aspects. I want to invite you to join my Straw Hat Pirates. I didn't say it before. I thought there was no chance, but now you are already planning to leave. I know that if I don't take action now, it may be too late and I will regret it. As expected. When he learned that Luffy really wanted to invite himself to join his pirate group, Zephyr fell silent. He was just guessing before. But Luffy didn't know the purpose. He didn't have much to say. Luffy's tone is full of sincerity. Zephyr can't tell that Luffy really wants to let himself join his pirate team. I am the grandson of Marine after all. That's just the past, don't forget how Marine betrayed you. Luffy takes Marine and starts brushing. Chapter 135. Don't forget, Marine once betrayed you. Luffy took the Marine to open the brush, and directly unraveled Zephyr's past. But after all, I am the former admiral in Marine. Although he betrayed me, I can't make things worse and become a pirate directly. Besides, you don't know that, except for you, I don't care about other pirates, I don't have any good feelings at all. Zephyr was firm. His face is full of determination, as if everything is very serious. Like he said. Now he has just left Marine not long ago. After leaving for such a period of time, I joined the pirates. This makes outsiders think about Marine, and it makes outsiders think about his predecessor, Marine Admiral. He. I never thought that you are such a famous person. Luffy laughed instantly. 340 indeed. Zephyr had just left Marine not long ago. Perhaps he also fantasizes about Marine. Zephyr is Zephyr after all. For a while, his beliefs cannot be changed. How about this? You have nowhere to go for the time being, just stay on my Thousand Sunny, just be a nominal one, and you don't have to show your face when necessary. When you figure it out, it's not too late to join. During this period, you can do whatever you want, and all the expenses will be calculated on my head, and I will treat you as a pension for you. Luffy knew there was no way to change that. So I changed my mind, and wanted to keep Zephyr. He really wanted Zephyr to stay. In the original book, Zephyr once made a deep impression on Luffy. That is irreplaceable by others. Zephyr hesitated a little. How could he not know that Luffy wanted to keep himself in such a way? But he can't help himself. If you really want to join the pirates. To be honest. Not to mention the identity of his predecessor, Marine Admiral, even his character, even his instinct, probably wouldn't be able to accept such a thing. But do not join their words. What can I do by myself? What can I do? Not to mention the decline in one's own strength, one's own age is also placed here. One ebbs and another. It's a matter of time before the curtain ends. Just like Whitebeard. No matter how strong it is, there will always be a day when it will end. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow. Zephyr also had to start getting old. Looking at the sincere Luffy in front of him, Zephyr suddenly noticed. I actually couldn't bear it, and couldn't bear to reject Luffy in front of me. Zephyr pondered for a long time. I also thought about it for a while. Finally, under the inner choice, Zephyr also made a decision. He turned to Luffy and said, Luffy, I can see that you really want to invite me on board, but for a while, I can't convince my self-esteem. If you can do me a favor, I will count it even against my self-esteem. What's busy? Hearing what Zephyr said, Luffy naturally knew something was going on. He was overjoyed. My heart throbbed inexplicably for a second. Do you know Whitebeard too, Edward Weeble? Zephyr asked seriously. Of course I know. Luffy is no stranger to this name. The reason why Zephyr is today is caused by Edward Weeble. Even Zephyr's arm was severed by him. Chapter 136. If you can help me kill Edward Weeble, why not join your Straw Hat Pirates? Zephyr said firmly. Now, his strength and mental strength are not as good as before, and his age is also here. He was not Edward Weeble's opponent back then, so how could he be his opponent now? So, Zephyr had to use the hands of others to get rid of Edward Weeble. Since Luffy wants to invite himself to join his pirate group, then make it a date. As long as he can help him get rid of Edward Weeble, his mortal enemy back then, it is not difficult to follow his wish. Perhaps, according to Zephyr's character, he would not say such a thing. Not to mention that he would not use other people's hands to deal with his old enemy. But Zephyr's hatred of Edward Weeble runs deep. Even if the price falls in Luffy's heart, he will not hesitate. It's not for the others. It is to avenge the group of students that he had back then. Luffy didn't have the idea of a price drop because of this. Since Zephyr said such things regardless of face, then he has his reasons for doing so. Luffy looked at Zephyr and said, Is what you said true? Certainly. Zephyr said firmly. Tell me where Whitebeard 2 Edward Weeble is. Luffy asked seriously. Recently I got word that Edward Weeble is at Punk Hazard. Zephyr knew the inside information when he left Marine. Edward Weeble has been in Marineford since he became 7 Warlords of the Sea. At the same time, he is a battle madman. Naturally, Aokiji and Akainu who are facing off against Punk Hazard will not be missed. So, Zephyr sure. Edward Weeble is in Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard. Hearing this name, the expressions of Nami and Robin changed. Jinbei also frowned, looked at Zephyr and said, Didn't we just come out from Punk Hazard? Want Luffy to go to Punk Hazard? You know, Punk Hazard is surrounded by Marine, Aokiji, and Zephyr is fighting fiercely there, and if we go back, we will be caught in a tiger's mouth. You don't have to deal with Edward Weeble now, as long as you deal with him, I can join your pirate group at any time. Zephyr also knows that it is too difficult to deal with Edward Weeble now. 0. Seeking flowers. As long as it can solve him. It doesn't matter how long you wait. But just when everyone felt that this matter might be delayed for a long time. Luffy smiled lightly, No, I'm going now. Luffy, are you telling the truth? Hearing Luffy's words, all the crew members were extremely shocked. Smile, Green Bull, Zoro looked sideways at Luffy. "0. Is this the rhythm of breaking into the dragon's lake and tiger's den?" Zephyr couldn't calm down now either. He stared at Luffy for a long time and said, "Luffy, you should know what this means. If you really want to solve Edward Weeaboo and Punk Hazard, it is simply impossible." Originally Zephyr was worried. But Luffy's next sentence. But Zephyr was very touched. "If I can invite you to join my pirate group, so what if it is difficult and dangerous? As long as it is someone I recognize, I will definitely do my best to invite him." With a confident smile on Luffy's face, he continued, "Also, I'm a short-tempered person who doesn't really like to wait." Chapter 137. I'm an impatient person and don't really like to wait. With a smile on his face, Luffy looked at Zephyr. The confidence in his eyes reminded him all the time. It is imperative for him to win. Actually, Zephyr was really touched by Luffy's determination at the moment. With his rich experience, why can't he see it? Luffy really wanted to invite himself aboard his boat. The look on his face also began to change. 650 is now Luffy. Reminds him of Garp when he was younger. At that moment, Garp when he was younger is almost exactly like Luffy is now. But everything that is identified. They must do it no matter what. You remind me of someone. Zephyr suddenly said with emotion. Who? Luffy's eyes were like a torch, and he asked with a radiant light. Your old man Garp. Zephyr sighed, and he turned to Luffy. Why do you think of him? Luffy pressed on. You look so much like him. As colleagues who have worked together for many years, Zephyr and Garp are good friends, and Zephyr knows a thing or two about Garp's temperament. Is it? Luffy just said lightly. Next. Luffy looked at the others. You stay here for now, I'll go back as soon as I go. This time, he will go alone. Yuxiao, Green Bull, Zoro, Sanji, and Jinbei et.al. They have great confidence in Luffy. Everyone looked at Luffy's back. They just nodded, but didn't say much. I am leaving. Luffy leaps and steps on Marine 6 Styles moonwalk, leaving the crew with nothing but their backs. Zephyr watched Luffy's back fall into a long silence. Above the sea, Luffy's figure passed by in an instant. Below, the sea level kept skipping behind him. Along the way, Luffy was brooding. We've seen Punk Hazard's deployment before. It can be said. All top power throughout the marine. All gathered in Punk Hazard. Marshal Sengoku, Admiral Kizaru, and Akainu and Aokiji who are about to start the martial battle. Plus dozens of marine warships. Under such heavy siege. Wanted to tackle Edward Weeaboo. This difficulty can be imagined. Tid. Luffy dared to say that. Of course he has his own confidence. Most important right now. Or take the lead in lurking into Punk Hazard. Thump. Luffy plunged headlong into the ocean. Although he is demon fruit power. But don't forget. Even sea water doesn't affect Luffy at all. No doubt. Lurking into Punk Hazard from the sea is the most sensible choice. Before crossing, Luffy is a very watery person. After crossing now, there is also a very considerable strength. The time spent in sea water is naturally multiplied by the increase in times compared to before. Punk Hazard. At this moment, warships are densely packed here. There are heavy marine handles on it. Yes. The battle for Marshal is now underway. One side is Admiral Akainu and the other side is Admiral Aokiji. It can be said. For the position of UN 0.4 handsome. It can be said that both parties have put in their best efforts. Marshal Sengoku, Admiral Kizaru, and a host of other marines. All the people were watching from a distance. And this huge Punk Hazard. At this time, there are already faint signs of Binghuo Island in the future. This is just the beginning of the war. The entire island has turned into a land of flames like icebergs. The earth is about to be torn apart. Chapter 138. Boom! Marine Admiral Akainu and Marine Admiral Aokiji fought. One side is lava fruit and the other side is frozen fruit. Akainu and Aokiji, the two sides are against each other. This is just the beginning of the war. The entire island has turned into a land of flames like icebergs. The earth is about to be torn apart. The magma is constantly spraying, the flames are constantly rising, and the air must be distorted. Moreover, the two just collided with each other, and the resulting aftermath continued to spread. However, these fluctuations were all blocked by the ice layer and could not reach the island at all. Around the island, those marine soldiers have already gone into hiding, fighting at the admiral level. They can't interfere at all. Can only wait and see from afar. Boom, boom. Another bang. The magma and the ice exploded at the same time. The two colors blend together to form extremely beautiful patterns. But this beautiful pattern only lasted for a moment before disappearing. Glacier fragments mixed with magma and turned into countless fine fragments. The color of the magma gradually faded. The color of the glacier is getting darker and darker. Akainu and Aokiji stood still. The magma gradually decreased. The ice cubes also become thinner. The two of them kept their eyes on each other. No action yet, but 08 is surrounded by constant jets of magma and endless flames. Kika. Suddenly, Aokiji moved. His speed is very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Akainu. Then he raised his fist and slammed it down. Boom! A muffled sound sounded. Akainu was sent flying with a terrifying impact. In midair, his body shook suddenly. Then I saw Akainu being pushed out. Pfft! Then crashed into an iceberg behind him. Smoke and dust filled the air. Akainu's face was neither surprised nor angry. It's just that his robe trembled slightly, and his chest was in a mess. Obviously, the impact just now caused serious damage to Akainu. The opponent is Aokiji after all. If it doesn't cause harm, it can't be justified. Roar! Akainu stood up from the ruins, and he roared to the sky. The same punch in the past. Aokiji burst out, hitting the ground hard. Limbs are falling apart. His voice rolled like thunder, shaking the surrounding seawater. Hoo! Akainu breathed out, his body recovered quickly. Aokiji wasn't idle either. His figure is also flickering. However, he did not attack Akainu. Because he knows. Although he has an absolute advantage. But Akainu is definitely not feeling well, he must be more miserable than himself. After all, his blow just now was extraordinarily horrifying and frightening. The power of this punch is absolutely no less than that of the four emperors. Aokiji looked ugly. But for the position of marshal, he would never allow Akainu to sit on it calmly. A layer of ice appeared on him, and Aokiji pressed towards Akainu. Akainu's face turned cold, and he no longer hesitated, he rushed towards Aokiji fiercely, and hit Aokiji fiercely with his right fist. Boom! The two clashed again. Boom! A loud bang exploded on the island, shaking the whole island. Aokiji flew upside down and landed on the ice. Ahem! His mouth was bleeding. He looked up at the man in the distance who was exuding flames. That man is like a god of fire, which makes people awe-inspiring. And Akainu's body was wrapped in a layer of flames. Those wounds on Akainu's body have healed. Moreover, he was able to stand up and walk towards him again. Roar! Akainu lunges at Aokiji again. Aokiji's body flickered. Dodges a punch from Akainu, then whips and kicks. Akainu's abdomen was drawn, and bright red blood flowed out. Roar! Akainu roared and jumped at Aokiji, fighting Aokiji again. The two of you come and go, constantly colliding with each other. Akainu's body was continuously drawn out with blood holes. Blood gushed out continuously. But his face didn't change at all, as if he didn't know the pain. And Aokiji became more and more frightened. Although he knew that Akainu's defense was strong, he never expected it to be so strong. Although his attack was considered powerful, he still couldn't break through Akainu's defense. Kill. Finally, after Aokiji was kicked out again, Akainu seized the opportunity and punched Aokiji hard in the stomach. Boom! A sound of fracture resounded through the sky, and Aokiji's body was thrown out again. Boom! Aokiji's body fell to the ground hard, leaving him in a mess and his head went blank. At this time, Akainu sneered, "Dark Hound. This is the ability of Akainu Lava Fruit." A dog's head made of magma builds up and charges towards Aokiji. Once bitten, the body will be eroded by magma, causing inevitable damage. Boom! Akainu's fist landed directly on Aokiji's stomach. Aokiji's stomach was smashed and dented. Aokiji's body also kept twitching. But he resisted. Ice Age! Aokiji shouted loudly, and frozen fruit was released. Boom! Akainu's body was also frozen in the icicle. Ha 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 ha! Akainu was frozen in the icicles. He smiled wildly, "Only you, dare to show off in front of me." Akainu roaring insanely inside the icicle. The temperature on the icicles is also gradually rising. However, Akainu inside the icicle is not afraid at all, still laughing wildly, "Dark Hound." His fist slammed fiercely at the ice sculpture inside the icicle. The ice sculpture is dented once in a while. Freeze! Aokiji yelled again. His body froze again. 480. Aokiji, you and I are equal in strength, but I am determined to win the position of marshal. Let's capture it with nothing. Akainu gritted his teeth and scolded angrily. Come here, you can give it a try. Aokiji replied coldly. Good. Boom! Aokiji's voice just fell. Akainu inside the icicle also made a move. Boom! Akainu punched the icicle hard. This punch goes down. The ice cubes on the icicles were directly shattered. Then, just like that, Akainu's fist pierced through the ice hole and continued to move forward. Great eruption! Akainu inside the icicle let out an angry roar. Then its fist also smashed into the icicle. Boom! The icicle was also blasted hard by Akainu. Bang 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 bang! Akainu's fist rained down on Aokiji. His body also shook violently. Puff! He opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person also fell towards the bottom. His feet stepped on the ice, and with the help of the reaction force of the ice, his body was stabilized. Then, he raised his head with difficulty. Chapter 139. He looked at Akainu above. His eyes were full of horror. Akainu was able to pierce through his own icicle. What kind of monster is this guy? Akainu waved again. 3 more fire dragons attacked Aokiji. Shua! Aokiji's body turned into a streamer, dodging the 3 fire dragons, and at the same time he rushed towards Akainu again. He punched Akainu in the stomach. This time, he hit it. His fist was covered with thick frost, and Akainu's ribs were broken with one blow. Akainu flew upside down again. But he quickly got up and rushed towards Aokiji. Bang 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 bang! The bodies of the two collided again. The two fought constantly. Akainu punched every punch very fiercely, Aokiji avoided and resisted at the same time. The two of them were in a panic for a while. Both of them went all out without any mercy. But Akainu still can't suppress Aokiji. He was punched hundreds of times by Aokiji, and many bones on his body were shattered. Akainu's face was also stained. Damn it! Why is your defense so pervert? What the hell are you? Aokiji cursed while beating. Snort. UBD, when I catch you, are you so prejudiced against me? I don't know what your goal is, but it's definitely not the Marine Marshal. What's going on in your mind to prevent me from becoming a marshal? What? Gritting his teeth, Akainu roared. His eyes turned red and he looked like a monster. Aokiji's eyebrows also kept beating. His gaze also darkened. He doesn't want to waste any more time with Akainu. He wants to get rid of Akainu as soon as possible, and then capture the Marine Marshal. Roar! He roared. His body also became bigger. He also has wings on his back. The color of the wings is also blue ice color, and at this time his wings are condensed from frozen fruit. Aokiji swept towards Akainu. Frozen miles! Aokiji roared and slapped out his palm, and immediately, the whole world was frozen in ice. Circles of white light floated around him. Boom! He patted on Akainu's body. Boom! Dozens of blood marks were blasted on Akainu's body again. Great eruption! Akainu roared again, and the ice on his body disappeared. He charged at Aokiji again. Finish, die! Aokiji punched Akainu hard. Boom! Akainu was sent flying again by Aokiji's punch. However, his body stood up again. Akainu's mouth opened, and a ball of flames spewed out, and circled towards Aokiji. The flames contained terrifying fire attribute vitality. Boom! The flame hit Aokiji's body. However, the ice armor on Aokiji collapsed in an instant. The ice armor was burned into nothingness by the flames. Aokiji's skin was also burnt instantly. He was lying on the ground covered in blood. Roar! Bring it on! Akainu rushed in front of Aokiji. He stretched out his claws and grabbed Aokiji's neck. His eyes were blood red. He has completely lost his mind. Aokiji's eyes also turned cold. Boom! Aokiji jumped up from the ground with a jerk. His figure burst forward again in front of Akainu, punched out fiercely, and hit Akainu's chest. You're just that! Akainu was punched and flew out. But at this time, Aokiji kicked Akainu's waist hard with his right leg. Boom! Kicked Akainu to the ground. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Aokiji's knee hit Akainu's waist again, kicking Akainu's body out of the way. Crack! There was a crisp bone cracking sound from Akainu's waist. Aokiji's knee kick broke his ribs directly. Akainu's body was kicked out and hit the ice wall hard. Crack! Akainu's ribs were broken and the ribs pierced his body. Hateful! Akainu howled in pain. Aokiji's figure flew over again, kicked out again, and kicked hard on Akainu's chest. Crack! Akainu's body was kicked flying, hit a stone, and then slid down from the stone. Pft! 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 Aokiji continued to attack Akainu. Akainu was beaten all over by Aokiji, but he still didn't give up. He still wanted to struggle to get up and continue fighting. Stop being presumptuous! Aokiji punched Akainu hard again. Akainu was punched again and fell to the ground. Call! Aokiji gasped. He looked at Akainu lying on the ground. Aokiji looked at Akainu lying on the ground, and he felt very refreshed in his heart. Don't think it's over. Although Akainu was extremely embarrassed, he still did not give up struggling. He got up from the ground again, and the scales on his body continuously shone with silvery white light. He flew towards Aokiji. His claws also ripped towards Aokiji's shoulder. Aokiji punched him again. Boom! Akainu flew out again. This time, his chest sank even deeper. His internal organs have been completely smashed. His body fell to the ground again. But the tenacious will still made Akainu stand up. Aokiji, no matter how hard you try, you will never be able to change my destiny as the Marine Marshal. During the conversation, Akainu moved. He's going to turn defeat into victory this time. Boom. 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 He charged wildly towards Aokiji. Boom. Aokiji's fist and Akainu's paw collided hard. Both of them were trembling slightly. Akainu not only bears the great power of Aokiji, he also bears the terrifying ice energy in his body. The attack power of both of them has reached the limit. This time, neither of them could continue to attack. Boom. Aokiji's body flew upside down. He hit the ice again. Freeze. Ice crystals fell one after another. Akainu jumped up. He fell from the air, grabbed a corner of the ice layer with one claw, and tore it violently. Crash! The ice crumbled. Hello Jian Wang! He emerged from the ice. With resentment in his eyes, he stared at Aokiji. His body flew up again. Great eruption! Akainu opened his mouth wide. A ball of flames spewed out from his mouth, devouring towards Aokiji. Aokiji had a surprised look on his face. Unexpectedly, Akainu is still alive and still has the strength to resist. Boom! Akainu raised his hand, the magma ability covered his arm, and the flames went straight to Aokiji's body. Aokiji wanted to avoid it, but found that he couldn't move, and could only watch the flames attacking him. Not good. Rain. Oops. Aokiji's eyes were wide open, and his face was full of unwillingness. Chapter 140. Boom. In the next second, flames fell on Aokiji, burning him to ashes. Whew! Akainu breathed a sigh of relief, and his body went limp. The move just now almost exhausted all the strength in his body, causing him to experience excruciating pain all over his body, and his limbs were even more numb from the pain. However, even so, Yuntian still did not give up. He's going to fight, and he's going to fight to the end. Only by defeating Aokiji, will he have a chance to take the position of marshal. Enduring the pain, Akainu struggled to get up. But Aokiji never fell either. Akainu is strong-willed. He, Aokiji, isn't weak-willed either. This is the first day. The two of them fought like this. Next. Their fight never ends. Hoo-hoo. Akainu took a deep breath. His body flew up again and flew towards Aokiji. Aokiji's figure also flew up. His speed was fast, and he was in front of Akainu in the blink of an eye. Drink! Damn, UBD! Akainu's claws swung. His waving claws turned into sharp blades, cutting fiercely on Aokiji's body. Boom! Aokiji blocked Akainu's claws with his body. Two huge energies collided. 340. The two took a few steps back at the same time, and their bodies hit the ice wall. Bang bang! Akainu and Aokiji hit the ice wall again. Under their impact, the ice wall trembled constantly. They hit the ice wall and fell to the ground again. Bang bang! Come on Akainu, I won't let you be the Marine Marshal easily. Aokiji's body was hit again by Akainu. Boom! Aokiji was hit on the ground again. Boom! Akainu knocked him out again, hitting the ice wall again. This time, his body directly smashed the ice wall and fell to the ground. Boom! Aokiji fell to the ground again and fell beside Akainu. But Aokiji suddenly got into trouble and threw an ice spike towards Akainu. Akainu's body flew up again. Aokiji's icicle also missed. Opinionated. Akainu charged Aokiji again. His body keeps attacking Aokiji. Roar! Aokiji leaps, dodges Akainu's attack, and then attacks Akainu again. The two of them fought fiercely. Akainu's body was repeatedly hit by Aokiji. But his injuries are getting smaller and smaller. Ha 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 ha! Aokiji, you won't be able to kill me if you fight like this. Akainu looked at Aokiji, smiled triumphantly and said, I have recovered to 7 or 88. In the next time, I will slowly recover from my injuries, and after recovering from my injuries, my strength will increase many times. There is absolutely no way you can beat me. Boom! Akainu suddenly stretched out his palm and slapped the ground hard. His ground suddenly cracked open. Boom! The ground exploded, and a crack extended from the ground, extending thousands of meters away. The broken ice on the ground kept splashing. Boom! Aokiji's fist hit Akainu's stomach hard. He punched Akainu in the stomach. Boom! Akainu's body flew straight out of the ground. Akainu's body smashed into an iceberg, flew out of the ice hole, and fell hard to the ground. His body was twitching continuously, blood was spitting out of his mouth, and his clothes became tattered. Hiss! Akainu spat out another mouthful of blood. His body rolled on the ground, and he felt that all the internal organs in his body were displaced. Ah! Akainu let out another scream. Akainu, stop pretending, if you want to become a marshal, you have to pass my level first. Aokiji's figure flew out again. He landed behind Akainu, then raised the ice spear in his hand, and stabbed Akainu's neck forcefully. But Akainu turned his head and dodged. Although he avoided it, he left a deep bloodstain on his neck. Bright red blood flowed down his neck, dripping to the ground. Aided. However, Akainu didn't feel any pain at all. Snort! Aokiji snorted coldly and rushed to the sky. Boom! Bang bang bang! The two huge bodies kept colliding into one place. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Loud noises came from their sides, and their bodies collided into one place again, and then separated again. Boom! Boom! Aokiji, I'm giving you another chance, play with me. Akainu shouted loudly. There were loud explosions. The two of them collided and separated again. Their bodies are constantly overlapping. Boom! Akainu and Aokiji slammed together hard again. They parted again. Bang bang bang! Akainu and Aokiji slammed together hard again. The bodies of the two overlapped again. They keep overlapping, overlapping again. Damn, hate, hate. Ah! Sudden! Akainu let out another scream. Pong! Aokiji slammed his body into pieces hard again. Keep spinning up. Get dented by a hard slam from Aokiji. Boom! Akainu's body fell to the ground again, smashing a large piece of ice and shaking the ground. However, Aokiji charged towards him again. Akainu stood up quickly, ready to run away. Aokiji's body jumped up, his legs kicked out hard in mid-air. His body kicked towards Akainu again. His legs kicked hard at Akainu. Akainu, today either you die or I die. Aokiji said coldly. Akainu was kicked away again. Boom! His body hit the ground heavily, setting off a huge wave that spread out towards the surroundings. Ah! Akainu let out screams. His attack was crushed hard by Aokiji. Roar! Akainu struggled. He struggled desperately, he wanted to escape, but his means couldn't move at all. Aokiji! You can't kill me, my injury will heal soon, and your injury will also heal when the time comes, neither of us can do anything to the other. Akainu said coldly. Yet, unmoved, Aokiji counterattacked. His attacks kept bombarding Akainu's body. A punch hit Akainu's body. Boom boom boom. Akainu's body was shaking constantly, his body was shaken violently by Aokiji's attack. The frozen tomb. He screamed again, but Aokiji's attack didn't stop. Every time Aokiji strikes leaves Akainu with a deep, bone-deep scar. Akainu struggled constantly, his body was constantly moving. Chapter 141. However, he couldn't get rid of Aokiji at all. Great eruption. He let out another howl. Boom. Aokiji was kicked flying again. Boom. I will not admit defeat. Aokiji fell again. But he also launched a counterattack, hitting Akainu with a punch. Ah! Akainu gritted his teeth, kept hitting the ice and snow, and flew up again. Boom! Boom! Akainu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and every time he hit the ice and snow, a big crater would be left, and the ground would be sunken by tens of centimeters, and the ice and snow would be smashed to pieces. Meteor volcano! Akainu shouted loudly, and tens of thousands of meteorites rained down in the sky. Those meteorite fire rain fell, hit the ground, and exploded suddenly, forming one big crater after another. The soil inside the pit was blasted to pieces. A lot of sand, soil, magma, water, all scurrying around. Whoosh whoosh. Akainu hits Aokiji on the ground again. Whoosh whoosh. Aokiji was hit, bleeding from the mouth, and was severely injured. Ice Age. He also zoomed in. The Ice Age meets Meteor Volcano. Frozen fruit and lava fruit. Aokiji and Akainu. The battle between the two entered a fierce stage. The two kept colliding, constantly attacking each other. Akainu kept using his body to resist Aokiji's attack. However, he still couldn't resist Aokiji's attack. Pong! Boom! Abominable frozen fruit ability. Akainu jumped up. Whoa whoa! Akainu was panting continuously. He was punched so hard by Aokiji just now that he almost passed out. Ah! Akainu roared angrily, opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood, and rushed towards Aokiji again. Boom! That's it! Akainu flew into the air. Bang bang bang! Boom! He was kicked hard by Aokiji and flew out. His body kept rolling in the air, and his body kept rolling in mid-air. Boom boom boom! Akainu's body hit the ground hard. Boom! Rolling over and over on the ground. Boom! Here is full of magma, this is my home field, you can't beat me. Akainu slammed into the ice and snow, making a big hole. He got up again. His face was extremely embarrassed. Damn! Akainu cursed angrily, and stood up from the ground. The clothes on his body were scorched black, and his body was covered with crushed ice and sand. He looked at himself with resentment and anger in his eyes. He didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of an Aokiji. Akainu rushed forward frantically, raised his lava-covered fist, and rushed towards Aokiji. Lava is burning. The air twisted up. Akainu twisted his neck and headed towards the impactor. He exuded an incomparably hot breath. Whoosh! Akainu's figure attacked Aokiji. Aokiji throws a punch. Boom! Fun, come again! His and Akainu's fists kept pounding together. Boom boom boom! The bodies of the two of them backed up again and again. Akainu fell to the ground again. Aokiji charged again. He charged at Akainu again. Pong! Boom! What? After seeing this scene in front of him, Akainu couldn't even believe his eyes. Aokiji in front of you. Resilience is so strong. Again and again. Stand up again and again. There is no end to your riding. Akainu went berserk. Every time he charges, he knocks the ground out of a big hole. Boom! Boom! Akainu was sent flying with a punch. However, his injury was not too serious. Ah! Akainu shouted loudly, and he got up from the ground. Bang bang! Meteor volcano! Great eruption! Akainu's body kept moving and dodging in the air, constantly avoiding Aokiji's attack. Puffy! Akainu's body constantly changes its position in the air, avoiding Aokiji's attack. Every time Aokiji rushed to attack Akainu, he would be dodged by Akainu. Bang bang bang! Dark Hound! Go to hell! Akainu keeps attacking Aokiji and blows Aokiji away every time. Boom! Akainu keeps attacking Aokiji. Ho 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 ho! Akainu roared, moving his body constantly to avoid Aokiji's attack. Pong! Suddenly, a huge cloud of magma bombarded Akainu. The magma bombarded the ground, submerging the entire glacier directly, and the ground was burned into a pool of lava, and strands of thick liquid emerged. 0. Seeking flowers. Akainu was hit by this blow, and his body shook violently a few times. Pfft! Akainu spat out a mouthful of blood from the blow. Pong! His body was shaken and flew backwards. Akainu fell on the glacier again. The ground of the glacier is constantly breaking up. The ice is constantly breaking up. Streams of magma spurted out continuously, devouring Akainu's body. Akainu let out a painful roar, and his body rolled continuously in the magma of the glacier. Akainu kept roaring, his body writhing in the magma. There was blue smoke rising from his body. His body was so hot that white smoke rose from it. Aokiji's ice did fatal damage to his skin. But he waved his hand. Also use the power of magma to fight back. Between him and Akainu is a terrifying display of fire and lava. Boom! The two of them kept fighting. The two were attacking non-stop. Akainu's attacks became more and more ferocious. Aokiji is also getting crazier. Akainu's body was constantly being beaten into the air. He kept tossing and turning in mid-air. Ah! Pong! Akainu punched a piece of magma rock, blasting the magma rock into slag in an instant. Akainu lunges at Aokiji again. Aokiji also rushed towards Akainu. The two of them kept fighting. Their speed is as fast as a thunderbolt. Constantly hit each other's body. Boom! Akainu was blasted out again. He got up again from the icy ground. Regardless of the burned clothes on his body, he rushed over again. Pong! After he rushed up, he kicked his legs and his body rushed towards Aokiji again. Aokiji also rushed towards Akainu. Akainu's arms waved. Two magma dragons swept towards Aokiji. Boom! Aokiji punched Akainu's body, sending him flying again. Akainu was sent flying again. On his chest, a huge blood hole was punched by Aokiji. Akainu's body hit the glacier floor hard again. Akainu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body rolled several times in a row, and finally hit a hard rock of a glacier, and was thrown out again. Death. Chapter 142. The muscles in his body trembled. Akainu got up from the snow and attacked Aokiji again. Ah! He yelled, and his body swelled suddenly. His body punched into the glacier, and the punch smashed the glacier through a big hole. With a leap of his body, he jumped out of the cave. He charged towards Aokiji again. Akainu's body keeps getting bigger, and the power of lava fruit is also constantly increasing. Akainu rushed to Aokiji again. His body rushed up again. Aokiji punched him in the stomach. Akainu was sent flying again. Pfft! Akainu's body fell on the ground of the glacier, blood was constantly spitting out of his mouth. There was horror in his eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. I'm not Aokiji's opponent? I couldn't even catch a move from Aokiji. Akainu felt very unwilling. He attacked Aokiji again. With raging flames burning on his body, he rushed towards Aokiji 183 again and again. Frozen Miles. The Frozen Tomb. Aokiji burst out the ability of frozen fruit, kicked Akainu on the head, and kicked Akainu directly. Akainu's body hit another glacier again. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Akainu's body kept rolling, he kept rolling in the glacier. His body was constantly spinning in the glacier. Green smoke was emitting from his body, and wisps of green smoke continued to rise, drying his clothes dry. Akainu let out an angry howling sound as he struggled to stand up. Just then, Akainu felt severe pain again. Again, several of his ribs were broken. Akainu kept howling. Once again, thick green smoke rose from his body, enveloping him. He was kicked in the chest again by Aokiji. He was kicked out again by Aokiji. He hit a glacier again, knocking it down. He got out from under the glacier again, and then climbed into the glacier again. Akainu kept charging towards Aokiji. Puff! Puff! He keeps getting kicked out by Aokiji and kicked back by Aokiji again and again. Aokiji's legs stepped on the glacier, approaching Akainu step by step. Aokiji's body hit the top of the iceberg's peak. His body was buried again in the debris of the iceberg peak. Aokiji jumped out of the iceberg and rushed towards Akainu. Akainu was kicked out again by Aokiji. His body was constantly covered by iceberg debris. He kept crashing into the glacier. Is it over? Akainu grimaced. Meteor volcano. He's had enough of Aokiji's abilities. His body hit again and again, once again covered by iceberg debris. His face kept freezing. Puff! His body was kicked out by Aokiji again. His body was covered by iceberg debris. He was kicked by Aokiji and hit the glacier again. His body kept hitting the glacier. Akainu became ruthless, he must not lose. He can't lose. Otherwise, even if you die, you will lose face. He must win. He wants to let Aokiji know how good he is, and let others know how good he is. He can't lose. He must win. I am Akainu, I am Sakazuki, and I am the future Marshal of the Marine. How could I possibly lose? Akainu exploded suddenly. His body is constantly expanding, and thick black smoke is emitting from his body, constantly changing. Soon, his body transformed into a huge red tiger. The giant tiger opened its fangs, roared at Aokiji, and then rushed towards Aokiji. Aokiji looks at the huge Akainu, whose body is also growing rapidly. Huge tiger body, taller than Akainu. Akainu is fast. His body kept sprinting toward Aokiji. Aokiji kept dodging Akainu again and again. Puff! Akainu kept bumping into Aokiji and was kicked by Aokiji again. He kept rushing towards Aokiji. He was kicked by Aokiji again and again, but he rushed out of the glacier again and again. He kept BG on Aokiji. Akainu kept BG. Every time his body hits Aokiji's body, there will be a blood mist. Bright red blood spread around him. Akainu's body hit Aokiji again, and Aokiji kept hitting him. Aokiji was kicked out again. They kept hitting the glacier. Puff! Suddenly, Akainu took advantage of Aokiji's mistake. He landed a punch on Aokiji's body. Aokiji falls out. Puff! Akainu rushed to Aokiji. Aokiji's face sank suddenly, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Akainu turns defense into offense, Dark Hound. Lava fruit rioted, bombarding Aokiji's body. Aokiji was in a panic. The loud noise kept coming out. Pieces of huge glaciers were bombarded with cracks. Aokiji was knocked backward by a punch from Akainu. Akainu rushed to Aokiji, and punched Aokiji again. Aokiji was thrown flying again. He was crashed on top of a glacier. The ice layer on the glacier was knocked out by Aokiji with countless deep cracks. Aokiji burst out of the crack. Aokiji was smashed into the glacier again. His whole body sank continuously in the glacier. He was oppressed by the glacier, and his whole body was constantly being oppressed. The blood vessels and veins on his entire skin exploded, and his body kept rolling on the iceberg. Cough cough cough. Aokiji coughed blood from his mouth. He was set off by Akainu and severely injured. Ha 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 ha. Akainu laughed wildly. Aokiji, you really are getting stronger. My talent is beyond imagination. I must beat you. I must beat you completely. Akainu growled continuously. He growled continuously. His body is constantly expanding, and his body is constantly being oppressed. Aokiji crawls out of the glacier. His face was as pale as paper, his face was covered with blood, and there were wounds all over his body. Aokiji looked at Akainu and snorted coldly. The wounds on his body are slowly recovering. The torn clothes on his body are slowly healing. He has bloodline all over his face. But he smiled. Akainu, this is just the beginning. There was a cold light in his eyes. His body sprang out from the glacier again. He was like the wind, and rushed towards Akainu quickly. Regardless of his injured body, he charged 1.1 towards Akainu. Aokiji and Akainu are constantly BG together, constantly attacking each other. Akainu kept roaring, venting his resentment and unwillingness. Akainu keeps rushing towards Aokiji. Constantly fighting with Aokiji. Aokiji's speed is extremely fast, every time he punches and strikes, there will be a whistling sound. His fist collided with Akainu's. There was a flame burning above Akainu's fist. He pounded on Aokiji's body with a punch. No effort was spared. The confrontation of the two admirals. It is too strong, too strong. Today. Destined to be a tumultuous day for Punk Hazard. Chapter 143. Aokiji keeps colliding with Akainu. The speed of the two is very fast. The two kept fighting. The sky and the earth exploded, the sun and the moon were dark, and there were magma and glaciers everywhere. Akainu and Aokiji are like the overlords of this world. Constant confrontation. Akainu kept hitting Aokiji hard. The fists of Akainu and Aokiji collided again, making a deafening sound that shook the entire space, and the entire space was shaking. The scene was turbulent. Aokiji was thrown flying, hitting the glaciers continuously. His face was pale. Hot streams gushed out of his chest, and blood flowed continuously. A suffocation was rolling, and the chest hurt even more. As if torn apart. It seemed to burst open. His internal organs seemed to be shattered. Puffed. Aokiji spat out another mouthful of blood. Puff. Boom. Aokiji's body kept crashing into chunks of glaciers. Glaciers are constantly being smashed, caved in, and ruptured. Sheets of glaciers are constantly crumbling. Icebergs are also constantly being smashed. His body was being slammed into the glacier. The glacier is constantly being destroyed by the power in him. The skin of his body was constantly smashed and torn. Fresh blood flowed continuously from his body. But he didn't have any intention to stop, he still rushed towards Akainu desperately, fighting with Akainu. Two huge monsters are constantly fighting. The two monsters are constantly fighting. The two monsters are constantly fighting. The two monsters are constantly attacking and confronting each other. Boom. Akainu gritted his teeth. Aokiji, that's it. It's not over yet. Aokiji was covered in blood, but his face was determined. Okay, then I will accompany you to the end. Akainu gritted his teeth. Puff. The two huge bodies were once again constantly confronting each other. Boom. Meteor volcano. The frozen tomb. Great eruption. Icicles. Flames erupted from Akainu's body continuously. The fire and the frost are constantly melting. The wound on his body is also slowly healing. His body is constantly growing, and the scales on his body are also constantly increasing. His scales kept getting thicker and longer. Akainu's body is getting bigger and bigger. His body is constantly fighting with Aokiji, every punch has a terrifying power. Constantly bombarded. Two huge monsters are constantly confronting each other. Aokiji and Akainu are constantly fighting, and every time they collide, the sky and the earth will explode and the earth will collapse. The place where the 2 feet stepped on will collapse. Aokiji and Akainu kept hitting each other, blood dripping all over their bodies. Both are constantly BG together. The blood of Akainu and Aokiji was continuously splashed onto the glacier. Both of them were hit and kept retreating, constantly retreating. The moment their fists collided, a huge force erupted. The two hit each other again. They collided together again, and kept colliding. Aokiji and Akainu are constantly bursting with various energies. Both of them attacked each other frantically. Constantly attacking. Aokiji and Akainu kept bumping and bumping. An explosion continued to explode. The constant impacts sounded continuously. The bodies of the two kept colliding. The glaciers around their bodies are constantly crumbling. Their bodies collided constantly. The bodies of Aokiji and Akainu are constantly being hit, and they are constantly being hit to fly backwards. Puffy. Aokiji and Akainu kept BG. Boom. The battle between Aokiji and Akainu has reached a fever pitch. Crazy offense. Let the two have been exhausted. Come again. Aokiji, who is already covered in blood, will never let Akainu get the position of marshal no matter what. Aokiji, you forced me. Akainu is also in a rage and will never be waterproof again. He continued to display his most powerful moves. All the strength in his body was poured into his fists. Boom. Puff. Boom. Puff. When they collided together, the sky and the earth trembled. The entire glacier began to crumble continuously. Puff. Puff. Aokiji and Akainu continued to emit loud noises. Their bodies also continued to fall towards the glacier. Glaciers and glaciers are also constantly collapsing. Boom. Boom. They keep falling. The glacier is constantly collapsing. The glacier is constantly collapsing. The two huge creatures are constantly confronting each other. Aokiji's and Akainu's bodies attacked each other hard again. Akainu punched it. Intense magma. Akainu's fist hit Aokiji's body. Aokiji's body was directly hit by Akainu and flew backwards. Aokiji hit the glacier in a row. The glaciers were constantly collapsing. The two kept hitting each other. Constantly hitting the opponent's body and falling towards the depths of the ground. Their bodies kept falling. The moment their bodies hit the ground continued to collapse. Aokiji was unimpressed. The power of frozen fruit fights back. He kept knocking the glacier away. The glaciers around his body were constantly being hit. His figure grew taller. His speed is also getting faster and faster. His eyes are also constantly flickering. Aokiji punches out. An ice crystal bloomed from his fist. His body galloped Luffy, hitting the glacier all the way. Glaciers are breaking up and collapsing more and more. Glaciers are also getting smaller. The glaciers are getting less and less, less and less. Gradually only a little size remained. His body fell to the ground suddenly. Boom. Aokiji fell heavily to the ground. A stream of blood spurted out of his mouth. His eyes were full of pain. Aokiji coughed continuously. Cover the wound. Almost couldn't stand up, and fell apart. The corners of his mouth kept overflowing with blood. His body twitched continuously, and blood flowed continuously. He looked at Akainu in front of him. Akainu's body is also full of scars. Ha-223 Hui. He was gasping for breath and convulsing all over. The body convulsed continuously. His face was extremely pale. Ha ha ha. Aokiji, Aokiji. I said, you can't beat me. You will never beat me. I am the marshal, I am the real marshal. You'll never win me over. Akainu yelled almost insanely. Dream. Aokiji said sarcastically. Hee, dreaming. It's you who is dreaming. Akainu laughed. His body was shaking violently. Today, between him and Aokiji, there must be a winner. Looking at the grey sky, it is also time. The position of the marshal will be decided. Distance. Luffy, hiding in the corner, sees it all. He couldn't help touching his chin. Good guy. The confrontation between the two admirals was so exciting. Good. Today, in addition to wanting to deal with Whitebeard too, he also wanted to see how far the two admirals would fight. No doubt. Aokiji and Akainu. It didn't disappoint Luffy either. When he came up, he was covered in blood. As a spectator, Luffy is so addicted. Chapter 144. The battle between Akainu and Aokiji continues. The two fought more and more bravely. The battle has entered a white-hot stage. On one side is the lava fruit whose sky is dyed red by the monstrous magma. On the other side is the frozen fruit of the extremely cold and frozen ocean. The battle between the two sides continues. Drink. Suddenly, Akainu ripped off the robe behind him and rushed towards Aokiji. Come on Aokiji, let me show you my lava fruit ability. Akainu slapped Aokiji. With a bang, Aokiji was sent flying, hit the wall heavily, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. But this is just the beginning. Then another huge ball of light hit Aokiji's back. Snapped. Aokiji was knocked several meters away. Hey! Aokiji was panting violently, his injuries were so severe that he felt dizzy, and he knew that his life was dying. I'm afraid you won't make it. Aokiji raised his head to the sky and let out a long cry, the frozen fruit in his body enveloped his whole body, all surged up, forming a powerful force. Boom! The whole punk hazard was chirping. Pfft! Aokiji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. But he did not give up and continued to attack. He knew that if he gave up on this attack, then he would lose this opportunity forever. Drink! Aokiji rushed forward again, and the frozen fruit in his hand exploded suddenly. A biting chill suddenly filled the space between the heaven and the earth. The icy cold wind blows on every inch of soil, as if to completely freeze the land. After the explosion of frozen fruit, overwhelming crowds flocked to hate. Well done! Akainu roared loudly and waved his fists. Aokiji, let the horse come here. The fist collided with the frozen fruit to make a crisp sound. Akainu actually blocked the frozen fruit with his palm. Crack! The hardness of frozen fruit is beyond imagination, but it is still vulnerable to Akainu. Frozen fruit burst and scattered all over the ground. Ho ho! A roar! Akainu charged at Aokiji again. Boom! Akainu made a duel with Aokiji again. With a muffled sound, Aokiji was sent flying more than 10 meters away. But this didn't stop him from attacking. He jumped up again and rushed towards Akainu. This time his speed was more than doubled, and he jumped in front of Akainu in an instant. Instantly jumped high. Swoosh! Hoo! Aokiji kicked Akainu's chest 3 times in a row. Akainu fell to the ground, his chest sunken, looking a bit miserable. Ha! Aokiji's hair fluttered and he looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Akainu, don't be too complacent. Snort! Akainu snorted coldly. Lava fruit was released at this moment, leaning towards Aokiji. Aokiji was taken aback. The power of frozen fruit directly freezes Aokiji. Lava fire burns. Frozen fruit is also slowly going out. Hoo! The magma fire extinguished. Aokiji finally resumed his actions. He stood up and stared at Akainu with a stern look. Ha 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 ha. Aokiji suddenly laughed wildly. Akainu, do you think you can kill me with this magma fire? Aokiji shouted arrogantly. Akainu did not respond to Aokiji, but silently squeezed the magma in his hand. Great eruption. Akainu let out a loud shout. Whoosh! Lava flew out of his palm and shot straight at Aokiji. Call! The power of freezing covered him. His whole body turned into a blue ice soul. Boom 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 boom. Lava splashes. But the magma didn't care and rushed towards Aokiji anyway. Aokiji opened his mouth and spat out a ball of frozen fruit. Frozen fruit explodes. Magma is wiped out. Aokiji looked jade-like, and he walked towards Shiin step by step. Die. Boom. Punch out. Akainu's body was hit and was sent flying. But he didn't die because Aokiji's attack didn't penetrate his skin, only shattered his bones. He stood up again, a raging flame ignited on his body. Ha ha ha. Frozen. Aokiji turned defense into offense. His right fist condensed into a huge ice crystal again. A dazzling cold light radiated from the ice crystals. This is the power of ice-type fruits. Call. Aokiji punches again. This time, Aokiji's right fist was right between Akainu's eyebrows. Akainu was startled. Whirring whirring. Boom. Punch down. Akainu's whole body was sent flying. He fell heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, his sternum was broken, his chest collapsed, and several ribs were broken. Hurrah! Aokiji's left fist is concentrated again. This time Aokiji is going to hit Akainu on the head. Boom! This punch hit Akainu's forehead, smashing Akainu's head directly. Hiss 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 hiss. Akainu twitched in pain, trembling all over, and black smoke rose from his body. Hoo 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 hoo. Damn, lava fruit restrains me too much. Aokiji took a long breath. Just now he was really nearly blown to the head. If it wasn't for the last moment, he used strength to wrap his body together so that he wouldn't be killed. I'm afraid he would have been turned into ashes by now. Cough cough cough. Akainu struggled to get up, with blood stains on the corner of his mouth. His face was pale. Humph, I didn't expect you to have frozen fruit. It's a pity. This ability can't kill me. You should obediently wait for the moment to be burned. As Akainu spoke, he showed the ability of lava fruit again, and his body burned rapidly. Boom 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 boom. Flames shot up into the sky. For a time, the temperature of the entire space dropped sharply. Aokiji had a serious look on his face. He knows. Akainu is getting serious. Indeed. Akainu is ready to take the formidable enemy in front of him seriously. Great eruption. Akainu punched Aokiji in the head. A huge magma ball exploded from his fist, heading straight for Aokiji. Aokiji once again condensed the frozen fruit, his body shrunk again, and then condensed again. He stepped forward to avoid this move. After he dodged the blow. Hurrah! Hoo 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 hoo! Akainu threw another punch. Boom! Another huge magma ball hits Aokiji. No's promise, this time Aokiji's reaction was very sharp. He stepped away. Akainu's blow missed again. Aokiji casts his freezing power again. Swish swish swish. A shield of ice condensed around him. The magma ball fell on the ice shield, making a dull sound. But the ball of magma was not completely exhausted, but became more fierce and terrifying. Boom bang bang bang. Boom. Aokiji's ice shield was shattered. With a flash of his figure, he rushed towards Akainu. Another punch hit the dog. Another huge magma ball exploded, blowing Aokiji hundreds of feet away. Aokiji stood firm, Looking at Akainu in the distance, his face was cloudy for a while. In the two attacks just now, he didn't hurt Akainu at all. Chapter 145. Damn! Aokiji cursed secretly, and then his body condensed again. His freezing power is continuous and continuous. He wants to freeze Akainu into an ice sculpture. In this way, even if Akainu has lava fruit, he cannot use it, and it is even more impossible to hurt him. Bang bang bang! Aokiji's crazy condensed magma ball. With each punch, the entire mountain range was shaken endlessly. A magma ball hits Akainu on the head. The magma ball exploded again. Akainu's head dented again. But there was no scar on his body. This made Aokiji couldn't believe his eyes. The power of that shot just now is definitely not weaker than his attack. Why was he blocked by Akainu? What's going on? Why didn't it hurt Akainu? Could it be that he has lava fruit and is immune to damage? Aokiji frowned slightly. This made him a little puzzled. Haki. Akainu was panting heavily, he looked very tired. While panting, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the edge of his mouth, and stared at Aokiji with cold eyes. How is it? Does this feel much better? Akainu sneered. He looked at Aokiji with burning eyes, and the hostility in his eyes only increased. Then come again. Aokiji also played a real fire. Frozen Fruit's abilities unleashed to ultimate. Boom! A hail of magma balls crashed towards Akainu. Hurrah! Ching 207 Pheasant condenses the power of freezing again. Boom boom boom! Boom! The magma ball exploded in the sky, sending out sparks all over the sky. Aokiji's figure flickered in mid-air. Boom 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 boom! Boom 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 boom! A series of sounds erupted from Aokiji's fist. His strength is very domineering and tyrannical. Even fruits of the fire attribute can be shaken. Akainu was in front of him. It's hard to get any cheap. Come again. Akainu flew into a rage. He activated the lava fruit ability again. Immediately, flames enveloped the sky towards Aokiji. Boom 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 boom! Meteor volcano. Huge magma balls kept falling down. Aokiji kept avoiding, but he gradually couldn't hold on. Boom! Aokiji's body was blasted into the ground. A smirk appeared on the corner of Akainu's mouth. It's finally over, you should also fall. Great eruption. Akainu pushed Frozen Fruit's ability to the limit again. Chilla. A gust of cold wind appeared out of thin air and hit Akainu directly. Akainu frowned. He saw that ray of white light flying towards him, and then hit his body fiercely. At this, moment, Akainu's body was directly frozen. His body was frozen in place, unable to move. Moreover, his body also began to turn into an ice sculpture. Inside the ice sculpture, cracks appeared one after another. Click! Crack! A crack spread rapidly. Akainu's body began to crumble. His body turned into pieces of ice slag. His blood splattered everywhere. Plop! Akainu's body fell heavily to the ground. Ice splattered and debris flew. Akainu's body also fell to the ground. The magma ball above his head also disappeared. Aokiji stepped out. He was bleeding incomparably, and his face was extremely ugly. You're at your limit. Akainu said angrily, in this case, let's have the last carnival. It's too late to say it. Akainu slammed at Aokiji. Aokiji's expression changed slightly. He immediately casts Frozen Fruit again. Wow! Akainu is frozen. Hehe, let's see how long you can last. Aokiji's face was grim. He condensed a cloud of hail again and threw it at Akainu. Boom 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 boom. This scene looks very shocking, as if the sky is falling and the earth is falling apart. It makes people feel palpitating. Boom 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 boom. Akainu's body was smashed to pieces, and blood sprayed out. Unmoved by Aokiji, he continued his efforts. With frozen hands, attack and kill Akainu. Under his attack, Akainu returned to his original state again. This guy can really recover. What kind of monster is he? A look of horror appeared on Aokiji's face. His strength is enormous, but in front of Akainu he is as vulnerable as scratching an itch. Boom 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 boom. At this time, a giant dragon formed by condensed magma broke through the air and attacked. It opened its mouth wide and bit Aokiji. Boom. Aokiji quickly dodges. His body kept moving in the air. Akainu let out a breath. He raised his hand, and the power of freezing emerged again. Boom boom boom. Akainu's body was frozen, and his body was smashed into the ground. His body smashed into the ground, setting off a surging sky. Aokiji's eyes were full of unwillingness. At the same time, he tried in vain to freeze Akainu again. However, Mercury had already expected this. Facing Aokiji once again cast the freezing ability. His body was frozen, but he was still not affected. He wanted to break through the ice and escape from here. Boom 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 boom. Aokiji continued to attack. Whether it is freezing ability or frozen fruit, all his attacks were resisted by Akainu. In this battle, the two fought inseparably, and neither could do anything to the other. There was a burst of roaring sound. Akainu and Aokiji fought together again. Damn it! Aokiji couldn't help cursing secretly. He knew he couldn't defeat Akainu. Therefore, under Akainu's unremitting efforts, Aokiji's offensive is getting slower and slower. Eventually, he was pinned down by Akainu. Die! Akainu let out a roar, and his body turned into a beam of light and rushed towards Aokiji. Watch out! His claws clawed at Aokiji's neck. Aokiji's body was grabbed by Akainu and thrown into the flames. Flames burned Aokiji's body. Pity! This damage is nothing to Akainu. Therefore, he has nothing to fear. He continued to rush into the flames. I am going to kill you. He casts a special ability again, trapping Aokiji. Aokiji screamed unwillingly. He struggled desperately. However, Akainu's body is too strong, and it is not something he can compete with. Pfft! Akainu's claws pierced Aokiji's chest. His claws dug hard into Aokiji's body. Blood continued to overflow from the wound. Roar! Aokiji roared, his whole body exuded strong frost energy. He wanted to heal the wounds on his body. But he found that his flesh and blood were melting rapidly. No! Aokiji groaned in pain. Akainu slammed Aokiji hundreds of meters away. Boom! Aokiji's body smashed into a tree, creating a deep hole. Severe pain. It made Aokiji frown into a Sichuan character. His eyes are like torches, staring fixedly at Akainu in front of him. He underestimated Akainu's obsession with the martial position. Akainu today. A far cry from the Marine Admiral of yesteryear. Chapter 146. Akainu and Aokiji. In this punk-hazard fierce confrontation, both sides played out all their cards and were covered in blood. But so far, there is no winner yet. There is no way to make judgments. Aokiji, let go, you can't beat me. Akainu said coldly. I still say the same thing, no, how do you know if you try? Aokiji is not to be outdone. It seems that there is nothing to say. Akainu said coldly. Bring it on. Aokiji's eyes showed coldness. The two sides looked at each other. Then it exploded in an instant, rushing towards both sides. Ah! The two sides collided together, and there was a loud noise. The strength of the two is very different. Although Aokiji had tried his best, he was still sent flying and fell to the ground. And Akainu is still arrogant. He looked down at Aokiji, who was lying on the ground, without anger or words. Aokiji twisted his neck and stepped forward again. But this time Akainu didn't give Aokiji a chance at all, and kicked Aokiji flying with the whip kick. This time Aokiji finally couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood. But he got up again, and continued to move toward the tired. Akainu didn't dodge either, letting Aokiji charge towards him. Ah! Aokiji rushed towards Akainu. He swung his fist violently and hit Akainu. But Akainu grabbed his fist and pulled back hard. Aokiji was pulled forward and rushed forward, and finally took a few steps back to gain his footing. Aokiji, you are too weak. Akainu sneered. Yet. Aokiji retorted, then why do you bother? Do you think I'll give you a chance? Humph, you are too overestimating yourself, Akainu. Then wait and see who has the last laugh. Akainu said. The two sides attacked together. For a while, it was inseparable. Soon after. Pfft! Aokiji was punched in the chest by Akainu and spit out a mouthful of blood. He also staggered a few steps and almost fell to the ground. Akainu looked at him with a sneer and said, Aokiji, you still have one last chance. Opinionated. Aokiji said coldly. Snort. Akainu snorted coldly. Then his figure skyrocketed again, the power of lava fruit covered his hands, and with a strong wind pressure, he slapped towards Aokiji. Aokiji gritted his teeth and greeted him with both fists. Boom! Both fists collided, and the two stepped back at the same time. Aokiji stopped 10 meters away before stopping his body. Akainu took 30 steps back before stopping. Akainu, you are really strong, this is the second time I have been forced into a mess by you. Aokiji said. Ha ha ha, is this your limit? Akainu sneered. Not bad. This is my limit, do you want to continue? I really don't want to continue, but since this is the case, then I have to play with you, don't I? Ah! Aokiji sneered and said. Aokiji, I advise you not to be too arrogant, or you will be the one who will die in the end. This is the path you choose, so don't blame others for being cruel. Akainu said. The eyes shot red light suddenly, as if a wild beast saw its prey. He sprinted towards Aokiji. Snort. Aokiji gave a cold snort, and went straight to meet him without fear. The two sides fought together again. At this moment, Aokiji's strength is even stronger than before. Although he is now seriously injured, Akainu's condition is no better than him. Roar! Suddenly, Akainu roared, and his body instantly became bigger, great eruption. Lava fruit power release. It turned into a sea of flames, engulfing Aokiji in it. Aokiji let out a cry. This level is not enough. Immediately, Aokiji swayed and walked out of the flames. His face was as pale as paper. Obviously, the offensive just now had consumed a lot of his energy. Akainu's pupils shrank sharply. What's going on? Why did I feel that Aokiji didn't have much strength, but why did he become so big again? Akainu was puzzled. But soon he came to his senses and said in a cold voice, so that's it, you were the one who was cheating just now. Hehe, Akainu, I know now, but it's too late. Aokiji sneered. Damn! Akainu cursed angrily. You are just bluffing, do you really think you have the upper hand? Aokiji said disdainfully. Then you just wait to die. Akainu roared angrily, the muscles on his body soared. 0, seeking flowers. He raised his hand. One punch to Aokiji. Boom! A tyrannical force was transmitted from the fist to Aokiji's body. Puff! Aokiji spat out a mouthful of blood again, his face was extremely pale. Obviously this time he underestimated Akainu, and also underestimated the power of lava fruit. Ha 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 ha, Aokiji, I have already told you that my power is beyond your imagination, but you just don't believe it. Akainu laughed and said. Aokiji's face was livid. Now, you can go to hell. After saying that, Akainu rushed towards Aokiji again. Aokiji dare not neglect. He also dare not underestimate the enemy. Akainu's power is too strong. He couldn't bear it at all. Ah! Aokiji, go to hell! Akainu gave a loud shout. Boom! A punch fell. Aokiji vomited blood again and flew back. Aokiji's body hit the rock wall. Boom! The rock burst. Aokiji, you have no strength to fight anymore, you admit defeat. No, I can't admit defeat, otherwise, even if you kill me, I will never let you succeed as Martial Marine so calmly. Aokiji shook his head, gritted his teeth and persisted. Then I'll just make you disappear completely. Akainu roared angrily, raised his fist and smashed down again. Aokiji didn't dodge, but resisted hard. But his body was thrown tens of meters away. Finally hit the ground. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face became very pale, as if he had reached the point where his oil was exhausted. Akainu looked at Aokiji with a sneer. He walked over slowly, ready to attack again, making Aokiji completely disappear from this world. Even if they used to be colleagues. Even if they fought side by side in Summit War. Can now? They are enemies. They are competitors. The position of Marshal is at your fingertips. Akainu will never give up. Chapter 147. Even if they used to be colleagues. Even if they fought side by side in Summit War. Can now? They are enemies. Akainu showed a cold expression and approached Aokiji. The hostility in his eyes remained undiminished. Drenched in blood, he yelled, "Great eruption!" Then he punched Aokiji. Facing the powerful blow, Aokiji didn't change his face at all. He stretched out his arms to protect his head, as if he was letting the attack go, but he didn't dodge at all, just waiting to be blown away. Pity! He punched nothing. And he also found that the opponent seemed to have expected it, blocked his fist with his hand early, and quickly backed away with the help of his fist rebound. He quickly raised his leg to catch up with Aokiji, but Aokiji's speed was faster than he was faster, and there was a snap, and Aokiji ran away quickly. He hastened to follow. There was another thud, and Aokiji's kick landed in his stomach. Akainu's body couldn't help taking a few steps back. He covered his abdomen, the killing intent of 617 in his eyes remained undiminished, and while retreating, he threw the fireball in his right hand at Aokiji. There was a smile on Aokiji's face, and he swung his right hand quickly, a stream of air condensed, quickly turned into a sharp sword, smashed those flames, and cut them into countless pieces scattered in the air, and then he turned his eyes to Aokiji, and saw him already standing in the distance, looking at him with mocking eyes, as if mocking him. At this moment, Akainu felt severe pain in his abdomen. He quickly clutched his abdomen and limped forward. Aokiji continued to laugh at Akainu in that contemptuous tone. Akainu, what a pity! Aokiji did not forget to shake his head after speaking, expressing regret. Akainu's face changed, he gritted his teeth and looked at Aokiji. Aokiji still kept a playful look, as if he was looking at Akainu Detian. Sweat broke out on Akainu's forehead, and his stomach hurt more and more. Although he tried his best to endure it, the pain in his stomach couldn't be suppressed at all. His left hand was propped on the wall, and his right hand was covering his abdomen, looking very embarrassed. At this time, Aokiji stopped teasing Akainu. He looked at Akainu and said lightly, "Akainu, do you want to continue now?" Akainu bit his lip and said in a word, "Of course, otherwise do you think it is necessary for me to stay here now?" He couldn't bear it anymore, not only the pain from his body, but more importantly, the humiliation deep in his heart. Who is he, dignified Akainu, who has been praised and looked up to by everyone since he was a child. Who is he? That was a legendary existence, but now he was knocked to the ground by an ant. He is not reconciled, he is absolutely not reconciled, absolutely not reconciled. Well, since you're obsessed with your obsession, I'll give you a ride. Aokiji snorted coldly. Hearing this, Akainu couldn't help but feel fear, and quickly backed away. Aokiji jumped up and jumped directly onto Akainu's back. He punched Akainu. Akainu felt a huge force coming from his back, and his body swayed uncontrollably. He shouted in panic, Aokiji, let me go, let me go. Do you think it's possible? Aokiji snorted coldly. Akainu broke out in a cold sweat, he could only keep struggling. At the same time, lava fruit riots. A punch to Aokiji. Aokiji slammed his elbow hard into Akainu's stomach. Plop! Akainu's body fell backwards violently. Aokiji also flew backwards with this force, but in mid-air, Aokiji turned around suddenly and kicked Akainu in the abdomen. Akainu was kicked out. And this time, Aokiji had already flown 5 or 6 meters away. He landed firmly on the ground. Akainu fell to the ground, and blood spit out from his mouth. He looked at Aokiji with surprise and shock in his eyes. This is Akainu of Marine Admiral. Sure enough. But who is not Marine Admiral? Aokiji too. He gave a loud shout. Dive Akainu. Clenched fists. Hitting Akainu's stomach. Akainu felt a burst of severe pain, his face was pale, with the touch of bloodline hanging from the corner of his mouth. He was punched in the stomach. Bright red blood flowed from the wound. Admit defeat. Aokiji stood where he was. He said coldly. Akainu was lying on the ground, his abdomen was still bleeding, but no sound came out, his mouth opened and closed, but there was no sound. Snort. Akainu gritted his teeth. Dark Hound. He fired a Dark Hound, covered in lava, and hit Aokiji. Aokiji didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly moved to the side. His speed was extremely fast, and he moved tens of meters in a few moments, but the magma was densely covered, but it penetrated everywhere. The whole floor. The magma is densely covered, covering all directions. Aokiji was in the center of the magma, bombarding the magma with one punch. His face was also stained with a lot of magma. You admit defeat? Aokiji said again. At this time, the dense magma suddenly rolled, and Akainu's body rushed out of it. Akainu's body was covered with bloodline, and he looked extremely embarrassed. There was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. But he was staring at Aokiji. His eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. At this moment, Aokiji smiled. Akainu, come on. Aokiji said with a sneer. Akainu's eyes narrowed. He looks at Aokiji. Aokiji, I'll make you pay. I'm waiting, but I don't mind making you pay a bigger price. Akainu said with a sneer. Meteor volcano. This meteor volcano is even more violent than previous times. Aokiji's pupils widened suddenly, and his heart constricted. He didn't expect Akainu to attack suddenly. It was so crazy that he dodged away from Akainu's tools. Boom! The meteor volcano hits the ground, splashing chunks of rock. Aokiji dodged, but he was also grinning from the burn. Aokiji, is this what you call the price? Akainu laughed. Aokiji dodges again. He quickly jumped to the distance and looked at Akainu vigilantly. His body was also eroded by a lot of magma, and he was also a little embarrassed. Aokiji couldn't help cursing secretly, damn it. How about it, do you want to continue playing? Akainu said with a sneer. Humph, don't be complacent. Aokiji said with a sneer. You really talk a lot. Akainu sneered, if that's the case, then come. The voice just fell. Akainu sprinted towards Aokiji. Seeing this situation, Aokiji's face changed slightly, and he quickly avoided. Akainu missed the air, his body couldn't help being stunned, and then quickly attacked Aokiji, but it was always a little bit short. At this time, Aokiji's face darkened 1.4, he looked at Lottie and said, "I will not let you successfully succeed the marshal." Aokiji fell silent. He slammed towards Akainu to attack. This time his target was Akainu's chest and he punched it hard. Akainu's body was sent flying. Wow! Another mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. He felt an excruciating pain in his chest. However, his face showed a sneer. He will never lose. Because he is Marine Admiral, the target is Marine Admiral. Come again. He gave a cold drink. Chapter 148. He will never lose. Because he is Marine Admiral, the target is Marine Admiral. Come again. Akainu snorted coldly. His whole body exploded, turning into extremely hot magma, killing towards Aokiji, towards the enemy in front of him. Aokiji was pale, and he wiped the corner of his mouth. Frozen fruit release, absolute zero. He also yelled at Akainu to attack. Boom! The two hit each other. Sparks! Boom 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 boom! Akainu's magma froze when it hit him, turning into steam. His body is like an extremely hard iron body. You are really strong. Akainu gritted his teeth, but this is just the beginning. Everything is frozen. Aokiji released again. Boom! The flame burned, and the clothes on his body instantly melted, turning into water vapor and drifting away. His arms were covered with frost, his skin condensed into frost, he seemed to become a circle of absolute zero, a huge ice sculpture. In this world he was invincible. His body rushed towards Akainu, and during the charge, his fist turned into a cannonball, with icy low temperature and destructive force. He rushed towards Akainu, his speed became faster and faster, and finally turned into a cannonball and flew towards Akainu. Not good. Akainu's face changed drastically, and he dodged hastily. Boom! The collision of ice and fire. Rumble rumble! The flames burned, the ice cubes melted, and strong shock waves spread in all directions. Ah! Akainu howled in pain. How? Aokiji asked. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Akainu roared. His body was burning with flames, and those flames were like sharp arrows, piercing the ice on Aokiji's body. Aokiji's face was ugly. He didn't expect the flames to burn through the ice on his body. There was a look of panic in his eyes. He only had one thought now, that is to avoid it. Want to avoid it. Just when he was about to avoid it, a burst of violent coercion descended from the sky. He felt a great sense of danger and was horrified. This feeling was more terrifying than death. Akainu in front of him was angry. Great eruption. He hit Aokiji with a great eruption. Boom 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 boom. The ice cubes melted, his body was wrapped by a powerful energy, and then turned into fly ash and disappeared. Boom! The flames burned, and a straight line of flames formed a wall of fire around him, blocking the spraying flames. But the fire was too strong, his body was burned, but there was still a large amount of flames rushing into his body, burning his bones, his muscles, his blood, and his cells. He howled in pain, trembling all over. He was suffering in agony. Akainu stood where he was, looking at the scene in front of him, showing an indifferent face. Aokiji's body was dripping with blood, his body was covered with wounds, and he walked with difficulty step by step. I'm still not reconciled. He glanced at Akainu in front of him. Aokiji, you angered me. He smiled coldly, now, you must die. The voice just fell. Boom boom boom. He once again unleashed a great eruption. The loud noise was deafening. Aokiji was shaking all over, he was scorched, his skin was burned, his bones were burned. He blocks the great eruption's power with an ice shield. Leap forward and strike back again. He was once again overwhelmed by great eruption. Boom! He was driven into the ground. No! Aokiji growled wildly. He hasn't lost yet, he hasn't lost yet. He wants to fight. Boom 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 boom. He was running non-stop, running desperately, running with all his might. Aokiji's consciousness has been a little fuzzy, and he has no strength to run. He could only use his last strength. Boom! He finally hit a big mountain and knocked over the 10-meter-high mountain. Aokiji let out a growl, exerted his remaining heat, and said nothing to allow Akainu to succeed. Hateful! Aware of Aokiji's difficulty, Akainu clenched his fist and he punched Aokiji. Boom! Aokiji's body was sent flying, collided with a mountain, and fell to the ground. Your strength is not enough. Akainu walked over, looked down at Aokiji lying on the ground, and showed a grim smile. Suddenly an ice blade appeared in Aokiji's hand, and he slashed at Akainu. Akainu sneered. The knife slashed at his palm. With a click, the garden dog's right palm was cut open. Akainu ate the pain and covered the bleeding litter. Aokiji got up from the ground. The soles of his feet were frozen into ice cubes, making it difficult to walk. Good, good, good. Akainu's face was extremely ugly, and he said 3 good ministers in succession. He was already thoroughly annoyed by Aokiji's actions. He walked over and punched Aokiji in the chest again. Boom! Aokiji was thrown back hundreds of meters by his punch, spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, and fell to the ground motionless. Even if he died, it was an extremely tragic death. Is that what you want? Akainu knelt down, stared into Aokiji's eyes and asked. Ching 517 Pheasant's eyes slightly opened a crack, looked at Akainu, and then closed his eyes again without any response. Very good. If that's the case, I'll give you a ride. Akainu stretched out his left hand, and a red flame appeared in his hand. This is Akainu's signature skill, Lava Jet. Boom! The magma ejected a red pillar of fire that blasted towards Aokiji. Aokiji was burned to ashes. This is the attack of one of Akainu's lava fruit abilities. He doesn't need to use other moves to easily kill Aokiji in front of him. He was really irritated by Aokiji's tenacity. Difficult. It's so difficult. Luffy witnessed all this from the warship in the distance, and he couldn't help shouting, "Come on, big brother, take frozen fruit, this is only the first day, the battle is so fierce, you have to persist for 9 days. Inexplicable. The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched slightly. How will Aokiji spend the next 9 days? Chapter 149. The corners of Luffy's mouth twitched slightly. How will Aokiji spend the next 9 days? Aokiji gasped. Dripping blood dripped from his arm. Drop by drop, dripping on the ice. The scorching ice made a sizzling sound. Whoosh! Instantly, Akainu Admiral in front of him disappeared, and he came to Aokiji in a blink of an eye. There is a flaw. Akainu yelled loudly, and kicked Hiri's foot up. Aokiji backed away in a hurry. Akainu chased after him, fisting each other. Aokiji dodges again and again, and Akainu keeps attacking. Aokiji looked ugly. This Akainu is so fast, his speed is actually faster than himself. Why? Why does he still have such physical strength? Aokiji was horrified. This speed has surpassed ordinary humans and reached another height. Boom! Aokiji was hit by Akainu's fist again, and his body was thrown backwards, hitting the cliff heavily. Puff! Aokiji spat out a mouthful of blood. Akainu's eyes were dark. He had exhausted all his strength in the attack just now, but he still couldn't hurt the opponent, and he was extremely astonished. Aokiji raised his head slowly, staring at him coldly. Sakazuki. Aokiji was shocked. He got up from the ground with a crazy smile on his face. He knew that he had to do something. Even at the cost of his life, he will defeat this Akainu. Aokiji's eyes fell on Akainu. His figure flickered and came to the back of Akainu. Sensing the dangerous aura coming from behind, Akainu retreated quickly. At the same time, he jumped up with his legs hard, and jumped directly into the air. Aokiji slapped it down, and Akainu's back immediately turned black and ice-cold. Immediately froze Akainu's bone marrow and body. Damn! Akainu screamed in pain, and fell heavily to the ground. A resolute smile emerged from the corner of Aokiji's mouth, his body was like the wind, he came to Akainu, and kicked his right leg towards Shida vigorously. Akainu's body hit the ground heavily, making a dull sound. Akainu let out a scream, and his body kept struggling. Aokiji's figure floated beside him like a ghost, waving his palms at Akainu non-stop. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Akainu's chest and abdomen were constantly being attacked. Aokiji's strength was too great, Akainu couldn't resist at all, his body was convulsed by Aokiji's beating. Aokiji kept attacking Akainu. No matter how hard Akainu struggles, he can't get rid of Aokiji's control. Finally, Aokiji's fist stopped, and Akainu's body also stopped struggling. He lay down on the ground without any movement. Swish swish swish. Suddenly, the body of Akainu who fell on the ground began to melt. This is the Logia ability of lava fruit. After melting, lava fruit skyrocketed. A person came out of it. It is Akainu. Good Aokiji, since you are so unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Finished. Akainu came to Aokiji with a flash. Aokiji looked surprised. Whoosh! A fiery red light shot out from his body, and penetrated his body in an instant, and Aokiji's entire body burned up immediately, making a chi-chi sound. At this time, Akainu's figure appeared again, came to Aokiji, and stepped on Aokiji's, Li Qianzhao, shoulder. Aokiji felt as if his body was pressed by a huge boulder, and he couldn't move at all. Gram! I told you, you are not my opponent. Kill! Akainu let out a loud shout and got really angry. Chapter 150. Kill! Akainu let out a loud shout and got really angry. Lava fruit power release. He punches Aokiji. Aokiji's serious face, ice spike. Boom! The two attacks collided, sparks flying. The two took a few steps back at the same time. Akainu, you are really strong, but so what? Aokiji's eyes flashed coldly. Humph! Akainu sneered, then try. The voice just fell. His figure suddenly disappeared in place. Fast as a meteor. Boom! Aokiji kicked Akainu. But only empty. Akainu's figure flashed beside Aokiji, and he slapped Aokiji with his palm. Boom! Aokiji's body was pushed away by the huge force, and he fell to the ground hard. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Aokiji's face darkened. I didn't expect that I would suffer a loss. This has never happened before. Akainu stepped forward and punched. A berserk breath diffused out, squeezing the space until it was continuously distorted. Boom! Aokiji's body was knocked into the air and smashed hard on the cliff in the distance. The cliffs shattered. A crack spreads from Aokiji's back, and eventually the entire island collapses, sending dust flying. Akainu stepped forward and punched Aokiji again. Boom! Aokiji's chest was dented. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Akainu's attack was too fast. Plop! Aokiji fell on the ice. How can it be? Aokiji got up, in disbelief. He didn't expect things to evolve into such a scene. Akainu is actually stronger than before. Aokiji, it's still too late to admit defeat, or you'll have to die. There was a strong killing intent in Akainu's eyes. His heart was filled with anger. Aokiji's strength is not weaker than himself. This situation made him very upset. He had to be swept away. Aokiji's strength is too strong. Hehe, if you want to kill me, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Aokiji sneered. Ice Age. Aokiji unleashes his ult, approaching the dog. Swish swish swish. Aokiji's hands danced, ice and snow covering his arms. Boom. Aokiji's frost claws collided with Akainu's iron fist, making a violent collision sound, and a violent force rushed away, shaking Aokiji back continuously. Aokiji's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Akainu is not feeling well either. In this reckless fight, Aokiji's strength was more than 100 times stronger than last time, and he was injured by the shock. But he still held back the pain and moved on. Akainu's eyes were red. He wants to take advantage of the situation to kill this guy. Akainu. Are you crazy? A roar sounded, and Aokiji came quickly. He moved his hands neatly, and punched Akainu. Boom. Akainu crossed his arms in front of the door. Puff. A violent force passed down his arms to his chest. A mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth, and his body staggered back a few steps. This is his second injury. And it is still in the field of combat that he is best at. Damn it! Akainu's face was full of anger and resentment. But just rage. It doesn't fit my personality. Snort. Aokiji snorted coldly, coldly. When it was too late, he came to Akainu's eyes in a flash. Punch out! Crack! The fist collided with Akainu's arms. A sound of broken bones rang in his ears, and Aokiji's hands instantly turned pale. Akainu's arms were also bleeding at this moment, showing irregular shapes. Boom! The bodies of the two separated again. Aokiji stands firm. Cough cough cough. Akainu coughed a few times, and his face was a little ugly. Aokiji, this is your full blow, it's really powerful. Akainu said. This Aokiji is so tough. Humph. You can never get the position of marshal. Aokiji has a deep obsession with Akainu becoming the marshal. Chapter 151. After a long fight, the battle between Marine Admiral Akainu and Marine Admiral Aokiji is finally coming to an end. The two were covered in blood, their hair fluttering, magma and ice could be seen everywhere, restless, the air was interrupted. Drink! Akainu yelled and punched Aokiji in the chest. Aokiji embraced Akainu's fist with both hands, bent his legs suddenly, and spun around. With the help of his body, his right foot stepped on Akainu's body, and with the help of the rebound force, passed. Snapped. A crisp sound came out, and Akainu flew out. Boom! Akainu fell heavily to the ground, splashing countless sparks. His face was flushed, and his eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. Roar! Akainu stood up, roared, grabbed his own lava fruit, and radiated the power of lava fruit to the maximum. Aokiji snorted coldly, and released all the power of frozen fruit. A series of icicles condensed out of thin air and plunged straight into the sea. Akainu's lava fruit was broken, and the icicle pierced through the magma and hit the sky. Ho 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 ho! Just after Aokiji's icicle attack ended, Akainu attacked again, but his attack was not as strong as before. Whoosh! Aokiji's speed increased sharply, and he appeared on Akainu's left side in an instant. With a wave of his right arm, a long ice sword appeared and cut out. Akainu dodged quickly, but was cut on the arm. Blood gushes out from Akainu's wound, dripping to the ground. Boom boom boom! Regardless of his own wounds, Akainu continued to attack Aokiji. He bumped again and was forced back by Aokiji again and again, his eyes were full of hatred. He hates. His heart is full of resentment, wishing to kill Aokiji immediately. Hoo. Akainu launched 3 attacks in a row, all of which failed. His eyes were full of disbelief, and he glared at Aokiji angrily, as if he wanted to kill Aokiji with his eyes. Ha ha ha. Aokiji suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Sakazuki, did you have such an embarrassing day? Speak like you're not like me. Akainu sneered. The two fought together again. The battle continued fiercely. None of them can do anything to anyone. The battle lasted for tens of minutes, and finally with a muffled sound, Akainu was sent flying by Aokiji, and fell hard to the ground with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Aokiji was also shaken back a few steps, staying in place, panting. Akainu got up from the ground, staring at Aokiji fiercely. Come again. Come on. Aokiji gritted his teeth and growled. Roar. Akainu yelled and rushed towards Aokiji with his fists pumped. The two fought together again. Akainu's physical fitness is much better than Aokiji's. He can maintain his sanity in the battle and avoid serious injuries as much as possible, so he tries to take the initiative in the duel with Aokiji. Ah! Aokiji's fist struck again. Akainu dodges again while he grabs Aokiji's wrist and pulls hard. Aokiji staggered from being pulled and fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha! Akainu laughed loudly, jumped up, and threw himself on Aokiji. Boom! One punch, hammered hard on Aokiji's head, and directly sent Aokiji flying over. Aokiji spurted blood from his mouth, fell to the ground, rolled around a few times, and was in a mess. Aokiji, lose. Akainu stood firm and said coldly. Aokiji raised his head with difficulty, glanced at Akainu, showed a bitter smile, closed his eyes slowly, and then opened them suddenly. Never. 0. Then I'll send you back to the west. Akainu had a hideous expression on his face. His body began to tremble involuntarily, as if he was in great pain, the veins on his forehead were exposed, and sweat dripped down his cheeks. Akainu punched him up. Aokiji crashed back again. He gritted his teeth, his legs were slightly weak, and his body was shaking unceasingly. Boom! There was a loud bang. Aokiji fell to the ground. His chest was sunken, and his body was lying on the ground in a large shape. Aokiji's eyes were wide open, and he looked at the sky in disbelief, his eyes were full of unwillingness. Chapter 152. The Battle of Akainu and Aokiji. It was so intense on the first day. No doubt. The next 9 days. It will be the hardest time for them. But both are admiral. Both of them are top-notch powerhouses. I want to tell the winner in a short while. Almost impossible. At this point, there is nothing more to say. Frozen miles. Aokiji got up from where he was, and he ninja'd the pain of 027 himself, and rushed towards Akainu. Humph, come on. Akainu gritted his teeth and scolded angrily. The two collided. A violent explosion occurred, and the entire space was shattered. Akainu was knocked hundreds of meters away by Aokiji's power. And the same Aokiji was also knocked thousands of meters away. Both were badly injured. But in contrast, Akainu was more serious. After all, he was attacked by Aokiji several times in a row. Ho 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 asterisk. Akainu raised his head and let out an angry growl. His heart is now full of hatred and anger, and in this state, Akainu's combat effectiveness has increased several times. And Aokiji's situation was even worse, his breath became extremely weak. Aokiji, you are dying, you might as well surrender obediently. You can't escape from my palm. Akainu stared at Aokiji in the distance indifferently, and said this sentence. Hearing Akainu's words, Aokiji didn't answer, but continued to rush towards Akainu. Seeing Aokiji rushing towards him, Akainu showed a strong mocking smile in his eyes. Stupid thing, you really don't cry when you see the coffin. If that's the case, then you can go to die. Boom bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Akainu and Aokiji are colliding faster and faster. The battle between the two has almost exceeded the scope of the flesh, and the strength between the two has surpassed the limit that all flesh can bear. The magma on Akainu's body was constantly cracking, and there were many wounds on the surface of his body, with blood flowing out. But Aokiji's face was even more embarrassing. Although his situation is not very optimistic. However, compared to Akainu's tragic situation, he is not much better. He was also hit in the chest by Akainu's fist, his entire heart was shattered and his internal organs were severely damaged. Ha 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 ha. Aokiji. You are already a dead man. Your fate is sealed. No matter what, I must kill you today. Ha 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 ha. Akainu laughed crazily, his gaze became extremely sinister. Boom. Aokiji was kicked in the abdomen by Akainu, his body flew back more than a dozen steps, and then fell to the ground, blood spurting wildly. His current situation is very dangerous. If Akainu exerts all his strength again, he will lose his life if he does not die. Aokiji's eyes tightened, and at this moment, he seized the opportunity, stepped up, and punched Akainu's attacking head with all his strength. Boom! Aokiji's fist hit Akainu hard on the head. With a loud bang, Akainu's head exploded directly. Blood, minced meat, scattered in all directions. Seeing his masterpiece, the gloom on Aokiji's face did not dissipate. Seeing Akainu's body lying in a pool of blood, Aokiji was always vigilant. But before Aokiji could keep vigilant for long, a strong sense of oppression enveloped Aokiji instantly. Aokiji immediately turned his head and looked behind him, only to see a tall and burly man appearing in front of him. This man is Akainu. You still want to kill me with this attack? You can't. Akainu shook his head. Great eruption. Chapter 153. Suddenly, he punched Aokiji with a fist that was scorching hot. Boom! A huge flaming fist light fell from the sky. Akainu's fist hit Aokiji hard. Pfft! Aokiji spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was also thrown into the air. Aokiji landed on the ground and rolled several times on the ground, and there were 2 more scars on his body that were deep enough to reach the bone. Aokiji's injuries are getting worse, his face is as pale as paper, there is no good skin all over his body, and even the muscles in his body can be seen, which have disappeared completely. He. Aokiji, you're nothing more than that. Akainu looked at Aokiji lying on the ground with a sneer, and then he hit Aokiji with another great eruption, engulfing Aokiji in a blazing fire. Watching Aokiji burn before his eyes, 08 Akainu had a smug smile on his face. Aokiji, you have today too. You won't succeed. Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded in Akainu's ear, making Akainu tremble all over. You're not dead. Akainu stared in horror at the thin man in white clothes in front of him. This man was none other than Aokiji, whom he feared the most. Aokiji apparatus. I don't know when I came to my side. Die. There was a sneering smile on the corner of Aokiji's mouth, and his words were full of sarcasm. Aokiji's words deeply stimulated the nerves of the loyal dog. You wanna die? Akainu lunges towards Aokiji. However, just when Akainu was about to attack Aokiji, a strong sense of suffocation came. This is a spiritual threat. Akainu stopped in his tracks. In front of his eyes, Aokiji burst out with an incomparable big move, Ice Age. In an instant, the temperature in the air plummeted, the cold wind howled, and heavy snow fell. The entire mountain range turned into a vast expanse of whiteness. And Akainu, frozen in place by the ice layer, no matter how he struggled and screamed. His body was frozen in place. His body was also covered by a thin layer of frost. Dynamic sharing. Under Aokiji's ult, Akainu stood still like a sculpture. Kika. Cracks appeared on Akainu's frozen body, his face gradually turned pale, his lips were chapped, the skin of his lips was cracked, and blood continued to flow out of his mouth. How could it be? How could it be like this? Why is this? I'm not reconciled, I'm not reconciled. Akainu screamed like crazy. He is not reconciled, he refuses to accept. Akainu kept beating the ice on his body. But the more he did it, the harder the ice became. Gradually, Akainu's body began to fade slowly. His eyes also gradually became dim. Finally, he stopped struggling, and all the muscles in his body froze. Aokiji's eyes tightened, and he punched the ice sculpture. Akainu inside exploded. Fell to the ground. Constantly coughing. Cough cough cough. Akainu's eyes were bloodshot, and he realized that he couldn't keep his hand anymore. Boom! Akainu punched out. This punch contains terrifying power. 707. Under this terrifying punch, Aokiji's body was also sent flying, smashing several big trees. Aokiji fell hard to the ground. On Aokiji's chest, a deep fist mark appeared. Aokiji, you are nothing more than that, you are really ridiculous. Akainu said with a low face. Snort. Aokiji didn't expect that this would not defeat Akainu either. This made him regret it. Pity. Akainu won't give him a chance. Chapter 154. Finally. After a long fight, Akainu and Aokiji seem to be really going to decide the winner. Pity. On the warship, Luffy, who was lurking, saw this scene. He couldn't help frowning. Strangeness. Inside the original book, the two fought for 10 days and 10 nights. This is the first day. It became this tragedy. How could they persist for 10 days and 10 nights? Of course. This is just thinking about it. Luffy's true purpose. Just for Whitebeard too. Now, almost everyone's eyes were attracted by Akainu and Aokiji. No doubt. This is the perfect time to tackle Whitebeard too. For Whitebeard too. There are many sayings on the internet. Like he's Whitebeard's son, like he has Whitebeard's genes, and then he's a clone or something. Compared to the former, Luffy is even more convinced that this Whitebeard too is the latter. Because there are many patches on Whitebeard 2's skin. In addition, Whitebeard 2's intelligence does not seem to be high. The probability of cloning, or duplication is extremely high. And Luffy really didn't think so. A strong man like Whitebeard Kim has a woman like Whitebeard 2 Shi Lao. Plus mom. How can this be? See how Roger got to the pinnacle of his life. When my aunt was young, she was always a slender and handsome girl. Whitebeard is not far off, I guess. But Luffy still said that. It's still day 1. Not in a hurry. There are still 9 days and 10 days left. As expected. Akainu and Aokiji seemed to be playing hard on the first day. Can be next. The rhythm of the two seems to be starting to slow down. They began to gather around to fight for aid. In the way of fighting for a long time, I want to wear down the opponent. The next day, the battle between the two is still going on. Third day, still going on. Fourth day, the battle is still going on. Fifth day, Luffy suddenly had a strange expression on his face. You two, don't you want to eat? On the warship, almost all of them took 5 days of trans. Luffy is also pretending to be marine. Eat and drink on the warship. But Aokiji and Akainu are like endless logging machines. Non-stop attacking, non-stop fighting. Watch and watch. Luffy's eyes look a little tired. And then the 6th day, the 7th day, the 8th day, and the 9th day. The blue bars of Akainu and Aokiji have bottomed out, and the blood bars have also bottomed out. It seemed as if they were holding their breath, trying to support their respective bodies. The winner is about to be decided. In contrast, the surrounding warships. They also didn't seem to expect that Akainu and Aokiji would fight for such a long time. The warships have also changed from dense at the beginning to sparse now. The summit war has just ended not long ago. It is the occasion of employing people. After all, it is impossible for Marine to gather so many warships here and wait for their battle to end. After confirming that Asterisk is safe and sound, the warships have almost withdrawn. There are only 3 or 5 warships left. Standing here for the time being and waiting for the final outcome to come. Of course. Whitebeard too is here too. He came to see the end of the battle between Akainu and Aokiji. The opportunity is here. The corners of Luffy's mouth raised slightly, seeing that there were only 3 or 5 marine warships. Among them, the strongest one is just the veteran of Staff Officer He. Even with the addition of Wang Qianzhao, Akainu and Aokiji who have bottomed out. Luffy is also happy and unafraid. He moved. The speed is galloping. Approach directly in the direction of Whitebeard 2. Whitebeard 2 deserves to be 7 warlords of the sea, and has Whitebeard's genes and talents. Chapter 155. Who? He immediately realized that something was wrong, raised the knife of Second Master Guan without saying a word, and slashed towards Luffy. Yet, what a sharp sword aura! Armament Haki covered his arms, and Luffy grabbed Whitebeard 2's Guan Yi long knife with one hand. You are Luffy. Whitebeard 2's expression is a bit naive, and he has a snotty nose, but the fighting spirit in his eyes has not diminished in the slightest. He, Whitebeard 2, you got the answer right, but there is no reward. Luffy said with a grin. Humph, you are hostile to me, you are courting death. Whitebeard 2's battle was thick, and he slashed at Luffy's head with a knife. Boom! Luffy once again held the long knife with one hand. It's not good for 817 to be so grumpy, I'll fix it for you. With a flash of his figure, he immediately stepped into Whitebeard 2's side. He punches out. Bombarded directly on Whitebeard 2's chest. Bang bang bang! Whitebeard 2's chest is dented. A mouthful of blood spat out from his mouth. The body was also blasted away far away. He looked horrified. You are so powerful. Although he already knew that Luffy was strong. But I didn't expect it either. Luffy is so tough. Did he injure himself with one punch? This is too scary, right? Hey! Luffy gave a smirk. He continued to charge Whitebeard 2. At this moment, Whitebeard 2 couldn't resist Luffy's attack at all. He can only dodge. But how could Whitebeard 2 be faster than Luffy? A second of effort. Luffy had already caught up to Whitebeard 2 and kicked him in the stomach. Pfft! Whitebeard 2 spit out a mouthful of blood immediately, and his body shot back to the deck behind him. He struggled to his feet. A pair of eyes full of anger and fear. This guy actually kicked himself to the ground with one kick. This is too exaggerated. But even so, Whitebeard 2 was not discouraged in any way. Instead, he gritted his teeth and prepared to fight again. He is ready. As long as he is still alive, he will never give up. He still has to fight. Not bad. Unfortunately, you are not my opponent. Luffy saw that Whitebeard 2 was about to pounce again. He smiled and shook his head. With your strength, you should save yourself. What? Hearing Luffy's words, Whitebeard 2 was shocked. This guy has such an arrogant tone? How dare you look down on me, Whitebeard 2? Isn't that the kid named Luffy? Why on earth does this guy look down on me? Humph, Luffy, you are getting more and more arrogant. Whitebeard 2 snorted coldly. and his body flashed. False cloud cut out from Whitebeard 2's waist. The long knife twirled in his hand. A tyrannical breath burst out. I don't look down on you, and you are not my opponent. Luffy looked at Whitebeard 2 with a smile, without blinking. Humph, is it? I don't think so. Whitebeard 2 snorted coldly, and instantly waved the Kong Yunki in his hand. Shua! This moment, in front of him seemed to be transformed into thousands of knife shadows. These knife shadows slashed towards Luffy densely. Humph, overestimate your strength, break it for me. Facing the shadows of knives overwhelming the sky, Luffy stretched out his hand to shoot with a relaxed expression. Clap clap. Only a few crisp voices could be heard. Those knife shadows shattered one after another. Whitebeard 2's pupils shrank suddenly, revealing an incredible expression. How is it possible? How is this possible? How is this possible? Whitebeard 2 cried out. Chapter 156. How is this possible? Whitebeard 2 cried out. Looking at Luffy in front of him, he is no match for him at all? Whitebeard 2 gritted his teeth, and his face became gloomy. But Luffy was unhurried, he continued to hook Whitebeard 2, come on. Pretentious. Whitebeard 2 became furious, held up the Guan Erdeo in his hand, and attacked Luffy. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard, and Luffy was directly knocked out. While his body retreated, there was no scar at all, as if he hadn't been affected by anything. This shocked Whitebeard 2, how is this possible? Is this boy's body made of iron? Your strength is indeed very strong, but mine is not weak either. Luffy stood firm and said calmly, his tone full of confidence. Then try it. Whitebeard 2 rushed towards Luffy again. Luffy also rushed over to meet Whitebeard 2, and the two immediately fought each other. The air in the place where the two fought began to twist, as if being stirred into paste. As for Whitebeard 2's move, every time it has a violent power. Luffy is more than capable, and can counterattack a few times from time to time, but Whitebeard 2 is beaten every time. How did this happen? Why is this kid so powerful? Seeing the shadows of fists flickering in front of him, Whitebeard 2 turned pale. This was a situation he had never encountered in his life, and he really panicked at this moment. But who is he? One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Whitebeard 2. In the future, it is bound to surpass the existence of Whitebeard. How could it be stopped because of this? Yes. Luffy is strong. But how could he be so weak? Whitebeard 2 continued to attack Luffy. His heart was completely flustered, he didn't know what would happen if he stopped. Come on, go on. Luffy went on to meet Whitebeard 2. Boom boom boom. The speed of the battle between the two was extremely fast, and there was no gap at all. Every time they fought, violent noises could erupt, and even the entire ground was trembling and shaking. No, this kid is really terrifying, he is definitely more terrifying than the rumors. I must solve the battle as soon as possible. Seeing Luffy's powerful momentum and strength, Whitebeard 2 finally couldn't bear it anymore, he wanted to solve the trouble as soon as possible. A knife to Luffy. Luffy held his long knife with one hand, it's powerful, but it's useless. 0. Seeking flowers. Hateful. Whitebeard 2 was very anxious, and he continued to attack Luffy. But still no effect. The distance between the two was gradually shortening, and Whitebeard 2 finally couldn't bear this oppressive feeling. Ah! Sudden! He raised his head to the sky and screamed, his eyes turned red, and his whole body exuded terrifying fluctuations. And the muscles on the body began to deform. An irresistible and powerful coercion enveloped all directions, making it difficult for Luffy to breathe. He felt like he was stuck in a quagmire. The changes on Whitebeard 2 finally caught Luffy's attention. He saw that the skin on Whitebeard 2's body started to turn red. The combat power of Whitebeard 2 is rising steadily. The speed is faster than before. Interesting. The violent Whitebeard 2 nodded slightly. Admittedly, Whitebeard 2 still has something. Door. Chapter 157. Look at the Grand Line. In the entire One Piece world, there are not many Whitebeard IIS who are strong. Pity. Luffy is one of them. He punched Whitebeard 2. Whitebeard 2 slashed with a knife, and his punches and knives collided with each other, making a loud noise. Boom. Immediately, Whitebeard 2's body was sent flying. Plop. He fell heavily to the ground. Looking at Whitebeard 2 lying on the ground, spitting out blood, Luffy smiled slightly. His 180 strength is stronger than imagined. It's so powerful, it seems that I have to use all my strength, otherwise I will definitely lose. After all, Whitebeard 2's face became serious. Drink. I saw Whitebeard 2 jumped up, and once again rushed to Luffy on the ground. Bring it on. Luffy took his time and greeted Whitebeard 2. The two collided fiercely again. For a while, the two collided continuously, the surrounding air was broken, and a powerful shock wave spread. This is a battle between two people, which is about to explode at any moment, and the battle is extremely fierce. And Whitebeard 2 is also constantly changing his body posture. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter sounded in the air, and the laughter was full of madness. It was Whitebeard 2. He laughed wildly. It's been a long time since I met such a strong opponent as you. Take the move. After saying that, he punched Luffy. In that case, come on. Luffy is also calm. The fists of the two collided constantly in the void. Boom. Boom. The two kept clashing. Boom. In the end, Whitebeard shattered Luffy's fist with one punch, and Whitebeard 2 was sent flying out of the chest. The body of Whitebeard 2 fell heavily to the ground, and the clothes on his body had been torn. Wow! Whitebeard 2 spat out a mouthful of blood, his face was as pale as paper, and there was a smear of bloodline hanging from the corner of his mouth. But he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Whitebeard 2's body came towards him again. Snort! Luffy stood up. His eyes were extremely cold, looking at Whitebeard 2 who rushed. Die! Whitebeard 2 yelled furiously. But just when he rushed in front of Luffy, his movements suddenly slowed down. Luffy's fist ruthlessly landed on Whitebeard 2's head, sending him flying over. Hoo number! Whitebeard 2 gasped and sat down on the ground. His face is extremely embarrassing. The corner of his mouth was coughing up blood. Luffy's strength. It is too strong. He was completely powerless to fight back. His internal organs appeared to be damaged. At this time, Whitebeard 2 knew he couldn't stop. Dragging the long knife, he threw it towards Luffy. Luffy looked up and saw this scene. His eyes narrowed. He didn't hide. Instead, he directly regretted it. Boom! With a loud bang, Whitebeard 2's chest collapsed in. Whitebeard 2 was wounded again, with a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His face also became pale. However, this thread of fresh blood carried a powerful force of life, nourishing Whitebeard 2's body. The body of Whitebeard 2. 0.9 on extremely fast healing. See this scene. Luffy narrowed his eyes. Really? It is rumored that Whitebeard 2 has the gene of Whitebeard and is a clone of Whitebeard. Maybe it is true. Chapter 158. Really? It is rumored that Whitebeard 2 has the gene of Whitebeard and is a clone of Whitebeard. Maybe it is true. Whitebeard 2 didn't care about that much. He slashed towards Luffy. Luffy's figure flashed, and he appeared directly behind Baybeard 2. Kick out! Boom! The body of Whitebeard 2 was kicked down. But when his body fell to the ground, it turned into dust all over the sky. What? Luffy was slightly taken aback. Whitebeard too disappeared in a cloud of smoke. What's the matter? Luffy was a little puzzled. But soon another thing attracted his attention. Because in the smog that filled the sky in 2008, Whitebeard too rushed out. I saw this guy standing on the spot with a gloomy face, and he grasped the big knife in his hand. Whitebeard too took a step forward. A powerful coercion exudes from his body. Luffy frowned slightly. Whitebeard too actually has such a powerful aura. It seems that he still hides his strength. But Luffy didn't flinch. He waved. An ice pick appeared out of thin air and flew towards Whitebeard too in an instant. This time Luffy didn't hold back. He wants to get rid of Whitebeard too completely, so as not to have any side effects in the future. Whitebeard too saw the ice pick and set it slightly. But he didn't dodge. With a flick of his arm, the big knife slashed towards the ice pick. Boom! Crash! The ice pick and the big knife collided together, making a crisp sound. Then break into pieces of small crystals. What a powerful attack! Luffy was shocked. However, he was not afraid. Instead, he aroused the desire to fight in his heart. He swung the icicle again. Hoo-hoo! A series of icicles shot towards Whitebeard too. This time, Whitebeard too did not evade, but chose to fight hard. The ice cones exploded one after another. However, at this time, Luffy suddenly stopped moving. He punched Whitebeard too in the stomach. Pfft! The fist exploded and landed on Whitebeard too's stomach. Whitebeard too froze, and then spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened, looking at Luffy with disbelief. How can it be? How could he hit himself? No, it's absolutely impossible. He shook his head. I'm a clone with the Whitebeard gene. He was shocked. Whitebeard too wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He raised his sword again. This time he didn't block Luffy with the blade, but rushed towards Luffy directly. Boom! His body crashed into Luffy. His fist slammed into Luffy's body hard. Plop! Unfortunately, Luffy easily blocked his attack. At the same time, Luffy stepped forward and punched down with a backhand. 687 bang! Whitebeard too's body hit the ground hard, cracking the ground. Whitebeard too also suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were full of fear. No, it's not true. His figure moved away quickly, not daring to stay any longer. The blow just now was so powerful that he couldn't resist it at all. Chapter 159. Where to go? Luffy caught up again. At this time, Luffy has already attracted the attention of Whitebeard too, and he has no scruples at all. Boom! Crack! With a clap of Luffy's palms, dozens of huge pits were formed on the ground. Whitebeard too's body was slapped into the dirt by Luffy's slap. But Whitebeard too appeared to be irritated. He rolled over in the mud, lifted the mud up, and covered his body. Boom! 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 Luffy punched down 3 times in a row. But Whitebeard too is still alive, rolling in the mud, constantly dodging Luffy's attack. No, he must be killed. Whitebeard too's eyes were fixed. Although I don't know why this guy can evade his own attack. But now that he knows this guy's weakness, it is absolutely impossible for him to give up. Whitebeard too stretched out his hands and rushed towards Luffy. Then snapped! Whitebeard too threw the guy hard to the ground and fell out of a deep hole. You only have this strength. Luffy chuckled lightly. Opinionated. Whitebeard too gave a loud shout, and attacked Luffy. With a flash of his figure, he came in front of Luffy. He raised the knife and took Luffy's head straight. Luffy didn't hesitate either, and stepped on the ground with both feet, and with the help of the rebound, he quickly drifted backwards. Whoosh! His figure drew an afterimage in the air. His speed was so fast that people couldn't catch his trajectory at all, as if he had left countless after images in the air. Not only that. While Luffy's body was drifting away, he didn't forget to activate the rubber fruit ability. He punched Whitebeard 2 in the face. Now Luffy's attack is extra terrifying. Just one punch. Whitebeard 2 was beaten to the point where he couldn't find his way. Boom! Whitebeard 2 slammed heavily on the ground, and suddenly, the ground collapsed and mud splashed everywhere. Whitebeard 2 struggled to get up. Unfortunately, he is now seriously injured. His body couldn't stand up at all. I can't believe it. I'm a clone with the Whitebeard gene, how could I lose to an ordinary person like you? Whitebeard 2 roared, getting up from the ground again. Luffy punched it. Boom! Whitebeard 2's body flew up again. Boom! Boom! Whitebeard 2's body fell to the ground again. But he couldn't just give up. Even if Luffy is stronger than himself. But so what? Isn't it their blood to challenge the strong? Come again. Whitebeard 2 stood up, his body flying again. This time, his feet slammed into the ground. Call out. The body jumped out directly. Whoosh! At this moment, Whitebeard 2's body shot straight at Luffy like a sharp arrow. Boom! Whitebeard 2's hands slammed hard towards Luffy's chest. With this punch, Whitebeard 2 has used his greatest strength. Unfortunately, Whitebeard 2 was still, Qian Li's, miscalculated. Boom! Boom! Luffy stepped on the ground, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball. Whitebeard 2's body fell to the ground hard again. Chapter 160. This time, his sternum had collapsed. Luffy's body fell on top of his. He snorted coldly and punched it down. Boom! Whitebeard 2's body fell to the ground again. He lay on the ground, twitching uncontrollably. Aren't you arrogant? Luffy had a smile on his face, very calm. Whitebeard 2 wanted to say something. However, before he could speak, Luffy kicked him in the chest again. Whitebeard 2 suffers. However, the long knife in his hand never let go. A slash at Luffy. Luffy turned around, and 897 avoided the knife. He raised his right leg and kicked Whitebeard 2 in the neck. Boom! Whitebeard 2's body was kicked flying. Bang 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 bang! Keep falling to the ground. Bang! Bang bang! However, although Whitebeard 2's body kept falling backwards, he still clenched his teeth and insisted not to let himself faint. That's right, I haven't passed out yet. Luffy admired. Do you think you're the only one who knows these weird tricks? Whitebeard 2 was furious, his body swelled and his clothes tore apart. His body became more than 2 meters high. His body was covered with blue veins and his muscles swelled. His eyes also became red, bloodthirsty, and ferocious, like a beast. Ha 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 ha! Boy, die! Whitebeard 2 roared and rushed towards Luffy frantically, holding the long knife tightly with both hands, and slashed towards Luffy fiercely. The light of the knife flickered, majestic. Humph! It's just mediocre. See how I beat you! Luffy sneered, and with a flash of his figure, he rushed forward. He punched the long knife. Boom! The two forces collided together. Whitebeard 2's long knife was sent flying. Puff! Whitebeard 2 opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood, covering his left shoulder with both hands, sweating profusely from the pain. His face was extremely pale. No, it's impossible, it's impossible. Whitebeard 2 looked at Luffy in horror. Luffy, 80, punches Whitebeard 2 back. He then punched Whitebeard 2 in the stomach. Boom! This punch hit Whitebeard 2's lower abdomen fiercely. Whitebeard 2's belly sunk directly. He felt all the strength in his body dissipate. Whitebeard 2 shook his head, staying awake. Come again! With a bang, Whitebeard 2 rushed forward. He brandished the knife in his hand. Whoosh! The light of the knife flickered, with the sound of howling wind. Luffy's figure hurriedly dodges away. Boom! The blade sliced through the air, and chopped directly on the ground. The ground was directly cut to pieces, and a thin crack appeared. Seeing this, Whitebeard too had a look of excitement on his face. Luffy's figure avoided it again. However, his figure has just avoided it. Boom! Boom! Whitebeard 2's knife fell again and slashed fiercely on the ground, causing several cracks to appear directly on the ground. However, Whitebeard 2 didn't stop, his figure rushed towards Luffy again, and rushed towards Luffy again. Luffy punched Whitebeard 2 on the cheek. This time, his fist didn't miss, Whitebeard 2's face was disfigured, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Chapter 161. Whitebeard 2's body flew back again, smashing a lot of walls before he managed to stabilize himself. However, Luffy did not give up and continued to rush towards Whitebeard 2. Whitebeard 2 turned pale. Boom! 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 The two clashed fiercely on the warship. Vigorous movements. Got other Marines people ideas. Wait, there's a fight here. Who? Who? What? Isn't that Luffy the Straw Hat? Isn't it Whitebeard 2 who fought Luffy? How did they fight? Because of the movement here. Marine who surrounded him immediately discovered Luffy's true identity. They wonder. Why is the Straw Hat Kid here? But now is not the time for them to wonder. It is imperative. The Straw Hat Boy must be caught. But the aftermath of the battle between Whitebeard 2 and Luffy overturned them. How could they stop it? He could only watch helplessly as the two fought. You can even look at it from afar. Distance. Aokiji and Akainu are fighting. On the warship. Luffy and Whitebeard 2 are at war again. And the battle between the two entered a fierce stage. Their speed was extremely fast, and their figures kept flashing. The fight between the two of them continued to explode. There were bursts of violent explosions that made the warship shake. In this area, it is unknown how many buildings were destroyed. Boom! 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 Whitebeard Jr. hits all the shots every time. However, no matter how powerful he is, he can't hurt Luffy one bit. Whitebeard 2 felt even more desperate. Am I dying? Am I really no match for Luffy? My attack can't hurt him at all. No, no, I can't lose. Whitebeard 2 roared and punched Luffy. This punch. He didn't hold back, and directly used 100% of his strength. Boom! This punch directly exploded a huge building. Boom! Boom! Whitebeard 2 punched Luffy one after another. Every punch contains 100% of the power. Boom! 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 Punch after punch, hitting Luffy's body heavily. Every punch made the warship crackle. But this is all useless work. Whitebeard 2 typed it out, but it was just an invalid output. 0. Seeking flowers. Each time Luffy was able to safely evade Whitebeard 2's attack. Give back at the same time. Boom! Boom! Whitebeard 2's body. Several blue marks and fist marks appeared. Luffy kicked Whitebeard 2 in the stomach. Whitebeard 2 hurriedly lowered his figure, narrowly avoiding it. However, how could Luffy let go of such an opportunity? Boom! Boom! There were 3 muffled sounds in a row. 3 blue fist marks appeared on Whitebeard 2's body. Luffy, on the other hand, stood there without moving a muscle, still looking calm. You lost. Luffy's voice sounded indifferent. Whitebeard 2 shuddered. Your attack can't even hurt my fur. You, really can't. Although Whitebeard 2 was bleeding and his legs were weak, his mouth was hard. Not admitting defeat at all. The bell-like eyes stared at Luffy. Long. Chapter 162. Although Whitebeard too was bleeding and his legs were weak, his mouth was hard. Not admitting defeat at all. The bell-like eyes stared at Luffy. Kill. Whitebeard too let out a loud cry, raised his long knife and slashed at Luffy. Luffy sideways avoided the knife, and at the same time reached out and grabbed Whitebeard 2's shoulder and threw it out forcefully. Ah! Whitebeard 2 screamed and fell to the ground. Ah! Whitebeard 2 stood up howling, staring at Luffy with fiery eyes. How dare you come? Whitebeard 2 roared. Luffy walked up to Whitebeard 2 with a smile, bent and squatted down, and patted Whitebeard 2's cheek. Whitebeard 2 was trembling with anger, but he couldn't resist. Aren't you looking for me? Well, come on, I'll be waiting for you here. Luffy said with a light smile, stretched out his hand and poked Whitebeard 2's chest a few times. Ah! Whitebeard 2 screamed in pain. How is it? Are you happy? Luffy asked with a smile. Whitebeard 2 gritted his teeth and endured the pain, constantly struggling to get up from the ground. But his legs were already numb, and he couldn't exert any strength at all, not even the strength to stand up. Whitebeard 2 kept struggling, but the more he struggled, the more uncomfortable he became. He now feels as if his whole body has been eaten by ants. That kind of pain is more uncomfortable than being hacked to death directly. Ha ha ha. Luffy couldn't help laughing out loud at the sight of Whitebeard 2. At this time, Whitebeard 2 was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Where did he have the majestic image before? He was just a dying mangy dog. This feeling is really cool. Boy! Seeing Luffy's expression, Whitebeard 2's heart became more and more angry, and he glared at Luffy with red eyes. Don't be too happy, I don't believe you can really kill me, let me tell you, today even if I die, I will not succumb to your majesty. Oh! Luffy shrugged. That's your attitude. Then there's nothing I can do, you die if you want to die. Luffy spread out his hands. Boy, please remember, today Whitebeard 2, will never let you go, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Whitebeard 2 said bitterly. Oh! What did you say? Luffy pretended not to hear and asked. Listen to me clearly, I will never just let it go. Cried Whitebeard 2. Well. I know, I'm waiting for your revenge. But I advise you not to come, you know my strength, I can easily crush you with just one finger. Luffy shook her head, not looking sideways. Boy, you wait for me. Whitebeard 2 was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he couldn't stand up at all, and he couldn't stop Luffy from leaving. You'd better pray that I don't meet you, or I will definitely make your life worse than death. Luffy said without looking back, turned around and walked towards the door, stopped after walking a few steps and turned back. If you dare to run, I promise I will beat you to your knees and beg for mercy. You! Whitebeard 5.92 clenched his teeth, cursing inwardly. This kid is too arrogant. He must not be allowed to be arrogant. Whitebeard 2 clenched his fist and punched Luffy. Chapter 163. Luffy dodged the blow with a dodge, and slapped Whitebeard 2 back with a palm. The palms of the two collided together, and a burst of energy immediately dissipated. Luffy took 3 steps back, and Whitebeard 2 took 7 or 8 steps back to stabilize his heels. Your strength is still so weak. Whitebeard 2 looked at Luffy angrily. However, if you continue to stay here, you will be killed by me sooner or later. You should run for your life as soon as possible. Luffy smiled lightly. Humph, boy, don't be arrogant, I will definitely not let you live. 08 You are dead. Whitebeard 2 said coldly. Hee hee hee, I hope you will do what you say. Luffy smiled contemptuously. Before the words fell, Whitebeard 2 had rushed to Luffy. This time Whitebeard 2 exhausted all his strength, and he used the martial arts he had just learned, so his speed was much faster. Whitebeard 2 was extremely fast. He rushed to Luffy in the blink of an eye. Luffy swung his fist and slammed Whitebeard 2 hard in the stomach. Puff! Whitebeard 2 immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person was thrown backwards like a kite with a broken string, and fell to the ground. Oh, no, 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 you are too weak. Luffy sighed. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Whitebeard 2 struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes full of hatred. Come on, I'm waiting. Luffy smiled lightly. Whitebeard 2's eyes were red, his fists were clenched tightly, and the hatred in his eyes became stronger, and he approached Luffy step by step. You are so slow, it seems that your life has only stopped here. Luffy shook his head and sighed. Go to hell with me. Whitebeard 2 roared and rushed towards Luffy. Ouch, your attack speed is really too slow. Luffy shook his head and dodged easily, and Whitebeard 2's attack missed. He lunges at Luffy again, and Luffy dodges again. After so many times, Luffy finally escaped the attack of Whitebeard 2, and used the bearded Tushi to completely corner him. Boy, I'm going to kill you. Whitebeard 2 roared, his whole body turned into a gust of wind, and rushed towards Luffy fiercely. With a light twist of Luffy's body, he avoided Whitebeard 2's attack. Hey, don't fail again this time, otherwise it will be your shame. Luffy said with a smile. I am going to kill you. Whitebeard 2 slashes at Luffy. Shua! Luffy moved away again. Boom! Whitebeard 2 slashed on the stone slab, leaving a deep mark on the slate, which shows the power of this knife. Boy, I misjudged you this time. I thought you were a master, but now it seems that I underestimated you. Whitebeard 2 gasped. Hey, I didn't expect you to be so weak. 680. Luffy said with a grin. Whitebeard 2 was furious, with murderous intent in his eyes, he pulled the chair beside him and threw it violently. The chair flew through the air, hitting Luffy with a whistling sound. Luffy glanced up at the chair, a sarcastic smile playing on his lips. Hee, your trick is too bad. Luffy chuckled and shook his head, saying disdainfully. Whoosh! The chair flew past Luffy's ear. Chapter 164. The chair smashed against the wall, instantly smashing the wall into powder. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Whitebeard 2 roared hysterically, and rushed towards Luffy with a knife in his hand. Luffy pouted disdainfully. You're humiliating yourself. Luffy said lightly. Luffy stretched out his hand and waved lightly, his arm shook violently, and a huge force came. Boom! Whitebeard 2 was punched in the stomach, and his body flew upside down like a shell. He fell heavily to the ground, with blood spurting from his mouth, curled up like a shrimp, clutching his stomach and twitching violently. Seeing this scene, Luffy had a sneer on his face. Luffy stepped on Whitebeard 2's back and kicked Whitebeard 2 up from the ground. You should understand this time, right? Luffy asked, staring at Whitebeard 2 coldly. You. Whitebeard 2 pointed at Luffy tremblingly, speechless. At this moment Whitebeard 2 gritted his teeth. You are not my match. Luffy sneered. When Whitebeard 2 heard this, his complexion became even more difficult. UBD. Whitebeard 2 roared hysterically. A-hole? Are you complimenting me? Luffy froze for a moment, then nodded with a smile. You. Didn't you say that you are very powerful? Why don't you talk now, people like you are a piece of shit. Luffy said sarcastically. You. Whitebeard's face was livid with anger, but he couldn't find any reason to refute. Embarrassed into anger, Whitebeard 2 leapt to his feet. Then he punched Luffy. Boom! Luffy reached out and grabbed Whitebeard 2's fist. You are courting death. Luffy pushed hard. Crack! Whitebeard 2's wrist was immediately broken by Luffy. Ah! Whitebeard 2 screamed, and his face instantly turned extremely pale. Whitebeard 2's face paled instantly. Ah! Whitebeard too was in unbearable pain, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and bean-sized beads of sweat slid down his cheeks. Do you feel that you can't exert all your strength now, and your body feels like it's falling apart? Luffy looked at Whitebeard too playfully. Whitebeard too's face was extremely gloomy, and the cold sweat on his forehead kept flowing out. You. Whitebeard too trembled his lips, trying to say something, but in the end he couldn't. How? This is your so-called strength? Let me tell you, you are not worthy to fight me, and you are not worthy to be my opponent. Luffy looked at Whitebeard too disdainfully. I don't accept it. Whitebeard too gritted his teeth, his eyes grim. Not convinced? Luffy sneered and shook his head. Okay, then let's continue, let's compete again. Luffy looked at Whitebeard too defiantly. There was struggle and hesitation in Whitebeard too's eyes. He knew that he was no match for the young man in front of him now. He's lost to Luffy, he's just a normal guy now. However, this is the only chance for him to take revenge, only by fighting desperately can he find a chance to come back. You, Wang Liaos, still refuse to give up? County. Luffy frowned at Whitebeard too. Do not give up. Whitebeard too looked determined. If you don't give up, you have to pay the price. Luffy looked at Whitebeard too coldly and said. Chapter 165. Do you dare? Whitebeard too stared at Luffy in horror. Hehe, what am I afraid of? Luffy sneered and said. Since you refuse to admit defeat, then I have no choice but to send you to hell. I hope you will never meet me again in your next life. Luffy grinned cruelly. You. Whitebeard too was so frightened that he was trembling all over, and his face was pale. He felt a terrifying sense of oppression. It seems that Luffy in front of him is a devil, which may devour his life at any time. Whitebeard too's heart was beating violently, as if his heart was about to explode. I'm not convinced. Whitebeard too's face became grim. Since you are not convinced, then I will fulfill you. Luffy snorted coldly. You 677, you. Seeing the smile on Luffy's face, Whitebeard too felt a surge of fear in his heart, and his body struggled violently. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't exert any strength from his whole body. A wicked grin formed on Luffy's lips. He exerted force with his right hand, and a strong force came out, instantly crushing Whitebeard too's right hand. Whitebeard too howled in pain, his face turned extremely pale. Now, I will let you taste this pain again. Luffy looked at Whitebeard too coldly. You. Whitebeard too had a look of horror on his face. Aida. Whitebeard too gritted his teeth, glaring at Luffy with malice. Luffy sneered, humph. It's late. Since you chose to fight against me, you are doomed to die here today. As he spoke, Luffy held Whitebeard too's right hand with his right hand and yanked hard. Pfft! There was a sound of bone tearing. Whitebeard too screamed, blood dripped from his arm immediately, and Whitebeard too was so painful that he almost passed out. Ah! Whitebeard too let out a miserable scream. He rolled around on the ground in pain. Luffy walked over. He crouched down and just looked at Whitebeard too. Whitebeard too's eyes froze, there are flaws. Suddenly he punched Luffy. Star! Everything just now was pretended by him. He made this appearance on purpose, just to paralyze the opponent. I saw him punch Luffy on the head. Looking at Whitebeard too's sudden blow, Luffy couldn't help showing a surprised expression. Luffy quickly dodges away. Whitebeard too took advantage of the situation and punched Luffy in the chest again. Watch Whitebeard too attack. Luffy dodges quickly. Whitebeard too's punch missed Luffy, and there was disappointment in his eyes. Whitebeard too's eyes were full of dissatisfaction. He was unwilling to lose to the Straw Hat Kid in front of him. Kill. Whitebeard too was furious, and his force value and combat power skyrocketed wildly. Boom boom boom. Whitebeard 2's punches are fierce and deadly. Dodge. Bang bang bang. The two fought in the arena. Whitebeard 2's strength is relatively tyrannical, and every punch brings up a storm. The surrounding stone pillars shattered, and the tables, chairs, and benches around the ring were also shattered, leaving a mess on the ground. The more Whitebeard 2 fought, the more angry he became, and the more he fought, the more frightened he became. He didn't expect the fighting power of this kid in front of him to be so powerful. Chapter 166. What a monster! I can't believe you've been hiding and not fighting back. Whitebeard 2 gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Ha 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 ha! Hear the words of Whitebeard 2. Luffy couldn't help laughing wantonly. You. Hearing Luffy's arrogant laughter, Whitebeard 2 became even more angry. You think I'm afraid of you? Whitebeard 2 shouted loudly, and once again waved his fist to Luffy. This time Whitebeard 2 tried his best, the wind roared and the air swelled violently. In this blow, Whitebeard 2 used his trump card and went all out. Whitebeard 2 intends to use this to wound Luffy. Luffy sneered, his eyes shot coldly, and he faced Whitebeard 2's punch without fear. Boom! 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 After a violent collision, 3 muffled sounds sounded. Crack! Crack! After 3 crisp sounds, Whitebeard 2's legs went limp and he sat down on the ground again. Luffy is still standing there, nothing happened. You! Whitebeard 2's eyes showed shock, and disbelief was written all over his face. He couldn't figure it out anyway, that he would lose to the opponent. He had obviously used all his whole cards, but he didn't lose in the end. Whitebeard 2's face was full of frustration, and he looked at Luffy with despair, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. Whitebeard 2's hands were clenched tightly, nails digging deep into the palms. How is it possible? How could it be like this? What kind of monster is this guy? His strength, how is it so strong? Whitebeard 2 kept mumbling to himself, unable to believe his eyes. You lose. Luffy said slowly. Hearing Luffy's words, Whitebeard 2 was furious. I didn't lose. After saying that, the long knife waved and slashed towards Luffy. The corner of Luffy's mouth curled up in a sarcasm. Ha! You think you can really fool me with this little trick of yours? Luffy gave Whitebeard 2 a contemptuous look. He flicked his sleeves violently. A powerful energy suddenly swept out. This strength seemed to be real, and it directly dispelled the black mist on Uzatushi's body. Ah! Whitebeard 2 let out a painful scream, with a painful expression on his face. You, how did you know? 0, seeking flowers, 0. How can it be? Whitebeard 2 panicked and stared at Luffy in disbelief. His plan was flawless, but he was still seen through unexpectedly. What's so strange about that? Luffy said with a sneer, his tone full of contempt. Tisk tisk tisk, small tricks. Luffy sneered. Hearing Luffy's words, Whitebeard 2 turned pale and trembled. How can this be? Whitebeard shook his head, ripped off his robes, and kicked Luffy. Luffy punched out, kicking Whitebeard 2 flying. Whitebeard 2 flew upside down and landed outside the ring. Pfft! Whitebeard 2 directly spat out a mouthful of blood. You, puff! Whitebeard 2 vomited blood and fell to the ground, trembling slightly, appearing very uncomfortable. I told you, you wouldn't beat me. You should thank me now that I didn't kill you, or you would have died long ago. Towel. Chapter 167. Luffy stared coldly at Whitebeard 2 on the ground. Hearing this, Whitebeard 2 couldn't help but tremble. This monster! Whitebeard 2 thought to himself. Looking at Whitebeard 2 on the ground, Luffy sneered. I advise you not to play tricks, otherwise, you cannot afford the consequences. No. I'm not convinced. Whitebeard 2 struggled to get up, and walked towards Luffy step by step. I want to fight 450 with you. Whitebeard 2 gritted his teeth and said. Hearing what Whitebeard 2 said, Luffy had a playful smile on his face. I am going to kill you. Whitebeard 2 said word for word. He looked at Luffy with hatred and unwillingness. Please continue. Luffy looked at Whitebeard 2 with a playful face. UBD, how dare you humiliate me? Whitebeard 2 gritted his teeth angrily, his eyes full of hatred. He was desperate and dragged the long knife on the ground, his face was frosty and heavy, and then he stabbed Luffy fiercely. Well done. Luffy's eyes sparkled, and now Whitebeard 2 has reached his limit. Just let him see. How much strength can the current Whitebeard 2 explode? Boom. The two of them bumped into each other immediately, and in an instant, the sound of fierce fighting continued to be heard. This collision was very strong. Both bodies trembled slightly. How is it possible? How can it be so powerful? You damn guy, how could you become stronger? This is impossible. This is impossible. Whitebeard 2 slashed down with a knife, but was slapped flying by Luffy. What's going on? It's impossible, it's absolutely impossible, why are you stronger than me? Why? Whitebeard 2 cried unwillingly. The attack speed in his hand became more and more fierce. Unfortunately, he was still kicked by Luffy and fell to the ground in the distance. UBD, why do you become stronger? I don't accept it, I don't accept it. Whitebeard 2 yelled. Humph, it's up to you to accept it or not, but before that, I will convince you to lose. Luffy walked over with a sneer and grabbed Whitebeard 2 from the ground. You, what do you want to do? Whitebeard 2 looked at Luffy warily with narrowed eyes. You should know what I want to do. Luffy chuckled and looked at Whitebeard 2 with a smirk in his eyes. Whitebeard 2 screamed in his heart that it was terrible. You don't have to worry, you won't die. It's just that life is worse than death. Luffy snorted coldly. Is life better than death? Whitebeard 2 was startled. Hehe, what do you think? Luffy nodded, then raised his right leg and kicked Whitebeard 2 in the stomach. Boom! Whitebeard 2's body flew several meters away, hit the wall, bounced back, and fell to the ground. Vomit! Whitebeard 2 spat out a mouthful of blood and got up pale. Come again! With a roar, he attacked desperately. People who are about to die. It will shine back. Whitebeard 2 chose to do his best at the last moment, and Luffy was killed. Hehe. Looking at the approaching Whitebeard 2, Luffy gave a disdainful smile and kicked Whitebeard 2 away. D number 5.0. Whitebeard 2 was kicked by Luffy and landed straight on the ground with his mouth open, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 168. At this moment, Whitebeard 2 really realized what fear is. Come again. Whitebeard 2 gritted his teeth. Hehe, come again then. Luffy sneered. Whitebeard 2 showed his strongest strength and fought Luffy. Clang 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 clang. A series of metal spark explosion sounds followed. This is the sound of two weapons clashing together. The speed of the two is so fast that the naked eye can't catch it at all, and they can only hear it with their ears. At this time, the two of them were crazy. Ah! Away! 08 Whitebeard 2 scratched Luffy's chest with one paw, and Luffy smashed his head with a punch. The two fought again, unknowingly they had fought 100 moves, but still there was no winner. Come again! Boom 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 boom! The speed of the two has reached the limit, and the figure is approaching ultimate, leaving after images on the warship. The wind is fast. The comeback Whitebeard 2 was on par with Luffy. Interesting. Luffy nodded. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and Whitebeard 2 was already at the end of his battle. But he still stubbornly resisted. This made Luffy admire, such a spirit is rare. But he knew that under such circumstances, it was impossible to continue forever. He had to solve the trouble in front of him. Call. Luffy took a deep breath. Did you think you won? You're wrong, you'll never beat me. Whitebeard too laughed. Really? You are not afraid, I will throw you off the warship right now. Luffy let him taunt and turned a deaf ear. Hateful. Whitebeard too roared and punched Luffy. Die. His fist turned into a cannonball and hit Luffy's chest. Boom. Luffy's chest caved in. Luffy retreated violently, sat down on the ground, panting heavily, with a trace of bright red bloodline hanging from the corner of his mouth. What moves do you have? Use them all, let me see and see. Luffy wiped the bloodline from his mouth, and looked at Whitebeard too indifferently. I admit, you are a monster. Whitebeard too wiped the blood from his mouth, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Monster. Luffy raised an eyebrow. Yet. Monster. In my eyes, you are indeed a monster, but to me, this is nothing. What if I tell you that now you have no ability to resist? Luffy grinned. What do you mean by that? Whitebeard too frowned. It's not interesting. What I mean is, you are not my opponent now. Luffy grinned. Whitebeard too's heart skipped a beat. Okay, you've already hit me, now it's my turn to attack. Luffy twisted his neck, he said seriously. Good. Before everything, he didn't try his best at all. The 250 is just kidding with Whitebeard too. Now, this guy has finally forced out his whole cards completely. My strongest state has disappeared, and now my strength is not as good as yours, but even so, I am not something you can bully at will. You wait for me, one day, I will step on you. Whitebeard too said coldly. Don't even think about it, because it's not easy for you. Luffy shook his head. Chapter 169. Really? Then try it. Whoosh. Call out. Whitebeard too's figure flickered suddenly, rushing to Luffy's side in an instant. Whitebeard too dragged his long knife and slashed at Luffy. Shua. Chilla. The blade pierced the air with a whistling sound. Luffy looked at the long knife stabbed by Whitebeard too calmly, with a contemptuous sneer on the corner of his mouth. What ghost sword technique is this? Luffy frowned suddenly, kicked out, and the long knife of Whitebeard too in the chest was kicked away. Puff! Whitebeard too's body spat out a mouthful of blood again, and fell on the deck. Ha 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 ha, it seems that you really haven't finished it, no, come again, I will tear you to pieces. You die for me. Whitebeard too roared ferociously, stood up again, brandished the long knife in his hand, and punched towards Luffy. Boom! Crack! Bang 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 bang! Luffy took a step forward, and his body appeared in front of Whitebeard too like lightning. Boom! 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 The two clashed together. There was a burst of violent roar. The entire warship began to vibrate, as if it was about to explode at any moment. Whitebeard too's body exploded, and he retreated dozens of steps before stopping. His eyes were full of disbelief, and he looked at Luffy with horror. How could you? How could you have such a speed? Hasn't your strength been sealed? How could you have such a fast speed? Whitebeard too shouted in disbelief. How strange is that? In your case, if you are not strong enough, you are not eligible to enjoy the treatment of the strong. But to me, your strength is not worth mentioning at all. Luffy smiled lightly. I don't agree. Whitebeard too roared angrily, and rushed towards Luffy again, brandishing a long knife. Bang bang bang! Bang 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 bang! The two sides collided again. If you keep fighting like this, you will lose sooner or later. You will only make your injury worse. Luffy frowned. Humph! Even if I lose, don't worry about it. Whitebeard too disagreed. In that case, you will die. Luffy sneered, and punched Whitebeard too. Hey, good job. Whitebeard too, not to be outdone, greeted Shangdu again. The bodies of the two collided again. Boom! Boom! The two confront each other. Boom 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 boom! Boom 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 boom! A series of dull impacts and roars sounded one after another. The figure of Whitebeard too was constantly being bombarded. His body kept falling from the deck, fell into the sea water, splashed huge waves, rolled and fell on the deck. Your strength is too weak, no matter how strong you become, you will never be my opponent. You are doomed to be a loser. Ching! Boom! Boom! Luffy kicked 3 times in a row, kicking Whitebeard too flying more than 10 meters away, and fell heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of Li Zhao, blood. Whitebeard too struggled to get up, clutched his chest, and stood with difficulty. How could this be? How could you suddenly possess such terrifying strength? Whitebeard too murmured in shock. Chapter 170. He never imagined that Luffy had grown to this extent. Moreover, Luffy's strength is stronger than he imagined. Do you want to continue? I think you have reached your limit. Luffy said lightly. Come again. Whitebeard too, don't give up so easily. Today, let us fight to the death. Whitebeard too roared heart-piercingly. Since you want to work hard, then go hard. Luffy sneered. Boom! Whitebeard too's legs bent suddenly, and his body suddenly jumped out, rushing towards Luffy, with the long knife in his hand, slashing towards Luffy. Small tricks! Luffy smiled coldly, and retreated suddenly, dodging Whitebeard too's attack, stepped on the deck with his right foot, and shot out again. Boom! Bang 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 593 bang bang! Luffy fought Whitebeard too again, and the battle between the two was intense, with devastating blows. Puff! Crack! Luffy and Whitebeard too kept colliding, and cracks appeared on their bodies. Whitebeard too was covered in blood, and the blood dripped down his sleeve and onto the deck. Bang 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 bang! The battle between Luffy and Whitebeard too intensifies. Whitebeard too's long knife kept swinging. Bang bang! Luffy's fist also crazily landed on Whitebeard too's long knife, making a crisp impact sound. Crack! Luffy's fist hit him hard. Puff! Humph! You are really strong. Whitebeard too spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened, staring at Luffy in disbelief, lips trembling. This! How is this possible? How could this happen? I will be injured by the other party. He couldn't believe the fact. Boom! Whitebeard too's body was like a cannonball, smashing towards the deck, smashing into the sea water, setting off monstrous waves. You are so powerful. This is definitely not my true strength. Whitebeard too emerged from the sea water, clutching his abdomen, coughing non-stop. A layer of inky Armament Haki covers Whitebeard too's arm. Drink, Abe J. With a loud shout, he came attacking. Boom! Again, Whitebeard too gets kicked out by Luffy. Damn! The body of Whitebeard too slammed heavily on the deck. Boom! Boom! Whitebeard too's body slid on the deck, crashing into a mess. Boom! Snapped! Clang! Luffy kept rushing up, knocking Whitebeard too down on the deck. I can't be reconciled. I can't lose, I can't lose. Whitebeard too gritted his teeth, not allowing himself to fall. His methods of attack became more and more severe. He punched out, turning into thousands of cold rays, covering every vital part of Luffy's body. But wherever these cold lights swept over, a huge gap would inevitably be left. Boom! Clang! Luffy kept punching. He shattered thousands of cold lights in a row. Boom! Bring it on! Luffy kept punching, and Whitebeard too recklessly. Straw Hat Boy, you are going to die! Whitebeard too roared heart-piercingly. Chapter 171. In just 1 minute, his fist was covered with dense fist marks. Crack! Boom! Boom! How can you be so resistant? Luffy's palms, shoulders, neck, waist, and abdomen, etc., were constantly being shot through. But he is still holding on. His face was terrifyingly pale, and his eyes were full of madness. Boom! Crack! Haven't you fallen yet? The two collided fiercely again, and the two retreated at the same time. Luffy stepped on the deck with one step, his body shook a few times, and almost fell on the deck, but soon, he stabilized his figure. Puff! He opened his mouth again and spit out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Whitebeard too was pale, with a trace of scarlet bloodline hanging from the corner of his mouth. The injuries of the two were not light. Shua! In a flash, Luffy appeared in front of Whitebeard too, staring at Whitebeard too jokingly, his eyes full of mischief and disdain. Don't you want to duel with me? Come on! Whitebeard too clenched his teeth, and a strong aura surged from his body. Snort! I will let you know now, the gap between you and me, I will let you understand now, what is the difference between heaven and earth. Whitebeard too shouted loudly. As soon as the words fell, his body suddenly disappeared, and in the next second, he appeared in front of Luffy. Boom! A punch blasted out, accompanied by a whistling sound, and struck towards Luffy, like a mountain, oppressing Luffy. Oh, it's actually so resistant to beatings. Luffy snorted coldly, clenched his hands into fists, and slammed at Whitebeard too. Whitebeard too's body trembled, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Boom! Tut tisk tisk! Luffy's fists pounded Whitebeard too's. Whitebeard too suddenly felt his mouth burst, and there was a piercing pain in his fist, and his whole arm softened instantly, and fell to the ground. Whitebeard too felt that his arm was completely useless, unable to use any strength. No! I don't agree! Whitebeard too roared, bloodshot eyes appeared in anger, stared at Luffy with red eyes, and shouted, "It is absolutely impossible for me to lose to you!" Boom! He jerked his head up and kicked Luffy hard in the chest. Continue. Luffy was kicked out again and landed on the deck. 0, seeking flowers. Boom! Whitebeard too then chased after Luffy again, swinging his iron fist continuously, and slammed down on Luffy fiercely. Luffy's body was smashed and burst out. Whitebeard too gasped heavily, his face twisted ferociously, and his eyes were full of hatred and madness. Go to hell! Whitebeard too roared frantically, waved his iron fist, and blasted towards Luffy's head. Boom! Boom! Come on, you can't make it! Whitebeard too's iron fist hit Luffy's head heavily. Boom! Boom! Please continue. Luffy's body, under his iron fist, smashed into the ruins beside him. Whitebeard too looked excitedly at the corpse on the ground, with excitement in his eyes. I am going to kill you! Whitebeard too laughed loudly. But the next second, he stopped abruptly. I saw Luffy in the ruins stood up. Work. Chapter 172. He patted himself on the body. That's it. He shook his head. I just deliberately showed my flaws and wanted to see how strong your attack methods are. I'm very disappointed. It's okay if you don't have enough strength. You still like to fantasize. Luffy sneered. You. Hateful. Whitebeard too saw that Luffy was unscathed, and his pupils constricted. I'll let you know 7 by my means! Cried Whitebeard too. Say it! He charged towards Luffy with a majestic killing intent. Boom boom boom! Whitebeard too punched Luffy one after another. Whitebeard too's attack was very sharp and terrifying, each punch contained extremely huge power, and the air he punched shook endlessly. Luffy dodges Whitebeard too's attack. His figure flickered continuously. Boom! Boom! Whitebeard too's attacks continued to bombard Luffy, Luffy's figure kept rolling in mid-air. Whenever he writhed somewhere, he would stop immediately, dodge Whitebeard 2's attack, and then quickly counterattack. Boom! 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 The two have been fighting for hundreds of rounds. Bang bang bang! Luffy keeps dodging Whitebeard 2's attacks. The fight between the two was inseparable, and neither could do anything to the other. Whitebeard 2 looked at his fist, with a strong resentment in his eyes. I cannot be reconciled. Unwilling to die like this. My majestic Whitebeard 2, how can I lose to an ant like you? I don't accept it, I don't accept it. Whitebeard 2 roared wildly, his eyes were red. The long knife swung and cut towards Luffy. Luffy narrowed his eyes and turned his body slightly to avoid his attack. Whoosh! The long knife fell into the air, cut across the air, and slashed on the open space. A deep ravine appeared on the ground, and a sword mark with a depth of 1 foot appeared on the ground. Boom! Whitebeard 2 didn't stop, his body turned into a flash of lightning, and rushed towards Luffy. Shua! The long knife sliced across the sky, towards Luffy. Luffy leaned back slightly, grabbing his long knife. Whitebeard 2's complexion changed. Boom! Boom! Luffy kicks Whitebeard 2 in the shin-0. Boom! Boom! Luffy's leg muscles swelled, and he whipped Whitebeard 2's calf like a steel whip, making a deafening bang. The expression on Whitebeard 2's face froze instantly, and a wave of power emanated from his body, filled with fear and panic. He was horrified to find that he couldn't use the calendar anymore. Ah! Whitebeard 2 let out a scream. He struggled hard, trying to throw Luffy away, but his strength could not shake Luffy at all, so he had to struggle hard. Boom! Boom! Luffy bombarded Whitebeard 2 with punch after punch. Boom! Every punch made Whitebeard 2 vomit blood, and his body flew out backwards. Boom! 3.8. Whitebeard 2's body hit the ground, making a series of dull bangs, and smashed a deep hole. Inside the pit, Whitebeard 2 lay in it. Chapter 173. He was covered in wounds all over his body, his clothes were torn and bloody, and he looked extremely embarrassed. The skin on his body was covered with bruises and criss-crossed scars. The blood dripped continuously on the ground, converging into a pool of blood, which was shocking. Whitebeard 2 was lying in the deep pit, with a trace of confusion and fear in his eyes. His eyes were looking into the distance, and his face showed confusion and doubt. Boom! Luffy kicked Whitebeard 2 in the face. Snapped! Snapped! Whitebeard 2's nose bridge, cheekbones, lips, etc., were all hit by Luffy, and blood was spattered everywhere. Ah! Whitebeard 2 let out a mournful wail, his eyes full of resentment and unwillingness. 08 Boom! Whitebeard 2 punches Luffy. Luffy held out his palm, blocking Whitebeard 2's punch. Boom! Luffy punched Whitebeard 2's fist, and when the two collided, Luffy felt a tingling pain from the fist, and his palms ached. What a solid defense, it seems that this guy is really getting better and better. Luffy thought secretly. UBD. You don't want to escape this time. I'm going to kill you, kill you. Whitebeard 2 roared loudly, his face flushed. Boom! Boom! Luffy kicked again, kicking Whitebeard 2 on the cheek, sending Whitebeard 2 flying. Pfft! 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 Whitebeard 2's body fell to the ground, his face was covered with blood, which looked very frightening, especially his pale face, which was completely black, looked very frightening. Whitebeard 2 struggled to get up from the ground. But Luffy's fist came down again, pinching his shoulder, making him unable to move. Whitebeard 2's shoulder suddenly felt a sharp pain, and he couldn't help screaming, and the boiling water on his forehead flowed down. He gritted his teeth, looked grim, stared at Luffy with cold eyes, and snorted coldly, "Do you really think that I can be defeated so easily by you? Let me tell you, I still have a stronger hole card that I haven't shown yet. Whitebeard 2 stared at Luffy coldly. Then it exploded with all its strength. Hoo 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 hoo. The breath on Whitebeard 2's body suddenly increased, like a volcanic eruption, spreading out towards the surroundings, sweeping the wind and snow, and setting off violent winds in the wind and snow. Whoosh! Whitebeard 2's body shot towards Luffy like a cannonball. Hoo 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 hoo! Terrifying power erupted from Whitebeard 2. On his arms, twined around were two black dragon-shaped phantoms, writhing like pythons, exuding a gloomy and terrifying aura. Boom! Whitebeard 2 punched out with a violent force. Armament Haki and Observation Haki were driven to ultimate by him. 093 then punched Luffy hard. Luffy stretched out his arm, blocking Whitebeard 2's punch. Whitebeard 2's fist collided with Luffy's, and Dao Han Li's voice resounded through the sky. Luffy and Whitebeard 2 stepped back at the same time. Boom! Boom! The bodies of both of them fell heavily on the ground, arousing endless smoke and dust. Chapter 174. Luffy's body shook a few times. But soon, Luffy stood up again. You can resist my attack. Whitebeard 2 looked at Luffy and said in surprise. My strength is far beyond your imagination. Luffy said indifferently. Really? Whitebeard 2 sneered. I admit that your strength is very strong. But we're not on the same level. You want to beat me, dreaming. A gleam shot from Whitebeard 2's eyes. Whitebeard 2 leaped up, with a black dragon-shaped energy wrapped around his body, and all the clothes on his body were torn apart. This will be the best of Whitebeard 2. Shua! Whitebeard 2's figure was like an arrow flying from the string, as fast as lightning. He rushed to Luffy in the blink of an eye. Whitebeard 2's fist hit Luffy's head fiercely, and he was bound to kill Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy had a cold light in his eyes. Luffy clenched his right hand into a fist and met Whitebeard 2's fist. Boom! Bang! W! The two fists faced each other, and there was a violent impact. Whitebeard 2's body trembled, and his body was like a kite with a broken string, and it was thrown fiercely towards the distance. Luffy looked at Whitebeard 2 who was sent flying by his punch, and frowned. His physical strength has increased many times compared to before, it seems that he is ready to go all out. Whitebeard 2 rolled in the air and slid to the side for a few meters before barely stopping his figure and landing firmly on the ground. His eyes were cold, he stared at Luffy, and sneered, Why, are you scared? Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard 2 laughed wantonly. Why are you laughing? Luffy glared at Whitebeard 2, and said in a somewhat indifferent tone. Whitebeard 2 glanced at Luffy coldly, and said, Do you know how much strength I used for the punch just now? I guess you wouldn't guess it, go to hell. Whitebeard 2 began to counterattack. Boom! Boom! Whitebeard 2 stepped on the ground, and his whole body turned into a shooting star, rushing towards Luffy quickly. Whitebeard 2's fists were like cannonballs, fiercely bombarding Luffy, and violent vigor swept out in all directions, setting off endless waves of air. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, Luffy immediately shifted to avoid the fist of Lord Hutushi. Whoosh! Luffy dodged Whitebeard 2's attack, his body spun around rapidly, kicked out, and kicked Whitebeard 2's chest. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard 2 had a sneer on his face. Not only did he not evade Luffy's attack, but he sped up his speed and rushed towards Luffy. Asterisk bang! Luffy kicked Whitebeard 2 in the chest. Crack! The two dragon-shaped phantoms wrapped around Whitebeard 2's body instantly collapsed. Pfft! Strong! Pfft! Pfft! Whitebeard 2 kept spitting out blood from his mouth, and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Boom! Whitebeard 2's body hit the wall heavily, making a loud noise, smashing the solid wall to pieces. Li Hao, a flush appeared on Whitebeard 2's face, he raised his head and looked at Luffy with dark eyes. Little BD, your strength is indeed very strong, I haven't met such a strong opponent for a long time today, I will completely eliminate you. Chapter 175. Boom. As soon as the words fell, Whitebeard 2's body burst into dazzling light. His body became more than 2 meters high, like a war fortress, and his skin became dark and rough, as if made of poured steel. Emanating from Whitebeard 2's body. Drink! Whitebeard 2 raised his head to the sky and howled furiously. The roar was deafening and echoed throughout the empty warship. The surrounding marines couldn't bear it. Nearly collapsed. Whitebeard 2 locked onto Luffy and continued his attack. Boom! 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 Whitebeard 2's fists were like shooting stars, blasting fiercely, each punch carried 660 terrifying destructive power. Wherever it went, the void collapsed and shattered inch by inch, and pitch black holes appeared in the space, as if there would be an explosion at any time. Collapsed and swallowed everything in. Whitebeard 2's fists were densely packed like raindrops, covering the entire space. Luffy looked at the densely packed fists of Whitebeard 2, his face became serious, his eyes narrowed, and he secretly thought, this Whitebeard 2's strength has become so terrifying. Luffy was secretly vigilant in his heart. Whitebeard 2's attacks became more and more intense. The dense fists made Luffy feel great pressure. Whew! Luffy took a deep breath. Whoosh! Swoosh! Ai! Whitebeard 2 swung his fist 3 times in a row. The terrifying aura contained in the fist made people feel suffocated. Whitebeard 2's attack became stronger and stronger, his eyes filled with strong fighting intent. Little BD, die! Boom! Whitebeard 2 swung his fist violently, directly hitting Luffy's chest. When Luffy saw Whitebeard 2 attacking, his pupils shrank suddenly and his eyelids twitched.